Chapter 1. The Face-Eating Incident Part 1. In Central Africa, an Ebola outbreak has erupted, resulting in nearly 1,000 fatalities. Currently, no effective medication exists to combat this affliction. Preventive measures are the primary means of controlling the local epidemic. When Linan came across this news on his computer screen, his professional sensitivity prompted him to pay closer attention to the subsequent developments. However, the media's focus remained solely on the Chinese government's international medical assistance to Africa, lacking any detailed professional discourse on the medical implications. This left Linan feeling somewhat disheartened, though his disappointment was fleeting. Oh no, it's already 5:30 in the afternoon and going to be late for work. Linan muttered under his breath as he hastily grabbed a coat and dashed out of his rented apartment. Linan was a medical student, having majored in clinical medicine during university. He had performed well academically and, upon graduation, secured a position at a top-tier hospital in the city, starting as an intern. His 6 months of internship enriched his understanding of pathology, yet the medical profession demands a wealth of experience and a solid foundation of expertise. Consequently, the path ahead was long and arduous, a reality Linan had long prepared himself to face, hence his interest in the news about the Ebola outbreak. Today marked Linan's shift for the night, and as an intern, punctuality was imperative. Realizing that time was slipping away and it was nearing 6 o'clock, he hurriedly made his way towards the hospital. Linan rented a modest 40-square-meter apartment not far from his workplace. He usually walked, as catching a taxi was a challenge due to the location, which he accepted as an opportunity for physical exercise. After navigating through several residential complexes, he felt the urgency of time and quickened his pace, only to collide head-on with another individual. Linan lost his footing and instinctively bent backward, yet the impact was still substantial, sending both individuals sprawling like balls. One nearly fell flat, while the other landed awkwardly. Damn it, Linan cursed under his breath, bracing himself on the ground to avoid a faceplant. Despite the frustration, he knew he was at fault, so he restrained his anger. After regaining his balance, he stood up, finding only minor scrapes on his hands, and proceeded to check on the person he had knocked over. Hey, are you all right? I didn't mean to bump into you, Linan began, hoping to defuse the situation with an apology, but as he glanced at the individual on the ground, his heart sank. And he struggled to finish his sentence. The common folk endure countless disputes and trivial misunderstandings, and Linan's encounter was hardly unique. Typically, a simple acknowledgement of fault sufficed, yet as he prepared to accept responsibility, he noticed the man's face was flushed with rage, his eyes burning like embers. This is excessive. How could one react so violently to a minor mishap? Linan assessed the man's physique, around 34 years old, of average height, yet notably muscular, his polyester shirt straining against his build. Linan felt a wave of apprehension. Should this man unleash his fury, he might be entirely outmatched. With a forced smile, he offered a second apology. The irate individual remained silent, showing no intention of standing up. Linan assumed the man was simply embarrassed, so he took a step forward to assist him, reasoning that one should never strike a hand extended in goodwill. After all, Linan presented an innocuous demeanor. Surely, his attitude would not be met with hostility. Linan found himself beside a public square, where a throng of women danced joyfully to the music echoing in the evening IT. That moment, Linan collided with another passerby, drawing the attention of several elderly women heading towards the square. Instantly, 2 or 3 women in their 50s began to gossip. This young man is rather reckless, charging forward without a thought, one remarked. True, but that man is being overly dramatic. He's not seriously injured, yet he remains on the ground. I wonder if he's trying to extort something, another chimed in. Linan paid little heed to their chatter. As a doctor, albeit an intern, he was well acquainted with minor injuries. Surely, he wouldn't be taken advantage of due to a trivial accident. Look at that man's eyes, they're unnaturally red, as if he's consumed with rage. It's just a bump. Why the extreme reaction? One woman commented that I find something unsettling about his gaze. It's not typical. And his expression. It seems off. Wong, let's not linger, the music is calling us. Another woman suggested, sensing the rising tension. Linan, alerted by the observations of the women, began to feel that something was indeed amiss. Goodness, this isn't right at all. This man can't be losing his mind. Suddenly, the man on the ground bared his teeth, saliva dripping, his eyes glowing with fury. This sight sent a chill down Linan's spine, and he instinctively withdrew his hand, halting a mere half-meter from the Li Nan was momentarily paralyzed. His medical training had equipped him with the ability to dissect frogs and study human anatomy without fear, and he had witnessed gruesome sights in the hospital. Yet, facing the man before him, whose eyes burned with a strange intensity, he felt an involuntary shiver. How could a normal person exhibit such symptoms? Before he could contemplate further, the man suddenly sprang to his feet, swinging his arms towards Li Nan. Caught completely off guard, Li Nan instinctively leaned back at lightning speed. He narrowly evaded the man's grasp but fell to the ground. The back of his head hitting the pavement with a thud, a ringing sensation filled his ears, and dizziness washed over him. He realized he had likely sustained a concussion. Ignoring his own injury, Li Nan scrambled to his feet, calling for help. Yet, the bystanders scattered, avoiding the scene as if it were a plague to them. This spectacle was merely a common altercation, perhaps even too trivial to warrant a call to the authorities. Indifference prevailed in society. Who could one blame? As the central figure in this incident, Li Nan understood that it was far from a mere squabble. The man before him exuded a terrifying aura. Though he could not articulate the rationale, Li Nan's medical instincts told him this man was undoubtedly unwell and individual-driven. Oh madness, posing a threat as ominous as Ebola itself. What is Ebola? It is a virus that causes hemorrhagic fever, transmitted solely among primates, with an alarmingly high mortality rate. Yet humanity is not entirely powerless against it with proper control measures. The virus need not spread unchecked. The widespread outbreak in Africa is largely attributed to inadequate medical infrastructure and poor healthcare conditions, allowing the epidemic to flourish. Although Ebola is terrifying, it pales in comparison to the W virus, rendering it insignificant. However, this was a reality that Li Nan could not have anticipated at this moment. The reedied man made a desperate grab, but missed his target. Yet, Li Nan dared not exhibit even a modicum of complacency. He immediately endeavored to escape this harrowing place, only to find his legs heavy and immobile. As he glanced back, he beheld a pair of crimson eyes fixed intently upon him, drooling with apparent greed, while a large hand clutched his ankle tightly. Li Nan's body lay pressed against the ground, devoid of strength, gradually being dragged towards the figure behind him. The gaping maw of the man loomed before him, as if it were about to indulge in a sumptuous feast, with Li Nan himself as the delectable dish. What on earth is happening? Did I fail to consult the almanac before venturing out today? Li Nan thought, fully aware of his impending doom, his mind a chaotic swirl, and his spirit taut with anxiety. The reedied man yanked Li Nan's head closer, saliva splattering onto his face. In a moment of sheer panic, Li Nan attempted to break free from his bonds, but the remnants of a concussion began to resurface, leaving him dizzy and powerless. The reedied figure leaned in closer, emitting a chilling gurgle, seemingly reveling in the capture of his prey. At that instant, however, Li Nan found an unusual calm within himself. Disregarding the viscous drool that coated his face, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, locking his gaze onto the reedied man. This moment of scrutiny brought clarity to Li Nan's mind. He realized that the man before him was not merely a creature with red eyes. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, devoid of pupils, and his facial skin appeared alarmingly loose, as though it might peel away at any moment. These signs indicated that the being before him was clearly not alive. Li Nan noted the absence of any rise and fall of the man's chest. During a struggle, one cannot breathe easily, for such exertion demands an oxygen supply far exceeding that of ordinary physical activity. Yet, this reedied figure exhibited no signs of respiration, something only the living can accomplish. Moreover, Li Nan observed the abrasions on the man's hands, from which oozed a thick, nearly black viscous fluid. This creature was undeniably not alive, absolutely not. With a surge of determination, Li Nan fought against his restraints like a tiger ensnared, summoning all his strength to struggle against his captor. Yet, the reedied man tightened his grip on Li Nan's limbs and opened his mouth wide, intent on sinking his teeth into Li Nan's face. Chapter 002, The Face-Eating Incident, Part 2. In a fleeting moment between life and death, a grotesque figure lunged at Li Nan, saliva dripping from its mouth in a manner incomprehensible to ordinary minds. With a resounding thud, a heavy object struck, causing Li Nan's heart to skip a beat. Was there still a glimmer of hope? Just as uncertainty clouded his thoughts, he sensed the grip binding him loosening, and an exclamation escaped his lips. Heaven is not forsaking me. A wave of joy surged within him as he opened his eyes to behold a fearsome visage hovering near his ear, sending a shiver down his spine. Though the red-eyed brute had relaxed its hold, it remained poised to strike, its mouth twisted in a grotesque snarl, teeth bared, and foul saliva oozing forth, drenching Li Nan's face. The sight was appalling, and the brute's disregard for hygiene was beyond comprehension. Yet, in that moment, as Li Nan's gaze shifted back, he felt a flicker of hope. The earlier sound of impact had indeed been a heavy blow to his head, but he remained unscathed. Behind the red-eyed man stood an elderly gentleman with shockingly white hair, wielding a slender cane of fragrant wood, its handle shaped like a dragon's head, hovering ominously above the brute's head. "I shall teach you to bully others." The old man muttered incessantly, yet his cane remained suspended, revealing his inherently kind nature. However, upon witnessing the brute's malevolent expression, the old man's countenance darkened considerably. The brute, distracted by the elderly figure, abandoned its prey, Li Nan, and turned its attention. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nan straightened himself, feeling as if a concussion had never occurred. Yet, as he prepared to flee, he noticed the elderly man trembling, his cane clattering to the ground. The vibrant sounds of music reverberated from the square, while the nearby sidewalk lay nearly deserted, as if the perilous situation had drawn no attention from others. Gritting his teeth, Li Nan dashed toward the red-eyed brute, delivering a powerful kick to its midsection. He paid no heed to whether the brute was alive or dead. He understood the principle of striking at the most vulnerable spots. "Old man, run," he shouted, following up with a second kick aimed at the brute's rear. The elderly gentleman, lacking the courage he had shown moments before, slowly began to regain his composure only upon hearing Li Nan's urgent calls. The old man, unsteady on his feet, moved with great difficulty, hindered by the cane he required for support. Just then, the red-eyed brute turned, its gaze landing on Li Nan, snarling in rage as it sought to overpower him. Realizing he could not best the brute in a fight, Li Nan made the decision to flee. He could not retreat toward the elderly man, and the crowded square was out of the question, so he sprinted toward the sidewalk. As fate would have it, the once empty sidewalk was suddenly teeming with people. Witnessing the chaos, citizens began to panic, crying out, "Someone's being attacked. It's a riot. Catch the thief." Li Nan, now hoarse from shouting, saw the brute plunge into the crowd, momentarily losing sight of him amidst the chaos. But then, it seized a small girl, saliva dripping from its jaws. "Lily, my Lily," cried a frantic mother as she wept in the tumult, oblivious to the frantic crowd around her. The girl, terrified and trembling, did not struggle, paralyzed by fear. Exhausted, Li Nan paused for a breath and noticed the red-eyed brute had found another target, a 7- or 8-year-old girl. Though trained as a doctor, accustomed to life and death, Li Nan found himself deeply affected by the sight of a flower yet to bloom, facing imminent demise. He hesitated, pondering whether to intervene. "Enough. I must act," he resolved, pushing against the flow of people toward the brute, removing his jacket, balling it up, and throwing it at the creature. As he threw, his gaze fell upon a lifeless body sprawled on the ground behind the brute, trembling briefly before becoming rigid as iron, a corpse, its features unrecognizable. Reduced to a mass of mangled flesh, Li Nan's heart sank. He recognized the fallen figure as the elderly gentleman who had bravely intervened moments earlier. In one breath, the man had wielded his cane, and in the next, he had become a cold, lifeless shell. Even years of socialist education could not suppress the fury that ignited within Li Nan. "Curse it all," he bellowed, flinging his jacket with all his might. The red-eyed brute, momentarily enraged, hesitated, unwilling to relinquish its prey. Li Nan, seething, glanced around but found no weapon or advantage. He knew he could not match the brute in hand-to-hand combat. "Will I simply retreat?" Such was not the nature of a northern man. With a fierce shout, Li Nan prepared to unleash another flying kick. But then he noticed a woman in her 30s nearby, wielding a fire axe, seemingly ready to confront the brute. It dawned on him that this woman was the small girl's mother, ready to do anything to save her child. With renewed determination, Li Nan dashed toward the young mother. Though she initially tensed at the sight of a man rushing toward her, she quickly realized his intentions were noble. In that moment, she felt hope as he seized the fire axe from her grasp. "You despicable thing, I know not from whence you crawled, daring to flaunt your wickedness here as if none would dare subdue you. May your ancestors for 18 generations be cursed." Li Nan seized the fire axe from the mother's grasp. With the weapon in hand, his courage surged. He mused that even if this fiend were a striped tiger, today, he, Li Nan, would cleave it as Wu Ergo once did. Wielding the axe, Li Nan charged towards the red-eyed brute, swinging it towards the lower body. Mindful of the little girl still in the fiend's grasp, Li Nan aimed for the brute's thigh. Sensing the attack, the red-eyed brute instinctively raised his left arm in defense, precisely into the path of the axe's blade. Seeing this, Li Nan angled the axe upwards, severing the arm cleanly at the shoulder. Undaunted by pain or loss of blood, the red-eyed brute, with a face drenched in human blood, turned his gaze upon Li Nan. The little girl, deprived of support, tumbled to the ground, tears streaming down her face, trembling uncontrollably. Li Nan, fire axe in hand, seethed with rage, a desire to kill burning within him. Yet, he knew that the entity before him could not be called human. It was a demon, a plague upon the world. Li Nan raised the axe, and with all his might, brought it down. Suddenly, police sirens wailed as dozens of armed officers emerged from their vehicles, advancing upon the street. "Raise your hands. You are surrounded," an officer shouted through a megaphone. Sensing the arrival of the police, Li Nan retreated, letting the axe fall to the ground to signal his harmless intent. Aware of the precariousness of the situation, where the police might resort to gunfire, Li Nan proactively sought to safeguard himself. The red-eyed brute, heedless of the police, reached for Li Nan, intent on satiating his hunger. However, the officers, having witnessed the human carnage, recognized the dire situation. A shot rang out, striking the brute in the chest. Undaunted, the red-eyed brute persisted in his rampage, prompting a second and a third shot. Driven by animal instinct, the brute, though seemingly unaffected by the bullets, withdrew his hands from Li Nan and fled. "Hold your fire. Ensure the safety of the little girl and the young man." "Yes, Captain," an officer responded, relaying the instructions to his colleagues via radio. The officer, addressed as Captain, frowned, already attempting to categorize the incident. Was it a violent brawl turned deadly, or an act of insurrection by insurgents from the north? The captain, visibly troubled, realized that the red-eyed brute defied gunfire and the authority of the police. It was clear that this was a major case, one that his small precinct could scarcely contain. It was imperative to seek assistance from higher authorities. As Li Nan watched the fallen little girl, a wave of helplessness washed over him, and he collapsed to the ground. A contingent of officers pursued the fleeing red-eyed brute, while an ambulance arrived to transport Li Nan and the little girl. A medic, after a cursory examination of Li Nan's injuries, declared the patient has suffered a head injury, likely from blunt force trauma, exhibiting symptoms of a concussion. He needs immediate medical attention. The medic, having completed his assessment, noticed Li Nan's appearance and muttered in surprise, "It's him?" The assault at North Garden Square became a sensation, and the city's television station swiftly seized upon it, initiating live news coverage. At 8 o'clock that evening, the News Around Us program commenced promptly. "Greetings, I am your host, Shall We. Welcome to tonight's program." As we all know, Jiangbei City has long been celebrated as a safe haven. However, tonight, a heinous crime has unfolded within our city, and its impact is deeply disturbing. The scene shifted to a live video feed, where a reporter, positioned outside the yellow police tape, interviewed several local residents. The entire assault was horrifying. A 34-year-old man, eyes bloodshot, raged like a madman, attacking and biting people as if he were devouring them. A young man recounted vividly to the camera the events of 2 hours prior. The field reporter, observing the interviewee's emotional distress, redirected the microphone and stated, "Around 6 o'clock this evening, a face-eating incident occurred at North Garden Square. A man, seemingly deranged, ran amok, injuring 3 individuals, all of whom suffered savage facial mutilation. The event has caused widespread panic among the populace. After deploying a significant portion of Jiangbei City's police force, and considering the suspect's resistance to arrest and extreme danger, the police have neutralized him. The specifics of the case are still under investigation." The director switched the scene back to the studio, where Shall We, with a solemn expression, declared, "In June 2012, a face-eating incident in Miami, USA, shocked the world. The events in Jiangbei City bear a chilling resemblance. Is this a case of a criminal's psychological derangement leading to madness, or are there hidden secrets lurking behind the scenes? Our program will continue to monitor this case. Thank you for watching." As Shall We exited the studio, she sighed softly, appearing weary. An assistant remarked, "You've been working too hard lately. You should rest." "I can rest, but the program cannot. It's unavoidable. I can't let up on work." Shall We took a deep breath and regained her usual composure. The assistant smiled and said, "Shall We has always been this dedicated. Everyone at the station knows. But the work belongs to the public, while your body belongs to you. Take care." After finishing, she turned into another studio to organize materials and scripts. After her assistant left, Shall We reviewed the news script in her hand. News programs cannot allow hosts to speak off the cuff, so whether it's a national news broadcast or a local news program, the host always has a stack of scripts to read from. The script in Shall We's hand detailed the events of the North Garden Square face-eating incident, with many details that made the Jiangbei City television star feel uneasy. However, adhering to the rigorous standards of news programming, Shall We did not disclose some of the details to the public, but she still believed in their authenticity. Shall We took out her phone, dialed a number, and asked, "Wang Bo, you were at the scene earlier. You said someone fought with the criminal. What's his name?" Hearing Shall We's voice, Wang Bo was overjoyed. But realizing it was about work, he suppressed his excitement and said, "Some of the surrounding citizens recognized him. His name is Li Nan. He was injured and taken to Jiangbei City First Hospital." Oh, then, there was a beep, and Wang Bo felt a sense of loss. At Jiangbei City First Hospital, several ambulances arrived, and a group of medical personnel rushed forward. The North Garden Square incident had spread widely, and Jiangbei City First Hospital, as the nearest medical facility, naturally had an inescapable responsibility. Therefore, the hospital urgently recalled several attending physicians who had already left work, as if facing a major enemy. A nurse supported a stretcher and hurried towards the emergency department. Seeing someone approaching, the nurse called out, "Is the neurologist Dr. Liu here?" "This is Li Nan from our department. He has a head injury and needs immediate attention." Li Nan's head hit the ground, and he had exhausted his strength and energy confronting the red-eyed brute. Therefore, he had fainted when the police approached, but it was not a major issue. At least his life should be safe. After being jostled for more than 10 minutes, Li Nan gradually opened his eyes, feeling the light was dazzling. After slightly turning his head, he saw two people in nurse uniforms beside him. Li Nan thought to himself, a moment ago, it was a biochemical crisis. How has it turned into cosplay now, or even a uniform temptation? Nurse Gao Shui, upon noticing that Li Nan had regained consciousness, abruptly ceased her conversation. As Li Nan's eyes adjusted to the light, he widened them in recognition of the nurse beside him and realized he was in the Jiabei First Hospital, where he had been interning. Gao Shui exclaimed with delight, "You're awake." Li Nan, realizing he was lying on a stretcher, attempted to rise but was halted by Gao Shui, who insisted, "You've been injured. Please refrain from moving. Dr. Liu from the neurology department will examine you shortly to ensure everything is fine." Li Nan offered an awkward smile. "I'm perfectly fine. It's just my head. A bit dizzy." Just as he attempted to sit up, a wave of dizziness washed over him, under Gao Shui's insistence. He complied and remained on the stretcher as he was taken to see Dr. Liu. There are no hallucinations present, merely a brief loss of consciousness. The patient shows no aversion to light or sound. Based on my observations, there are no severe injuries to the brain. The current symptoms indicate a mild concussion. However, I recommend a CT scan of the head, Dr. Liu stated, methodically. As a medical student himself, Li Nan had some understanding of neurology. But he was confident in his condition. A mild concussion could be remedied by consuming more walnuts. He opted against the CT scan, choosing instead to have Gao Shui tend to a scrape on his hand before heading to his night shift. "Did old Wang get angry because I wasn't on time?" Li Nan inquired, prompting a laugh from Gao Shui, who accidentally pressed the disinfectant swab against his wound, causing him to wince. With old Wang's temper, she can ignite herself in dry weather. Do you think she was angry? Old Wang was the head of the pharmacy department, a woman in her 50s. Divorced for many years and currently experiencing menopause, a veritable tigress who would snap at anyone. In truth, the pharmacy department's workload was not particularly heavy, involving tasks such as medication record-keeping and distribution. Both Li Nan and Gao Shui were part of this department, with Li Nan being an intern who rotated through various specialties, including proctology, urology, and even obstetrics and gynecology. Recently, he had been reassigned to the pharmacy department. While the work there was relatively light, old Wang's temperament made it a daunting environment, which was why Li Nan was cautious about being late for his night shift. Given the department's tranquility, Gao Shui had been temporarily assigned to an ambulance. Despite her encouragement, Li Nan still felt apprehensive about facing old Wang and suggested, "Why don't you arrange for me to have a sickbed? I could just hide out for the night." Gao Shui, having graduated from nursing school just 6 months prior and being of similar age to Li Nan, had developed a friendly rapport with him and was inclined to be close. "You have injuries. There is a valid reason for your absence. Old Wang can hardly reprimand you for that. Besides, resting in the hospital for a night wouldn't hurt, right?" After saying this, Gao Shui couldn't help but chuckle. "Look at how well I wrapped your wounds." Li Nan glanced down and could only manage a wry smile as he saw his hands had been bandaged into what resembled 2 butterflies. "You were injured over at Beiyuan Square. What exactly happened there?" Gao Shui's curiosity was piqued after finishing the bandaging. Li Nan recalled the scene from the square, shivering slightly. Lost in thought, noticing his silence, Gao Shui asked, "Could it be that those rumors about a biochemical crisis are true?" "A biochemical crisis? Is that supposed to mean zombies?" Li Nan thought, incredulous. "That is impossible. Such things are mere fabrications from movies and games. How could there be zombies in reality?" He pondered, seeking clarity on the events of the evening. Yet, if those entities were not zombies, what could they be that exhibited no vital signs yet moved freely? His mind was a chaotic whirl, grappling with notions he found difficult to comprehend. After much internal conflict, he leaned toward the idea that it was a novel illness, an unprecedented ailment. Li Nan's mumblings in Gao Shui's ears only served to confirm the external rumors, causing her to tense up. When he finally emerged from his ruminations and noticed Gao Shui's unusual reaction, he chuckled. The world didn't end in 2012. How could there be zombies in 2014? "Do you think we're reading a sci-fi novel?" Gao Shui laughed in response. "We're medical students. Even if zombies were to besiege us, we would fear them with our scalpels in hand." Having previously passed surgical instruments to others in the operating room, Li Nan found humor in the situation. His gaze drifted and, without intention, landed on Gao Shui's face, fair and lively, with large eyes that captivated him, rendering him momentarily entranced. Gao Shui noticed Li Nan's gaze, and a flush crept over her cheeks as she felt his hands inching toward hers. In the corridor outside the emergency room of Jiabei Hospital, no one observed the subtle exchange between the patient and the nurse. However, Gao Shui felt a strange force urging her to avoid Li Nan's gaze, even as her heart whispered not to shy away from his touch. Women are indeed peculiar beings. Just as Li Nan was on the verge of taking her hand, several police officers appeared abruptly outside the emergency room, and one inquired, "Which one of you is Li Nan, Who was just brought in? Why do the police always ruin the moment? Li Nan retracted his outstretched hand, reluctantly pulling back his longing gaze before responding, I am Li Nan. Chapter 004. The television anchor Li Nan was ushered into a police vehicle, where one officer wasted no time in asking, Li Nan, do you recognize this person? A photograph was thrust before him. After a moment of contemplation, Li Nan replied, Isn't this the person who assaulted others tonight? Although his head has been blown apart. I recognize that teal polyester short-sleeve shirt. The police officer chuckled, since you've identified him, it's time for you to come clean. This statement left Li Nan bewildered. Feeling as though he were a monk unable to grasp the meaning of his own predicament. Come clean about what? I'm not a suspect. Why should I have anything to confess? The police van was quite spacious, with Li Nan seated in the back, flanked by an officer beside him and another position behind. The atmosphere inside the vehicle grew increasingly tense, and before the officer who had questioned him could speak again, the one behind him interjected. We suspect you have intricate connections to the violent incident that occurred at Baiyuan Square tonight, so please be forthcoming. Li Nan's jaw dropped in disbelief. Finding the situation absurd, I don't know that person. I merely bumped into him at Baiyuan Square, and then he went berserk, attacking anyone in sight. What does that have to do with me? If I hadn't been quick on my feet, I'd probably be lying in the morgue right now. How is this my fault? I'm a victim here, for goodness sake. The officer behind him leaned forward, skeptical. So, you collided with him, and he suddenly went mad? Who would believe that? At that moment, the officer beside Li Nan spoke up, Xiao Wang, be quiet. Yes, Captain. The officer, referred to as Xiao Wang, immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, retreating into silence. I am Captain Han Guang of the Jiangbei Division. The man introduced himself, extending his right hand. The previous hostility seemed to dissipate, and Li Nan, finding it inappropriate to refuse, shook his hand. This captain appeared to be around 40, with a dark complexion and resolute eyes, clearly a person of competence. Li Nan defended himself. The collision with that man was purely coincidental. I am an intern doctor at Jiangbei First Hospital. You can verify this information. Han Guang smiled and said, I am aware of everything. I have also reviewed the surveillance footage near Baiyuan Square. It appears that you are without any issues. However, typically, when a boss begins with praise and then pivots to a but, it often signifies impending dismissal. The same applies to a girlfriend, who may suddenly announce a breakup. Thus, Han Guang's words carried a certain weight in Li Nan's ears. He noticed a change in Li Nan's expression, which was not one of guilt or evasion, but rather a manifestation of fear of the unknown. At this point, Han Guang had come to believe Li Nan's words. He slowed his speech and continued, Nevertheless, this case is exceptionally thorny. It is unprecedented in Jiangbei City. Although the perpetrator has been neutralized, the repercussions are severe. Various rumors have emerged regarding the Baiyuan Square incident, and as the individual involved, Mr. Li, your voice carries more authority. I hope you refrain from indulging in wild speculations and, even less, from echoing others' opinions. The common folk are most concerned with mundane matters and delight in idle chatter. Li Nan understood the deeper meaning behind Han Guang's statement and replied, All I know is that I almost lost my life tonight. This is not something to boast about. Han Guang smiled and said, All right, you may exit the vehicle. Tomorrow morning, please visit the Baiyuan precinct to give a statement. Once you complete your statement, you will have no further connection to this matter. The car door opened, and Li Nan departed, heading straight back to the hospital. Inside the van, someone inquired of Han Guang, Boss, tonight's case is anything but ordinary. It has already implicated the military. It's best for us to steer clear. Han Guang's expression grew serious, and he replied, Do you think I would willingly seek trouble? I am merely concerned that Jiangbei City may soon be devoid of peace. The person beside him, not fully grasping the situation, muttered, Even if the sky falls, it won't crush us. Han Guang's police vehicle was parked near Jiangbei Hospital, so when Li Nan disembarked, he quickly made his way back to Nurse Gao Shui. Earlier, Han Guang and his colleagues had mentioned they would take Li Nan to the police station for questioning. And although Gao Shui had been unable to prevent that, she was somewhat surprised to see Li Nan back so soon. Didn't they say they would take you to the station for a statement? Why are you back so quickly? Li Nan chuckled, Just look at the time. It's well past 10 in the evening. They've long since gone home to sleep, leaving no time for a mere commoner like me, so I returned. Gao Shui was delighted to see Li Nan back but still grumbled. If they had no time to take your statement, why bother interrupting you? Li Nan couldn't fathom why Han Guang had sought him out tonight. If it was merely to prevent him from gossiping, such a display of force seemed unnecessary. Unable to make sense of Han Guang's intentions and disinclined to ponder such mentally taxing matters, he said to Gao Shui, Please find me a bed. I shall stay as a patient tonight. Gao Shui teased, I see you're perfectly fine, yet you still want to feign illness. Li Nan dismissed her. Who says I'm unwell? Have you not seen the skin scraped off the back of my head? I feel dizzy just mentioning it. Gao Shui, startled by Li Nan's feigned faintness, immediately supported him and said, You need to get a CT scan. If you're frequently dizzy, it can't just be a mild concussion. Li Nan's ruse succeeded, and he chuckled, while Gao Shui realized she had been tricked and playfully raised her fist to lightly punch him, feigning anger. Li Nan relished the moment, laughing heartily, while Gao Shui, in mock frustration, declared, "I'll go find you a bed. A doctor sleeping in the hospital is not a good omen. Let us see if you can sleep your life away here." Just as Gao Shui turned to leave, a woman hurried into the hospital, inquiring at the front desk about Li Nan's room number. Unfortunately, due to the trivial nature of Li Nan's injuries, he had not warranted admission, and Gao Shui had only provided him with a favor due to their acquaintance. Such arrangements would not appear in the official records. The woman inquired around until she located Li Nan standing in the emergency corridor. "Hello, my name is Mo Xiaowei. Are you the Li Nan who was injured near Beiyuan Square tonight?" Li Nan nodded, confirming her inquiry, and Mo Xiaowei visibly relaxed, wiping a bead of sweat from her forehead. "Finding you was not easy. Do you have a moment? I would like to discuss the events that transpired tonight at Beiyuan Square." Mo Xiaowei scrutinized Li Nan, realizing that the information Wang Bo had provided was not entirely accurate. This man appeared to be largely unharmed. If not for the 2 butterflies tied to his wrists, she would have assumed he was completely unscathed. Li Nan remained impassive, prompting Mo Xiaowei to ask, "Is it inconvenient for you, Mr. Li?" After a brief hesitation, Li Nan replied decisively, "Not at all. It is quite convenient." Confronted with the star host of Jiangbei Television, Li Nan's previously lively demeanor dulled, yet he maintained composure enough not to reveal his inner turmoil. Mo Xiaowei noticed a stretcher beside Li Nan and asked, "Do you need to lie down? I have a few questions about the details of the incident at Beiyuan Square, which may take some time. If you are injured, lying down to recount would be acceptable. Actually, I work for Jiangbei Television." Li Nan suddenly smiled. "I know. You're the host of News Around Us. I watch that show regularly and quite enjoy it." Mo Xiaowei smiled in return, saying, "Since you are familiar with me and my program, that makes things easier. I was planning to show you my press credentials, but I seem to have forgotten them in my rush. Before becoming the star host, I was a reporter, and I still keep that role active." She deftly retrieved a recording pin from her bag, stating, "I need to record the following conversation. I hope you don't mind." Li Nan lay on the stretcher, positioned perfectly to view Mo Xiaowei's waist. Although her skirt only reached her knees from his vantage point, he couldn't help but admire her delicate, fair legs, regrettably obscured by the fabric. "Not at all. I completely don't mind," he replied insincerely. Mo Xiaowei leaned in slightly, waiting beside Li Nan's stretcher, and asked, "Mr. Li, were you near Beiyuan Square around 6 this evening?" Li Nan nodded, his gaze inadvertently drawn to her chest. Unable to look away, Mo Xiaowei seemed to notice his stare but attributed it to some flaw in her attire, adjusting her hair before reminding him, "Mr. Li." Abruptly, Li Nan snapped back to reality, chastising himself for his lewd thoughts, and resolutely redirected his gaze, asserting, "Tonight's heinous incident at Beiyuan Square is something I experienced firsthand. Please feel free to ask whatever you wish." Mo Xiaowei, intrigued, replied, "Then please, Mr. Li, elaborate on the events that unfolded at Beiyuan Square tonight." As a young man cultivated under over 2 decades of socialist education, Li Nan felt a profound sense of guilt over his base and vulgar tastes. Faced with the exquisite and refined goddess Mo Xiaowei, how could he possibly hold back? Chapter 005. The first basement level. After an exchange that lasted for several minutes, Li Nan finally spoke. At that time, a throng of police officers surged forward, and I discarded the fire axe I was holding, only to faint from exhaustion. I have no idea if that little girl was harmed. Of course, in Li Nan's account, he embellished his own heroics, seeking to impress Mo Xiaowei. Just moments ago, he had been teasing Gao Shui, and now he was flirting with Mo Xiaowei. While a man's flirtatious nature may be inherent, Li Nan's rapid change of demeanor seemed a tad excessive. Mo Xiaowei stood before Li Nan's stretcher, listening intently, and interjected, "Is that all?" Li Nan nodded. "After I fainted, I lost all awareness. When I awoke, I found myself in this hospital. Is there an issue?" Mo Xiaowei furrowed her brow. "So you did not witness the perpetrator being shot dead by the police?" Li Nan was puzzled by her question, but replied, "I did not see it. I know nothing of what transpired afterward, yet the police claimed that the individual was shot dead. Could that be false?" Mo Xiaowei did not confirm or deny, but abruptly switched off her voice recorder, murmuring, "Yet some assert with certainty that you witnessed it." Upon hearing this, Li Nan felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "Who said that?" Mo Xiaowei replied, "Captain Han Guang of the Jiangbei City Police Department." Li Nan's mind jolted as he recalled Han Guang's words in the police car. It became clear that the trap was set here. His expression darkened, and he forced a smile. "Miss Mo, I seem to have suffered a concussion, so my memory may be a bit hazy. I now recall that I did indeed see the criminal shot dead by the police, right before my eyes. It was a gruesome sight." Mo Xiaowei remained noncommittal, asking, "Do you remember who fired the shot? Was it Han Guang?" Li Nan felt a wave of frustration. Although he could not fathom why Han Guang would lie, he found himself compelled to weave this falsehood into a coherent narrative. "It was Han Guang who fired the shot. I remember now, it was definitely him." His thoughts danced along the lines of Mo Xiaowei's insinuations, and in response to her inquiry, he merely echoed her sentiments. Uncertain of how Han Guang had communicated the events to the public, Mo Xiaowei smiled knowingly. "Mr. Li, you ought to ponder this carefully. A headshot like that could only be executed by a marksman. Are you certain it was Han Guang who fired?" Li Nan recognized the logical implications of her statement and realized that Han Guang could not possess such skill. He adamantly denied, "I've just recalled it. It was a sniper concealed nearby who fired, certainly not Han Guang." Mo Xiaoyi's laughter erupted as she exclaimed, "It seems that what Han Guang said was a fabrication. You clearly did not witness the criminal's demise. Am I wrong?" Li Nan felt that despite his contradictions, he was still maintaining a semblance of logic. Mo Xiaoyi lifted her gaze, scanning the surroundings, and noticed the hour was late. The corridor was deserted, leaving only her and Li Nan on the stretcher. "You are partially correct. While I harbor doubts about whether that criminal was indeed shot dead, you are mistaken in one regard. If he was killed, it would certainly have been Han Guang's doing. His marksmanship is unparalleled in Jiangbei City. Not even military snipers could compare." Li Nan was taken aback. "Is he truly that formidable?" Mo Xiaoyi affirmed, then added, "Clearly, Han Guang is deliberately lying, and to ensure societal acceptance of the news regarding the criminal's death, he has woven you into his falsehood. Yet, you have been exposed by me." Gazing at Mo Xiaoyi's serious demeanor, Li Nan could not help but inquire, "Is this a lie?" "I sense it is not. Although I am still in the hospital, I can already surmise what is unfolding outside. The incident at Baiyuan Square is evidently far more complex than it appears, and a wave of panic is spreading among the populace, easily destabilizing society. In light of this, the police's claim that the criminal was shot dead seems an attempt to mitigate the adverse impact. If this too is a lie, then it is merely a benevolent one." Mo Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled as she queried, "Are you a medical student or a comedian? So articulate are you?" Li Nan chuckled, "I frequently watch your shows. I suppose I've absorbed some of it." Mo Xiaoyi laughed in turn. "Now, let me ask you some specific details, disregarding whether the criminal was shot. My colleagues reported from the scene that the perpetrator had crimson eyes, was oblivious to the pain of having an arm severed, and bled not blood but a viscous black liquid. Is this true?" At this, Li Nan felt a tightening in his chest and hastily deflected. "I can hardly recall those details, but logically speaking, I suspect they are false. When a person is agitated or afflicted by a skin disease, their eyes may redden. As for being pain-free, that only occurs if one is anesthetized or has nerve blockages. Yet that criminal was agile and had attacked several people, making such conditions impossible. The notion of not bleeding but exuding a black liquid is sheer fantasy. Who would believe such absurdity? But I do." Mo Xiaoyi fixed her gaze on Li Nan's face. Pressing on, "Have you heard the tales of zombies?" Li Nan shook his head. "Those are fictional narratives, entirely implausible in reality." Mo Xiaoyi countered, "Before Apollo, who would have imagined humanity could land on the moon? Before the pandemic, who would have thought Ebola could claim thousands of lives? Nothing is impossible." Li Nan was taken aback by her words, astonished to discover that beneath Mo Xiaoyi's stunning exterior lay a heart steeped in dialectical idealism, and quite radical at that. After a pause, he responded, "What leads you to such thoughts?" Mo Xiaoyi replied, "I have no rationale, merely a woman's intuition." Unable to contain himself, Li Nan burst into laughter. "Just intuition, yet you argue your point with conviction. I nearly fell for your persuasion." As Li Nan laughed, he caught sight of Gao Shui approaching. The hour had crept close to 11 at night, and the hospital was nearly empty. The individuals who had accompanied Li Nan earlier had been properly settled, some in wards, others in the morgue. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. Upon rounding the corner, Gao Shui glimpsed Li Nan on the stretcher, engaged in conversation with a woman, their interaction seemingly intimate. Gao Shui held a cup of warm water, intended for Li Nan. But upon realizing he had been socializing with a beautiful woman in her absence, she felt an unexpected surge of anger. The cup slipped from her grasp, shattering on the floor, as she stormed away in a huff. Seeing Gao Shui's furious display, Li Nan inwardly lamented the situation. He quickly descended from the stretcher and addressed Mo Xiaoyi, "I apologize, but I have some personal matters to attend to, and it is getting late. You should head back. If you wish to discuss the Baiyuan Square incident further, feel free to find me tomorrow." With that, he hastily followed after Gao Shui, disappearing down the corridor. Mo Xiaoyi did not notice Nurse Gao Shui, and thus remained oblivious to Li Nan's true intentions. However, as time passed, she realized it was getting late, and lingering any longer might lead to an awkward situation, prompting her to leave with a sense of reluctance. Mo Xiaoyi was indeed beautiful, likely in her mid-20s, exuding an aura of youthful intelligence akin to a goddess. Any man would struggle to divert his gaze from her, and Li Nan was no exception. Yet, in comparison to Mo Xiaoyi, it was evident that Gao Shui was the woman Li Nan ought to cherish more. A wise saying goes, in dreams, she is a goddess. By the bedside, she is a wife, emphasizing that dreams should not taint reality. Thus, Li Nan sought to pursue Gao Shui, intending to clarify matters. While his earlier flirtation with Mo Xiaoyi was merely a fleeting whim of male mischief, not to be taken seriously, the corridor was devoid of any figures. And as Mo Xiaoyi glanced around, she noted the eerie emptiness, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Hospitals, whether due to psychological factors or other reasons, often evoke an oppressive atmosphere. And Mo Xiaoyi was no exception. When she had inquired about matters with Li Nan, she had not been attentive to her surroundings, but now that he had departed, a sense of unease settled within her. She resolved to leave promptly. Mo shall we thought to herself as she exited to the right. She was situated on the 4th floor near the emergency room, and descending would take a couple of minutes. She had come from the direction Li Nan had left. Yet upon a fleeting glance, she spotted a staircase to her right. Opting for the nearest route, she chose not to retrace her steps. Several paces down the corridor, she encountered a tightly shut yellow wooden door. As she approached and gently knocked, the door creaked open. The dim yellow light of the staircase did not evoke suspicion. She simply wished to exit the hospital quickly, prompting her to quicken her pace. The sound of her high heels echoed against the staircase, reverberating through the hall. Mo shall we chuckled softly to herself, pondering, am I being overly anxious? Why do I feel so paranoid? She relaxed her brow and attempted to slow her hurried steps to calm her nerves. How many flights have I descended? She wondered, her feet continuing to move. She assumed she could not exit until she reached the bottom, yet in reality, she had already descended to the basement level of Jiangbei City First Hospital. The underground structure of the hospital was hardly a welcoming place, and as Mo shall we began to sense something amiss, her legs trembled uncontrollably. The further she descended, the more she felt a chilling presence enveloping her, akin to stepping into a cold storage room. As her unease mounted, her calves began to cramp, and she realized the staircase did not lead outside. Recalling the number of steps she had taken, it became evident she had already descended 3 floors. Was she now underground? The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and an indescribable emotion washed over her. Logically, upon recognizing the strangeness of her situation, she should have turned back immediately. Yet, Mo shall we hesitated, for above her, the dim yellow light continued to illuminate a steel door. Despite her fear, curiosity compelled her to investigate. The corridor, aside from the biting cold, seemed devoid of anything else, prompting her to steady her nerves and approach the door. To her touch, it felt unnaturally cold. The door, swaying under the light, appeared not to be iron, but rather steel, and bore a rusty keyhole at its center. Feeling the penetrating chill, Mo shall we murmured, "This door can't possibly lead to a morgue, can it?" Her thoughts wandered as her palm caressed the steel door. The earlier chill she had sensed suddenly made sense. It emanated from behind this door. With this realization, she felt slightly more at ease. Surely, no hospital would be without a morgue, and it was only logical for such a facility to be situated underground. With this understanding, Mo shall we found solace. Fear is often merely a byproduct of atmosphere. Knowing that the steel door concealed only lifeless bodies alleviated her terror. Encountering a corpse would not inherently instill fear. Rather, it is the subconscious suggestions that evoke dread, like a contorted face or a body in motion. A serene corpse resembles a dead animal, albeit such thoughts tread the line of irreverence. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the staircase continued downward, yet she had no desire to proceed further. With her initial unease now explained, she resolved to ascend, for the morgue was hardly a place of amusement. Mo shall we turned, casting a glance at the dim yellow light above, and remarked to herself, suspicion breeds paranoia. If one harbors no ghosts, then there are none in this world. With clarity now reigning in her mind, she quickened her pace to retrace her steps. After taking only a few strides, an unusual sound echoed behind her, causing her to whirl around, yet she found nothing amiss. What was that? Mo shall we's heart raced as she discerned the absence of any presence. Only her elongated shadow cast by the light. Drawing from her previous experience, she dismissed any notions of the supernatural, attributing the sound to a mouse or some small creature. Unperturbed, she focused on hastening her return, only for the sound to resurface as she stepped onto the next stair. A dull thud resonated behind her, seemingly powerful yet muffled. Mo shall we distinctly heard it, and turned to look, yet still found nothing. Could it be an illusion? The temperature hovered around freezing, and clad in light attire. Mo shall we struggled against the biting chill, leading her to sneeze. As she bent slightly, exhaling a heavy cloud of breath, she suddenly heard another noise nearby. If the previous sounds were merely figments of her anxious mind, this third sound was undeniably real and emanated directly before her. At this moment, what lay before Mo shall we? A massive door of indeterminate material, let us call it an iron door, and a winding staircase descending into darkness. The corridor felt as if encased in concrete, leaving her to ponder where an animal could possibly conceal itself. The lights in the corridor were motion-activated, illuminating only the immediate space around her. Below the staircase lay an unfathomable abyss of darkness, while the upper staircase was locked away in obscurity. Thus, Mo shall we hesitated, her mind racing with interpretations of the bizarre occurrences unfolding. When the fourth sound erupted, her gaze fixated on the imposing iron door, her voice trembling with fear. The sound is coming from behind the door. Just as she uttered these words, the light above her dimmed abruptly, plunging the corridor into darkness. Mo shall we, feeling like a frightened child, collapsed to the ground, her legs weakened and unable to support her frail frame. As Mo shall we collapsed, the voice-activated lights above flickered to life. Though the illumination lasted mere seconds, it felt to Mo shall we as if an eternity had passed, stretching from the beginning of the year to its end. Fear and horror surged within her. Her nerves could no longer withstand the onslaught of stimuli, for the situation before her defied explanation. Fear is humanity's instinctive rejection and evasion of the unknown, and its roots lie deeply entrenched in uncertainty. The inability to comprehend the circumstances sent shivers down her spine, leading her thoughts to spiral into the realms of the supernatural. The accumulated weight of these thoughts pushed Imo Xiaohui to the brink of despair. The sounds undoubtedly emanated from behind the iron door, which, she knew, concealed only the dead within the morgue. How could there be any living creature to produce such unsettling noises? Imo Xiaohui repeatedly replayed her descent down the staircase in her mind. Yet she could find no rational explanation for the bizarre events unfolding before her. Could it be that someone had risen from the dead? At this thought, the strange sounds from behind the door grew more frantic and louder, and in Imo Xiaohui's eyes, the iron door appeared to tremble, as if on the verge of swinging open at any moment. Lying on the ground, Imo Xiaohui stared blankly at the swaying door, her expression one of distress. Above her, the row of voice-activated lights flickered to full brightness in response to the cacophony, illuminating the staircase in a sudden blaze of light. Blinded by the brightness, Imo Xiaohui sprang to her feet and fled upward without a backward glance, while behind her, the iron door bore unmistakable imprints of human hands, as if someone had been pounding against it. In a frenzy, Imo Xiaohui raced back up the stairs, her high heels abandoned in her haste. Driven by primal instinct, she gathered every ounce of her strength to escape. Uncertain of what lurked behind the iron door and lacking the courage to look back, she could only run wildly, seeking to leave her terror behind. Suddenly, she perceived something strange before her, her throat constricting in panic. At that moment, a face appeared, resembling something out of a nightmare. Imo Xiaohui's taut nerves could withstand no more. She fainted on the spot. Meanwhile, Gao Shui, witnessing the seemingly intimate interaction between Li Nan and Imo Xiaohui, stormed away in anger. Li Nan hurried after her to explain, but after 2 floors, he realized that Gao Shui had likely returned to the pharmacy where old Wang was stationed. Sighing, he decided to wait until tomorrow to apologize to her. Men often shy away from certain tasks, as they can easily go awry. Yet, they also find themselves in situations that yield abundant rewards. However, Li Nan dared not imagine a life akin to Wei Xiaobao's, for he was an ordinary man without grand dreams to pursue. Thus, he cherished Gao Shui deeply. But in the presence of Wang Laohu, he knew he would have to wait until tomorrow to clarify matters with her, as thoughts of Gao Shui's anger weighed on him. And with the night's patient beds now rendered useless, Li Nan couldn't help but lower his head and meander back to the corridor outside the emergency department. He noticed the yellow wooden door on the right wide open, and, suspecting trouble since he had not seen Imo Xiaohui along the way, he dashed through the door. As expected, after descending 5 or 6 steps, he heard the sound of high heels clicking below. At that moment, he held a flashlight of unknown origin, its beam blinding. However, in a moment of clumsiness, he dropped it. Just then, Imo Xiaohui, having rounded a corner, suddenly encountered the blinding light and nearly fainted from fear. Quick to react, Li Nan caught her just before she hit the ground. Upon inspection, he found her merely startled, with no significant harm done. Cradling the beautiful woman in his arms, Li Nan felt a rush of emotions. Yet upon seeing Imo Xiaohui's disheveled appearance, one shoe lost, her feet scraped, and hair in disarray, he couldn't help but jest. How is it that the typically elegant and aloof beauty on television appears so disheveled now? You seem even more charming in this state after fainting. Li Nan's playful tone quickly shifted as he realized the gravity of the situation. He focused on Imo Xiaohui, pressing on her acupoint to rouse her from her stupor. After a few attempts, she coughed and slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 007. The dark green truck. Upon awakening, Imo Xiaohui was startled to find Li Nan beside her. How could this be? She murmured in disbelief. Li Nan smiled. Why wouldn't it be? Imo Xiaohui glanced around, recognizing her surroundings. She lay on a stretcher in the emergency department corridor, while Li Nan leaned in, examining her injuries. It was a scene reminiscent of her earlier inquiries to him, but with a significant role reversal. As she pondered this, an unexpected sense of amusement washed over her, momentarily overshadowing the earlier strangeness. Interesting, isn't it? Li Nan remarked, observing her wide, expressive eyes. You've sustained a minor injury to your foot. A bit of Yunnan Baya will suffice. However, I must admit, I am no expert in treating psychological trauma, so I cannot address the fright you experienced. His words triggered memories of her eerie encounter in the corridor, causing Imo Xiaohui's smile to fade. I encountered a ghost in the hallway. Do you believe me? Li Nan chuckled. The staircase there leads to the morgue. It's not surprising to see a ghost at this hour. But what prompted you to go down that way? Knowing Li Nan was skeptical, Imo Xiaohui vividly recounted her experiences, yet he remained unconvinced. You previously asked me whether I believed in zombies. Now you're asking about ghosts. How should I respond? Turning on her side, Imo Xiaohui faced Li Nan and spoke softly. The existence of ghosts is debatable, but perhaps my recent encounter supports my earlier assertion that zombies are real. How else can you explain the sounds I heard coming from the morgue? Li Nan replied. The staircase you descended was designed impractically and later abandoned. The large iron door you encountered has long been sealed. It's not surprising that rodents or cockroaches could be the source of the noises you heard. Mo Xiaohui chose not to argue further about this point and instead asked, if that staircase has been abandoned, why did the yellow wooden door open easily? Shouldn't it have been locked? Li Nan chuckled. There was a sign, but it's likely been removed by the cleaning staff tonight. As for the lack of a lock, perhaps the hospital wanted to save on the cost of a padlock to fund medical infrastructure. Mo Xiaohui laughed, her earlier distress forgotten. You really have a way with words. Li Nan scratched his head. I've treated your foot. How does my bandaging look? Having lost a shoe during her frantic escape, Mo Xiaohui noticed the bandaging around her left foot. Thank you, she said gratefully. Li Nan displayed no trace of embarrassment and audaciously proposed, it's quite late now. And you have an injury on your foot. Allow me the honor of escorting you home. Mo Xiaohui hesitated momentarily before acquiescing with a soft, melodious all right, which resonated delightfully in Li Nan's ears. She had come to Jianbei Hospital intending to inquire about certain details regarding the Beiyuan Square incident. But fate had thrust her into a harrowing experience at the hospital, leading her to seek the company of a man she had known for mere hours. This twist of events felt almost theatrical. Li Nan, embodying the essence of a gallant hero, seemed entirely unfazed by the concussion he had suffered, as he gently supported Mo Xiaohui's frame down from the stretcher. One of her high heels had been left behind in the abandoned corridor, and with her left foot injured and bandaged, walking was impractical. At that moment, Li Nan gallantly offered, let me carry you. The stars, the right place, and the right time seemed to conspire in his favor, leaving Mo Xiaohui with little choice unless she wished to spend the night at the hospital. Observing Li Nan's earnest expression, she mused to herself that he was genuinely sincere. Perhaps it was her own thoughts that had strayed. As the celebrated star of Jianbei television, Mo Xiaohui had long been regarded as the epitome of intelligence and beauty. Though many admired her, few dared to express their feelings, partly due to her discerning standards and partly because most men felt inadequate in her presence. Thus, Li Nan's proposition was quite astonishing to her. She had never before been escorted home by a man. It appears I have no other choices, she quipped, attempting to mask a flicker of delight in her heart. Where is your home? I shall escort you back. Once Mo Xiaohui stepped down from the stretcher, she flicked her right foot, discarding the remaining high heel, and replied, it's over by Binjiang Avenue. Li Nan couldn't help but feel a twinge of disbelief. The disparity between their worlds was stark. Binjiang Avenue was prime real estate, while he was merely a tenant in the modest Beiyuan community. A woman of such stature, perhaps it's best I don't meddle, he thought, though he voiced differently. Miss Mo, that's quite a distance, and at this hour, hailing a cab may prove futile. Why not come to my place? It's only a 10-minute walk from Beiyuan. Mo Xiaohui retorted. Going to your home would be akin to walking into the lion's den. Li Nan relished the gentle slap she gave him, secretly enjoying the playful banter. There was no harm in teasing a beauty, after all. In her mind, Mo Xiaohui found it difficult to maintain her guard around Li Nan. His past heroics and their shared age made him appear less like the typical, stuffy doctor, and she felt an unexpected camaraderie with him, conversing freely. As they descended the stairs, Li Nan jested, this is the way out of the hospital. Let us hope you don't wander into any more spider dens. Mo Xiaohui replied with mock indignation, I will never set foot in a hospital again. Li Nan leaned in closer, playfully asserting, whether it's a mild cold, a severe flu, premarital checkups, or childbirth, you can't escape hospitals. Thus, you're bound to me by extension. Upon hearing this, Mo Xiaohui's cheeks flushed. Faced with his blatant flirtation, she retorted, you're merely an intern. Perhaps you should save such declarations for when you become an attending physician. The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized it was not a rebuttal but rather an endorsement. Li Nan felt a warmth in his heart, pondering that had he not previously encountered Gao Shui, he might have been smitten by her words. Rest assured, I will become an attending physician. It's my ambition. He chuckled, tilting his head. We're almost out of the hospital. Let me check for a taxi outside. Mo Xiaohui's heart fluttered at his words. Perhaps he was truly a remarkable man. Upon exiting the hospital, Li Nan scanned the surroundings, but other than a few flickering streetlights, there was no sign of a taxi. He was resolute about not returning to Binjiang Avenue on foot, yet he lacked the means to keep pace with Mo Xiaohui, who seemed to glide effortlessly on his back. With a playful laugh at his evident anxiety, she teased, should I have mentioned that I drove here? Damn it, Li Nan exclaimed inwardly. If you had a car, why didn't you say so earlier? Were you toying with me? Mo Xiaohui laughed. You never asked. It's that red one in the parking lot. Following her direction, Li Nan spotted a striking red Lamborghini parked conspicuously in the lot. He couldn't help but wonder how a television host could afford such luxury while living on Binjiang Avenue. Had she perhaps been an affluent benefactor-esque kept daughter? The thought left him feeling disheartened. It was a shame for such a fine catch to be snatched away. Who est the cabbage and who est the pig? Mo Xiaohui inquired. Neither cabbage nor pig, Li Nan replied with a smile before heading towards the Lamborghini with her on his back. As they approached, he noticed a police van parked nearby, causing him to pause. What is going on? Is Han Guang inside? He felt a strange sensation, but kept his composure for Mo Xiaohui's sake. As he tried to circumvent the police vehicle, she noticed his hesitation, urging, we should go this way, it's the quickest route. With a wry smile, he complied and moved past the police van. As he neared, a figure emerged. greeting him with, "Mr. Li, we meet again." Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Han Guang, who remarked, "Are you on duty tonight? This is not a safe area at this hour." Li Nan was unaware of Han Guang's intentions. With Mo Xiaohui on his back, he felt compelled to maintain a strong demeanor, though it was merely a facade. Han Guang chuckled. "Well, I suppose you could say I am on duty. What brings you here?" Before he could finish, a blinding light from the main roads on either side of the hospital caught their attention, causing them to squint. Li Nan, half closing his eyes, heard the rumble of wheels and caught sight of several dark green military trucks approaching, their ominous presence palpable in the midnight air. Suddenly, two warm bodies pressed against Li Nan's back, causing a jolt of surprise within him. However, the current situation was evidently not conducive to daydreaming. Before him, countless figures leapt from the dozens of dark green trucks. In contrast to Li Nan and Mo Xiaohui's bewilderment, Han Guang remained remarkably composed. Could it be that Han Guang was behind this? Li Nan's confusion deepened, yet given the gravity of the situation, it was prudent to refrain from rash actions. Though the night was dim, the dazzling flicker of the headlights allowed Li Nan to discern several figures jumping from the vehicles, all clad in matching green camouflage uniforms. "Stand still, do not move," one voice commanded, a sniper rifle aimed at the parking lot. Mo Xiaohui sensed the oddity of the situation, but upon seeing the military attire, she shook her head in disbelief. Han Guang instinctively placed his hands behind his back and declared, "We mean no harm." Several rifles were pointed at them, and one soldier in camouflage separated three individuals for inspection, subsequently signaling to those behind him. At that moment, Li Nan gently set Mo Xiaohui down. She steadied herself on one foot, her left hand grasping his arm. "Did you come from Jiangbei Hospital?" the inspecting soldier inquired, having never encountered a military body search. Li Nan replied earnestly, "We just left the hospital and we're on our way home." The soldier remained stern. "Since you have just exited, it would not be a hassle to return." Mo Xiaohui, standing behind Li Nan, shouted in protest, but her cries fell on deaf ears. Li Nan was utterly perplexed. How could a mere city hospital warrant the attention of the military? Was it possible they were there due to the events at Beiyuan Square that night? Protectively, he placed Mo Xiaohui behind him. Even a smooth talker like Li Nan dared not jest in front of such disciplined soldiers. Hence he maintained a neutral expression and cooperated with the inspecting soldier. Once assured there was no threat, the soldier commanded, "You three, step back immediately to Jiangbei Hospital." Without hesitation, Han Guang turned and walked toward the hospital lobby. During the search, he had already revealed his identity as a police officer, but the soldier dismissed his authority, disarming him and barking orders. Li Nan and Mo Xiaohui, still in the dark, retraced their steps into the hospital lobby. Noticing Han Guang's awkward demeanor, Li Nan felt no connection to the unfolding events. As they entered the lobby of Jiangbei First Hospital, a rustling sound echoed behind them, clearly indicating a surge of people. The entire Jiangbei Hospital was swiftly taken over by the military, with no one permitted to enter or exit. It was precisely midnight, and as Li Nan surveyed the scene, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. In the presence of the soldiers, the hospital's security personnel were utterly ineffectual, all herded into the lobby, while a few doctors and nurses on duty looked on in terror. A man, his features chiseled like granite, confidently strode through the revolving door, addressing the frightened medical staff. From this night forth, Jiangbei First Hospital is under military control. No one is to enter or exit. We hope you all comply with this directive from higher authorities. In the chaotic night shift, there was clearly no one with the title of hospital director. The highest-ranking official present was the deputy director of the outpatient department. Deputy Director Liu stepped forward from the crowd, addressing the military leader. Jiangbei First Hospital is under the jurisdiction of the provincial health department. Is this arrangement truly appropriate? The military officer, maintaining a respectful demeanor, replied, "And you are?" "I am Liu Heping, the deputy director of the outpatient department," Liu stated. The officer chuckled heartily. "To be frank, the order to seal off your hospital did not originate from our Jiangbei military district. If you have objections, take them up with the central command. We are merely following orders. Until the relevant epidemic control personnel arrive, all operations at Jiangbei Hospital will continue as normal, but no one may leave, be they doctors or patients." Liu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing the futility of his position. The military's message was clear, and he had no choice but to retreat, his mind racing with confusion. The military's large-scale operation had already alarmed everyone in the hospital, and the lobby now swelled with nearly 100 individuals, clad in white coats or nurse uniforms. Li Nan and Mo Xiaohui squeezed into the crowd, observing their surroundings. No one had anticipated that such an incident would involve the military, while Han Guang seemed to find amusement in the chaos. "Do you know why the Jiangbei military district is here?" Li Nan pondered, but Mo Xiaohui shook her head in confusion. "Do you know?" Han Guang replied. "It relates to the incident at Beiyuan Square tonight." With so many people in the lobby, Mo Xiaohui felt embarrassed to ask Li Nan to carry her again. So she stood barefoot on the floor, oblivious to the chill. "Are you saying the Jiangbei military district is here because of that criminal from earlier? But he was already shot dead, so why the lockdown of Jiangbei Hospital?" Mo Xiaohui bombarded Li Nan with questions, leaving him in stunned silence. Han Guang's smile faded as he clarified, the suspect from Beiyuan is not dead. He was captured by the Jiangbei military district. Upon hearing this, Li Nan's eyes widened as realization dawned on him. That red-eyed individual was not killed. Your Jiangbei police only acted under the military's orders to placate public fear. This case, involving such a monstrous entity, has drawn the military into the fray, and they are likely concealing a significant truth. Han Guang remained taciturn, acknowledging, this case is indeed extraordinary. The red-eyed criminal exhibited resilience against gunfire, defying human limits, which is why it alarmed the Jiangbei military district. They dispatched an elite unit, supported by aerial surveillance, to apprehend the suspect. However, the situation has now spiraled beyond police control. Mo shall we exclaimed, that person is clearly a zombie. Han Guang struggled to define what the individual truly was, but it was certain he was no ordinary human. The current developments were evidently beyond anyone's control. Li Nan assimilated all the information, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. Perhaps Mo shall we was right. Such a being could only be classified as a zombie. After the military's capture of this so-called zombie, they recognized the severity of the situation, necessitating a lockdown of all locations and individuals associated with it. And Jiabei Hospital was precisely where patients from Beiyuan Square were being treated. If that red-eyed man was indeed a zombie, what would become of those bitten by it? As this thought crossed his mind, Li Nan felt a cold sweat soaking his back. He sprang forward like a coiled spring. At the entrance of the hospital lobby, a throng of soldiers in green camouflage surrounded them, weapons drawn, blocking any potential escape. These well-trained soldiers were cultivated as instruments of war, their skills and marksmanship far surpassing that of ordinary police officers. As a shadow suddenly burst forth from the crowd in the lobby, the soldiers' first instinct was not to restrain but to fire, their fingers poised on the triggers, ready to act. Commander, I have urgent information to share. When Li Nan entered, he noticed the officer's shoulder adorned with a horizontal stripe and 3 stars, indicating the rank of captain, which typically corresponds to that of a battalion commander. Thus, he called out. The man who had just spoken paused, asking, "Are you talking to me?" Although Li Nan had run quite swiftly, he halted about 8 or 9 meters from the battalion commander's position. At that moment, the commander waved his hand, signaling several soldiers behind him, preventing them from turning Li Nan into a target. However, they maintained their aim. Breathing heavily, Li Nan said, "I have something to discuss. May I have a moment?" The commander hesitated slightly. "My surname is Zhang Li. You are one of those who were just interrogated, correct?" Realizing his words did not inspire confidence in Commander Zhang, Li Nan stated, "My name is Li Nan. I am a witness to the Beiyuan Square incident, and I have some crucial information for you." Zhang scrutinized the man before him and smiled at those behind him, instructing, "You go and coordinate with Deputy Director Liu, ensuring that tonight's medical personnel or patients have not escaped. Li Nan, come with me." Amidst the crowd's gaze, Li Nan stepped out of the Jiangbei Hospital's entrance, feeling the refreshing breeze from outside. His nerves relaxed suddenly, and he paused. Zhang pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit one discreetly, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He then asked, "What do you wish to say?" Li Nan replied with urgency, "If what is lurking tonight is indeed a zombie, then the morgue beneath Jiangbei Hospital is certainly not at peace." Zhang's expression tightened abruptly. "What zombies? I suspect you've watched too many movies." Observing the change in Zhang's demeanor, Li Nan insisted, "Are you completely unaware of the events at Beiyuan Square tonight? If those entities are not zombies, then what are they?" Zhang's face was devoid of any excess flesh, marked only by cold lines, and he replied softly, "I do not know what they are. I have received orders to secure Jiangbei Hospital, preventing anyone or anything from leaving. Your information is irrelevant to me." Suddenly, Li Nan reached out, snatching a burning cigarette from Yang's mouth and tossing it to the ground, declaring, "If a zombie outbreak occurs, neither you nor your brothers will escape, and everyone in Jiangbei City will perish alongside you. I am now certain those entities are indeed zombies. Do you still harbor doubts? A single infected criminal can turn 3 corpses, and those 3 corpses can infect the entire Jiangbei Hospital. The potential for spread is tremendous. How can you remain unaware of this?" Zhang's expression turned grim. "I am a soldier. I only obey orders." Chapter 009. The 15 brave souls. The night was shrouded in darkness, with not a sliver of moonlight, and the entirety of Jiangbei City was enveloped in a profound stillness characteristic of late night hours. But was reality truly as serene as it appeared? Under the vast sky, Li Nan and Zhang faced each other before Jiangbei Hospital, resembling 2 men on the verge of a duel, tension palpable in the air. Zhang pulled out another cigarette, igniting it, and offered it to Li Nan. "Care for one?" Li Nan waved it away. "Do you doubt my words? Or are you simply intent on following military orders?" Zhang inhaled deeply. "The case at Beiyuan Square has already been taken over by our Jiangbei military district. If we had not discovered something alarming, there would be no military encirclement of the hospital. Perhaps you are correct. Something dreadful lurks within the morgue beneath Jiangbei Hospital, yet I am powerless to act. If zombies indeed exist, I doubt the Jiangbei military district would leave such a dangerous source uncontained. Thus, you must understand, my task is to control, not to confront." Li Nan felt a profound sense of helplessness as he spoke to Zhang. I am a doctor, albeit merely an intern. Yet I have saved lives and tended to the wounded. I cannot stand idly by and watch someone perish before me while I can do nothing. Such a thing is beyond my capacity. I am a physician. My sacred duty is to save lives. You are a soldier. Your duty is to defend the homeland. Yet, war is not about invasion. It is to protect the homes of the people. Will you really watch as lives quietly fade behind you? Zhang remained unmoved, taking heavier, more urgent puffs of his cigarette. Li Nan turned, gazing up at the starry sky, devoid of moonlight, and self-deprecatingly remarked. The deaths of the common folk are like the stars above. When they require illumination from the moon conceals itself. Commander Zhang, do you not agree? Say, however. The nature of Zhang Li's character was remarkably forthright, quite suited to Li Nan's temperament. Stop the clamor. Time is of the essence. Let us act swiftly, Zhang Li commanded. And the 12 brothers behind him stood at the ready, awaiting orders. Their spirit of being prepared for battle and certain of victory was a demeanor only soldiers could embody. Zhang Li retrieved a pistol from his waist and tossed it to Li Nan. Do you know how to use this? It's a domestically produced Type 54 pistol, 7.62 millimeters caliber, with a range of 50 meters and 8 rounds, sufficient for self-defense. Li Nan clicked his tongue. I don't know how to use it. Zhang Li chuckled. What is there to know? Shooting is an innate skill for men. Just pull the trigger with your finger. With Zhang Li's words being so simple, Li Nan could only smile wryly. He had fired handguns before, but now he found himself facing one directly. Zhang Li and his 12 brothers required no preparation. They were always ready for battle. As for Li Nan, he hadn't even considered the possibility of going to war, so he was utterly unprepared. Back in the hospital lobby, Zhang Li addressed a person, Deputy Battalion Commander, take stock of the number of people in Jiangbei Hospital and mobilize everyone to the second floor and above. The hospital remains under martial law. You are in command here until my return. The Deputy Battalion Commander was perplexed by Zhang Li's instructions regarding Li Nan. But before he could inquire, Zhang Li barked. This is a military order. Hurry and make the arrangements. Obeying the command, the Deputy Battalion Commander swiftly began counting the personnel and directing them to the upper floors. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, Li Nan spotted Captain Han Guang of the Jiangbei City Bureau. Captain Zhang, I would like to recommend someone, Han Guang. Li Nan pointed to Han Guang's position, and Zhang Li turned his gaze to see a man nearly 40, with a crew cut and sharp eyes, exuding competence. Zhang Li, with his discerning eye for talent, remarked, he is a skilled individual. If he is willing, let us take him along. Upon learning that Han Guang was a police officer, Zhang Li promptly had the previously removed sidearm handed over to him. Hearing this, Li Nan turned to Han Guang and asked, Captain Han, there is a perilous task ahead. Do you dare to wade into this murky water? With the sidearm in hand, Han Guang responded with a grin. What is there to fear? Someone must brave the knife's edge. If I don't go, will you, an intern doctor, sacrifice yourself? Zhang Li assured him, with us here, there will be no issues. Han Guang thought to himself, that would be preferable. Thus, Zhang Li and his 12 brothers, along with Li Nan and Han Guang, a total of 15 valiant souls, marched resolutely toward the underground morgue. In the crowd, Emo Xiaowei suddenly caught sight of Li Nan's figure and rushed forward. Like a delicate pear blossom in the spring rain, reluctant to part. You know what lies in the basement morgue. Why must you be at the forefront? Indeed, Emo Xiaowei had personally experienced the horrors of the underground morgue, and although it had turned out to be a false alarm, Li Nan was well aware of the dangers they faced. It required the Jiangbei military region's personnel to capture just one of those creatures. How could they manage with just a handful against 3? Li Nan felt his actions were irrational. Had he truly transformed into a model citizen of socialism, prepared to lay down his life for the cause? Clearly, he did not possess such lofty sentiments. However, his willingness to descend into the morgue stemmed from his unparalleled familiarity with its structure. During his first 2 months at Jiangbei Hospital, he had spent much time in the morgue, primarily assisting with the transport of corpses. In contrast to the dreary and frightening nature of that task, he had relished studying the morgue's layout. Had he not chosen the path of medicine, he might have pursued a career in architectural design. Seeing Emo Xiaowei's tearful expression, Li Nan was reminded of the proud and aloof news anchors on television. His heart softened, and he whispered, what else can we do? We certainly cannot escape the hospital. If anything from the basement escapes, no one here will be safe. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? Surely you understand that now is our moment to seize control. Emo Xiaowei buried her head in Li Nan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Just then, a woman's silhouette appeared on the 3rd floor of the hospital, observing the scene below with a troubled expression, tears glistening as they fell. Zhang Li noticed this and asked Emo Xiaowei, are you his girlfriend? Emo Xiaowei remained silent, but Zhang Li laughed heartily. This isn't the banks of the Yi River. Your man isn't Jingku. Are you afraid he won't return? I wager my honor as a soldier that I will bring Li Nan back whole. Not a single hair missing. Upon hearing these words, Emo Xiaowei's sorrowful expression brightened slightly, while Li Nan felt helpless at Zhang Li's matchmaking. How could there be anything between them? And what of Gao Shui? The thought of Gao Shui made Li Nan scan the crowd, searching for her familiar figure. But he was unsuccessful and could only proceed with a heavy heart at Zhang Li's urging. On the third floor, Gao Shui stood with her back to the lobby, her expression forlorn and desolate. She raised her right hand to wipe away her tear-streaked face, the sleeves of her nurse's uniform tightening, revealing a bandaged wrist from which dark, viscous fluid seeped through the white gauze. Chapter 010. Morgue Number 1. The underground of Jiangbei Hospital consists of 2 levels, divided by a central axis into 4 distinct areas: the drug storage room, medical equipment storage room, and the morgue. The morgue No. 1 is located on the north side of the first underground level, opposite the drug storage room. The structure of the second underground level is similar, except that its southern end houses the medical equipment storage room. Li Nan meticulously explained the underground layout to the 14 individuals behind him and continued. Due to the high volume of drugs and the need for substantial space to transport medical equipment, both underground levels utilize a freight elevator. One of Zhang Li's brothers inquired, "Why are medical instruments stored underground?" Li Nan clarified, "The medical equipment storage room on the second underground level contains damaged or decommissioned devices. Just a few days ago, we sent in an X-ray contact therapy machine. That thing is massive, weighing 5 or 6 tons. Another soldier asked, "What is an X-ray contact therapy machine used for?" Li Nan replied with a smile, "It generates X-rays using high-voltage electricity, allowing comprehensive examinations of human ailments. But that machine has reached its operational limit and, according to relevant health standards, can no longer be used." As he spoke, Li Nan led the 14 individuals to a freight elevator located on the southern side of the hospital lobby. This elevator was not open to the public, only for internal hospital use. After turning into a storage-like area, they finally reached the elevator. Li Nan pressed a button, and the door opened to reveal a spacious interior, capable of accommodating 15 robust men without issue. Zhang Li inquired, "Shall we head to the first underground level or the second?" "The first underground level," Li Nan replied decisively. For the 3 corpses delivered that night had all been sent to morgue number 1. Before entering the elevator, Li Nan recounted the events Mo Xiaowei had witnessed in the stairwell, prompting Zhang Li to take the matter seriously. He led his brothers down from the 4th floor to the already sealed large iron door. Upon witnessing the iron door remain unbroken, Zhang Li let out a sigh of relief. Although the door itself was intact, the surrounding area was pockmarked, with a fist-shaped indentation perfectly aligned with the keyhole. At that moment, Li Nan remarked, "Despite the door's extensive rust and age, its thickness is approximately 5 to 6 centimeters. Zhang Li, with his fingers pressed together in the shape of 3, exclaimed in astonishment, "A steel plate of 5 to 6 centimeters could be contorted to such a shape." It was evident that Li Nan had also recognized the formidable strength of the zombies, causing him to break into a sweat over their reckless venture. The corridor here did not lead inside, making entry from this side impossible. Zhang Li wholeheartedly agreed with Li Nan's assessment. However, the iron door could not be neglected. He called out for several engineers, determined to reinforce the door and prevent whatever lay within from escaping. In the descending elevator, Zhang Li, Li Nan, and their companions presented a tableau of human emotion. Officer Han Guang withdrew his sidearm and scrutinized it carefully before returning it to his waist. His right hand gripped a fire axe, seemingly acquired from an unknown source. One of the soldiers behind Zhang Li jested, "That thing is far too cumbersome. We have military daggers and combat knives that are much more practical." Han Guang glanced at the soldier's dagger, silently acknowledging its effectiveness. The 5.6 type, 3-edged military dagger was indeed a lethal weapon, renowned internationally for its deadly efficiency. The soldier, intrigued, asked, "Do you know about this? Were you a special forces operative?" Han Guang shook his head. "I have merely encountered it on various military websites. I am just a police officer, nothing more." The soldier felt sheepish, then inquired of his captain, "What will our deployment be?" Zhang Li replied with a smile, "Brother Li Nan has already detailed the route ahead. We will advance in a cross formation, allowing the 2 of them to stay behind." Despite having encountered the strength of the zombies in the abandoned corridor, Zhang Li felt confident in dealing with 3 of them. During their earlier encounter at Beiyuan Square, he had merely led a group of ordinary soldiers, which had been somewhat challenging. However, the 12 soldiers behind him were all distinguished members of the Wolf-Tooth Special Forces. With a clang, the elevator arrived at the basement level. Under Zhang Li's command, the Wolf-Tooth soldiers swiftly emerged in a cross formation. Fortunately, the underground corridor was sufficiently wide, allowing all 13 men to line up in a single file. Stepping out of the elevator, Zhang Li surveyed the surroundings, comparing them to the terrain described by Li Nan, confirming their safety before proceeding. The underground structure extended north to south, with the elevator opening into a straight corridor. At the end of the corridor stood a T-junction. To the left lay the entrance to the first morgue, while to the right was the medication storage room. The corridor was brightly lit, and shadows danced along the walls. The 30-meter-long corridor took them 5 to 6 minutes to traverse. The Wolf-Tooth team split into 2 groups, one to the left and one to the right, with Zhang Li walking in the center, his expression betraying no hint of relaxation. This corridor was the only exit from the basement. If the three zombies could create fist-shaped indentations in a 5 to 6 centimeter steel plate, they could easily escape through the main door. Thus, Zhongli remained vigilant, apprehensive about a potential confrontation with the zombies in the corridor. Fortunately, Zhongli's concerns proved unfounded. Upon reaching the T-junction, he gestured for a left turn. The corridor at the junction was narrower than the previous one, necessitating the division of the Wolf-Tooth team into 3 groups to advance sequentially. The underground layout of the hospital resembled 2 iron boxes placed side by side, with a wide corridor separating them, and the 2 T-junctions serving as their latches. With ample lighting, they had already noted the entrance to Morgue 1 and felt considerably reassured. Quickening their pace, when they were 3 to 4 meters from the iron door, Zhongli commanded them to halt and addressed Lu Ziming. Your submachine gun has a sight. Check if the iron door has been compromised. The Wolf-Tooth soldiers divided into 3 groups, and one young man from the first group focused intently on the door through his weapon's sight. Given that the morgue's iron door was parallel to the inner wall, it was difficult to see directly, which prompted Zhongli's request to ascertain whether the zombies had breached the door. Moments later, Lu Ziming signaled to Zhongli, who understood that the door was indeed intact. Although the situation had turned out to be a false alarm, Zhongli and the Wolf-Tooth soldiers remained vigilant. As soldiers, their caution was paramount to prolonging their lives. While the morgue was not considered a critical location, the security measures at Jiangbei Hospital were commendable. Entry required not only a key, but also a password. At that moment, Li Nan stepped forward from the group, producing a key from his pocket and inserting it into the lock. After inputting a sequence of numbers on the nearby keypad, the heavy door swung open. Facilities at Jiangbei Hospital were replete with surveillance. For instance, the corridor leading to Morgue 1 was equipped with 2 cameras. The recordings would reveal that no one or nothing had escaped from Morgue 1 in the past 6 hours. However, Li Nan and the others had not considered this aspect at the time. Otherwise, they would not have wasted so much time in the corridor. Although the corridor was monitored, the morgue itself lacked surveillance, as it was believed that installing cameras in such a supernatural place would reveal unspeakable horrors. The main door to Morgue 1 was constructed from aluminum titanium alloy, not merely iron as commonly assumed. This alloy was immensely strong, far surpassing ordinary steel, making it highly resistant to casual force. Originally, the facilities in Jiangbei Hospital's morgue were not so advanced, but a philanthropic donor had contributed funds, a portion of which had been allocated to upgrade the morgue's equipment. Li Nan was aware that this door alone had likely consumed a significant portion of that donation. As the aluminum titanium door swung open, a rush of cold air escaped. Lu Ziming couldn't help but sneeze loudly. Observing this, Li Nan explained, the temperature in Morgue 1 is maintained at -10 degrees Celsius, while Morgue 2 below is kept at -15 degrees. Lu Ziming, standing at the entrance, queried, why is the temperature different between the 2 morgues? Li Nan elaborated, the 2 morgues serve different functions. Morgue 1 temporarily houses bodies awaiting identification by family members, whereas Morgue 2 contains donated bodies or those designated for dissection. The lower temperature in Morgue 2 helps preserve muscle and nerve tissues. Lu Ziming, slightly perplexed, asked, since the door is open, why aren't we entering? Li Nan, somewhat impatiently, clarified, although the interior temperature is only -10 degrees, the cold air can still cause skin frostbite, so we must wait for a moment until the chill dissipates before proceeding. At this, Lu Ziming understood and stood ready with his submachine gun, patiently awaiting the dispersal of the cold air. The 15 men stood at the entrance of Morgue 1, all armed, with even Han Guang gripping his fire axe. However, as the cold air cleared, the anticipated scene of zombies confronting them did not materialize. Instead, the morgue was eerily silent, devoid of any presence. Chapter 11. The emergence of hostility. Lu Ziming had never encountered a morgue before. Yet his understanding of the term suggested it was a place where the deceased were housed, thus one would expect to find numerous bodies within. However, the first morgue was devoid of any such presence. Zhongli stood nearby, observing the peculiar situation but refraining from voicing his thoughts. The chill of the morgue had dissipated, prompting Li Nan to step forward and enter. Zhongli, however, swiftly blocked Li Nan's path and cautioned, it's dangerous inside. Do not act recklessly. With a smile, Li Nan replied, I am not leading the way. I fear you might waste time taking the long route. Lu Ziming was perplexed. Why are there no corpses? Li Nan clarified, this first morgue is partitioned, due to the refrigeration system's inability to maintain a temperature of -10 degrees over a large area. The entire space has been divided into 6 sections, each independently cooled and sealed off from one another. Beyond the entrance of the first morgue lay an unremarkable white wall, featuring 6 small doors. Though not tall, they were quite spacious. Li Nan continued, this design facilitates the transportation of bodies. Let us proceed to door 3, where we shall find what we seek. Zhongli understood and suggested, let 2 men remain here to guard the entrance while we enter. The 12 soldiers accompanying Zhongli, all elite members of the Wolf Fang Special Forces, adhered strictly to military discipline. Thus, 2 youthful soldiers stationed themselves at either side of door 3. The remaining 13 entered in a single file, with Zhongli leading and Li Nan closely behind. Upon passing through the small door, the space opened up considerably, resembling a room of about 200 to 300 square meters, filled with storage cabinets housing corpses. Zhang Li dispersed the remaining Wolfang soldiers, scanning the surroundings to ascertain whether the zombies had already emerged or if they remained hidden. The morgue was eerily silent. One could hear a pin drop. After a brief period of vigilance, Zhang Li confirmed that there was no movement within a 10-meter radius. The layout of the morgue mirrored that of a library, with cabinets arranged in neat rows, except that instead of books, it stored human remains. Each storage cabinet measured 8 meters long, 4 meters deep, and 1.5 meters high, structured with 3 pull-out layers. Li Nan surveyed the area and pointed to the left corner, stating, "The 3 bodies delivered tonight are housed in cabinets 168, 169, and 170, over there." Zhang Li commanded the Wolfang soldiers to split into 4 groups, each securing one direction, while he himself brandished a Thompson submachine gun and stepped toward the direction indicated by Li Nan. Although the morgue was still, Zhang Li remained cautious. His unauthorized venture aimed to eliminate the 3 zombies. Should they be overconfident and suffer a setback, it would only lead to their own demise, thus caution was imperative. In the left corner, Li Nan pointed to a row of 3 cabinet doors, declaring, "These are the ones. They are inside." At that moment, Lu Ziming rushed forward, intent on turning the 3 storage cabinets into Swiss cheese, but was halted by Han Guang's warning, "Hold on, Captain Zhang, do you not find this situation peculiar?" Prompted by Han Guang's words, Zhang Li too began to harbor doubts. The circumstances seemed too fortuitous. They had managed to directly confront the zombies, cornering them within these storage cabinets. Li Nan understood Han Guang's insinuation. Indeed, the situation was somewhat unusual. Li Nan informed Zhang Li, "From the iron door in the abandoned corridor that was nearly damaged, at least 1 zombie has escaped from the storage cabinets. Yet there are no signs of zombies here. Does that not strike you as odd?" Zhang Li's realization dawned upon him. "Are you suggesting that we are in the light while they lurk in the shadows?" Li Nan nodded, while Zhang Li grimaced, stating, "These creatures are exceedingly dangerous. We should first inspect this area to confirm the absence of zombies." Due to the intimidation posed by the zombies, Zhang Li and the 13 men did not disperse but instead formed a tight group, thoroughly examining every nook and cranny of door 3 before returning to stand before cabinets 168, 169, and 170. Zhang Li proclaimed, "Let us not doubt that 13 of us can't handle 3 zombies." With that, Lu Ziming stepped forward to open the cabinet. The exterior of the storage cabinet featured a small groove, its internal mechanism designed as a lever that required considerable downward force to extract. Li Nan had already explained this. Lu Ziming positioned himself beside the cabinet, extending his right hand to pull it open, while 3 Thompson submachine guns were aimed at the cabinet, ready to fire should anything appear amiss inside. Lu Ziming exerted force but found the cabinet surprisingly light, indicating it was likely empty. He quietly informed Zhang Li, "Captain, the weight feels off. It seems there is nothing inside?" Zhang Li queried, "Are you certain?" Lu Ziming nodded, while Li Nan suggested, "Then let us not open this one. Let us try cabinet 169. Zhang Li acquiesced, and Lu Ziming approached cabinet 169, only to discover it equally devoid of contents. Li Nan proposed, "Let us check cabinet 170. The weights of all 3 storage cabinets indicated an absence of bow upon hearing the sound. The wary soldier from the Wolfang unit cautiously advanced towards its origin. Thompson submachine gun raised. His comrade, unconcerned, glanced into doorway number 3, ensuring all was clear before resuming his post. After several paces, the soldier found himself before the 6th door. Weapon leading, he cautiously peered into the opening, only to be confronted by a reanimated corpse. Startled, the soldier reflexively unleashed a torrent of bullets at point-blank range. The figure remained unfazed, instantly seizing the soldier's neck. Its putrid face bore into the soldier's flesh. The soldier struggled in vain, the close proximity and the creature's oppressive weight rendering him powerless. A searing pain erupted as the monster devoured his face, exposing bone and blood. The soldier, who had come to investigate the sound, perished silently before door number 6, collapsing to the ground. Alerted by the gunfire, the other soldier from the unit swiftly charged towards the commotion, submachine gun at the ready. Forewarned, he cautiously approached door number 6, weapon raised to fire. However, he hesitated, momentarily stunned by the grotesque scene before him. A hideous cadaver stood in the doorway, its skull partially exposed, flesh hanging loosely. Vacant eye sockets and a frozen expression completed the macabre visage. Despite its deceased appearance, it moved, flailing its limbs while devouring the fallen soldier. "Son of a bitch!" the soldier bellowed, unleashing a hail of bullets. The volley had no effect on the animated corpse, but riddled the body of his fallen comrade. "Brother!" the soldier cried. Enraged at hitting his comrade, he drew a bayonet from his hip and lunged, plunging it into the creature's neck. With a forceful twist, he attempted to sever its head. Ordinarily, such an attack would be fatal, but the zombie was impervious. Its eyes swiveled towards the attacker, and it lunged, striking the soldier's chest and abdomen with its iron-like arms. The soldier, realizing he was facing a zombie, not a conventional foe, knew that close combat was futile. He swung his submachine gun, smashing the butt into the zombie's exposed skull. The impact was devastating, shattering the bone and splattering brain matter. Driven by fury, the soldier continued to pummel the zombie's head, scattering gore and eyeballs. The zombie's jaw was dislodged, landing on the soldier's neck. Blinded by rage, the soldier ignored the appendage. Suddenly, the flesh on the jaw twitched, and it clamped down on the soldier's neck, severing his carotid artery. The soldier cried out, blood gushing forth. He continued to strike the zombie's head with the gun, but until his strength waned, and he collapsed to the ground. His final utterance was the pained cry heard by Zhang Li and the remaining soldiers. Zhang Li and the 10 remaining soldiers rushed to door number 6, where they discovered the 3 mangled corpses. Zhang Li recognized 2 of the bodies, and his eyes welled with tears. Lu Ziming's eyes also reddened, but he maintained his composure, scanning the surroundings with his weapon raised. The other soldiers aimed their submachine guns into doorway number 6. When Li Nan and Han Guang arrived, Zhang Li had already straightened the bodies of his fallen comrades, vowing vengeance. Li Nan surveyed the scene, understanding the situation. The single zombie had attacked the 2 soldiers, and one of them had managed to destroy its brain. Zhang Li reiterated, the zombie's weakness is their brain. Destroy the brain to kill them. Lu Ziming, looking at the mutilated body of his comrade, declared, 1 zombie is down. We'll take care of the rest. Li Nan abruptly stood up and addressed Zhang Li and Lu Ziming. The dead zombie isn't one of the 3 brought in tonight. If it's not one of them, who is it? Lu Ziming asked incredulously. Li Nan drew his pistol and used it to sift through the debris on the ground. These are the zombie's ear, nose, and teeth. The 3 corpses brought in tonight were all disfigured by bites, so they couldn't have these features. This zombie is not one of the infected, Zhang Li exclaimed. You're saying there are more than 3 zombies in the morgue? How many enemies do we face? Li Nan was silent, unable to answer. Perhaps our enemy is every corpse in Jiangbei Hospital's morgue. Lu Ziming was perplexed. What do you mean? Li Nan explained. 3 people were attacked at North Garden Plaza, an elderly man, a young white-collar worker, and a woman in her 20s. Their identities are still unknown, so their bodies are temporarily stored in Jiangbei Hospital's morgue. These victims were not ordinary. They were killed by zombies, so they are infected. The 3 zombies transmitted the infection to other corpses in the morgue. Li Nan's words sent shockwaves through the group. Are you saying the 3 zombies bit the corpses in the morgue? Lu Ziming asked. Li Nan nodded. We forgot that the damaged iron door in the abandoned corridor led to the area behind door number 6 in the first morgue. Our initial assumption was wrong. Behind Zhang Li, a soldier from the Wolfang unit, his face flushed with anger, marched up to Li Nan, demanding. It was you who said that those creatures were behind gate 3, leading us to enter there and leaving those 2 outside. You are the reason for their deaths. You misled us. Li Nan, feeling the weight of this accusation, replied, I overlooked the position of the iron door in that abandoned corridor. I led you astray, resulting in unnecessary sacrifices. The soldier raised his right hand, ready to grab Li Nan by the collar, but was halted by a large hand from behind, Li Xiaofan. Do you still remember military discipline? The voice belonged to their commander, Zhang Li. The wrath of a soldier should not be directed at his comrades. If zombies have taken my brothers, I will eradicate them. However, we cannot act recklessly. Strategy must precede action. A soldier is not a fool. Li Xiaofan remained silent, retreating slightly, but Li Nan sensed that his hostility had not diminished. Chapter 013, Zombie Rampage. The atmosphere before Gate 6 was particularly eerie. The bodies of 2 Wolfang soldiers lay propped against the wall at the entrance. Zhang Li held his submachine gun, murmuring, Brothers, I am sorry. At that moment, a stream of bullets erupted like fire, shattering the skulls of the 2 corpses. Brain matter and blood splattered everywhere, and many soldiers averted their eyes from the gruesome sight. Moments ago, they had been living comrades, now reduced to horrific remains. Li Nan explained to the remaining soldiers, We do not understand the transmission mechanism of these zombies. But it is clear that being bitten guarantees transformation. Therefore, these 2 fallen brothers will become mindless creatures in 6 to 7 hours. To prevent further calamity, we must dispose of their bodies. The transformation into a zombie undoubtedly requires time. This was inferred by Li Nan from the virus's infection mechanism. The incident at Beiyuan Square occurred around 6 or 7 in the evening, and given the current time, 6 to 7 hours had indeed passed. Thus, he could estimate the time frame for the zombification. Upon witnessing his brother's head reduced to a puddle of mush, Li Xiaofan, filled with rage, directed all his fury at Li Nan, shouting, This is your doing. You said there were 3 zombies in the underground morgue, which is why we came down here. Now you claim there could be hundreds or thousands of zombies. Are you leading us to our doom? Li Nan retorted, I did not force you to come. I do not know how many zombies are truly in this underground morgue, and my assessment was merely a worst-case scenario. You are soldiers. Surely you are not more fearful of death than I, a mere intern. Li Xiaofan, seething with anger, raised his fist and shouted, I am a soldier of the Wolfang. I fear not death, but I do fear dying at the hands of a fool like you. You are nothing but an amateur, and because of your poor judgment, we have lost 2 brothers. He questioned how their commander could trust Li Nan. Li Nan never doubted the prowess of the Wolfang unit, as evident from the 3 bodies on the ground. Had they not been overly complacent, perhaps one of those brothers would have survived. Facing Li Xiaofan's raised fist, Li Nan did not flinch but calmly stated, "It was I who persuaded you all to descend into the underground morgue. My intention was only to eliminate those 3 zombies to prevent a catastrophe for the entire Jiangbei hospital." Li Nan continued, "None of us anticipated how dire the situation would become. We were indeed careless. However, I must emphasize that the severity of this crisis far exceeds what both Commander Zhang and I had anticipated. Thus, this initial sacrifice is not the conclusion of our struggles, but rather the beginning of a nightmare. Many of us may perish. Perhaps we cannot even prevent the zombies below from emerging. Li Xiaofan, you may condemn my ruthlessness, but when I am attacked by zombies, I implore you to shoot me in the head." At that moment, Zhang Li turned to his comrades and said, "Should I be attacked, I ask you to pull your triggers." His voice faltered, and a tragic expression crossed his face. "This mission was my unilateral decision, and we have encountered a catastrophic scenario that has not been seen in a millennium. We have learned a hard lesson through the sacrifice of our 2 brothers. I must clarify that this unforeseen incident did not receive higher command's approval. It was a personal decision made by me for the sake of Jiangbei City. As Li Nan has pointed out, there could be hundreds or thousands of zombies here. We may very well face total annihilation." Lu Ziming clenched his teeth, wiping the tears from his eyes, and resolutely declared, "Commander, I stand with you. If the zombies breach the surface, Jiangbei Hospital will be lost, and subsequently, all of Jiangbei City could cease to exist. This honor is no less than that found on a blood-soaked battlefield." As Lu Ziming spoke, the others echoed in unison. "Though the zombies may be numerous, the Wolf Fang will surely eradicate them. We are willing to follow our commander." The spirit of these soldiers was not akin to that of ordinary citizens. They possessed a sacrificial spirit. It was precisely because of such traits that Li Nan did not conceal the potential number of zombies underground. This was a well-trained unit. The greater the enemy, the more it stirred their fighting spirit. Yet, Li Nan kept a secret from Zhang Li and the others, silently wishing, "I hope I am wrong. I hope I am wrong." Li Xiaofan, a seasoned warrior of the Wolf Fang, was courageous, but his anger towards Li Nan stemmed from the tragic deaths of his comrades. "I have no other words. I am willing to follow our commander, without regret in life or death." Li Xiaofan retracted his fist, choosing not to strike. Zhang Li's expression softened slightly as he resolutely stated, "Since our strategy has proven flawed, we must timely correct it to avoid greater losses." The first morgue contained 6 distinct areas, and they had gleaned 2 crucial pieces of information. First, there were no signs of zombies behind Gate 3, indicating that it was safe. Second, there were zombies behind Gate 6, with their numbers uncertain, and they seemed intent on breaching the rear door. Thus, Zhang Li and his team focused their efforts on the area behind Gate 6. The rear door referred to the sealed iron door that Mo Xiaowei had seen in the abandoned corridor. At that time, it was unclear how many zombies were battering against it, but it was certain they had not succeeded. Why were the zombies attempting to break down the rear door? Did they seek to escape? Standing aside, Li Nan's mind raced. Logically, these zombies should be devoid of consciousness, mere animated corpses without intelligence, driven only by instinct. But what motivated these mindless creatures? Suddenly, Li Nan had an epiphany. It is instinct. Zhang Li was discussing specific battle strategies with his soldiers to confront the zombies behind Gate 6 when he was startled by Li Nan's exclamation. Li Nan, impatient, continued, "The instinct of wild animals is survival, and survival entails capturing food. The zombies are no different. Their aggression toward that iron door is merely a response to the sin of living humans behind it." Zhang Li expressed his skepticism, questioning the utility of the situation. Li Nan, taken aback, remarked that the active party was not them. The zombies could sense the presence of the living, prompting them to launch an attack. Han Guang, wielding a fire axe, stood behind Li Nan, seemingly in agreement with his assertion, while Zhang Li and the remaining 10 Wolf Fang soldiers broke into a sweat. Caught off guard, Zhang Li inquired whether the zombie at door 6 emerged due to detecting the scent of the living outside, only to be discovered by Xiao Wang and Xiao Huang, the 2 fallen Wolf Fang soldiers. Li Nan nodded, acknowledging that while the specifics might be skewed, the essence was largely correct. Zhang Li led the group to temporarily regroup outside door 6, engaging in a discussion about their predicament. Although Li Nan had articulated the zombies' propensity for aggression, many remained oblivious to its implications. Yet, in a moment, Lu Ziming discerned an anomaly. "Captain, look inside door 6. It seems." The group turned to gaze within, spotting a rigid corpse standing behind a storage cabinet directly opposite the entrance. They all cocked their weapons, aiming at the partially exposed body. Zhang Li asked, "When did it appear?" None had noticed the zombie's approach, and although Lu Ziming was quick-witted, he could not specify the timing. When Zhang Li saw this, he commanded, "Fire! Blow its head off." The storage cabinet stood about 1.56 meters tall, with the zombie upright behind it, its head swaying side to side, legs fidgeting as if eager to escape, having sensed the presence of fresh meat at the door. Lu Ziming was the first to shoot, a quick burst sending bullets into the zombie's eye sockets, causing one dark eyeball to burst forth and fall to the ground, bouncing a few times before settling. As the eye lay there, its owner was left with only a fragment of skull above the neck. As the zombie collapsed, The group was startled to discover that the ordeal was far from over. 3 or 4 more zombies emerged from behind it, and the number of zombies behind door 6 seemed to multiply geometrically, surging outward. Zhang Li's expression turned grave. Indeed. Li Nan's assessment was accurate. Every corpse in that morgue had likely been feasted upon, presenting an enemy in the hundreds, if not thousands. The scene resembled a gruesome slaughter from a horror film, yet the zombies before them remained oblivious to pain and fear, charging forward relentlessly. For every zombie that fell, 2 or 3 took its place, sending chills down the spines of Li Nan and the others. This was a war of attrition. How could human endurance compete with the frenzied state of the zombies? Not to mention the staggering depletion of ammunition among the Wolfang soldiers. Thus, Zhang Li decisively issued a military order. We must retreat. Quickly. Chapter 014. Suspicion arises. Zhang Li shouted. There are too many zombies. We can't finish them off. We need to withdraw now. Lu Ziming and the others maintained their fire, while Zhang Li led Li Nan and a few others back, intending to reach the hallway outside the first morgue. At that moment, Li Nan called out, Captain Zhang, what are you planning? If the zombies behind them caught up, they certainly could not run into the corridor, as it would draw the zombies in, risking a horde spilling onto the floor. Ignoring Li Nan's question, Zhang Li turned to Lu Ziming and asked, how many grenades do you have? Before Zhang Li's words reached him, Lu Ziming had already produced 2 fist-sized metal grenades from his pocket. Confirming his safe distance, he hurled the grenades, which landed squarely in the hands of the foremost zombie. The zombie examined the fist-sized object as if contemplating whether it was edible. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted, obliterating the zombie, leaving only a foot behind. The sound was followed by another blast. The wall at the entrance of door 6 crumbled halfway, with numerous zombies crushed beneath the falling debris or blown to bits. Hearing the 2 explosions, Zhang Li cursed under his breath, conserve your ammunition. We cannot afford to waste it. At that moment, Lu Ziming caught up, shouting, the zombies have been suppressed. They are not advancing for now. Zhang Li inquired about the casualties among the zombies. Lu Ziming replied, approximately 50 to 60 zombies were shot in the head, and the 2 grenades I threw, being lightweight, caused limited damage amidst the swarm. Only a few dozen were fatally harmed. Zhang Li glanced back and indeed saw no zombies pursuing them. He instructed Li Nan and Han Guang, you 2 retreat to the corridor outside the first morgue. We will handle things here. Li Nan was taken aback. Captain Zhang, what do you intend to do? Zhang Li merely smiled. We'll strike back. Lu Ziming then raised his submachine gun, addressing the others. Let's fight back. Zhang Li's strategy seemed audacious. Moments ago, they were ready to flee. And now he was advocating a counteroffensive. Li Nan found it perplexing, but Han Guang remarked, now is the perfect time to eliminate all the zombies inside door 6. Given that dozens of zombie bodies had nearly blocked the entrance, as long as 2 individuals guarded the door, a decapitation operation could be executed. Han Guang then called out, use this. It might be more effective than your triangular bayonet. Lu Ziming chuckled, seizing the fire axe from Han Guang's hands, and hurriedly returned to the entrance of door 6. Although part of the wall had collapsed, the fallen debris had blocked the opening, leaving only a 20-centimeter square gap, filled with mangled zombie bodies. Inside, some zombies were still attempting to peek out, eager for a taste of fresh flesh. However, as a head emerged, a red fire axe descended, severing it cleanly, followed by several pairs of military boots crushing it into a mushy pulp. After dispatching 7 or 8 zombies, no more heads dared to emerge. At that moment, Zhang Li sighed in relief. Finally, we've dealt with these fellows. Lu Ziming set down the fire axe, wiped the sweat from his brow, and remarked, these creatures are incredibly weak. It just took some effort. At this moment, Li Nan and Han Guang stood outside the door of the first morgue, the overhead lights illuminating the scene. Han Guang pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, offering one to Li Nan. Care for a smoke? Li Nan declined, saying, I don't smoke. Han Guang then lit the cigarette for himself, exhaling a cloud of smoke. Is it true that all doctors refrain from smoking? Li Nan, uncertain of Han Guang's intent, replied, it seems that one's profession as a doctor has little to do with smoking. Although most doctors are aware of the hazards of smoking, not everyone can exercise self-restraint. Han Guang chuckled, I was merely asking casually. You seem too tense. The horde of zombies has likely been nearly eradicated, so there shouldn't be any trouble for the time being. Li Nan, momentarily speechless, pondered whether he was indeed frightened. He lowered his gaze to his trembling legs. Han Guang took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, if you discover a gas leak upon returning home, your first instinct should be to smoke a cigarette to calm yourself. Li Nan forced a laugh. This joke was far from amusing. The humor itself was trivial, yet there was a grain of truth within. Smoking could indeed provide a semblance of calm. Skeptically, Li Nan inquired, really? Han Guang nodded. Generally. Those who study medicine possess a commendable mental fortitude. After all, engaging in dissection or surgery is not a task for the faint-hearted. However, Li Nan, as an intern, appeared rather inexperienced in the face of police and military personnel. Thus, when confronted by the grotesque visages of the zombies and the carnage strewn across the ground, Li Nan's nerves were frayed. He accepted a cigarette from Han Guang, placing it between his lips. as Han Guang produced a lighter from his pocket and brought it to Li Nan's mouth. With a flick, a flame erupted, igniting the tobacco, which rapidly blazed into a fiery red. Li Nan inhaled deeply, causing his throat to constrict, followed by a fit of coughs. Han Guang laughed. I can't say whether smoking is good for one's health, but it certainly does wonders for the mind. A smile broke across Li Nan's face, and he noticed that his legs seemed to tremble less. It appeared he had underestimated life. Such a delightful indulgence had been shunned for years. As he reveled in the smoke swirling within his mouth and chest, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, causing him to shudder involuntarily. The two men, akin to seasoned smokers, leaned against the wall, enveloped in clouds of smoke, while Li Nan still bore the air of a novice. The smoke spiraled upwards, reaching a vent-like opening in the ceiling, only for a sudden downpour of water to cascade down. It was not a vent, but rather the sensor of a smoke detector. Oh no, Li Nan exclaimed, drenched by the unexpected shower. He couldn't help but laugh. I forgot that smoking wasn't permitted here due to the smoke detector. As the water fell, the cigarettes in their hands were extinguished, and the detector finally ceased its operation 30 seconds later. Han Guang sighed. The heavens are unkind. You were right, we shouldn't have smoked. At that moment, Li Nan gazed upwards, droplets continuing to fall. Above him, a row of smoke detectors was aligned, each accompanied by a vent the size of a watermelon, covered with a fine mesh of metal. When he looked up, an unsettling feeling washed over him, as if he were being watched. Could there be eyes lurking within that vent? Li Nan was well acquainted with the structure of this mortuary. He knew that the vents were interconnected by robust pipes, capable of concealing a person. Yet, he dismissed it as mere paranoia, rationalizing that if there were zombies, they could never reach the vent. Li Nan refrained from further contemplation, and Han Guang remained oblivious to these thoughts. Shortly thereafter, Lu Ziming emerged from door 6. Addressing the two, the situation has been resolved. Noticing the waterlogged corridor, Lu Ziming refrained from asking questions, evidently more preoccupied with the zombies than anything else. As Li Nan turned to approach door 6, a drop of black liquid suddenly plummeted from the ceiling above where he had just stood, landing with a resounding splat amidst the water. The three men paid it no mind, assuming it to be merely the sound of water. Before door 6, limbs were strewn about, and upon seeing Li Nan, Zhang Li simply stated, "Our mission can't be this straightforward, can it?" Li Nan replied nonchalantly, "Doors 3 and 6 have been explored. We still need to examine doors 1, 2, 5, and 4. Suddenly, Lu Ziming seemed to grasp something. "Did you not say that zombies can sense the presence of the living? Since no zombies have emerged from the other 4 doors, does that not imply they are absent?" Li Nan had pondered this question as well, yet he harbored another doubt. Initially, the 3 corpses had been placed in door 3. If they had become zombies, they should have wandered into door 4 instead of 6. Would it not be illogical for zombies to ignore the bodies in door 3 and venture to door 6 instead? Such behavior would be uncharacteristic even for the most primitive of creatures. Based on Li Nan's deductions, Zhang Li also felt a sense of unease. During their inspection of door 3, they had only examined cabinets 168, 169, and 170, neglecting the others. It was imperative to investigate further. Consequently, Zhang Li and the others returned to door 3. Upon entering the mortuary, the frigid temperature of -10 degrees coupled with his damp clothing made Li Nan involuntarily sneeze. Achoo! Lu Ziming, leading the way, turned to look around, only to find that the sound was merely a sneeze, yet it sparked laughter among the group. "You seem like a startled bird." Only Zhang Li did not join in the mirth. The gravity of the situation demanded utmost caution. Chapter 15. Power Failure. The 13 members, including Li Nan, re-entered door 3. The scene remained unchanged, the number of individuals the same, yet 2 of their comrades who had been guarding the door were now absent. Without time for reflection, the group dispersed to search. Lu Ziming opened several storage cabinets in quick succession, finding them all empty. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofan was equally swift, discovering no bodies in over 20 cabinets. What on earth is happening? Is there truly not a single corpse in door 3? Zhang Li observed as his companions inspected all the cabinets, finding nothing but emptiness. No zombies, not even a scrap of flesh. Li Nan was incredulous, exclaiming, "Impossible." I reviewed the records. Although the cabinets were not fully stocked, there should still be at least half of the bodies remaining. Han Guang leaned in, inspecting each cabinet and noting that most contained only a single transparent plastic bag. Zhang Li clearly found it hard to believe such a bizarre scenario. Were the corpses truly able to escape on their own? Li Nan's expression darkened as he solemnly stated, "It appears they have indeed escaped, and they have all transformed into zombies." Upon hearing this declaration, the faces of the Wolf Fong soldiers turned pale. The current situation was utterly perplexing. Did it mean that all the zombies from door 3 had migrated to other doors? Li Nan continued, "According to the records, there were 78 bodies in door 3, plus the 3 brought in tonight." Before he could finish, Li Xiaofan interrupted, "Weren't 3 corpses delivered tonight? Why do you say there are only 2? I misspoke. There were indeed 3 corpses." Li Nan's eyes flickered momentarily but quickly masked it, continuing, "In total, there were 81 bodies in door 3, and now they have all vanished. We lack a definitive explanation. It is highly probable that they have left this area. However, the large door of the first mortuary remains intact, suggesting they are still concealed within the remaining 4 doors. It now appears that this matter is far from concluded. Rather, it is more intricate than initially perceived. Zhongli remarked to Li Nan. Although we eradicated all the zombies at Gate 6, our arsenal has been significantly depleted. Consequently, if there remains a contingent of zombies lurking in the shadows, we may be unable to cope. Li Nan comprehended. You intend to dispatch someone back above to retrieve firearms and ammunition. Zhongli affirmed. Li Nan was largely ineffective in combating zombies, and thus could not offer specific advice. Where do you suspect the zombies from Gate 3 are concealed? Zhongli inquired of Li Nan in a hushed tone, seemingly to avoid eavesdropping. Li Nan responded softly. I do not believe they are concealed behind other gates, as that would precipitate a similar surge as witnessed at Gate 6. Li Nan's response did not provide Zhongli with an answer, but rather deepened his perplexity. Zhongli shook his head and declared, regardless of their location, if I possessed absolute authority, I would immediately evacuate all personnel from Jiangbei Hospital and bombard this location with several Dongfeng ballistic missiles, ensuring the utter annihilation of those zombies. Li Nan chuckled wryly. If the authorities truly grasped the gravity of the situation, they would launch the missiles even before the personnel were evacuated. Zhongli scratched his head and stated with a solemn countenance, if my sacrifice were required, I would unhesitatingly turn the weapon upon myself. Li Nan responded non-committally, often. Sacrifices are futile. I still hope that Commander Zhang can eliminate these subterranean zombies and bring all of our comrades back unscathed. Zhongli acknowledged appreciatively, although peacetime lacks warfare. We soldiers have repeatedly escaped death by a hair's breadth. Life and death are inconsequential, but the zombies must be eradicated completely. Li Nan chuckled awkwardly, with Commander Zhang's assurance. I know I have not followed the wrong leader. As they spoke, Zhang Li and his cohort arrived at the entrance of Mortuary No. 1. Given the prior losses, Zhang Li was no longer inclined to divide his forces. Consequently, the task of retrieving weapons and ammunition from the surface required the entire group. As they stepped out of Gate No. 1, the overhead lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the entire corridor and mortuary into darkness. What is transpiring? The men exclaimed, raising their submachine guns, but they were unable to discern anything. Li Nan and Zhang Li, who were at the forefront, tensed. The abrupt transition from light to darkness induces a temporary blinding effect in humans, rendering Li Nan and the others virtually sightless. Zhang Li bellowed, Lu Ziming? Present. Lu Ziming responded. Li Xiaofan? Present. Due to the lack of visibility, Zhang Li employed auditory confirmation to ascertain if anyone had encountered misfortune. Fortunately, all were unharmed. After a brief half-minute, the men's vision gradually returned. However, the subterranean environment lacked any external illumination, rendering Li Nan and the others virtually blind even after their eyes adjusted. Nevertheless, Zhang Li, a seasoned military man, possessed an array of life-saving implements, including a military-grade Wolf-Eye flashlight with exceptional focus and a visibility range of 50 meters. Once his eyes had acclimated, Zhang Li retrieved the flashlight, about the thickness of a finger, from his chest pocket. Upon activation, Zhang Li vigilantly scanned the surroundings for any signs of the enemy, and the others followed suit. Zhang Li inquired suspiciously, how could the power suddenly fail? Li Nan was also startled by the abrupt event. In theory, they had notified the hospital authorities above, precluding the possibility of a power outage. However, the current scenario indicated that an unforeseen event had transpired. Could the power supply from above have been compromised? Li Nan speculated. Zhang Li was uninterested in the cause of the power outage. He merely sought to determine if they could escape under the current circumstances. With the power outage, the storage elevator was rendered inoperable. Is there another route of egress? He asked. At this juncture, Zhang Li and his men had expended a considerable amount of ammunition, and another confrontation akin to that at Gate 6 could prove fatal. Li Nan did not respond, but rather stated softly, I recall now that the hospital's power supply is of the highest priority. Even if the entire city of Jiangbei were to experience a widespread power outage, the hospital would continue to function normally, due to its independent reserve power supply. Therefore, the issue is not a power outage, but rather damage to the subterranean electrical equipment. Li Nan suddenly recalled the peculiar sensation he had experienced in the corridor earlier. He had had a strong feeling that a pair of eyes was observing him from the ventilation shaft above. However, he had dismissed the notion as implausible under the circumstances, as the ventilation shaft could not possibly accommodate a person. However, upon reflection, he surmised that something might indeed be present above. Li Nan voiced his thoughts, eliciting surprise from Zhang Li. Impossible. How could those zombies enter the ventilation shaft? It is over 3 meters in height. Li Nan acknowledged that his theory was somewhat outlandish, but the current situation compelled him to entertain the possibility. The ventilation shaft above could provide access to the subterranean power supply. If those creatures had not sabotaged the power supply, how could the power outage have occurred? Zhang Li exclaimed incredulously. Are you suggesting that those creatures deliberately damaged the electrical system to trap us in darkness? Li Nan shook his head in denial. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. They are merely a species of unintelligent, savage animals, incapable of such planning or execution. At that moment, Zhongli raised his wolf-eye flashlight and illuminated the ventilation shaft above. The ventilation shaft was encased in sheet metal with numerous perforations, which appeared profoundly dark under the flashlight's beam. Are you certain? Zhongli could not help but ask, and Li Nan responded resolutely. Originally, there was a staircase within this subterranean structure that led back above. However, as you observed, that staircase has long been abandoned. Without the storage elevator, the only means of egress is to traverse Gate 6 and breach the iron door. At this juncture, Han Guang addressed the group. Perhaps we should venture into Gate 6. We may discover something of value. Chapter 016. Evolution or Mutation. Frankly, Li Nan had recommended Han Guang to Commander Zhang primarily because he believed that Han Guang possessed some knowledge of the situation. Otherwise, Han Guang would not have been loitering outside Jiangbei Hospital late at night. As expected, Han Guang continued, since Li Nan has stated that we cannot exit via the elevator, we should not remain here and await our demise. At the very least, returning to Gate May 6th provide a means of escape. Zhongli was also hesitant. The current situation was undeniably perilous. Not only had their ammunition been significantly depleted, but the entire subterranean area's electrical system had been compromised. If any further mishaps were to occur, they could all perish. Zhongli inquired of Lu Ziming, how much ammunition and how many grenades do the brothers have remaining? Lu Ziming and the others, positioned behind Zhongli, immediately reported, 1 magazine, 1 grenade. 1 magazine, no grenades. 2 magazines, no grenades. Grenades were standard equipment for the Wolf Fong Special Forces during combat operations. However, due to the abrupt nature of this mission, only Lu Ziming had brought 3 grenades. The others had none. The number of bullets counted by the crowd averaged about 1.5 magazines per person. This level of firepower would certainly suffice to handle a typical mob of a dozen or so individuals. However, it proved to be rather taxing when confronted with this horde of mindless zombies. A magazine for the Thompson submachine gun holds 100 rounds, though this is a substantial quantity. As a weapon of considerable firepower, it can sustain continuous fire for only 2 minutes. Zhongli was swiftly calculating in his mind whether a single grenade could obliterate the iron door, which was approximately 5 to 6 centimeters thick. The urgent priority was to extricate themselves from this perilous predicament. Yet, if they were to blow open the heavy iron door at the back of door 6 to escape, would that not also allow the zombies to surge to the surface? A multitude of questions assailed Zhongli's mind. Although he was generally unfazed, he approached this critical matter with the necessary caution, weighing his options carefully. Replenishing ammunition on the surface was essential, but given their current situation, they could not afford to take the initiative. With the entire underground structure's power system in disarray, their circumstances had become precarious. Therefore, the issue at hand was not the complete extermination of zombies, but rather their own survival. However, would Zhongli be willing to detonate the iron door to flee, thereby leaving a passageway for the zombies to ascend? Li Nan was merely a foot away from Zhongli. Although he could not see Zhongli's expression, he could ascertain from his prolonged silence that Zhongli was hesitating. Observing this, Li Nan spoke up. Captain Zhong, I understand that you and your soldiers fear not death. I, too, along with Han Guang, am willing to descend into this underground morgue without fear. However, some sacrifices are meaningful, while others bear no significance. If we become trapped here, what benefit would that serve the world outside? Our exit through door 6 is intended to relay information and rally greater forces to eradicate these zombies. As you can see, with our current strength, we are hardly capable of contending with them. Upon hearing Zhongli's grunt, Li Nan continued, once we enter door 6, we can use the corpses of those zombies to barricade the entrance. While it may not completely stop them, it should at least buy us some time. At that point, Zhongli, noticing Li Nan's attempt to persuade him, interjected, at this time, the epidemic prevention team should have already arrived at Jiangbei Hospital. Therefore, the higher-ups are undoubtedly aware of my unauthorized actions. I can imagine my superior is currently in a fit of rage. Nonetheless, a soldier who does not face reprimand is not a good soldier. Since I, Zhongli, have already caused one calamity, I shall not commit a second, and I must ensure that the remaining brothers return alive. Zhongli's wolf-toothed flashlight suddenly illuminated Li Nan's face, causing him to squint momentarily before revealing a bright smile. Since Captain Zhong has made his decision, we should act immediately. With that, Zhongli commanded, we will return to door 6. As the power supply ceased, the temperature within the morgue surged abruptly, much to the discomfort of the group. They had donned relatively thick clothing to enter the morgue, and now they felt unbearably hot. At door 6, Lu Ziming and others, guided by a few wolf-eye flashlights, struggled to move the pile of zombie corpses blocking the entrance. Many of the zombies had been riddled with bullets, their bodies in tatters, making the task particularly arduous. Using a basin would have proven more efficient than relying solely on their hands. After considerable effort, they were drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked. Fortunately, they managed to clear the corpses blocking door 6, revealing an opening just over half a person's height. One soldier, wielding a submachine gun, was the first to step inside. After scanning the area with his flashlight and confirming it was safe, he gestured for the others to follow. All clear. You can come in. At that moment, Zhongli also directed his flashlight into the entrance, bending down to enter. Li Nan, with keen eyesight, seemed to detect a shadow in the beam of Zhong Li's flashlight. He quickly pulled Zhong Li back, urgently cautioning, Captain Zhong, hold on. Zhong Li, caught off guard, asked, Brother, what are you doing? Li Nan replied uncertainly, I think I saw something. So Captain Zhong, please don't go in just yet. Zhong Li dismissed his concern. How could there be anything left? We killed all the zombies inside, and besides, there was nothing in the flashlight's beam just now. Zhong Li paused and shone his wolf-toothed flashlight again into door 6. Upon doing so, his expression suddenly tightened. A dark figure was slowly approaching the soldier who had stepped inside first. Zhong Li shouted, Tigers, there's something behind you. At that moment, Tiger was facing the doorway, his submachine gun slung across his chest, seemingly standing guard for his captain. When he noticed Zhong Li hesitating to enter, suspicion arose within him. Hearing Zhong Li shout about something behind him, Tiger understood that the situation had changed. With danger looming, retrieving his firearm would be too late. So he quickly drew a triangular military dagger from his waist. Without a second thought, he turned to stab, but as the dagger sliced through the air, he realized with dismay that he had missed. Meanwhile, Zhong Li stood at the entrance, his gun raised, attempting to aim at whatever lay beyond the door under the flickering beams of several wolf-eye flashlights. The light wavered, allowing Tiger to observe the surroundings. Yet he could not see the entity that Zhong Li had warned about. Zhong Li's gaze flickered along with the light, uncertain if what he had seen was indeed a zombie. However, given the circumstances, he could not afford to be lax regarding the lives of his comrades. He had never taken such matters lightly. Tiger swept his dagger in all directions while discarding the flashlight with his left hand to reach for his submachine gun. Just as the flashlight hit the ground, a series of sickening sounds erupted, followed by a cry of agony from Tiger. Zhong Li, bewildered by the unfolding events, kept his eyes fixed ahead, yet in an instant, Tiger's body was yanked into the shadows behind him, and a SE tension surged within Zhong. His fury palpable as he prepared to burst through the door, intent on personally slaying the abomination that had emerged. Yet, he was halted by Li Nan, who cautioned, The situation behind door 6 is more intricate than we anticipated. You cannot enter. Lu Ziming chimed in, The captain cannot go in. If anyone should, it should be me, as I seek vengeance for Huzi. In that moment, a beam of light from a flashlight flickered, and Li Nan noticed Lu Ziming's bare torso. He inquired, Lu Ziming, why have you removed your clothing? Lu was momentarily speechless, pondering the absurdity of such a question in their dire circumstances. However, seeing that Captain Zhang's emotions had calmed, he replied, The power is out here, and it is unbearably hot, hence I removed my shirt. The underground morgue had lost all cooling capabilities due to the blackout, and being a semi-enclosed structure, it perfectly exemplified the greenhouse effect. Consequently, the temperature soared after just a few minutes without power. Upon hearing this, Li Nan felt the oppressive heat surrounding him and suddenly realized, Now I understand why this zombie has become so formidable. Chapter 017. A gift of iron. Li Nan's expression grew serious as he turned the beam of a wolf-eye flashlight toward the location of the sound, prompting Han Guang to ask, What have you figured out? Zhang and the remaining 9 Wolf Fang soldiers fixed their gazes on Li Nan, eager to learn more. Li Nan instructed Lu Ziming, Hand me the wolf-eye flashlight. Without hesitation, Lu Ziming tossed it to him, catching it with both hands. Li Nan fumbled for the switch before directing the beam into door 6. Aside from the severed head of Huzi, nothing else was visible. Although the wolf-eye flashlight possessed impressive penetration capabilities, its range was limited, making it difficult to discern the peculiar entity lurking within. Voicing his thoughts, Li Nan remarked, We have overlooked a crucial detail. The morgue is now devoid of cooling. This means the temperature here could be higher than that outside. As we know, human bodily functions slow in cooler conditions, while elevated temperatures induce heightened activity. I believe this is why the zombies we previously encountered were so sluggish compared to this one. Zhang seemed to grasp Li Nan's implication and responded, Are you suggesting that the zombie has become more agile and powerful due to the rising temperature? Li Nan affirmed, explaining that the current zombie was not merely faster, but that the ones they faced earlier were exceptionally slow and cumbersome. Without a thermometer, Li Nan could only make a rough estimate of the temperature, noting beads of sweat forming on his brow despite minimal exertion. It was apparent that the temperature was around 30 degrees Celsius, indeed unfavorable for human activity. He exclaimed thus, The zombie behind door 6 is far more vicious than the one at Baiyuan Square. Zhang recalled his earlier discomfort. No wonder the zombies we shot before lacked the agility of the one at Baiyuan Square. The difference lies here. At this moment, Li Nan had thoroughly analyzed the creature behind door 6. However, understanding the situation made it all the more daunting to confront the zombie. Lu Ziming expressed his concern. There may not be just one zombie behind that door. If it has companions, we could be in grave danger. Zhang recognized the urgency of their predicament. The death of Huzi was a testament to the zombie's formidable nature. Not only had its speed and strength increased, but its unpredictable behavior posed an additional challenge, such as its ability to evade human flashlights. Li Nan explained, avoiding light is an instinctual behavior seen in many animals. It does not imply that the creature possesses intelligence. Yet combating it will undoubtedly be a formidable task. Witnessing Huzi's tragic demise ignited a fierce rage within Zhang, but he knew he could not act recklessly. He had to ensure the safety of the survivors. There was no time for grief. His mind raced, contemplating how to eliminate the zombie with minimal losses. Their current situation transcended mere vengeance for Huzi. The zombie obstructed their path, necessitating its swift removal. Lu Ziming echoed his worries regarding the situation behind the door, while Li Nan reassured him, do not fret. There were originally 109 corpses behind door 6. While you were moving them, I counted 110 skulls, excluding your 2 fallen comrades. That leaves 108 zombies in total. Thus, it is likely that only one zombie remains behind the door, a straggler from when the rest were trapped. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziming felt a sense of relief. If that formidable zombie had no companions, the remaining 12 individuals would feel less apprehensive. However, Li Nan kept a crucial detail to himself. The best-case scenario was indeed a solitary zombie behind the door. After all, zombies require bites to transform. It was uncertain whether the original instigator remained inside. Be it one or many, the possibilities were uncertain. Nevertheless, Li Nan chose to present the most benign outcome to maintain morale. Zhang's attention turned back to Lu Ziming. The zombie concealed behind the door posed a significant threat, and since door 6 was essential for Zhang and his team, they had to eliminate the creature to ensure their plans proceeded without hindrance. However, killing such a rampaging zombie would be no small feat. Zhang recalled that Lu Ziming still possessed a grenade. The entrance to door 6 was secured by 5 Wolf Fong soldiers wielding submachine guns, and Zhang addressed Lu Ziming. Pass me your grenade. Lu Ziming, confused by his captain's intentions, asked, Captain, you don't mean to imitate Dong Tsimrui, do you? Zhang retorted angrily. How foolish do you think I am? Lu Ziming handed over the grenade, and Zhang continued, have you ever hunted wild beasts in the wilderness? I hail from the Changbai Mountain region, and as a child, I learned to hunt wolves alongside the village's seasoned hunters. Do you know how to capture a wolf? Lu Ziming could only shake his head, uncertain of how to catch a wolf. Zhang's expression softened slightly as he explained, by setting traps. In the Changbai Mountain area, wolves roamed as the dominant predators, and capturing them for their pelts was no easy task. Even armed with a hunting rifle, one might not succeed, as the wolf's ferocity could induce panic in any hunter. To catch a wolf in the dense forests, one must rely on traps. Carefully observing the wolf's trails and paths to strategically place traps, Zhang reminisced about the tactics employed by the old hunters of his youth, who would use pig's blood frozen into ice blocks, forming coconut-sized blood ice shapes, and place them along the wolf's frequented routes. The wild wolf is drawn to the pungent scent of pig's blood, leading it to discover the blood ice ball. Driven by instinctual behavior, the bloodthirsty wolf begins to lick the ball, which diminishes with each lick, revealing the concealed cross-shaped dagger within. Initially oblivious to the dagger's presence, the wolf continues to lick until it tastes its own blood. As the blood flows more freely, the wolf realizes something is amiss. But by then it is too weak to escape, collapsing in the frigid wilderness of Changbai Mountain. Li Nan, aware of the intentions of the tension, warns, that zombie is exceptionally swift. I fear this hand grenade may not harm it. Zhang Li, undeterred, retorts that no matter how formidable the zombie, it remains an unthinking beast. To consume our soldiers, it must possess a sound set of teeth. Li Nan harbors no doubts about Zhang Li's confidence, for the nation's weaponry is the most deserving of respect. Their existence, though perhaps less conspicuous than that of movie stars or societal elites, is undeniably dedicated to upholding the honor and faith of the nation, often at great personal sacrifice. Zhang Li clenches the wolf-eye flashlight between his teeth and uses both hands to unearth the bodies of his 2 brothers from the pile of corpses. Murmuring an apology, he expresses regret for disturbing their peace even in death. He then draws his triangular military dagger and slices open one of the bodies, probing inside the chest cavity to conceal the grenade, before carelessly tossing the remains behind door 6. It becomes clear to the others what Zhang Li intends to do. Directing the beam of the flashlight at the fallen torso, he abruptly turns it off and instructs everyone, turn off your flashlights and remain silent. Complying, the room is plunged into darkness, reminiscent of the primordial chaos before the creation of the world, leaving them disoriented. Zhang Li grips his submachine gun, maintaining a state of readiness, his eyes fixed on the unseen front. Seconds stretch into minutes with only silence emanating from behind door 6. Li Nan feels the weight of anxiety. In total darkness, their position is severely compromised. The zombies, akin to the living dead, do not rely on sight, meaning they can sense their presence while remaining invisible. After what seems like an eternity, the stillness is broken by the sound of footsteps from behind door 6, punctuated by the unmistakable sound of drool hitting the floor. Without hesitation, a massive maw lunges forward, savoring the air, and a crunching sound suggests it has bitten into something metallic. Zhang Li, poised with his submachine gun, fires a single shot. the bullet erupting in a burst of flame and shrapnel, resulting in an explosive shockwave that scatters flesh and bone in all directions. Chapter 018. Homemade incendiary devices. There is a saying about the chaos caused by a detonated device in a latrine stirring public outrage. Although this metaphor may seem exaggerated, it captures the essence of the moment. Behind door 6, an explosion erupts, showering them with a gruesome mixture of blood and viscous fluids, more repulsive than the filth of a latrine. Moments later, as the echoes of the blast dissipate, Zhongli attempts to advance, only to be halted by Li Nan, who suggests they wait a moment longer for safety. Li Nan's concern lies in the possibility of lingering zombies within, prompting his caution. Zhongli, understanding Li Nan's reasoning, inquires, "What shall we do, then? Wait outside." Indeed, the uncertainty of safety beyond door 6 is a troubling dilemma. Manipulating the Wolf-Eye flashlight, Li Nan considers its potential, though compact. It boasts a remarkable illumination duration of up to 48 hours, thanks to its military-grade battery. Li Nan, realizing the battery's potential, consults Lu Ziming, who confirms its capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nan deftly extracts a battery from the flashlight, prompting Lu Ziming's curiosity. Li Nan explains that the battery contains ammonium chloride, which, when combined with zinc, can produce hydrogen gas, a flammable substance suitable for crafting incendiary devices, ultimately allowing them to ascertain the threat behind door 6. Astonished by this revelation, Lu Ziming assists in the task of extracting the liquid from the battery. With precision, he uses a military dagger to expose the battery's contents, pouring the noxious liquid into Li Nan's rubber glove. Li Nan then removes the metal tip from his belt, placing it inside the glove, which he secures tightly. The metal tip, rich in zinc, will facilitate the chemical reaction. After a brief period, the glove swells ominously, prompting Li Nan to shout, "Shoot the glove." Without hesitation, Lu Ziming raises his weapon, and the glove bursts, unleashing a fiery plume that illuminates the area behind door 6. To their relief, it becomes evident that the space is devoid of zombies. The 9 soldiers exhale in unison, as if a harrowing ordeal has finally come to an end. Lu Ziming, filled with admiration for Li Nan, exclaims, "Impressive, my friend. I am truly in awe of your ingenuity." Li Nan, modestly deflecting the praise, responds, "This is merely a simple trick. The capabilities of your company commander are truly remarkable. Merely relying on memory, he can strike a target with precision even in complete darkness. That is the essence of sharpness. I am but a humble catalyst." Lu Ziming extended his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "You and Commander Zhang are simply extraordinary." In terms of marksmanship, Lu Ziming's recent demonstration of shooting a rubber glove was indeed impressive, yet when compared to Zhang Li, there remains a notable difference. After all, Lu Ziming had the advantage of seeing the inflated glove while shooting. Without further ado, having confirmed that the area behind Gate 6 was secure, they needed to hasten their entry and subsequently exit through the large iron gate, providing first-hand information to the ground troops. However, upon entering Gate 6, Zhang Li and his companions quickly realized that matters had gone awry. Upon locating the iron gate, they observed numerous fists and handprints, indicative of significant damage. The nature of the destruction suggested that it was not the work of a single zombie, but rather a collective assault by all the zombies in the vicinity. Ultimately, they had failed, yet this also underscored the fact that this 5 to 6 centimeter thick iron door was indeed quite resilient. The last grenade had been utilized to eliminate a zombie, leaving them with only submachine guns as their available weaponry. While the Thompson submachine gun is considered a heavy firearm, it is still categorized as a light weapon, offering little leverage against the formidable iron door. Zhang Li and his team were troubled. Why should they face such trials as if they were the legendary Guan Yu traversing 1,000 miles alone? Lu Ziming meticulously examined the iron door, searching for any potential gaps or weaknesses, hoping to leverage their limited resources to breach it. Although Li Nan had ideas for makeshift incendiary devices, he felt helpless in the face of such a formidable barrier. Was he expected to concoct C4 explosives on the spot? At that moment, Li Nan noticed Han Guang behind him, who was involuntarily looking upward. Li Nan found this puzzling. What was he doing? Throughout their descent into the underground morgue, Han Guang had remained largely silent and unexpressive, which was atypical for someone of his experience as an old police officer. Following Han Guang's gaze, Li Nan also tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, but discerned nothing significant. Suddenly, Han Guang noticed Li Nan's movement and chuckled. "What are you looking at?" Li Nan was taken aback. It was he who should be asking that question. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and instead replied bleakly, "The current situation is rather grim. We may not be able to escape. I apologize for dragging you into this." Han Guang dismissed the concern, stating, "You didn't pull me in. I chose to come here myself." Li Nan, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Han Guang scratched his head, recalling how he had been unexpectedly drenched in water outside the corridor, leaving his hair still wet. The Jiangbei government had their reasons. Due to the severe repercussions of the Beiyuan Square incident, compounded by military pressure, they were forced to conceal the truth from the public. It was under these circumstances that I sought you out to discuss these matters. Han Guang pulled out a cigarette, only to be stopped by Li Nan. Given that the underground morgue was a completely sealed environment, with the power and ventilation systems down, the air was rapidly depleting. Perhaps you should refrain from smoking to preserve the air, Li Nan suggested. Han Guang, not overly concerned, self-deprecatingly remarked, it's an old habit. I feel uncomfortable without a few puffs. But the cigarette is already damp and unsmokable. He tossed the pack to the ground, declaring, if I manage to get out of here, I promise to quit smoking. Li Nan laughed. That's rather hypocritical. You just taught me to smoke. And now you plan to quit. The two men shared a hearty laugh, after which Han Guang asked, do you know why I stood guard outside Jiangbei Hospital late at night? Li Nan shook his head, as that was precisely the dilemma that had compelled him to drag Han Guang underground. Han Guang continued, after seeing you at Jiangbei Hospital, I sensed something unusual. I believe the apocalyptic scenario of 2012 had been postponed to 2014. A feeling of unease compelled me to remain outside Jiangbei Hospital. I wished to witness firsthand the arrival of the apocalypse. Li Nan was taken aback. Such words hardly seemed fitting for an old police officer, sounding more like the ramblings of a delusional fantasist. Noticing Li Nan's discomfort, Han Guang chuckled. Whether we can escape remains uncertain. This situation feels like an apocalypse to us. Li Nan was unsure how to respond, grappling with the complexity of Han Guang's character. After a tense 30 seconds of silence, Han Guang broke the quiet. I've discovered something that may prove useful. Li Nan remained silent, fixated on Han Guang, deep in thought. Han Guang continued, look over there at the body storage cabinet. Something seems off. Prompted by Han Guang's observation, Li Nan turned to follow his gaze and spotted an open body storage cabinet, yet it was empty. Not sensing any significance. He was surprised when Han Guang remarked, the issue does not lie with the cabinet itself, but rather with what is above it. At that moment, Li Nan understood why Han Guang had been looking upward. Directly above the indicated cabinet was a ventilation duct, the cover of which had vanished, leaving an opening the size of a waist. Chapter 019. The burrow. When Li Nan was utilizing his homemade incendiary device to scan for zombies behind Gate 6. Han Guang had noticed something unusual above a body storage cabinet, while everyone else had focused on the sealed iron door. Han Guang had been observing the anomalies in the ceiling. Upon his revelation, Li Nan gasped. It became clear that the zombies had accessed the underground through this ventilation system. Zhang Li had previously dismissed Li Nan's theory, believing the ceiling to be over 3 meters high. How could the zombies possibly ascend? Moreover, based on current observations, the zombies did not appear to possess any jumping abilities. The situation had unfolded in this manner. The distance of just over 3 meters, minus the height of the 1.5 meter tall storage cabinet, left a climbable distance for the zombies. Li Nan felt a chill run down his spine. Why would the zombies seek to ascend? In his understanding, these zombies were mere mindless shells devoid of intellect. Yet, the evidence from behind Gate 6 suggested otherwise. It seemed implausible that mindless creatures would exert themselves to climb a storage cabinet and wriggle into a ventilation duct. Li Nan mentally dismissed these possibilities, considering only the notion that the zombies might possess some degree of intelligence. Alternatively, it was conceivable that something within the ventilation system was attracting them, a lure enticing them to the duct, rather than a conscious decision to climb. If this were true, what could possibly be drawing the zombies? As a science-minded individual, Li Nan excelled in contemplation, yet faced with such a conundrum, he felt utterly befuddled. If he could decipher the intricate details that foretold past and future events, he would not be Li Nan, but rather Sherlock Holmes. Li Nan promptly relayed Han Guang's discovery to Zhang Li, drawing their attention to this newfound detail. The remaining wolf-eye flashlights illuminated the direction pointed out by Han Guang, revealing the exposed cave entrance in its entirety. The sinister opening was devoid of any discernible objects. Yet the viscous remnants at its periphery hinted at the presence of the zombies that had crawled through. Perhaps all the zombies that had vanished from Gate 3 had congregated at Gate 6, devouring every corpse within before undergoing some unforeseen transformation, which subsequently led them into the underground ventilation system through that very vent. Under some fortuitous circumstance, they might have inadvertently sabotaged the underground power supply, resulting in the current dire situation. Was this scenario plausible? It seemed rather idealistic. Li Nan's musings lacked clarity, and in the present context, such information appeared inconsequential. Merely knowing the whereabouts of the zombies might suffice. At that moment, Li Nan conceived a bold idea to investigate the other 4 gates, believing there might still be something to discover. However, Zhang Li promptly dismissed this notion, asserting that merely dealing with the zombies at Gate 6 had already left them in a precarious position. Given the current circumstances, venturing into the other gates was ill-advised. The only staircase leading to the surface was impassable, and they found themselves helpless against the iron door. Zhang Li was also reluctant to explore the other 4 gates. And with only the empty ventilation shaft remaining, did they truly intend to wait for death? The furrowed brow of Zhang Li reflected his inner turmoil. He was caught between the choice of investigating the other gates or attempting to navigate through the vent, or perhaps merely waiting for rescue. Each option bore the potential for drastically different outcomes. Among the group, 3 had already perished, and he could not bear to accept further losses. Thus, his decision required utmost caution. Li Nan advocated for a reconnaissance of the other gates, while Han Guang suggested ascending through the vent to explore. Conversely, Li Xiaofan proposed they remain and await rescue from ground forces. Each choice garnered support, leaving Zhang Li, as the leader, in a state of indecision. It was then that Han Guang interjected. Li Nen mentioned that above us lies a convoluted network of ventilation ducts. Although the space is confined, it allows for crawling. And if we enter through the vent, we need not fear the zombies. In such a narrow space, our advantage in individual combat will be amplified. We could infiltrate the underground power supply system and perhaps restore the electricity, enabling our own rescue. Han Guang's words were indeed persuasive, and after a moment of contemplation, Zhang Li agreed. Very well, we shall proceed through the vent. There may still be a glimmer of hope. While Li Nan felt they should first investigate the other 4 gates, the rationale presented by Han Guang was compelling, and he too began to consider the possibilities of venturing through the shaft. Zhang Li was the first to leap onto the body storage cabinet, illuminating the vent with his wolf-eye flashlight to confirm its emptiness before being the first to enter. Lu Ziming followed closely behind, with Li Xiaofan and the others trailing in succession. Li Nan was the last to ascend. The 1.5-meter-high cabinet posed little challenge for the others, yet Li Nan struggled, almost losing his balance as he climbed. Just as he teetered, a hand reached out, grasping his arm and pulling him upward. Steadying himself, he turned to Han Guang and expressed his gratitude. Thanks. Han Guang continued to grip Li Nan's arm as he positioned his legs atop the storage cabinet, exerting force to finally wedge himself into the vent. The darkness below was already oppressive, but the vent was even more so, the surrounding space barely accommodating their movements. Devoid of any room for other actions. With a chain of individuals connected, only the few at the front had activated their flashlights, leaving Li Nan at the rear. In total darkness, he lowered his head and crawled forward, closely following Han Guang's lead. In terms of intellect, Li Nan felt he was only slightly inferior to Sherlock Holmes. But when it came to physical stamina, he found himself at a disadvantage, making his progress laborious. He pressed his hands against the metal surface beneath his chest, extending his legs and pushing off with his toes, inching forward like a caterpillar. Noticing Li Nan struggle, Han Guang remarked, "The key to crawling is leveraging your strength. Though the space is confined, there is still room to elevate your rear. Your hands, buttocks, and toes should form a triangular configuration. Applying force from all 3 points will make the endeavor more manageable." After Han Guang's advice, Li Nan followed suit, putting theory into practice and finding it indeed alleviated some of his burden. How does a police officer know about crawling techniques? Do you practice this? Li Nan inquired, feeling the oppressive atmosphere of the vent. Well, I learned this from a military website. That's how they train soldiers. Han Guang replied nonchalantly. Li Nan pondered this, marveling at the plethora of knowledge drawn from military resources, wondering why he had never encountered such information before. As they crawled, a question was relayed from the front. After hearing it, Han Guang turned to Li Nan. Captain Zhang said they encountered a fork in the path ahead and are uncertain which way to proceed. Li Nan abruptly halted, contemplating the situation. After crawling for 7 or 8 minutes, he deduced that they should still be atop the roof of the first morgue. Based on their route, he surmised that the fork Zhang encountered led to the left towards Gate 2 and to the right towards Gate 4, positioning them directly above the previously inspected Gate 3. According to Han Guang's logic, they ought to follow the ventilation shaft to reach the underground power supply system. Thus, they should head towards Gate 1, which was the location of the power supply. To the left, Li Nan instructed. Han Guang relayed the message. To the left. The command traveled down the line, and Zhang Li promptly directed their crawl towards Gate 1 on the left. The 12 individuals progressed at a steady pace, and after a minute or two, Li Nan finally reached the fork Zhang had mentioned. He slightly lifted his gaze and turned left, just as Han Guang warned. Be careful. The cover has fallen off in this area. Hearing this, Li Nan looked ahead and indeed spotted an exposed ventilation opening, roughly the size of a waist. As he passed by, he leaned down to peer through the gap, scanning the surroundings. The darkness below obscured his vision, prompting him to call out, "Officer Han, can you lend me a wolf-eye flashlight?" Understanding that the opening would pique Li Nan's curiosity, Han Guang extended his right hand behind him, offering a flashlight. "Thank you," Li Nan replied. With no further conversation, he directed the beam of light towards Area 2. The environment there mirrored that of Area 6, with numerous storage cabinets strewn about, indicating that the corpses had also transformed into zombies. Li Nan gasped in dismay. Could the other 3 areas be similar? Have all the bodies in the first morgue succumbed to transformation? The thought sent a tremor through him. The implications were terrifying. Upon reflection, Li Nan felt a chilling sense of dread. The zombies in Zone 2 had vanished, and one of the vent covers had been removed. Could it be that all these zombies had crawled into the ventilation ducts? His hand trembled, nearly causing the wolf-eye flashlight to slip from his grasp. Fortunately, his fingers proved nimble enough to retain their hold. Just as his heart raced with anxiety, Li Nan looked up to find himself utterly alone. Chapter 020. Disappearance. In a moment of distraction, the individuals who had been crawling ahead of him had inexplicably vanished, leaving Li Nan with an eerie sensation. What was happening? Was this place akin to the Bermuda Triangle? He hoisted the wolf-eye flashlight from below the opening and illuminated the area around him, yet still found no one. The ventilation duct, once narrow and confining, now appeared alarmingly empty. "Officer Han," Li Nan shouted, striving to make his voice resonate, but after a few seconds, the only reply was the faint echo within the duct. A wave of unease washed over him, reminiscent of a kitsch horror film where a solitary figure finds themselves in an alien environment. Even in the absence of overt terror, the setting was enough to evoke fear. Surely, the group ahead had quickened their pace, leaving him behind. This must be the case, he thought, as he hastened his crawl. Though he had voluntarily descended into this subterranean morgue, a decision fraught with peril, Li Nan felt little trepidation. Perhaps it was the presence of the elite wolf-tooth commandos that reassured him, instilling a sense of safety amidst the danger. Yet, the current circumstances were starkly different. Not only were 3 of the commandos deceased, but the environment itself posed a threat. Should a zombie emerge from the shadows, he would be ill-equipped to defend himself. At that moment, his best course of action might have been to cleanse himself and await his fate. His mind raced with anxious thoughts, but his limbs persisted in their movement. He silently implored the heavens for protection, wishing fervently for the return of his companions. Clenching the wolf-eye flashlight between his teeth, he scanned the area, yet still found no trace of humanity. As he crawled further, he began to notice the increasing presence of a viscous black liquid within the duct. Li Nan was all too familiar with this substance. During his confrontation with the red-eyed man at North Yuan Square, he had witnessed its repulsive nature. Reluctantly, he pressed onward, unable to avoid the confined space of the duct. The deeper he crawled, the more he sensed the temperature rising. The duct was cramped, and the exertion amplified the heat, leading him to question whether it was merely psychological or a tangible reality. At that moment, a realization struck him. The electrical and ventilation systems likely shared a common pathway. Therefore, the heat within the duct was probably a byproduct of the operating machinery. It stood to reason that the zombies, drawn to warmth, had instinctively removed the vent cover to enter. This behavior was purely instinctual, devoid of any intelligence, which provided Li Nan with a modicum of relief. Yet, he had to continue crawling. He needed to catch up with Zhang Li and the others. Convinced that the group ahead had indeed moved far beyond his reach, it became imperative to pursue them. Despite the nauseating black muck that coated the duct, he pressed forward, grimacing as he did so. As he continued, Li Nan noticed something peculiar. The black liquid was undoubtedly left behind by the zombies, and the traces were intact on the duct's surface, suggesting that nothing, at least nothing humanoid, had passed through after the zombies. This revelation raised a significant question. Zhang Li and the others had not been ahead of him after all. Rather than assuaging his fears, this discovery only intensified them. Had those who were once before him truly vanished in an instant? The only explanation he could conjure for this bizarre phenomenon was that they had been possessed by Southern Pai Sin Shu, only to disappear without a trace. Li Nan chuckled bitterly, feeling like a mute consuming bitter herbs, his face contorted in despair. He felt trapped, as if the heavens denied him entry and the earth offered no refuge. Was this how it would end for him, a mere intern trained in a harmonious society? Succumbing to fear? He mused that it would be more merciful for a zombie to emerge and end him swiftly. Just then, a muffled sound echoed in the emptiness, resembling the movement of something crawling. Li Nan's heart raced. Could it be that his thoughts had manifested into reality? He removed the flashlight from his mouth and illuminated the area around him, only to find nothing. Bewildered, he wondered if the air was so scarce that he was succumbing to hallucinations. In a moment of clarity, he placed his right hand on his neck, feeling for his pulse. Although fear had quickened his heartbeat, it remained within normal parameters. He was not experiencing oxygen deprivation. After a brief moment of calm, the sound returned, this time more pronounced, pushing Li Nan to the brink of panic. In the vast expanse of the duct, he had no room to maneuver, and the series of strange occurrences had certainly tested his resolve. However, he quickly realized that inaction was not a viable option. Even if a zombie or multiple zombies were approaching, he needed to devise a means of survival. With renewed composure, Li Nan focused intently on the direction of the sound, attempting to ascertain where the zombie might emerge. He strained to listen, detecting the rhythmic thumping that seemed to originate not from ahead or behind, but directly above him. A chill crept down his spine as he comprehended that the sound was indeed coming from directly overhead. First, the inexplicable disappearance of Zhang Li and the others, and now this strange noise from above, 2 unfathomable events converging upon him. In that moment, fear began to dissipate. When one reaches the brink of terror, ignorance can become a form of liberation. Li Nan, inundated with overwhelming information, felt a strange numbness wash over him. He no longer exhibited signs of panic, but instead faced whatever lay ahead, whether it be a zombie or something else entirely, with a sense of acceptance. The sounds intensified, and Li Nan pondered what might be above him. Logically, the duct should be encased in thick concrete. Could anything traverse such material? The answer is evidently negative. However, after calming down, Li Nan pondered a question. Since Zhang Li and the others had not walked ahead of him, how could they have vanished? The ventilation duct was straightforward, and it was impossible for them to have retreated. Thus, Li Nan felt he should retrace his steps, at least back to the exposed vent at Gate 2 to take a look. Perhaps he would uncover something. Resolute in his decision, he attempted to turn around to walk back, but due to the duct's narrowness, he couldn't pivot. Consequently, he could only adopt a forward-moving posture while retreating. With both hands pushing backward, he slowly maneuvered himself away, finding it more arduous than moving forward. This experience made him truly grasp the meaning of the saying, "A good horse does not turn back." After shuffling a few steps, he had yet to retreat a full meter, but the noises above were gradually receding, seemingly moving contrary to his path. This slight reassurance suggested that whatever was above was not there to bring him misfortune. It was merely a chance encounter. After making a few more shuffles, Li Nan abruptly looked up and noticed something unusual in the duct. Typically, underground ventilation ducts serve two purposes: to provide fresh air and to expel smoke during a fire. Due to these functions, the ducts are constructed from iron sheeting with a diameter of 40 centimeters. Although not particularly sturdy, they adequately fulfill their intended purposes. While retreating, Li Nan kept his head tilted upward and discovered a significant crack in one section of the duct. Given that the quality of the iron sheeting used is not strictly regulated, cracks and holes are not uncommon. However, to Li Nan's surprise, the concrete layer outside the iron sheeting had also developed a fissure, extending into the unknown depths. Stunned, he wondered if the noise he had heard earlier had originated from this very spot. It suddenly made sense why Zhang Li and the others had all vanished. They must have crawled into this opening. Unable to contain his frustration, Li Nan muttered a string of curses, feeling abandoned as they seemingly fled without him. Without further contemplation, he clamped the flashlight in his mouth, freeing his hands to climb into the concrete gap. The moment he entered, he was met with discomfort from the rough stones and concrete debris beneath him, causing him to grimace in pain. At that moment, he recalled a minor earthquake that had occurred a year prior in Jiangbei City, though the epicenter remained unclear. Could this crack have resulted from that earthquake? As he crawled through the gap in the ventilation duct, using both hands and feet, he managed to cover half a meter. Admittedly, while the space between the concrete was somewhat more spacious than the duct, the uneven surface, littered with stones and gravel, made his progress quite painful. Li Nan felt as though his palms were being scraped raw. Despite the pain, he pressed on. He had no idea where this fissure might lead, but as long as there remained a hope of reuniting with Zhang Li and the others, he could not afford to stop. Trapped in this unknown environment, the torment of fear was becoming unbearable. He estimated that from the moment he had heard the noise above until now, he had likely spent 5 or 6 minutes crawling. And considering the few meters he had previously retreated, he speculated that in another 10 minutes, he might encounter Han Guang, who was trailing behind. The mere thought filled him with excitement, akin to the anticipation of seeing daylight again. With renewed vigor, he quickened his pace, shouting, "Han Guang, Lu Ziming, wait for me." Yet, one question plagued him. Why had Zhang Li and the others silently slipped into this obscure fissure without a word? Did they see something? Or did someone among them possess knowledge he lacked? Li Nan felt like a fool, descending into this underground realm to act as a guide. It would have been far wiser to remain in the hospital, for the zombie outbreak had little to do with him. It was best to keep his distance. Regret was a luxury he could not afford. Despite lamenting his descent into this underground maze, he felt powerless. Alone, his combat capabilities rated a mere 5, truly a weakling in terms of fighting prowess. Although he had shown bravado at Beiyuan Square, within this dark underground chamber, he felt like a frightened bird, susceptible to the slightest threat. After crawling several more meters, he sensed something odd about the narrowing gap. Did it really require such confinement to connect with others? Bent over, he moved cautiously forward until he was met with an unpleasant surprise. Further movement would require an extraordinary contortion. Trapped and unable to progress, Li Nan found himself wedged between the concrete walls. This was hardly a path. Cursing silently, he felt utterly helpless. It was as if misfortune had taken a liking to him, for the saying, "Fortune does not come in pairs, nor does misfortune walk alone," seemed to ring true in his situation. Desperately trying to shake his body free, he realized the concrete walls held him firmly in place, unyielding to his struggles. The flashlight he had clamped in his mouth swayed along with him, casting erratic beams of light. In a fleeting moment, he caught sight of a figure ahead. To his horror, he wondered if a zombie was about to greet him. The flashlight nearly lodged in his throat as he recoiled in shock. Adjusting the flashlight with his tongue, he discerned a glimpse of a yellow garment beside the concrete block. As he directed the beam, he came face to face with a half-exposed head, staring directly at him. The figure belonged to a young girl, her hair styled in 2 high pigtails. Dressed in a pale yellow dress, an unmistakable appearance of innocence. Li Nan, momentarily amused by her childlike appearance, thought, "Is this a scene from a play?" Yet, he was hardly prepared for such a role. Just as his fleeting joy faded, the girl behind the concrete block lunged forward, mouth agape. Li Nan froze, resigning himself to the absurdity of potentially meeting his end at the hands of a young girl. He was well aware that encountering a child in such a bizarre gap was far-fetched. Nevertheless, he felt utterly powerless, like a fish on the chopping block, with no means of escape. The 7 or 8-year-old girl stared at him, her eyes wide with hunger. Her mouth stretched into a grin that seemed to relish the impending meal. With a wry smile, Li Nan muttered, "If you're going to bite, then just do it. Don't make me regret it later." Clearly, this little zombie was among the weaker of her kind, hesitant about such an easy feast, her expression betraying uncertainty. With a resigned breath, Li Nan spat out the flashlight, only to find a gun clattering from his pocket. I still had this weapon. A jolt of hope surged through Li Nan as he recalled the pistol Zhang Li had given him. Perhaps survival was still within reach. 2 items had tumbled to the ground with him, a high-intensity flashlight and a Type 54 pistol. Seeing this, the zombified girl seemed to make up her mind, lunging at Li Nan without hesitation. Damn it, Li Nan thought, since fate has granted me a chance to live, I can't squander it. He summoned every ounce of strength he possessed, unleashing it in a sudden burst. He wrenched his trapped right arm free and, with lightning speed, snatched the pistol from the ground. Die, you little fiend, he roared, squeezing the trigger and sending a bullet hurtling toward her. What? To his dismay, the shot went wide. At such close quarters, a mere 2 or 3 meters, Li Nan hadn't just missed. He hadn't even grazed the zombie girl's dress. In the blink of an eye, the zombie denied Li Nan any further opportunity, her gaping maw lunging straight for him. Having only ever handled a handgun in practice, Li Nan was caught off guard by the recoil of the real weapon. His wrist buckled, causing the pistol to inadvertently jam into the zombie's mouth. A fortunate accident. It seemed that a clumsy thrust proved more effective than a well-aimed shot. Without hesitation, a deafening blast erupted, obliterating the zombie girl's head. The pistol in Li Nan's hand felt as though it had exploded. His fingers were numb and unresponsive. The gruesome aftermath of the headshot, a spray of black and white gore, splattered across Li Nan's face. This was the first time he had been sprayed by a little girl zombie, and it was an experience he found utterly repulsive. He hoped never to encounter such a revolting ordeal again. Li Nan's right arm felt as if it had been hit by an atomic blast. It took him over 10 minutes to recover. He wiped the filth from his face and noticed a sharp, tearing pain. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a chunk of flesh had been torn from his right shoulder, leaving a smear of blood on the adjacent concrete wall. Li Nan chuckled ruefully. Losing a bit of flesh to save my life? I'd say it was worth it. He tore off his coat, fashioning a makeshift bandage with a simple knot. It was now clear to Li Nan that Zhang Li and his group had never come this way. It had all been wishful thinking on his part. The noise he had heard earlier must have been the zombie girl. She had somehow found her way into this confined space and, through sheer chance, stumbled upon a living human. How utterly capricious. Tonight wasn't Li Nan's demise, but rather the zombie girl's funeral. Li Nan had managed to break free from the concrete wall in a surge of adrenaline-fueled desperation, but not without losing a sizable piece of flesh from his shoulder. He turned and clambered out of the crevice without hesitation. Dragging his wounded arm, Li Nan struggled to move. The pistol had essentially exploded in the zombie girl's mouth, leaving the barrel cracked and useless. Made in China, what a piece of junk, Li Nan muttered, tossing the weapon aside. His first time firing a gun, and he had missed. The second shot had taken out his target, but had also destroyed his weapon. He wondered if it had been worth it. If he couldn't find Zhang Li's group, the pistol would have been his lifeline. Now that it was gone, he didn't know how much longer he would survive. The more Li Nan pondered, the dizzier he felt. His limbs grew heavy, as if he had been given a full-body anesthetic. It felt as though if he fell, he would never get up again. So, he desperately reminded himself, you can't give up. You haven't been officially instated yet. And you still need to explain everything to Gao Shui. The perilous journey had taken a heavy toll on Li Nan's physical and mental strength. Combined with the shoulder injury, he knew he was reaching his limit. Perhaps he should lie down and rest until his strength returned before continuing. As Li Nan was thinking, he stumbled out of the gap and into the ventilation duct, where he lost consciousness. Chapter 22. Dream and Reality Wake Up. Wake up. Li Nan felt incredibly weak, unable to open his eyes. But he faintly heard someone calling his name. Slowly, his consciousness returned. Han Guang stood nearby, announcing loudly, he's awake. Li Nan felt several people gathering around him, but he couldn't make out their faces clearly in the dim light of the flashlights. A large figure stood at the forefront, patting Li Nan's shoulder and saying, we thought you were a goner. Glad you're okay. Li Nan recognized Zhang Li and croaked, I thought you guys vanished. Zhang Li looked confused. What are you talking about? Li Nan realized that the surroundings didn't resemble a ventilation duct at all. He asked, where are we? How did you find me? Zhang Li frowned, turning to Lu Ziming and the others. Is Li Nan out of his mind? Lu Ziming stepped forward to touch Li Nan's forehead, but found nothing unusual. He then shone a flashlight on his own face and asked, do you know who I am? Li Nan found it amusing. You're Lu Ziming, aren't you? Would I forget that? Lu Ziming turned to Zhang Li and said, Chief, he's not crazy. Li Nan retorted, you're the crazy one. As he spoke, he felt a searing pain in his shoulder, jolting him and clearing his head slightly. Lu Ziming said, you're injured. Don't move around too much. You don't want the wound to get infected. Not even a god could save you then. Li Nan felt his intelligence slipping away. Why were their conversations so disjointed? What was going on? Could it be? Li Nan's face darkened as he tentatively asked, what happened just now? Lu Ziming laughed. Looks like you really have lost it. You can't even remember what just happened? Li Nan remained silent as Lu Ziming eagerly began to recount the tale. Just now, In the ventilation duct, you used the flashlight to peer into the ventilation shaft of door number 2, looking around. Then came the classic "don't tempt fate" moment. Lu Ziming paused dramatically, waiting for Li Nan's reaction, but Li Nan remained impassive, as if he had no memory of the events. Disappointed, Lu Ziming was about to continue when Han Guang interrupted him, saying slowly and deliberately, "When you stuck your head down there, you came face to face with a zombie. It grabbed you and dragged you down. So where we are now is behind door number 2. Zhang Li added, "You were pulled down by the zombie." Han Guang was the first to notice and jumped down without hesitation. Then the rest of us followed. Li Nan listened as if hearing a story, feeling utterly bewildered. "So, you're saying I was attacked by a zombie in door number 2? The others nodded. Could the series of events he had just experienced have been a dream? But why did he have no memory of what had happened in door number 2? Li Nan felt like he was losing his mind. What was going on? He clenched his fist and punched himself in the head. Ouch, dizzy. Li Nan felt a sharp pain, but after the dizziness subsided, nothing else seemed to happen. He still had no recollection of what had happened in door number 2. Then what about my shoulder? Li Nan asked suspiciously. Zhang Li replied, "You fell from the ventilation shaft, which is over 3 meters high. You landed on the ground, injuring your shoulder. It's a fracture and a laceration." Li Nan examined his right arm and noticed signs of a fracture, but it had already been set. Lu Ziming chuckled, "I may not excel in many things, but handling fractures and alleviating inflammation is certainly within my expertise." Li Nan responded with a bitter smile. "It appears these soldiers have endured their fair share of suffering." Now, Li Nan had begun to believe everything that Zhang Li and the others had said. His dream, which had felt so vivid, was merely a figment of his imagination. As Li Nan turned his gaze, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of a zombie, beside which lay a soldier clad in military attire. Who was this fallen soldier? Li Nan gasped. The radiance that had adorned Lu Ziming's face evaporated, and he replied quietly, "In an effort to save you, my brother lunged at that zombie and was bitten to death." This statement rendered Li Nan's expression grim. He said nothing but approached the fallen soldier, kneeling before him to bow deeply in respect. A great favor cannot be repaid with mere words. "I, Li Nan, am indebted to my brother," he silently vowed, tears brimming in his eyes. Yet, not a single tear fell. It was not that Li Nan was incapable of weeping, but rather that after experiencing such a surreal dream, he felt a newfound resilience. In that moment, he believed it better to stand tall and bleed than to bow his head in sorrow. The atmosphere in the vicinity of Gate 2 was particularly somber, and at that moment, Zhang Li spoke up. "We should proceed as planned." 15 individuals had descended into the underground morgue, and now only 11 remained. It was uncertain how many more would be lost along the way. Perhaps the present moment was but a prelude to an inevitable farewell. Under Zhang Li's leadership, the group ascended the ventilation shaft and continued onward. Li Nan refrained from inquiring further about the events at Gate 2. The atmosphere was clearly inappropriate for such discussions. However, from the scant clues available, it could be deduced that only one zombie had remained in Gate 2, failing to follow the horde up the ventilation duct. Just as Li Nan's curiosity was piqued, he was suddenly pulled down by that very zombie, which intended to devour him. Fortunately, Han Guang leapt down, delivering a powerful kick that sent the zombie sprawling. Subsequently, Zhang Li and the others engaged in a fierce battle with the creature, though the details of their methods were unclear. It was evident that the death of one soldier was the price paid to eliminate that zombie. In the ventilation duct, hindered by his injured right arm, Li Nan could only use his left hand to rummage through his chest pocket, but to his dismay, the pistol Zhang Li had given him was nowhere to be found. At that moment, Han Guang, who was ahead of Li Nan, handed him an item. "This is my prized possession, the M191, with 7 bullets. Use them sparingly." Li Nan was bewildered by the M191's identity, but accepted it without hesitation. Han Guang explained, "It's an American weapon. It won't miss fire." Li Nan found himself perplexed. He could no longer discern which events were dreams and which were reality. However, he was too fatigued to contemplate such matters. Escaping this place was of utmost importance. As they crawled through the ventilation duct, Li Nan maintained his head tilted upward, hoping to spot a crack through which they could escape. The injury to his right arm made crawling laborious, yet he knew this was not the time for weakness. They were akin to a barrel, where the shortest plank dictated the collective strength of the group. Thus, Li Nan could not afford to be a hindrance. Gritting his teeth, he pressed onward. Yet no signs of a rupture or gap presented themselves. It became clear to him that the previous bizarre encounter was indeed a mere illusion. Moving left from the second area led them to the first area, where another exposed ventilation shaft awaited. This time, however, Li Nan curbed his curiosity and hurriedly crawled past. According to Li Nan's understanding of the underground layout, beyond the first area lay a vast machinery room housing the underground ventilation and power control systems. This control room was typically accessed from above, but Li Nan and the others were trapped below, unable to escape or communicate with the outside world, leaving them no choice but to enter through the ventilation duct. Han Guang queried Li Nan, "Since the control room is connected to the surface, could the zombies have already broken through?" Li Nan replied, "Impossible. The control room is a fortified location, designed with strong security. Since the zombies cannot exit through the main door of the first morgue, they certainly cannot breach the control room's entrance. Thus, it remains a completely sealed space. Hongguang countered, "You speak of zombies at -10 degrees, while we are facing those at +30 degrees. They may very well breach that control room door." Li Nan had contemplated Hongguang's concerns, yet there were no alternatives. They had to charge ahead, uncertain of what awaited them. "We can only do our best, and leave the rest to fate," Li Nan remarked with a smile. "If those zombies have escaped, that simplifies matters. But if they remain, we must contend with the bodies in the first morgue." Hongguang let out a rueful laugh. "We'll take it one step at a time. Perhaps fate will favor us." Evidently, their intention to annihilate the zombies in the underground morgue was exceedingly naive. Li Nan's most pressing desire was that the relevant authorities would swiftly discover the situation beneath Jiangbei Hospital and formulate an appropriate response, even if it meant razing the entire facility. Li Nan shook his head, feeling guilt for having led everyone into this predicament. Unbeknownst to him, he noticed the individuals ahead had halted, prompting him to softly inquire, "What is the situation ahead?" Hongguang replied, "We've reached the control room. Now we must devise a way down." In truth, the spatial positioning of the control room was parallel to the first morgue, so as they crawled through the ventilation duct, they approached another opening corresponding to the control room. However, this side was connected to a massive motor, which operated at scheduled intervals to ventilate the underground morgue. Li Nan asked Hongguang, "Do you have a watch?" Hongguang responded, "Yes, it's 12:55. Is there an issue?" Li Nan, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "The ventilation motor in the control room activates at the top of every hour, so we must all descend before 1 a.m., or we risk being shredded by the motor." Li Nan's words caught Hongguang off guard. "Why didn't you mention this earlier?" Li Nan replied with resignation. "Would you believe me if I said I hadn't thought of it until now?" Hongguang chose not to engage in banter, relaying this information forward, then turned back to Li Nan. "But the control room is swarming with zombies. If we jump down recklessly, we will surely be attacked." Li Nan retorted, "Either we die by zombie bites or by the motor. We must choose our fate. At least the initiative is in our hands, which isn't too bad." Hongguang incredulously remarked, "After facing death, you've become so composed." Li Nan replied, "If one doesn't gain some perspective, what was the point of dancing on the brink of death?" He then smirked mischievously. "You haven't seen the situation beneath the control room. How can you be certain it's infested with zombies?" "It's simple. Just observe how Zhang Li and the others hesitate. That's a clear indication. What else could they be deliberating?" Li Nan observed Hongguang's expression, while Hongguang listened intently to Li Nan's words. The two presented a rather comical sight, one ahead and one behind. With no way forward and insufficient time to retreat, they found themselves stuck in the ventilation duct, and in 5 minutes, they would likely be drawn into the ventilation motor, ground into a gruesome pulp, leaving the zombies to wonder at the unexpected scent of human flesh wafting through the air. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Nan composed his expression and stated, "To speak candidly, in such life and death moments, one often feels a sense of futility. The experience of confronting death is quite exhilarating in a manner that renders one unable to feel excitement. Having collapsed in a dream and being attacked at gate number 2, these two encounters with mortality have instilled a sense of detachment in Li Nan, contributing to his emotional stability." At that moment, a flickering light emanated from the ventilation duct, prompting Lu Ziming, positioned in front of Hongguang, to question loudly, "Isn't the entire underground system powered down? How could the exhaust fan still be operational?" Upon hearing this, Li Nan felt a rush of heat to his ears. Indeed, with the power out, why worry about a mere fan? Hongguang erupted in laughter, remarking, "Such brushes with death have dulled your wits considerably." Li Nan wished to retort, but recognized the futility of such an endeavor, even if the fan could be disregarded. The horde of zombies rampaging in the control room was a pressing concern, and thus their plight remained dire. Hongguang ceased his laughter and addressed Li Nan. "Having climbed through, you must have noticed that in the left section of the first morgue, only one zombie remains in gate number 2. The others must have all made their way to this control room. We are faced with far too many adversaries to confront them head-on." Li Nan responded, "There are 80 corpses in gate number 3, a lesser number in gate number 1, totaling just 42, and gate number 2 is at maximum capacity with 200 corpses. Thus, excluding the zombie that attacked me, there should be 341 zombies in this control room, not accounting for gates number 4 and 5, which is a conservative estimate." Lu Ziming, having seized upon a specific phrase, inquired, "Why do you consistently state there are 80 corpses in gate number 3? According to the storage records, shouldn't there be 81? Hongguang echoed this question. Li Nan sensed that there was no longer a need to conceal the truth. They were already in a life and death predicament and had little to fear regarding the group's morale. He then directed his response toward Hongguang. "Do you recall the peculiarities of storage cabinets 168, 169, and 170 in gate number 3? Hongguang, recalling the details, slowly replied. The first 2 cabinets contained 2 transparent plastic bags each, whereas cabinet 170 was completely empty. Upon hearing this, Lu Ziming also recalled. Most of the storage cabinets we inspected contained those plastic bags, though we were uncertain of their purpose. You lack experience in the medical field, so you may not be familiar with morgue procedures. When a body is transported to the underground morgue, it must undergo several verification processes to confirm death. Subsequently, depending on the specifics, it is assigned to a particular area, during which the morgue staff encases the body in a transparent plastic bag for preservation. Han Guang exclaimed, "So? You're saying without that plastic bag, there's no body?" Li Nan affirmed, "Cabinet 170 is empty," indicating that one body was never placed inside it. Yet, it was clear that 3 bodies had been delivered that evening, and the storage records indeed confirmed their allocation to cabinets 168, 169, and 170. How could such a discrepancy occur? Lu Ziming found the situation perplexing but quickly realized. Could it be that the body had already transformed into a zombie before being placed in cabinet 170? Li Nan promptly dismissed this notion, stating, "It's impossible. While I cannot ascertain the exact duration it takes for a human to turn into a zombie, it certainly isn't instantaneous. The transformation requires time, which is an undeniable fact. Moreover, if that body had already undergone zombification prior to being placed in the storage cabinet, the hospital would surely have detected it. Based on the information we currently possess, such an event has not occurred." The situation was decidedly grim. Rather than dwelling on the whereabouts of a single body, it would be wiser to devise a strategy to escape their current predicament. Although Han Guang sensed the oddity surrounding the missing body, he remarked, "Whether there is one more or one less zombie has little bearing on our current situation. The critical issue now is how we can descend to the control room." Li Nan shook his head. "Even if we reach the control room, we may still be unable to escape." Time was closing in on 1 o'clock in the morning. They had descended at 11:30, and after an hour and a half of perilous encounters, Zhongli had previously indicated that the quarantine unit should have already arrived at Jiangbei Hospital. Thus, it was reasonable to presume that strict inspections were underway at the hospital. Unless there were unexpected developments, the military would likely abandon the underground morgue and the group, including Zhongli. Therefore, the current predicament was no longer merely about the feasibility of escape. It was about their imminent status as expendable assets. It was likely that the military had already recognized the severity of the zombie threat, making it imperative to eradicate the hazards lurking within Jiangbei Hospital's underground morgue. The military's readiness to sacrifice for their country was an expected sentiment, and as Li Nan pondered this, he felt a bitter pang. He should never have ventured into this treacherous situation. If one must face hell, who can be blamed? Han Guang, noticing the bitterness etched on Li Nan's face, inquired, "Whether we can escape is one matter. Whether we wish to escape is another. If you have lost the will to live, what can you possibly do? Do you have a plan to evade the attacks of at least 341 zombies in the control room?" Li Nan posed the question. Han Guang smirked. "Do you know how zombies perceive the world?" Li Nan, unfazed, replied, "Through hearing, sight, smell, and touch. These 4 senses are how animals interact with their surroundings." "Is there an issue?" Han Guang probed further. "And what do you believe the zombies utilize?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Nan responded, "Touch is not plausible. As for sight, that zombie at gate number 2 attacked us in complete darkness, so we can rule that out as well. This leaves hearing and smell. I cannot ascertain which is more accurate, but it seems that smell is the more likely option." Han Guang acknowledged, "Your reasoning is commendable. If we manage to escape this time, you should consider joining the police force. I believe you would make a significant contribution. Why bother? Even with notable achievements. I could never surpass Conan. Why compete for a position with Officer Mo?" Li Nan replied, "I would rather await my rightful promotion." Then, Han Guang, addressing Lu Ziming, instructed, "Inform Captain Zhang Li that we are retreating to area number 2. Confused, Lu Ziming complied, while Li Nan discerned Han Guang's intention. "Are you planning to mask our scent?" "But how could that be accomplished?" Han Guang, with a gleam of mischief in his eyes, replied, "Have you ever tasted a dish called 3-set duck? A duck stuffed with chicken, and the chicken stuffed with a pigeon, 3 layers of exquisite flavor. Yet, from the outside, you would never discern the presence of the chicken or the pigeon. We will employ this method to confound the zombies." Li Nan's mind raced, and he exclaimed, "That seems rather grotesque." Lu Ziming, bewildered by the conversation, remained perplexed but still relayed the message to retreat to gate number 2. The ventilation duct was exceedingly narrow, forcing Zhang Li and the others to awkwardly retreat. Li Nan, who had originally been at the back, suddenly found himself leading the way, albeit still facing Han Guang's backside. With a wry smile, Li Nan remarked, "Thank goodness for my upright character. Otherwise, I might have lost control." As he ruminated, the injury on his right arm tore slightly, causing him to involuntarily let out a couple of yelps. As they retreated, they did not come to a halt. After about 5 or 6 minutes, Li Nan, gritting his teeth, collapsed onto the ground. Shortly thereafter, Han Guang executed a nimble backward somersault and landed smoothly, followed by Lu Ziming, Li Xiaofan, and the others, all landing with grace, except for Li Nan, who inwardly cursed, "Damn it, that hurt." Chapter 024. A distasteful proposal. Zhang Li and the group jumped down through the ventilation shaft. Showing little concern for the pained Li Nan, who sat aside, grimacing, they gathered behind door number 2, patiently awaiting Han Guang's assessment. Several wolf-eye flashlights illuminated a section of the area, with Han Guang standing at the center, methodically stating, "Li Nan and I suspect that the zombies rely on smell to identify their prey. Therefore, I have devised a plan to deceive them by covering ourselves in the blood and flesh of the zombies." Li Nan, still seated and grimacing in pain, sprang to his feet upon hearing Han Guang's words, exclaiming, "This method might actually work." Lu Ziming furrowed his brow, looking skeptical. Is this really feasible? It seems rather far-fetched. In their current group, Zhongli held the reins, as the military personnel constituted over 80% of their numbers, making it reasonable for him to lead. Especially since he was the squad leader with the highest rank. Yet, when stripped down, Li Nan and Han Guang formed a team, if he did not support Han Guang. Who would? Zhongli remarked, "Your proposal is worth a try, but it seems rather risky." Seeing the doubt among the crowd, Han Guang elaborated, "Given our situation, the 11 of us are like caged birds with no hope of escape. The control room is infested with zombies, and our only exit leads directly to the storage elevator on the ground floor. We must reboot the underground power system to have any chance of escaping." At that moment, Lu Ziming interjected, "The control room also connects directly to the ground. If we need to go down there, why not just fix the power and leave through the elevator instead of returning here?" Along the way, Li Nan had thoroughly detailed the situation in the control room. So Lu Ziming was aware of the secured main door, which was protected by a password due to the control room's importance. He glanced at Li Nan, seemingly signaling something, as he believed Lu Ziming must know the password to the control room, thus offering a potential exit. Li Nan sighed, "Even if I knew the control room's password, we cannot escape that way. The zombies below are only a door away from the world above. If we were to open that door for our own escape, it would be like unleashing a tiger from its cage, leading to chaos beyond anyone's control. Therefore, we cannot do it." Upon hearing Li Nan's reasoning, Zhongli nodded in agreement. "It seems we must focus on the storage elevator. Li Nan, tell us, is it possible to sabotage that elevator and climb up through the shaft?" The elevator shaft was no simple matter. Our Jiangbei Hospital is a key medical unit supported by the province. The storage elevator, designed for 2 underground levels, is constructed as a single unit and is exceedingly sturdy. It cannot be escaped from as depicted in movies. If we had heavy weaponry to dismantle that unit, it would be more prudent to tackle the large iron door behind door number 6 instead, Li Nan asserted confidently, almost as if he were not the one in danger. In a moment, Li Nan had dismissed every possible escape method, save for Han Guang's suggestion to reboot the power in the control room and then depart via the storage elevator. Initially, when they had just ascended to the morgue, Zhang Li and the others had focused on how to eliminate all the zombies. Yet, merely hours later, their thoughts had shifted to survival strategies, as the circumstances had changed unpredictably. Ultimately, Zhang Li made a decisive call, addressing Han Guang, "Let us take a gamble. We'll proceed with your plan, after all. This time it's either live or die." Only the cowards shy away from the gamble. Upon hearing their leader's decision, Lu Ziming had nothing more to say. He simply inquired, "Where do we get the blood and flesh of the zombies?" Han Guang chuckled, "Isn't there a ready supply right here?" Following the direction of Han Guang's gaze, they indeed spotted a slumped, head-crushed zombie on the ground. Suddenly, Li Nan realized, "Wait, isn't that the zombie that attacked me?" Without delay, Han Gu, it appears that the cadaverous essence exuded by a single zombie cadaver, weighing in excess of 100 pounds, proved sufficient to saturate the entire cohort of individuals, thereby imbuing them with the olfactory characteristics of the undead, ostensibly enabling them to traverse undetected. Upon ascertaining that the men had recuperated adequately and marshaled their resolve, Zhang Li proclaimed, "Ascend once more into the ventilation conduits and infiltrate the control chamber." At this directive, the mirth dissipated from their countenances, while the 8 Wolf Fang soldiers assumed an air of unwavering gravity. With a single fluid motion, they sequentially vaulted into the aforementioned ventilation aperture. The formation remained unaltered, with Zhang Li spearheading the advance and Li Nan and Han Guang anchoring the rear. After traversing a segment of the conduit, they arrived once more at the control chamber. Zhang Li, positioned at the vanguard, reached the ventilation egress on the control chamber side. With a tactical flashlight clenched between his teeth, he cast a beam downward, confirming the presence of several dozen zombies. Evidently, these cadavers have been loitering in this vicinity. Were you present during our initial foray? It seems you are averse to venturing elsewhere. Given Li Nan and Han Guang's assertion that the zombies relied on olfaction to discern their surroundings and ensnare their prey, Zhang Li tentatively directed the beam of his tactical flashlight into the ocular cavities of a zombie below, eliciting no discernible reaction. The aforementioned ventilation egress was situated at an elevation of approximately 4 meters above the control chamber floor, a considerable distance. Nevertheless, Zhang Li observed that several cadavers had been impaled on the ground, their limbs and craniums dismembered as a result of the fall. Zhang Li remarked in a hushed tone, "With such limited prowess, I am perplexed as to how you managed to inflict such grievous harm upon them." Surveying the surroundings, Zhang Li noted that, apart from the 7 or 8 moribund zombies situated beneath the ventilation aperture, there were no apparent obstructions. The presence of several dozen ambulatory zombies warranted a calculated gamble. Li Nan clenched his mandibles, stabilized the tactical flashlight, and, with his posterior contorted within the confines of the ventilation duct, plunged from the aperture. Zhongli, anticipating that his landing would not coincide with any repugnant matter, shifted his center of gravity, causing his plantar surfaces to adhere tenaciously to the ground, as if affixed by magnetic force. Upon alighting, he adopted a crouched posture and directed the beam of his tactical flashlight towards the aforementioned zombies, while maintaining his submachine gun in a state of readiness. A muffled thud reverberated throughout the control chamber. The impact of a man weighing approximately 150 to 160 pounds upon the ground was bound to generate an audible resonance. Zhang Li's right hand remained poised upon the trigger of his submachine gun. The zombie nearest to him seemed to detect an anomaly, contorting its cranium and executing a 180-degree swivel before advancing towards Zhang Li's position. Could it be that this stratagem is ineffectual? Zhang Li muttered inwardly, seemingly imbued with a spirit of mutual destruction. As a zombie advanced towards Zhang Li, the latter endeavored to exploit the olfactory camouflage afforded by his corporeal essence. However, the zombie exhibited a blatant disregard for this artifice, gesticulating wildly, ostensibly seeking to terminate Zhang Li's existence. Upon perceiving the precariousness of the situation, Zhang Li abandoned all pretense and unsheathed a trilateral bayonet from his posterior. Eschewing the use of firearms, he employed the bayonet in a sweeping motion, severing the zombie's cranium. In the ensuing silence, a zombie collapsed to the ground, its ocular cavities agape, and its cranium rolling away like a sphere. Elated by this clandestine success, Zhang Li prepared to embark on a wholesale slaughter, only to be interrupted by the descent of another individual from behind. Upon turning, he recognized Li Xiaofan, company commander. What is the status of the situation? Li Xiaofan inquired, his gaze darting warily from side to side. Upon discerning the presence of several dozen zombies in the vicinity, his complexion paled. Zhang Li lowered his voice and responded, "Observe this object, and you shall ascertain the status of the situation." By Jove, Han Guang's conjecture proved accurate. Li Xiaofan lowered his gaze and observed a zombie cranium beneath his feet. A resonant thud heralded the descent of another individual. "How fares it, Li Xiaofan?" Li Xiaofan eyed his comrade with distaste, retorting, "You have pulverized the zombie's cranium, besmirching me with its ichor." The comrade in question, sensing an anomalous sensation beneath his feet, initially surmised that he had trod upon canine excrement, only to discover that it was, in fact, a zombie cranium. The comrade jested, "In this manner, I am merely augmenting your disguise." Subsequently, the occupants of the ventilation conduit descended, with the exception of Li Nan, who remained ensconced within the conduit, peering downward with trepidation, refusing to descend under any circumstances. Good heavens! Such an altitude! If I were to descend, I would undoubtedly fracture a limb. Having reached this resolution, Li Nan remained impervious to persuasion. The episode at Gate 2, where he nearly perished upon descending from a mere 3 meters, remained vividly etched in his memory. Consequently, Li Nan was unwilling to jeopardize himself once more. However, Li Nan was not a dispensable member of the cohort. At a minimum, his expertise was required to locate the electrical system within the control chamber. Therefore, his descent was imperative. Zhang Li, standing beneath the ventilation aperture, was on the verge of succumbing to mirth. A man in his 20s, possessing considerable acumen, was deterred from descending a mere 4 meters by the fear of sustaining an injury. Had this been a military encampment, he would have subjected the soldier to rigorous training. However, this was not a military encampment, and Li Nan was not a soldier under Zhang Li's command. Consequently, Zhang Li was at a loss as to how to compel Li Nan. Li Nan, ensconced within the ventilation conduit, shouted, "I shall divulge the location of the electrical system. Proceed ahead, rectify the situation, and then return. I shall await you within the ventilation conduit. In any event, you shall be ascending once more." Faced with Li Nan's recalcitrance, Zhang Li appeared somewhat resigned. However, Han Guang possessed a modicum of recourse. Li Nan, concealed within the ventilation conduit, observed several burly men unbuckling their belts. Good heavens! What is transpiring? Han Guang, situated below, retrieved several belts, manipulated them dexterously, and secured them with buckles, creating a rope of approximately 3 to 4 meters in length. Han Guang brandished the belt rope and tossed it towards the upper edge of the ventilation conduit, where a groove, the result of a manufacturing process, was located. The belt buckles lodged securely within the groove. Han Guang tested the tensile strength of the rope and declared to Li Nan, "This rope is sufficiently sturdy. You may now descend along it." Li Nan remained skeptical, grasping the belt rope with both hands and applying a modicum of force. Finding it to be indeed sturdy, he reluctantly abandoned his previous hauteur. "Very well, with this implement, I would have descended long ago." Li Nan emerged, gripping the belt rope tightly with both hands, extending his lower extremities first, and then descending like a simian scaling a tree. With a tearing sound, the lower portion of the belt rope abruptly severed, causing Li Nan to land heavily upon his posterior with a resounding thud. "Good heavens, you deceived me," Li Nan exclaimed, massaging his buttocks. "You asserted that this implement was exceedingly sturdy. How is it that it severed after descending a mere meter?" Alas! Alas! Li Nan continued to exclaim. Han Guang chuckled. I did not affix the belts. Do not attribute blame to me. Lu Ziming jested. Nor did I. Li Nan glared menacingly, seeking to identify the culprit. His gaze fell upon Zhang Li's stern countenance. Ah, it is of no consequence. It is merely a slight ache from the fall, Li Nan explained to himself. While Zhang Li interjected, that is of no import. The immediate concern is to locate the point of failure within the electrical system and rectify it forthwith. We are uncertain as to how long the olfactory camouflage afforded by our corporeal essence shall endure. We must expedite matters. At this juncture, Li Nan perceived that the amount of filth upon his person had been diminishing steadily throughout the ascent, and that his aversion to the olfactory characteristics had been waning. Li Nan was certain that this was not due to habituation, but rather to the attenuation of the odor. Li Nan adopted a more somber demeanor and stated to Zhang Li, the ventilation aperture from which we emerged is situated in the northwestern quadrant of the control chamber. The large machinery in that vicinity comprises exhaust fans, responsible for ventilating the subterranean mortuary. To be frank, I am not intimately familiar with the electrical system in this location. However, I can assert with certainty that it is not located in the northwestern quadrant. The electrical nexus is unlikely to be situated in close proximity to high-power consumption machinery. Therefore, Li Nan could assert that the electrical system nexus of the subterranean chamber must be located in the southeastern quadrant of the control chamber. Li Nan posed a question to Zhang Li. Do any of you possess expertise in the field of electricity? Do not wait until the problem is identified, yet remains unsolvable. Stepping forward, Li Xiaofan declared, as a member of the engineering corps, this task is a mere trifle. The presence of a dozen zombies loitering nearby made Li Nan quite uneasy, as if a multitude of eyes were leering at him, despite their lack of awareness. In reality, those zombies had not even registered the existence of humans nearby. Otherwise, they would have gone into a frenzy, driven by the allure of food. Clearing his throat, Li Nan remarked, I wonder how the underground power system was compromised by the zombies. However, it shouldn't be overly complicated. We should set off immediately. Given the urgency of the situation, delaying further was not an option. Although Zhang Li had the intention to eliminate the zombies, the time consumed would be incalculable. Inflicting 10,000 losses upon the enemy while sustaining 8,000 losses oneself is a course of action to be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Thus, Zhang Li and the others proceeded southeast. The interior of the control room resembled an underground warehouse, expansive in size, filled with various power machinery and pipelines. Holding a wolf-eye flashlight, Li Nan surveyed the surroundings, realizing that none of it was his target. The temperature inside the control room was exceedingly high, and there were symptoms of oxygen deprivation, making it laborious for Zhang Li and the others, while the zombies appeared surprisingly agile. It seemed that the high-temperature conditions indeed enhanced the zombies' resilience, and they were completely unaffected by the lack of oxygen. Li Nan contemplated, truly living corpses. From the current scenario, it could be inferred that these zombies were devoid of human functionality. Aside from their heads being the weak point, they were remarkably flawless. Li Nan couldn't help but exclaim, if such beings are indeed a creation of the divine, has nature evolved or regressed? Lost in thought, he was interrupted by Zhang Li's voice. Is this the issue? Li Nan, stationed by the eastern wall of the control room, spotted a cable as thick as an arm. Following its extension, he realized it led to the power system. Lu Ziming approached, exclaiming, goodness, this thick cable has been bitten through. The zombie's appetite is extraordinary. Li Nan lowered his voice and asked Li Xiaofan, can you fix this? After examining the cable closely, Li Xiaofan replied, this cable is manageable. However, it is likely not the crux of the problem. Li Nan was taken aback. What do you mean? Li Xiaofan shone his flashlight along the length of the cable, stating, based on the direction of this cable, it certainly leads to the underground morgue. And the morgue and this control room are two distinct areas with separate power supplies. Now that both are out of power, the issue lies not solely with this cable supplying the morgue, Li Xiaofan elaborated. And while Li Nan grasped only one part of it, that even restoring the damaged cable would not revive the power, he pressed. Then where exactly is the problem? Li Xiaofan surveyed the group. We still don't know. Perhaps we should first check the distribution station ahead. The discovered cable extended from a distribution station a few meters away. Li Nan smacked his forehead. Then let us not delay any longer. The distribution station was a separate unit, and Zhang Li, upon reaching a small door, peered through the glass to confirm there were no zombies inside before preparing to open the door. Lu Ziming laughed from behind. Boss, I think you've been spooked by the zombies. The door is still locked. Could there be zombies inside? Zhang Li discovered that the door wouldn't budge despite his efforts, realizing it was secured with a lock. Embarrassed, he drew his Thompson submachine gun and smashed the lock off. Chapter 026. Where's my back molar? After breaching the distribution station's outer door, Zhang Li was the first to enter, flashlight in hand, scanning the surroundings. The remaining group followed suit, entering the confined space of the distribution station. Inside, there were metal compartments taller than a person, and Li Xiaofan remarked, this is a high-voltage compartment, while over there is the low-voltage frequency conversion cabinet. It seems the entire underground area's electricity is regulated here, and high-voltage electricity comes through from outside, requiring frequency conversion here. However, it appears there is a malfunction with the low-voltage frequency conversion. As he spoke, Li Xiaofan crouched down to conduct his inspection. Apart from him, none of the others possessed expertise in this area, so they had no choice but to leave the matter to him, while a few assistants remained nearby, and the rest took the opportunity to rest in the distribution room. Han Guang shifted to the side and reached into his inner pocket, seemingly searching for something. Li Nan, noticing Han Guang's subtle movement, teased, "Didn't you say you'd never smoke again? It's only been a few hours, and you've already backtracked." Han Guang paid no heed, pulling out a photograph, illuminated by the flashlight, and examined it closely. Realizing his assumption was incorrect, Li Nan inquired, "I thought you were craving a smoke. Whose photo is this? It can't be your wife, can it?" After a moment's hesitation, Han Guang replied, "It's my daughter." Li Nan's curiosity piqued, and he leaned in, saying, "Let me see." Before Li Nan could get closer, Han Guang swiftly concealed the photo. Sensing the atmosphere, Li Nan remarked, "After several hours, it's been perilous. It's understandable to miss family. I have an older brother, though we haven't been in touch for quite some time." Han Guang interrupted Li Nan's musings, not interested in the topic of family gossip. Instead, he posed a question, "I need to ask you something. The cable we saw outside that was bitten through, Li Xiaofan mentioned that it wasn't the main cause of the power outage. Rather, the faulty low-voltage frequency conversion device is the key. However, this intact distribution station has not been damaged by zombies. So what caused the malfunction of the low-voltage frequency conversion device?" Li Nan scratched his head. "Perhaps it's just a coincidence?" Han Guang shook his head. "Who would believe it's mere coincidence? Such a coincidence nearly left us with no way out." Li Nan also found it hard to accept it was coincidental. But aside from zombies, what else could be lurking underground? It was evident there was nothing else, and considering the lock on the outer door of the distribution station, if something was amiss, it could only be caused by living humans. But were there any other living beings in this underground area? After two rhetorical questions, Li Nan could only stubbornly believe that the power outage was simply an accident. Han Guang sensed the situation was suspicious, yet he had no evidence to support his doubts, so they would have to proceed cautiously. Acknowledging that the topic was rather dull, Li Nan redirected, "It seems quite hot in here, though lacking a thermometer." He estimated the temperature to be around 32 or 33 degrees Celsius. In this stifling environment, it felt akin to being thrown into a pot of boiling water. Li Nan instinctively checked his clothing for dirt. Due to the oppressive heat in the control room, everyone was perspiring at an accelerated rate. Consequently, aside from the natural evaporation of dirt, the loss of bodily fluids had diluted the scent they relied on, making the zombies' olfactory cues increasingly faint. Li Nan sighed. It appears that relying on deception is not a sustainable strategy. Han Guang glanced toward the outer door of the distribution station, exclaiming, "Your ominous prediction has come true." "Look outside." Li Nan shifted his gaze to the entrance, where 2 or 3 zombies were already approaching the distribution station, displaying signs of excitement. "Have they sensed our presence?" Li Nan was already sweating profusely, unsure whether it was the heat of the day or the anxiety swelling within him. Zhang Li noticed the shift in circumstances and promptly stepped forward to secure the outer door. A zombie approached first, its hands pounding against the door, causing the entire frame to rattle. Han Guang leaned against the doorframe, and upon seeing this, Li Nan and Han Guang rushed over to lend their strength. Managing to withstand the zombie's force, Li Nan pondered to himself, if a single zombie possessed such strength, could the temperature truly have such a significant effect on them? Suddenly, the once quiet substation erupted into chaos, as 5 or 6 Wolf Fong soldiers hurriedly joined in, vowing to protect the door at all costs. Failure to do so would spell disaster. Li Xiaofan was still preoccupied with the low-voltage frequency converter and could not afford to leave his post. Everyone's lives hinged on him, and if he faltered, they would all be trapped here, doomed. The small door of the substation, likely not designed to withstand such external force, began to buckle under the combined pressure, and to their horror, it started to disintegrate. "Damn it, poor quality is truly a hazard." Li Nan spat, straining with his left hand. At that moment, Zhang Li shouted to Lu Ziming at the back, "Quickly, shoot for the head. Conserve ammunition." Lu Ziming, positioned at the rear, found no opportunity to push the door and, upon hearing the command, swiftly raised his submachine gun, firing a precise shot. As the door fell apart, shattering into several pieces, Zhang Li crouched down and yelled, "Take cover." Li Nan, somewhat slow to react, did not understand the need to duck, but the pain in his right arm was excruciating. Seeing the imminent danger, Han Guang discarded all notions of politeness and, with a clenched fist, struck Li Nan on the head. Caught off guard, Li Nan leaned forward and fell to the ground. In the split second after his fall, a large caliber bullet shot forth, striking the zombie's forehead. With a resounding bang, the creature's head exploded like a ripe watermelon, its contents splattering everywhere. Before Zhang Li and the others could catch their breath, 2 more zombies charged in, claws outstretched, mouths gaping wide. While facing 1 zombie was manageable, 2 posed a greater challenge, especially with over 300 zombies in the control room. Armed with only a handful of bullets, they were no match for the horde. With a sizzling sound, a burnt protein odor wafted through the entire distribution station, reminiscent of grilled steak. Large beads of sweat cascaded down Li Nan's face as he gritted his teeth, feeling the asymmetrical pain from his molars, which slightly alleviated his discomfort. After 5 seconds, enduring the pain, Li Nan shook his arm, discarding the burning cloth, and remarked to Lu Ziming. "Such a large piece. Did you intend to roast my entire arm?" The very fact that he could utter such words indicated that Li Nan was not in grave danger, prompting Lu Ziming to respond with a chuckle. "A true man, indeed." Li Nan smiled, acknowledging that for the sake of survival, he would sacrifice an arm if necessary. It was merely instinct. He then tossed the lighter back to Han Guang, who humorously suggested, "You might as well use the incendiary compound from the bullets. It burns thoroughly and would be more effective for disinfection." Li Nan examined the wound on his right shoulder, where the charred flesh had already been cooked, alleviating concerns of infection, though the sensation of burning pain lingered. "Bullets must be conserved. This method will suffice for now, at least for the time being," Li Nan stated with a serious demeanor, while internally he was in turmoil. Just then, Li Xiaofan, who had been tirelessly working behind him, spoke up. "It's done. The low-voltage variable frequency drive is fixed. Once we reconnect the severed cable, we can restore power here and to the morgue." Zhang Li and the others rejoiced, sensing a glimmer of hope for escape. Li Xiaofan, too, felt a surge of excitement but had no time to rest, immediately rushing to repair the cable. Li Nan praised. "A valiant soldier. Let us hope for a safe exit this time." Although the 2 zombies that had approached earlier had departed, the commotion attracted another 5 or 6 zombies, who showed no intention of attacking, perceiving the 11 humans as their kin. Li Xiaofan remained undeterred by the zombies' presence and continued to work on the cable. It soon became evident that he was indeed skilled, and within minutes, everything was in order. In the control room, Zhang Li pulled the circuit breaker, and the entire room was instantly illuminated. The group squinted, shielding their eyes as they adjusted to the sudden brightness. Although they had relied on the narrow beam of a flashlight during the power outage, this expansive light required a moment for their eyes to adapt. Once the brightness settled, they removed their hands and beheld the control room in its entirety, only to find their throats tightening in apprehension. The half-sports field-sized control room was densely populated with hundreds of zombies. Despite having mentally prepared for such numbers, the sight was still staggering and terrifying, a veritable tableau of horrors, akin to a demonic panorama from the depths of hell, with various grotesque and fearsome zombies wandering about. Zhang Li exclaimed, "This truly is a cruel jest by the Creator. With such beings, what need have we for humans?" Zhang Li replied, "Perhaps our purpose is solely to eliminate them." Han Guang interjected, "Eliminating them is a task for after we escape. Our immediate priority is to leave." With no time to waste, Zhang Li took the lead, armed with his weapon. Followed by the Wolfang soldiers, and Li Nan positioned himself second to last, with Han Guang bringing up the rear. Han Guang, wielding a fire axe, scraped it against the ground, producing a shower of sparks. The control room was overrun with zombies, and to return the way they came through the ventilation shaft, they had to navigate through a throng of over 300 zombies. Summoning his courage, Li Nan traversed the sea of zombies, hoping they would not notice him. Han Guang remained vigilant, mindful of the zombies' movements. Unbeknownst to them, the zombies were indeed unresponsive, their vacant stares fixed on the humans, yet they did not attack. Upon reaching the center of the control room, Han Guang glanced up at the ceiling and noticed several smoke detectors, which he recognized from the corridor outside the morgue. His expression shifted with concern as he turned to see a wisp of black smoke rising from the direction of the distribution station. "This is bad. Things are about to change. We need to hurry to the ventilation shaft." Li Nan, perplexed, instinctively turned around and saw the thick smoke billowing behind them. "What is happening? Why is there a fire?" he wondered, quickening his pace. Thankfully, the power had been restored, allowing fresh air to circulate. Otherwise, merely running a few steps would have posed a suffocation risk. Zhang Li and the Wolfang soldiers, being elite forces, had no issues with stamina, and Han Guang, with his police background, was adept at running. However, Li Nan's physical condition was lacking. Despite the ample air, he was soon panting and feeling cramps in his calves. Just as Li Nan struggled to catch his breath, water suddenly poured down from the smoke detectors, drenching the control room as if it were caught in a downpour. This deluge, triggered by the smoke detectors, would last at least 3 minutes. In that time, even a panda could be transformed into a polar bear, let alone Li Nan, who was masquerading as a zombie. As expected, the instant the water fell, the surrounding zombies became agitated, seemingly detecting the scent of prey. Li Nan, disregarding the cramps in his legs, sprang into action, bolting forward, yet he lagged behind the others, with even Han Guang, who was protecting the rear, unable to catch up. "This is it. I'm about to become a zombie's feast." Li Nan's heart sank, and his pace faltered. Realizing there was no escaping this dead end, he decided to face his fate with composure. The horde of zombies around him seemed to sense an impending banquet, eagerly pursuing the humans ahead. Under the ventilation shaft, Zhang Li arrived first and instructed the others, "You go up first, one after the other." Standing beneath the wall, he cupped his hands together, allowing one of the Wolf Fang soldiers to leap onto his hands, propelling him upward effortlessly. One by one, Zhongli assisted all the soldiers, while he himself remained grounded. "Captain, hurry up. We'll pull you up," Lu Ziming shouted anxiously as the zombies closed in. Zhongli shook his head. "There are still 2 more. I need to get them up first." In the center of the control room, Li Nan felt a wave of disdain wash over him at the thought of perishing among the zombies. Had he known this would be the outcome, he might have chosen a life of monkhood and vegetarianism instead of facing such a gruesome fate. Just as he resigned himself to his doom, a red fire axe flew toward him, accompanied by an enraged shout, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Seeing it was Han Guang, Li Nan felt a surge of hope. Was there still a chance to escape? What the hell? Am I supposed to risk my life to save you? The realization struck him hard. Staying put meant certain death, while fleeing offered a glimmer of survival. In a moment of clarity, Li Nan cursed under his breath. "When did you become so rigid? Who taught you that?" Han Guang swung the fire axe with an impressive ferocity, reminiscent of the legendary warrior Cheng Yaojin. With a series of powerful strikes, he felled several zombies that lunged at him, shouting loudly, "Run for your lives, or I shall cleave you in 2. Li Nan, feeling the urgency, unleashed his latent potential and sprinted away. Chapter 028. The chain reaction of firebombs navigating through a horde of zombies was no small feat. Li Nan found himself cleansed of filth by the water, devoid of any support. Fortunately, at the most critical moment, Han Guang rushed to his aid. However, Li Nan couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness as he slipped and fell to the ground, disoriented. Han Guang, witnessing this from behind, shook his head in dismay, wielding his fire axe with relentless vigor, showing no mercy as he struck down the relentless zombies. Regrettably, the zombies possessed no sense of fear. Had they recognized Han Guang's fierce determination, they might have shown him some respect. Instead, the more ferociously Han Guang fought, the more the zombies surged forward. After dozens of strikes, fatigue began to set in for Han Guang, and the axe felt like a burden he could no longer wield effectively. Li Nan lay on the ground, filled with resentment. "Why must I be such a liability? My death is one thing, but dragging others down with me is inexcusable." Han Guang, with a swift motion, dispatched 2 pursuing zombies and, without hesitation, summoned the last of his strength to dash towards the ventilation shaft. Seeing Han Guang, who had been behind him, now ahead, Li Nan felt a surge of frustration. Even with the greatest opportunities, a person lacking resolve would inevitably falter. As Han Guang sped past Li Nan, he grasped Li Nan's arm and urged him to run, for time was of the essence. Li Nan's heart warmed. What a good person. But, ouch, my arm. Han Guang had yanked him up, and as they ran, Li Nan struggled to keep pace. With the relentless zombies closing in behind them, doubts crept into Li Nan's mind. Is this truly how it ends for me? Han Guang moved with remarkable speed, retrieving a handgun from his chest and firing it without looking back. Suddenly, Li Nan recalled that Han Guang had gifted him a self-defense pistol, an M1911. Without a second thought, Li Nan searched his body and found it tucked in his back pocket. He drew the M1911, firing a few rounds without turning around, indifferent to whether he struck any zombies, feeling a tingling sensation in his palm. Just then, Zhongli appeared, brandishing a Thompson submachine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets at the pursuing zombies. "Hurry, the ammunition won't last long," Zhongli shouted, igniting a glimmer of hope in Li Nan as he dashed forward. Under normal circumstances, the zombies in the control room would have formidable combat capabilities and speed, so how could they not catch up to Li Nan and Han Guang? In fact, when the power went out, the control room had created a mini greenhouse effect, causing the temperature to rise. Once the power was restored, the temperature dropped back to a normal level, further reduced by the earlier water drenching, bringing it down to merely a few degrees. Otherwise, even an agile night owl like Li Nan would have met his demise. Though the drop in temperature diminished the zombies' combat effectiveness, they were still formidable foes. Even with Zhang Li's submachine gun, he felt a sense of trepidation facing the horde. After clearing a path among the first wave of zombies, the remaining ones slowed down, allowing Li Nan and Han Guang to reach the ventilation shaft. "Quick, get up there," Zhang Li shouted. Li Nan faced the daunting height of over 4 meters. Feeling utterly powerless, it had been difficult to descend from above, and now he had to ascend. Before he could contemplate further, Han Guang had already exerted himself, pushing Li Nan upward. Lu Ziming, already positioned in the ventilation shaft, reached out and grasped Li Nan's arm, pulling him up. Li Nan scrambled inside the shaft, exhaling deeply in relief. Han Guang, demonstrating remarkable physical prowess, had just been vigorously battling zombies and now leapt effortlessly, reaching a height of over 3 meters, where Lu Ziming caught him, ensuring both Li Nan and Han Guang were safe. Zhang Li remained at the base, using his submachine gun to fend off the encroaching horde. With a loud click, Zhang Li's weapon fell silent, signaling that he had run out of ammunition. Knowing he had no choice, he discarded the gun and drew a triangular bayonet, thrusting it fiercely at the nearest zombies. However, the bayonet's design, intended for stabbing and prying, proved inadequate for hacking, leaving Zhang Li struggling against the overwhelming odds. As he neared exhaustion, surrounded by the relentless horde, Li Nan called out to the anxious group. "I have a plan to save Captain Zhang." Lu Ziming inquired, "What is it? Speak quickly." Li Nan replied, homemade firebombs. In an instant. As Zhongli felt his strength waning, 2 rubber gloves were hurled from the ventilation shaft. The zombies, oblivious to the impending danger, lunged forward to devour Zhongli. Suddenly, a series of gunfire erupted, igniting the gloves and engulfing the zombies in flames, causing them to recoil in terror. Li Nan continued from the ventilation shaft, throw more. We need to intimidate that horde to buy Captain Zhang some time. 3 more rubber gloves were tossed into the fray, creating chaos among the zombies. Hurry, come up. Li Nan urged Zhongli. Seeing the zombies momentarily halted, Zhongli recognized the opportunity and swiftly climbed into the ventilation shaft. His agility matched Han Guang's as he was assisted by those above, successfully making it into the safety of the vent. With 11 individuals now safely back in the ventilation shaft, a sense of exhilaration filled the air. Li Nan, still shaken, gradually calmed himself before expressing his gratitude to Han Guang and Zhongli. I am forever indebted to you. I, Li Nan, have learned my lesson. Han Guang shrugged. I simply believe you have value to our group, which is why I wouldn't let you perish. Zhongli added sternly, you followed me down. It's only natural for me to save you. However, your physical fitness leaves much to be desired. You must not lag us down again. Next time. I will not risk others to rescue you. Li Nan chuckled wryly. I will take this lesson to heart. Given another chance, I shall become a muscular man, dedicated to enhancing my strength. Though Zhongli's demeanor was strict, Li Nan sensed his sincerity. Han Guang, while somewhat prideful, was fundamentally warm-hearted. As they crawled through the ventilation shaft, Li Nan lingered at the back, with Han Guang just ahead of him. Li Nan inquired, what caused the sudden fire in the control room? Otherwise, we wouldn't have found ourselves in such dire straits. Han Guang shook his head. I do not know. The fire originated from the power distribution station. It wasn't significant, but it triggered the smoke detection system effectively. Li Nan, still reluctant to accept, responded, a fire doesn't ignite without reason. There must be some cause. Han Guang remarked, did you not use a burning cloth when tending to your wounds? Perhaps that was the catalyst. Li Nanshire vehemently denied, impossible. At that time, I even stepped on that piece of cloth several times. How could it possibly catch fire? Wait, something just crossed my mind. Han Guang, feeling embarrassed, inquired, what did you think of? With a sense of certainty, Li Nan replied, wasn't the fire axe you were holding dragging on the ground? Do you know what kind of surface the control room has? It's marble. And it easily sparks when it comes into contact with hard objects. The spark you created must have ignited that piece of rag. Han Guang remained silent. Though his crawling speed increased significantly, Li Nan followed behind, shouting, it's all your fault. Don't run away. Suddenly, Han Guang turned around, his expression serious, which made Li Nan tense up. Sensing the atmosphere was becoming tense, Li Nan decided not to dwell on such trivial matters and asked Han Guang, what time is it now? Han Guang responded, it's 1:50 in the morning. It will soon be 2. Li Nan pondered over the current time, feeling something was amiss, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Noticing Li Nan deep in thought again, Han Guang returned to his crawling. Li Nan, following closely behind, mused, it's almost 2. Perhaps I'm just overly anxious. What does the time even matter now? No one is coming to rescue us. As long as we aren't treated as sacrificial pawns by the higher-ups, that's all that matters, he thought, unconsciously quickening his pace. Chapter 029. The spinning turbine. After experiencing a life-and-death crisis, Li Nan felt profoundly affected. If he truly had the chance to escape this time, he would cherish the people around him. The fleeting moments between life and death could indeed cultivate maturity, and Li Nan had learned his lesson. The ventilation duct was narrow, making it arduous for everyone, and their recent experiences underground had drained their strength significantly. Unfortunately, they had not brought any food to replenish their energy, leading to many stomachs growling with hunger. Li Nan was the first to complain about his hunger, soon followed by Lu Ziming. At this moment, Zhongli, who was crawling at the front, chuckled, just hang in there. Once we get out of this ventilation duct, we will be free. Li Nan, feeling both famished and fatigued, had already cast all concerns aside, hoping that nothing else would go awry. Han Guang turned back and asked Li Nan, why does your stomach keep growling? Li Nan chuckled awkwardly, it's empty, it can't help but make noise. Han Guang suddenly sensed something was off. The sounds were growing louder. Li Nan was left speechless. Indeed, his stomach had grumbled a few times, but it shouldn't cause the surroundings to vibrate. Li Nan felt the strangeness of the situation. The metal duct beneath him seemed to tremble slightly, and the frequency of the vibrations was increasing. Han Guang, puzzled, realized that the sound was not from Li Nan's stomach, but rather from some mechanical resonance. Li Nan furrowed his brows and anxiously asked Han Guang, what time is it now? It's 1:59. Damn it. I just remembered, it's the exhaust fan in the control room. It operates at the top of the hour. How could I have forgotten that? Li Nan's mind, previously muddled, suddenly cleared up, realizing where the earlier problem lay. Li Nan shouted urgently, hurry and crawl. There's danger in this duct. We need to get out quickly. Earlier, when crawling towards the control room, Li Nan had mentioned the exhaust fan, but it had only been a false alarm since the entire underground area was powered down, rendering the fan inoperable. However, the situation was different now. As soon as the clock struck 2, Zhongli and the others would be drawn into the spinning turbine, becoming mere stuffing for dumplings. Li Nan crawled desperately forward. But due to the limited space, he found it difficult to exert his strength, and he was already running low on energy. The layout of the ventilation ducts was erratic, completely arranged according to the positioning of the morgue below, making it tortuous and arduous to navigate. Li Nan felt the strain. Would 1 minute be enough for them to crawl out? The news had reached the front, and Zhongli sensed the urgency of the situation, immediately accelerating his pace to ensure they could escape before 2 o'clock. However, there was still a considerable distance to traverse in the duct. Li Nan found himself in a precarious position, wondering why he always ended up at the most dangerous spot at the back. It was so unfair. He thought to himself that next time, he must be at the front of the line. A breeze began to stir. Li Nan could distinctly feel airflow within the duct. Although it was a mere draft, it sent chills down his spine. Han Guang, ahead, was using all his limbs to crawl, yet there was still no sight of a vent to descend into. Han Guang couldn't afford to check his watch, but in just a minute, he felt like they had already passed more than half the time. Li Nan's sense of dread intensified. Perhaps in just a second, he would be the first to become stuffing for dumplings. The flow of air quickened, and Li Nan could feel his head being pushed back. While Li Nan wasn't entirely familiar with the underground ventilation system, he had observed one crucial detail beforehand. In the control room, he had intentionally looked at the massive exhaust fan. By the machine's power, it could generate a maximum wind speed of 25 meters per second. If the wind speed increased to 30 meters per second, it could essentially be classified as a hurricane, meaning that in the ventilation duct, not even 11 elephants could withstand such a wind speed. Li Nan was taken aback. The exhaust fan must have been activated by now, and the immense spinning turbine was likely already in motion, perhaps giving them a fleeting chance. Before Li Nan could crawl 2 meters, the wind behind him suddenly intensified. He felt the wind rushing into his clothes, battering him from all sides, increasing the pressure. At this rate, in just 20 more seconds, the wind could easily drag a living person backward, leaving no chance of escape. Continuing to crawl would undoubtedly be futile. Clenching his teeth, Li Nan turned to Han Guang and said, "Stop crawling. We have no hope left. You need to signal the frontline soldiers to give me a submachine gun with the most bullets. I have a plan." Han Guang understood that they were unlikely to escape, yet he did not halt. When he heard Li Nan's voice, he hesitated for a moment, but quickly assumed Li Nan was resigning to fate. Han Guang turned back, only to see Li Nan retreating, shouting, "What are you trying to do? Are you afraid of dying too slowly?" With his head down, Li Nan continued to crawl backward with all his might, and upon hearing Han Guang's words, he replied, "There's no time left. Hand me a submachine gun." The mention of a submachine gun jolted Han Guang. "Did you mean to?" Before Li Nan could respond, he hurriedly retreated, and Han Guang understood immediately. Instructing Lu Ziming ahead, "Hand me your submachine gun." Lu Ziming, taken aback, promptly tore the weapon from around his neck and said, "It only has 7 bullets. That will suffice." Han Guang took the submachine gun, swinging it forward to Li Nan. Li Nan seized the weapon, cradling it close as he continued to back away. As Han Guang passed the submachine gun to Li Nan, he felt a distinct resistance in the air, and his facial muscles trembled with the effort. Time, he hoped, would be on their side. The wind intensified, and Lu Ziming and the others found themselves being pulled backward by the gale, struggling to maintain their footing. In a desperate move, Lu Ziming drew his triangular military dagger, bracing himself, and plunged it into the iron wall of the duct. Beneath the metal was solid concrete, extremely hard, yet he managed to pierce it by 3 or 4 centimeters. Gripping the military dagger embedded in the concrete, Lu Ziming finally stabilized his form. Behind him, Han Guang, disregarding his image, promptly grasped Lu Ziming's calf to avoid being swept away by the fierce wind. In contrast to the arduous struggle faced by Lu Ziming and the others, Li Nan found himself gliding smoothly, as he no longer needed to retreat on his own. The wind behind him was propelling him backward at a considerable pace. Although Li Nan was moving in reverse, he dared not let the wind dictate his movements. Thus, he braced himself against the iron sheeting above, his arms and legs anchored below to increase lateral resistance and friction. Yet, even so, he could not withstand the gale, merely managing to reduce his rate of being dragged away. At this velocity, which was likely under 25 meters per second, he knew that if the wind machine ramped up its power, merely bracing himself would not suffice. With the wind aiding his backward motion, Li Nan moved rapidly. Yet he remained vigilant. His rear end was already generating enough friction to nearly ignite. However, he had no time to dwell on these discomforts. As he was about to reach the ventilation hole leading out of the control room, the wind machine loomed directly in front of that opening. Its massive rotating turbine aimed straight at him, with numerous blades, each over a meter long, whirling chaotically. Once he exited the ventilation hole, he would surely be sucked into its maw, resulting in a gruesome fate where even his bones would be unrecognizable. Seeing the moment was ripe, Li Nan quickly brandished his submachine gun and fired 3 shots at the spinning turbine. He believed that escape was no longer an option, and their only chance for survival lay in disabling the machine. Though its size was formidable, a few well-placed shots should suffice to render it inoperative, thereby resolving their dire predicament. However, to his astonishment, the turbine showed no reaction to his attacks. What the hell? Li Nan cursed inwardly, astonished by the machine's resilience. Did the hospital's purchasing department not know the importance of supporting domestic products? In a swift turn of events, the wind's force overwhelmed Li Nan, lifting him off his feet, and his submachine gun floated away like a plastic bag. Damn it! Li Nan exclaimed silently, realizing that the M1911 tucked in his chest pocket was also swept away, landing directly in the rotating blades of the wind machine, which promptly reduced it to fragments. It was clear that if he were to be drawn in, he would fare far worse than that gun. Therefore, he exerted every ounce of strength to brace himself against the entire ventilation duct, determined to fight back. Could human strength possibly rival a wind speed of 25 meters per second? Clearly not. Li Nan understood he was fighting against the current, yet he refused to surrender. For the alternative was certain death. In that moment, he felt an adrenaline surge, as a sudden surge of strength coursed through his previously limp body. Clenching one fist, he struck the top of the ventilation duct with all his might, creating a significant dent. He pushed with both arms and legs as if attempting to break open the duct, and astonishingly, his body stabilized, resisting the wind's turbulence. In that life-or-death instant, Li Nan sensed his transformation, or at least he rationalized it that way. Once he regained his balance, he raised his right hand, prepared to fire again. After all, he would not shy away from seizing the opportunity for escape. This struggle was not merely for himself, but also for Han Guang, Zhang Li, Lu Ziming, and the others. Back in the control room, Zhang Li and Han Guang had risked their lives to save him. Now, it was time for him to play the hero rather than remain the one always needing rescue. At that moment, emboldened, Li Nan fired a bullet from his submachine gun. However, as he did so, his body suddenly lost its stability and was yanked away by the wind. Oh no, how could this happen? He lamented as he felt himself being lifted off the ground, with the rapidly spinning turbine looming before him. It was evident that he was about to be reduced to mere stuffing. Damn it, not even a chance to be a hero. Li Nan cursed internally as he soared into the air. Chapter 030. Surviving against all odds, originally believing he could save everyone and be a hero. Li Nan found himself involuntarily caught up in the wind, headed straight for the turbine of the wind machine. He experienced the exhilaration of flight, yet his mind was consumed by the dread of death. For a moment, countless figures flashed before his eyes, and he mournfully pondered, is this how I am to die? I am not ready to leave this world. Maintaining a straight posture, Li Nan was swept up like a feather in the wind, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. The terror of death looming over him, and an insatiable thirst for survival, all merging into a chaotic whirlwind of emotions. Yet, in that fleeting instant, he found an unusual calm, even noticing something crucial. A series of horses is not easy to handle. One merely needs to sever their legs. As he soared through the air, he suddenly spotted the massive wind machine supported by a cross-shaped iron frame at its base, and an idea sparked in his mind. Fortunately, his submachine gun was still in hand. With lightning speed, he aimed at the cross frame and fired 3 shots. Despite his lack of marksmanship, the wind's velocity corrected his aim, allowing 2 of the bullets to strike the iron frame's load-bearing points, causing it to collapse, which in turn toppled the wind machine. With the turbine now on the ground, its position altered, the wind direction shifted to draw from the ground, and the fierce gusts surrounding Li Nan vanished in an instant. A sense of relief washed over him. He had indeed played the hero, albeit through a rather tumultuous journey. Suspended in midair, he noticed the absence of wind and realized, oh no, I'm going to crash. Sure enough, just 0.01 seconds later, Li Nan landed squarely on the ground. The wind had dissipated throughout the duct, leaving the 10 men inside momentarily bewildered. Lu Ziming shouted, what happened? Did the power go out again? Someone nearby replied, this isn't a power outage. That wind machine must have malfunctioned. Heaven be merciful. At that moment, Han Guang exclaimed, Li Nan succeeded. He saved us. As Li Nan lay on the ground, he quickly sensed something was amiss. Wait, this is the control room. Why are there so many zombies? He couldn't help but reflect on the scene as the horde of zombies detected the presence of fresh prey and lunged toward him. In such a fierce wind, even a panda could be blown away, let alone Li Nan's meager disguise, which had been rendered ineffective when drenched earlier, leading to his current precarious situation. Just as he thought he had escaped one peril only to stumble into another, he marveled at the absurdity of his fate. Hundreds of zombies were charging toward him in a frenzy, yet Li Nan remained remarkably composed. Well, death is inevitable, better early than late. As despair threatened to engulf him, the lead zombie suddenly shuddered, as if caught by an unseen force, and veered toward the fallen wind machine. Li Nan, taken aback, soon grasped the underlying meaning of this development and burst into laughter. You may outnumber me, but that one T save you. Watch as I take you all down. With Li Nan as a living bait, the zombies charged recklessly, heedless of the fate that had befallen the one before them. It became clear that the massive wind machine was destined to become the graveyard for these hundreds of zombies. All the advancing zombies were swept away by the enormous force of the wind, followed by a cacophony of shredding and crushing sounds that filled Li Nan with elation and a sense of triumph. Meanwhile, A head poked out of the vent in the control room, exclaiming, "Aren't you coming up? Are you waiting for the zombies to surround you?" Li Nan, undeterred, thought to himself, "I'm enjoying the spectacle. Such explosive scenes and bloody imagery are hard to come by at home." Han Guang, astonished from the vent, never expected that Li Nan not only resolved a major crisis, but also nearly cleared out the zombies in the control room. Truly impressive. Moments later, all the zombies had been eliminated, and the malfunctioning fan on the ground had ceased to operate due to excessive blockage. Nevertheless, this was of little concern, for the zombies were all dead. Li Nan's spirits soared higher than if he had won a $5 million jackpot, completely oblivious to the pain in his backside. Zhongli, witnessing the scene in the control room, couldn't he help but praise him, while Li Nan was eager to escape the foul stench of the control room. He swiftly climbed up through the vent using a strap. Unlike his earlier clumsy descent, this time luck was on his side. The strap held firm, allowing him to ascend smoothly. Zhongli clapped Li Nan on the shoulder, saying, "Well done. You did great." Li Nan admired his own courage, but, faced with such formidable challenges, dared not boast, merely remarking, "To survive, humanity's potential is limitless." Han Guang chuckled. "The handprints and footprints near the vent are all you're doing, right? Truly limitless potential." Li Nan chuckled in response, while Zhongli continued. "The underground power system has been restored, and all the zombies are gone. It seems our mission has been a resounding success. Once we crawl out of this vent, we shall see the light of day again." Cheers erupted from Lu Ziming and the others, and Zhongli added, "This achievement is thanks to Comrade Li Nan. Without him, we might have faced even greater losses, perhaps never making it out at all." This sentiment made Li Nan feel somewhat embarrassed. Had it not been for him, they would not have ended up down here, nor faced such perilous situations. He felt he had let down the 4 brothers who had perished. The mood abruptly turned somber, and Zhongli wisely chose to end the conversation, recognizing it was premature to celebrate before they had actually escaped. Without further ado, the group continued to crawl through the vent, Li Nan still trailing behind. 11 people moved like a long serpent within the duct. Yet the thought of imminent freedom filled them with joy. Although Li Nan's actions had saved everyone's lives and vanquished hundreds of zombies, he had sustained significant injuries, especially to his rear, which had torn his pants in the vent. Consequently, he had taken off his coat and wrapped it around his backside. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain, while his right arm remained sore, the combination of new and old injuries causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Just a little longer. "Once I'm out of this vent, I'll be free," he reassured himself, harboring no doubts. With all the zombies below dispatched and the power restored, what other troubles could arise? Not only Li Nan, but the others in the team shared this belief. As long as they exited the duct, they would soon return to the surface. However, could reality be so simple? Li Nan was determined, convinced he would soon see Gao Shui again. This underground adventure had imparted many lessons to Li Nan. Life is fragile, and some happiness must be seized for oneself. Thus, he resolved that upon returning to the surface, he would clarify everything to Gao Shui and even propose to her. The thought excited him. As they crawled through the vent, Han Guang pointed out the impressions on the metal, gesturing for Li Nan to see. Li Nan was incredulous. How could a fist leave a dent in a steel plate backed by concrete? Han Guang remarked, "The human body's capabilities are truly mysterious. You're studying medicine. You should know better than I. The potential of humans in dangerous situations is astonishing. Have you heard the story of Li Guang shooting a tiger?" Though Li Nan was a science student, he had a basic understanding of traditional history. The legendary General Li Guang once, inebriated, mistook a stone tiger for a real one and shot it in the neck with his longbow. The next day, upon realizing it was merely a stone statue, he found himself unable to shoot it again. Han Guang smiled. "This story illustrates your own feats." Li Nan laughed. "How could I dare to compare myself to General Li Guang? I'm just an ordinary person." "Perhaps you are not an ordinary person at all," Han Guang said, climbing ahead with agility. Li Nan found this statement puzzling, lacking context, but Han Guang offered no further explanation. Dismissing it as a jest, Li Nan continued to crawl, though the pain in his backside was very real. After a distance, Zhang Li called from the front. "We've reached the location of Zone 1. Should we descend from here?" Zhang Li's inquiry was directed at Li Nan, who was more familiar with the underground layout. Considering that all zombies had been eliminated, Li Nan concluded that it was safe to exit from any point. However, crawling through the vent was exceedingly uncomfortable, so he decisively instructed the others ahead. "Tell Captain Zhang Li that we'll exit through the vent in Zone 1. Chapter 031. Fever and fainting. Zhang Li and the others jumped down through the vent in Zone 1, greeted by bright light, and the refrigeration system of the morgue activated, maintaining a temperature of -10 degrees. Zhang Li descended first, holding a triangular military dagger, carefully inspecting the surroundings to ensure no zombies lurked before signaling for the others to follow. In Zone 2, there had been a lingering zombie, so Zhang Li remained cautious. Fortunately, Zone 1 proved to be quite safe, devoid of any undead. Li Nan was the last to jump down. As he landed, he sneezed loudly. Traversing the underground had indeed been a trial. The stark contrast between 30 degrees above zero and 10 degrees below created a sensation akin to being caught in a tempest of extremes. unaccustomed to the cold. He felt the onset of a slight cold. With his coat wrapped around his backside, he was left wearing only a thin shirt above, clearly insufficient to withstand the -10-degree chill. After enduring numerous dangers along the way, the group's energy was greatly depleted, and upon reaching Zone 1, they all collapsed onto the ground to catch their breath. Li Nan leaned against a storage cabinet, attempting to quell the growling of his stomach, but his efforts proved futile. Thus, he diverted his attention to more trivial thoughts. Han Guang, sitting beside Li Nan, rested his hands on his thighs, scanning the area. When he suddenly caught sight of Li Nan's predicament, and couldn't he help but laugh. Li Nan, feeling disdainful, retorted, "What are you laughing at? My brain is working overtime, leading to rapid protein energy breakdown, hence the noise from my stomach." Han Guang said nothing, turning his head to look elsewhere. And the smile on his face vanished abruptly. "What a peculiar person," Li Nan murmured softly. In the ventilation duct, Han Guang abruptly uttered a peculiar remark, leaving Li Nan puzzled. Based on his observations during the journey, Li Nan found Han Guang to be quite strange. Although he was unaware of the specific model of firearms used by the Chinese police, he was certain they were not American M1911s. Moreover, Han Guang's physical prowess was remarkable, seemingly comparable to Captain Zhang from the Wolfang unit. Similarly, although Li Nan had little knowledge about the Wolfang organization, he was certain it was not weak. Thus, it followed that Han Guang did not appear to be a typical police officer. As this thought crossed his mind, a chilling sensation crept up Li Nan's spine, not the frigid touch of a morgue, but rather the unsettling realization of impending danger. He adjusted his shirt and leaned closer to Han Guang, saying, "Officer Han, it seems we are about to emerge from here. Once we reach the surface, our freedom will likely be restricted. Even if we articulate our concerns eloquently, the military and government will not readily believe us. Consequently, the predicament at Jiangbei Hospital will remain unresolved. Nevertheless, I can hold my head high, knowing I have at least contributed to a noble cause." Han Guang glanced at Li Nan and replied, "I am unaware of the higher-ups' decisions, but do you truly believe we can leave right now?" Li Nan, perplexed, asked, "Having come this far, could there still be complications?" Han Guang averted his gaze and reflected that, logically, news of Captain Zhang leading the Wolfang team to the underground morgue should have reached the upper echelons by now. If that were the case, why had no measures been taken? Whether to rescue or to obliterate the underground facility, there should have been some response. Yet here they were, effectively left to fend for themselves. Han Guang's words struck a chord with Li Nan. They had been in this underground morgue for over 3 hours. And if the higher-ups had anticipated the danger, they should have acted decisively to eliminate the threat. Did they still hold out hope for their group? That seemed implausible. The infected individual from Beiyuan Square had already fallen into military hands, and it was inconceivable for them to underestimate the severity of the situation, especially one that jeopardized national security and social stability. Any ruler would act with resolve in such circumstances, leading Li Nan to the disquieting conclusion that perhaps a crisis was unfolding above ground. As he pondered this, a sense of dread washed over him. Yet he was reluctant to accept such a grim reality. Aside from the individual taken by the military, the remaining infected had been sent to Jiangbei Hospital, and logically, there should be no more zombies. Li Nan's mind raced as he sought to deny the existence of a zombie apocalypse, yet he found himself increasingly powerless. Initially, Li Nan had harbored doubts about Han Guang's identity, but the focus of concern had shifted. Noticing Li Nan's pallor and the bluish tint of his lips, Han Guang assumed he was frightened by his words. Therefore, he relaxed his expression and said, "Perhaps the authorities are merely observing. The situation outside cannot be worse than here." Li Nan's expression remained grim, and he trembled uncontrollably. Han Guang sensed something was amiss and immediately checked Li Nan's temperature. "Oh no, he's running a fever." Han Guang's calloused hands, particularly the area around his right thumb, went unnoticed by Li Nan, who felt dizzy and cold, as if trapped in an ice cellar. Although the morgue's environment was not much better than a freezer, it served as a storage for food rather than corpses. Leaning against one of the storage cabinets, Li Nan hunched over like a small shrimp before suddenly collapsing into the cabinet. He felt as though he had been placed inside a coffin, surrounded by rigid walls and confined space. In a haze, Li Nan contemplated a troubling question. If the corpses that had been devoured by zombies were placed in this morgue, they must have undergone the transformation process within the cabinets. These cabinets were designed with mechanisms that required force to open from the outside. How then had the initial zombie managed to escape without damaging the cabinet? In Area 3, all the storage cabinets were intact, devoid of any signs of damage. This raised a significant question. Could the missing third corpse be responsible? Li Nan felt his body convulsing, and as this thought emerged, he inwardly exclaimed that there was indeed more to the situation. Hidden zombies might still lurk in the shadows of the morgue. However, he could not articulate this, as he had slipped into a shallow state of unconsciousness. Common ailments like colds and fevers are often overlooked, yet they can be perilous. Li Nan, fatigued and weakened, succumbed to the temperature fluctuations and fainted. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Han Guang hurriedly retrieved Li Nan from the cabinet and shouted to the others, "Li Nan is in bad shape. He might not make it." Upon hearing Han Guang's call, Everyone in Area 1 flocked over, and Zhang Li was equally astonished. As just moments ago, Li Nan had seemed lively. Seeing Li Nan's condition, everyone assumed he was on the verge of death, prompting Zhang Li to act swiftly. Perhaps returning to the surface would offer him a chance at survival. Under Zhang Li's direction, Lu Ziming carried Li Nan, and the group promptly exited through door 1. The morgue was divided into 6 sections, each arranged similarly, and Zhang Li and his team navigated through the rows of storage cabinets with ease, heading straight for door 1. Lu Ziming, strong and capable, effortlessly carried the 130-pound Li Nan as they sprinted together. Upon exiting door 1, they raced toward the main entrance of the morgue, then turned right into the corridor, making their way to the freight elevator. The urgency in their sprint stemmed from a desire not to waste time on Li Nan's behalf. As military personnel, they were adept at handling external injuries and fractures, but dealing with Li Nan's sudden fainting spell left them at a loss, heightening Zhang Li's anxiety. Leading the charge, Zhang Li reached the freight elevator and pressed the buttons frantically, yet the elevator remained unresponsive. Confused, he pressed the buttons again, but to no avail. In this moment, he noticed something odd. The elevator displayed that it was on the 2nd underground level. What is going on? The elevator should be on the 1st underground level, not the 2nd. Zhang Li mused, perplexed. Despite his attempts, the elevator would not budge, regardless of whether he pressed the buttons with his fingers or struck them with his fists. Han Guang, observing from behind Zhang Li, recognized the unusual situation and suggested. The elevator is currently stuck on the 2nd underground level. It won't move anytime soon. Perhaps we should discuss a plan. The Wolf Fong soldiers were skilled in tactics and combat, but this particular scenario left them feeling powerless. It was then that they remembered Li Nan, the one who always devised strategies whenever challenges arose in this underground realm. With no other options, Han Guang turned to the only engineer in the team, Li Xiaofan. Can you diagnose the elevator's malfunction? Li Xiaofan shook his head. To assess this, we would need to examine the internal components. Elevators are specialized machinery, and I'm not particularly knowledgeable about them. Zhang Li clicked his tongue in frustration. If we can't fix the malfunction, we may have no choice but to force it open. As the conversation unfolded, Zhang Li brandished the triangular military dagger from behind him and inserted it into the crevice of the elevator door. He then positioned himself sideways, forming an inverted triangle with his hands, and exerted considerable force to pry open the outer elevator door. Chapter 032. The Mountain Man has his own clever plans. Though military-grade products are also made in China, their quality is notably superior to that of ordinary items. The triangular dagger in Zhang Li's hand, while appearing slender and elongated, was undeniably powerful. With a sharp cry, he managed to pry open a narrow gap in the tightly sealed elevator door. Observing this, Li Xiaofan immediately thrust his Thompson submachine gun into the opening, which widened further as Zhang Li continued to exert force. Eventually, he forcefully pried open a gap of about 30 to 40 centimeters and secured a nearby storage cabinet in the middle, resembling a figure of a bloodied warrior. Wiping the fine sweat from his forehead, Zhang Li grabbed 2 tactical flashlights and shone them into the pitch-black elevator shaft. The darkness was interrupted by the beams of light, revealing only a few iron cables resembling lifelines, with nothing more discernible. As Zhang Li directed the flashlight upwards, he noticed the shaft extended nearly 10 meters high, completely sealed off. Logically, Zhang Li was merely on the basement floor, so how could the elevator shaft ascend to such a height? In truth, his estimation was somewhat conservative. The actual height was closer to 13 meters. The structure of this storage elevator in the underground morgue was rather unique, functioning only across 2 floors, and thus, to ensure its proper operation, the shaft had been artificially deepened. The elevator mechanism included traction and braking devices, which required substantial space, necessitating a sufficiently deep elevator shaft. Shaking his head, Zhang Li remarked, "Inside this elevator shaft, there's only a traction cable about the thickness of an arm. Yet it's glaringly smooth, making it impossible for us to climb. 10 meters is indeed a formidable challenge." In reality, this was not merely a challenge, it was an impossible task. Han Guang, witnessing the situation, also shook his head, affirming the truth of Li Nan's ominous words. Zhang Li, feeling helpless, uttered, "Are we truly trapped again?" In a state of anxiousness, Lu Ziming lamented the predicament, wondering if they would once again find themselves ensnared in this place. He recalled that he was carrying a comatose Li Nan on his back and addressed him. "I always thought you were quite formidable. If only you could wake up now. Surely you would have a solution." Adjusting Li Nan's weight for better stability, he was surprised when Li Nan groggily opened his eyes, startled to see a large head before him. "Wah, what?" Li Nan struggled to articulate, yet Lu Ziming understood the sentiment and exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, brother, you finally awakened." With a bitter smile, Li Nan realized that the large head belonged to Lu Ziming. Could this still be a dream? He pondered. But the surrounding reality confirmed that it was not mere fantasy. Although Li Nan had regained consciousness, his fever lingered, leaving him weak and feeble. Lu Ziming felt a sigh of relief, reassured that Li Nan was not in immediate danger. Li Nan chuckled softly, attributing his weakness to a flu-induced fever, stating that under normal circumstances, enduring it for a few days would not pose a significant issue. Upon hearing Li Nan's explanation, Lu Ziming felt reassured about his well-being. Meanwhile, Zhang Li and Han Guang, noticing Li Nan's revival, also breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Ziming informed Li Nan, "The elevator has malfunctioned. We are unable to exit." Li Nan clicked his tongue, realizing the truth in Han Guang's earlier words. He was perplexed as to why the elevator, which had functioned smoothly on the way down, would suddenly fail on the return journey. Was this truly fate? Han Guang leaned in, expressing surprise. "I thought you were on the verge of collapsing." After Lu Ziming set Li Nan down, he quietly asked Han Guang, "What do you really know?" Han Guang, bewildered, shrugged his shoulders, indicating his lack of knowledge. Li Nan, filled with urgency, exclaimed, "You said we couldn't get out, and now we indeed can't. Could this not be your doing?" This accusation elicited laughter from Han Guang, who replied, "What I said was merely speculation. Don't forget, I'm in the same predicament as you. If you cannot exit, neither can I. I think your fever may have muddled your thoughts." Though Li Nan remained skeptical of Han Guang's ignorance, the latter's demeanor suggested he was withholding information. Thus, Li Nan abandoned the idea of extracting useful information from him. At this moment, their priority was to find a way out. Li Nan took a moment to compose himself, intending to rise and personally inspect the elevator entrance. However, after barely taking a few steps, he collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly exhausted. Lu Ziming rushed to support him as they approached the elevator shaft. Zhang Li, noticing Li Nan's condition, gently patted his shoulder, urging, "Brother, hold on." Li Nan replied, "For now, I'm fine. I can endure." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Li informed Li Nan, "The elevator is currently stationed at the second basement level." "What?" Li Nan questioned. Ensuring he had heard correctly, Zhang Li's affirmation confirmed the situation. The elevator would not simply descend to the second basement level without reason. Someone must have gone down. Yet, were there others in this underground space? Or was it possible that those who had taken the elevator down were not human, but rather zombies? Feeling increasingly weak, Li Nan realized that climbing up the traction cable was unattainable. Since ascending was not an option, why not explore the possibility of descending? Li Xiaofan was taken aback by this suggestion, stating, "We wish to exit, not to become further ensnared. What reason is there to go down?" Zhang Li found the notion astonishing but, upon reflection, saw some merit in Li Nan's reasoning. Their only hope now rested on the storage elevator, which was stationed at the second basement level. Thus, descending seemed a prudent course of action. Perhaps they would uncover something unexpected by going down. After a brief discussion, the group agreed that descending to the second basement level might not be an unwise idea. The distance between the first and second basements was not great, and there was an elevator below, making the straight line distance relatively short. Zhang Li directed the tactical flashlight downwards, pinpointing a relatively safe spot that aligned perfectly with the elevator's top cover. To reach the second basement level, they would first need to breach the elevator. However, Li Nan had previously noted that this elevator was a unified structure, making it challenging to damage. Standing atop the elevator's cover, Zhang Li assessed the material and structure beneath his feet, realizing that breaking through would be no easy feat. The most vulnerable section of the elevator cover appeared to be a 30-centimeter square vent. However, even that proved difficult to compromise. Zhang Li gestured to those above, indicating, "It's not easy." During their usual rides on the storage elevator, Li Nan had observed the vent, recognizing it as the most fragile point in the entire structure. Yet it was constructed from high-strength nickel-cadmium alloy, rendering it nearly impervious to ordinary tools. Li Nan found himself at an impasse. The reason they had previously climbed to the control room to restore power was precisely due to their inability to manage this elevator. Now, they found themselves back at square one, facing the formidable challenge of this one-piece elevator structure once more. Tension enveloped Zhang Li, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he found himself utterly powerless against this formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Li Nan, standing at the entrance of the elevator shaft, was equally fraught with anxiety. His mind ablaze with thoughts, unable to conjure a viable solution. Had Han Guang truly spoken the truth? Were they truly destined to be trapped here? Li Nan was unwilling to accept this fate. He had yet to clarify matters with Gao Shui, to lead his beloved woman into the sanctity of marriage, and to mend the rift with his elder brother. How could he possibly resign himself to perish in this place? There existed countless experiences he had yet to embrace in this world, and life was too splendid for him to grow weary of it. Why should he succumb to death? Why invite such calamity upon himself? Fortune often conceals misfortune, and misfortune can harbor fortune. There was profound meaning in the words of the ancients. And thus Li Nan refused to believe that this was the end of his road. With both hands cradling his head, he resolved to devise a plan for their escape. The elevator was undeniably sturdy. To dismantle it would require external force, but what tools could they possibly find in this underground mortuary? As this thought crossed his mind, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Who said this underground space was merely a mortuary? The other side of the first mortuary was a medical equipment storage room. With his thoughts now unrestrained, Li Nan envisioned a solution. He recalled that the medical equipment storage room housed an X-ray therapy machine, which, although past its prime, remained operational and could serve their purpose. Li Nan called down to Zhang Li in the elevator shaft, "Captain Zhang, come up." I've thought of a way. Upon hearing Li Nan's declaration of a solution, Zhongli promptly leaped up from the elevator's top cover and inquired, "What method do you propose to damage the elevator's cover?" Li Nan chuckled. "A wise man has his own clever plans." Chapter 33. High pressure burns. Li Nan pointed towards the right side of the first mortuary and declared, "There lies the medical equipment storage room, and within it are the tools we require." Han Guang, perplexed by the lack of context, could not grasp Li Nan's intentions. But the shift in circumstances suggested that hope was indeed on the horizon. Without hesitation, Zhongli followed Li Nan into the medical equipment storage room. This storage space was essentially a graveyard for outdated or entirely defunct medical apparatus. Zhongli and the others trailed behind Li Nan to the entrance of the storage room. Notably, while the first mortuary was secured with a code lock, the storage room was merely a plain wooden door. Li Nan hunched over and said to Zhongli, "I do not possess the key. You shall have to handle it." Zhongli laughed heartily. "No problem at all." With a swift kick, the door splintered into several pieces. Inside the storage room, darkness prevailed, but as Li Nan approached the entrance and began to feel around, light soon illuminated the space. Although the storage room was reasonably sized, it felt cramped due to the numerous items densely packed within, some larger pieces concealed beneath tarps. An expression of delight crossed Li Nan's face as he announced, "Over there. Against the wall lies the X-ray therapy machine. We must extract it." Zhongli followed Li Nan's pointed direction and was taken aback by the machine's substantial size. Akin to that of a grand piano. Li Nan chuckled, "I'm afraid my strength falls short. I cannot be of assistance." Zhongli understood Li Nan's implication. Although he could not name the cumbersome device, he was certain it would aid them in overcoming their current predicament. 8 or 9 sturdy men rolled up their sleeves and worked together to maneuver the X-ray therapy machine, slowly shifting it with careful coordination. Thanks to the previously cleared path, the process was remarkably smooth, and within a mere 10 minutes, the enormous machine was positioned at the elevator shaft's entrance. Li Nan examined the X-ray therapy machine from all angles, his expression turning troubled. To be honest, he had only seen such a device before, but had never operated one, leaving him somewhat apprehensive. Despite his lack of familiarity with its operation, he understood its underlying principles. The X-ray therapy machine utilized low-voltage current, which, under the influence of magnetic pulsing, transformed into high-voltage electric fields, generating X-rays between the positive and negative electrodes for patient examinations. Now, however, Li Nan intended to reverse this process. He sought not the X-rays, but rather the high-voltage electric field to disrupt the structure of the storage elevator. After pondering over the machine for a moment, Li Nan addressed the group. "We must dismantle this device halfway. Otherwise, it will not yield results." Lu Ziming, standing close to Li Nan, feared that his companion might exhaust himself and faint once again. Upon hearing Li Nan's words, he inquired, "How do we dismantle it?" Li Nan admitted his uncertainty, but realized that the X-ray emitting component at the front of the machine must be removed to continue with his plan. At this moment, Li Xiaofan stepped forward, stating, "I may not comprehend the principles, but I am quite skilled at dismantling things." With the assistance of several brothers, Li Xiaofan utilized a trident to effectively dismantle the X-ray therapy machine in accordance with Li Nan's specifications. Li Nan inspected the machine once more, ensuring it met the requirements for generating a high-voltage electric field, and then declared to the group, "In a moment, I will activate this X-ray therapy machine and direct it towards the storage elevator. The resultant high-voltage electric field will strike the elevator's top cover, causing the metal to quickly lose its rigidity. At that point, we only need to drop a zombie corpse down the shaft to create a hole in the elevator's cover, and all will be well." Zhongli, having listened to Li Nan's plan, was thoroughly impressed. It is often said that true heroes are physically strong, yet in this era, intellect surpasses brute strength. Under Li Nan's direction, everyone moved away from the X-ray therapy machine. Given Li Nan's evident weakness, the task of initiating the machine fell to the eager Lu Ziming. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofan returned from room 6 with a relatively intact zombie corpse, ready to assist at a moment's notice. With everything in place, only the final step remained. Lu Ziming positioned his hands on the 2 buttons, awaiting Gao Fei's signal, who, after mentally calculating the entire scenario, finally called out, "Proceed." To be candid, Li Nan held little confidence in the outcome. With the X-ray emitting component dismantled, the machine had lost its protective casing, and the process of converting low-voltage current to high-voltage electric fields was inherently unstable. Thus, Lu Ziming's situation was perilous. High voltage was no trifling matter, and contact could easily prove fatal. Lu Ziming, however, turned back with a light-hearted laugh. "No worries. A fortune teller once told me I possess a strong fate. I won't be so easily dispatched." Li Nan chuckled in response. "I hadn't anticipated the underground to be so treacherous. Had I known, I wouldn't have encouraged you all to come down." Zhongli clapped Li Nan on the shoulder, stating, "This was our own choice. We are soldiers, and this is a battlefield. We have no reason to shy away." As they spoke, Lu Ziming had already activated the X-ray therapy machine's buttons under Li Nan's guidance. With a crackling sound, sparks erupted from within the machine, illuminating the dark space like lightning in the night. A portion of the energy arced into the elevator shaft while another dissipated into the air, producing a cloud of acrid smoke. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhongli shouted in alarm. Li Xiaofan restrained Zhongli, exclaiming, "Captain, you cannot go. We cannot afford any more senseless sacrifices." Li Nan's heart sank as he witnessed arcs of electricity striking Lu Ziming. That should suffice. Quickly shut off the power to the X-ray therapy machine, Li Nan shouted, while Li Xiaofan immediately dashed to another location and unplugged the machine. The elevator shaft was engulfed in thick smoke, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze upon. Zhang Li was the first to rush forward, accompanied by another individual who was carrying a corpse of a zombie. With a calculated force, he hurled the body down the elevator shaft. And with a sound reminiscent of slicing through paper, the zombie landed directly on the elevator's base. It was a success. Li Nan's plan had triumphed. However, as Zhang Li reached the X-ray treatment machine, he was met with the sight of Lu Ziming lying on the ground, his eyes unable to conceal the tears that welled up. Li Nan, half-bent, approached him. Zhang Li attempted to embrace Lu Ziming's lifeless form, but was halted by Li Nan. Perhaps due to the lingering high voltage, Zhang Li's hands remained poised, as if disregarding Li Nan's warning, as he gathered Lu Ziming into his arms, filled with sorrow and rage. Witnessing this, Li Nan was equally moved. Such was the bond of brotherhood. Lu Ziming had been struck by a high-voltage spark. His body charred like coal, his clothing reduced to carbonized remnants, disintegrating at Zhang Li's touch. Fortunately, the high voltage had dissipated, and Zhang Li did not suffer electrocution. Li Nan felt a warmth in his eyes, turning his head to avoid looking at Lu Ziming. Of the 15 who had descended underground, only 10 remained. The oppressive despair and frustration of their isolated predicament exploded in that moment. At that juncture, Han Guang approached, observing Li Nan's upward gaze before turning to Zhang Li, urging them to focus on the future instead of the past. Dying here might not be such a misfortune after all. At least Lu Ziming's body had not been bitten by a zombie, and that was a reasonable conclusion. Zhang Li remained silent, his grip on Lu Ziming's body tightening. Han Guang, sensing something amiss, promptly remarked to Zhang Li, It seems Lu Ziming is all right. His fingers are still moving." Zhang Li, taken aback, could hardly believe his eyes, and just then, Lu Ziming suddenly opened his mouth, having survived the electrocution, though nearly succumbing to strangulation. Zhang Li was incredulous. How could one withstand a high-voltage arc and still live? The human body is indeed perplexing. Some perish instantly when struck by lightning, while others endure multiple encounters with it and remain unscathed, and Lu Ziming clearly belonged to the latter. This sudden shift from despair to joy left Zhang Li momentarily bewildered. After 3 seconds, he confirmed that his comrade Lu Ziming was alive, exclaiming joyfully, "Brother, surviving this calamity surely promises future blessings." Lu Ziming managed a weak smile, quipping that perhaps he should try his luck at the lottery. Zhang Li set Lu Ziming down, yet Li Nan's expression remained grim. Although Lu Ziming had not perished, his overall condition was still dire. As the only medic in the group, Li Nan conducted a thorough examination of Lu Ziming, discovering that 80% of his body bore extensive burns. This was merely the surface symptom. He could not ascertain if the high voltage had damaged his internal organs, a possibility that would worsen the situation. Lu Ziming lay on the ground, attempting to maintain a light-hearted demeanor, saying, "It's nothing, just a little injury, a common occurrence." Beneath Lu Ziming's feigned nonchalance, Li Nan noticed the furrowed brow and beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, clearly enduring immense pain. Extensive burns are indeed excruciating. And at that moment, the left side of Lu Ziming's face was as black as coal, the skin cracked, with only half of his face remaining intact. Chapter 034. 2 patients. Though Lu Ziming had survived the electric shock, his physical condition was far from optimistic. Therefore, Lu Ziming stated, "Li Nan's plan has surely succeeded. You all should go ahead without me. I won't be a burden. Leave me here." Zhang Li resolutely declared, "I, Zhang Li, will never abandon a brother, never in the past. Nor now." Lu Ziming forced a smile on his right cheek, saying, "My life is tough enough. Staying here isn't a loss. When you come back after fixing the storage elevator, be sure to fetch me." Lu Ziming concealed his suffering, yet his comrades could sense the underlying sadness, which only heightened their concern. Li Xiaofan exclaimed, "The boss has said he won't leave you behind, and he certainly won't. Don't speak of burdens. I'll carry you. We brothers will face life and death together, and the 4 who left first will watch over us in spirit." Despite Lu Ziming's stubbornness, he could not prevent Li Xiaofan from swiftly lifting him onto his back. Aside from Lu Ziming's unfortunate condition, Li Nan was not in much better shape, as a persistent fever had left him weak and unsteady. Consequently, Han Guang, left with no choice, carried Li Nan on his back and said to Li Xiaofan, "It seems we both have to carry 2 patients this time." Li Xiaofan managed a bitter smile. Given the circumstances, they could only hope that nothing else would go awry on the second underground level. Zhang Li shone his wolf-eye flashlight down the elevator shaft, confirming that Li Nan's plan had indeed worked. The incredibly sturdy elevator ceiling had been breached by the body of a zombie. Zhang Li was the first to leap down, followed by Li Xiaofan with Lu Ziming, and Han Guang, stepping lightly, followed suit. All of them descended into the storage elevator. However, as Zhongli fell, he sensed something was amiss. It turned out there was not just one corpse in the elevator, but two. What was going on? Zhongli thought to himself, brandishing his triangular military knife as he approached the body lying at the elevator's entrance. Cautiously, he turned over the corpse, confirming it was indeed a dead person. And upon further inspection, there were no signs of zombie bites, which provided some relief. Soon, everyone had jumped down, and Han Guang also spotted the second corpse, causing a chill to run down his spine, while Zhongli signaled that there was no danger. Behind Han Guang, Li Nan also beheld the second body, and a realization struck him. He understood why the elevator had not moved earlier. It was because this corpse was lodged at the elevator door, preventing it from ascending. Zhongli nodded in sudden understanding, exclaiming, "Indeed, the elevator's safety system was at fault. It was merely protecting a corpse." The situation was exceedingly delicate. Why had the storage elevator made its way to the second underground level, and how had a corpse appeared there? Was it the work of zombies or humans? At that moment, Li Nan was filled with questions, yet the pressing matter at hand was to return to the surface, for Lu Ziming's injuries were severe, and without timely medical attention, his life could be at risk. Li Nan himself was also in a precarious state, making it imperative that both of them receive immediate care. Zhongli tossed the two bodies out of the elevator and checked it again, confirming that aside from the hole in the ceiling, there was no other damage. And the elevator was still operational. The elevator was intact, requiring no repairs, a revelation that surprised everyone. At this moment, all they needed to do was activate the elevator to return to the surface. Zhongli pressed the button to ascend and slowly closed the elevator door, ensuring that nothing would intervene to prevent their return. In the face of joyful tidings, the clouds of mortality that had loomed for hours dissipated, and smiles graced every face. Li Nan's brows relaxed, and he silently reflected, how wonderful it is to be alive, how splendid it is to return to the surface. The task has been accomplished. All the zombies have been eradicated. Yet, Zhongli couldn't shake off the somber thoughts of his four fallen brothers and the severely injured Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming, at that moment, was engaged in a fierce struggle against excruciating pain, enduring it solely to avoid disturbing the morale of the others. Li Xiaofan, burdened with the weight of the gravely wounded Lu Ziming, felt a wave of emotion, pondering whether such great sacrifices were truly worthwhile. On the other hand, Han Guang, carrying Li Nan, remained inscrutable, his demeanor as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. A wave of jubilance swept through the elevator, as if they were on the cusp of escaping this hellish underground mortuary. Just as the elevator doors began to close, a faint rustling sound echoed from the corridor ahead. Subtle yet distinct. Zhang Li's expression shifted abruptly. Could there be zombies on the second underground level? Li Nan, oblivious to the situation, remained in a daze, likely in a semi-conscious state, rendering him unresponsive. Han Guang sensed the unusual disturbance in the corridor, but was uncertain whether it was a zombie or a human. Zhang Li glanced back warily. The faces of everyone in the elevator radiated the joy of newfound life. He refrained from raising unnecessary alarms, especially at this critical juncture. The lives of his brothers outweighed any potential threat from the corridor. Resolute in his decision, he focused solely on leading his comrades to safety. As the elevator doors slowly sealed, he deliberately pressed the close button multiple times. Suddenly, he perceived a face peering through the narrow gap of the elevator doors, sending a shiver down his spine. "What's wrong, Captain?" Li Xiaofan inquired, noticing Zhang Li's unease. In the elevator, Zhang Li and Han Guang stood at the forefront, their heights obscuring the view of the others, thus preventing them from witnessing the chilling sight. Shaking off the dread, Zhang Li nonchalantly replied, "It's nothing. Just feeling a bit cold." At that moment, Han Guang quietly asked Zhang Li what he had seen. Zhang Li, taken aback, confirmed, "You saw it too?" Han Guang nodded, and Zhang Li speculated, "It must have been a zombie. Perhaps they have infiltrated the second underground level. But that concern is irrelevant now. The elevator is moving, and we will soon return to the surface." The elevator doors had closed tightly, and the indicator lights signaled that they were ascending. A soldier from the Wolfang unit remarked, "Did you hear that noise?" Someone else responded, "It sounds like voices. Someone is calling for help." An eerie atmosphere enveloped the elevator, as Zhang Li distinctly heard the voice of a man pleading for assistance. The occupants felt as though they had encountered a specter. How could there possibly be a living person in this basement? Or could zombies mimic human speech? The situation was undeniably unsettling. "It's a person," a soldier insisted. "Someone on the second underground level is crying for help. Should we stop?" Zhang Li grappled with the dilemma. While Han Guang remained silent, the others began to express their confusion. Logically, there should be no one else down here. And since those zombies were merely mindless shells, how could they speak? With the situation reaching this critical point, Zhang Li found himself torn. He recalled the face that had suddenly appeared before the elevator doors closed, uncertain whether it belonged to a human or a zombie. However, one thing was certain. The voice had undoubtedly emanated from that entity. Weighing his options, Zhang Li resolutely concluded, there cannot possibly be any living person down here. We must not risk descending further. As the leader, Zhang Li bore the responsibility of fulfilling the mission while safeguarding his team. Given this imperative, he would not take unnecessary risks. With their return to the surface imminent, he could not allow further complications. Help! Help! A ghastly wail echoed from the second underground level. Unmistakably the voice of a middle-aged man. This revelation left Zhang Li truly perplexed. Should he acknowledge the living face he had just glimpsed? Or continue to pretend he hadn't seen it? At that moment, Li Nan, who had been slumped on Han Guang's back, began to regain consciousness. Startled by the harrowing cries. What is happening? Has the biohazard situation turned into a tale of eerie encounters? Han Guang chuckled lightly and replied, Captain Zhang, the unknown situation is indeed peculiar, but it is not entirely inexplicable. If someone descended to the second underground level after we arrived, using the elevator, then the mystery of the elevator's operation becomes clear. As the elevator's indicator lights signaled they had reached the first underground level, Zhang Li, despite his hesitation, pressed the button for the second underground level. Some questions needed clarification, and they weren't in a rush to return to the surface just yet. Li Nan, uncertain about who awaited them on the second underground level, felt an unsettling emptiness within him, as if he were about to confront an even greater maelstrom. Chapter 035. The unexpected appearance of a man. The elevator descended rapidly, creating a disorienting illusion for Li Nan, making the time it took to reach the second underground level feel markedly different from ascending to the first. This disorientation stemmed from his inability to fathom who the man on the second underground level might be. Logically, anyone found in the underground mortuary should be hospital staff. Yet given prior warnings, who would venture there? This thought sent a chill through Li Nan. The notion that someone might deliberately walk into danger suggested a concealed agenda, one that could lead to fatal consequences in such an environment. With a clang, the elevator landed smoothly, and although the wind rushed in through the top, it did not impede its operation. As the doors opened slowly, they revealed a sizable area, and standing before them was an elderly man, visibly agitated. What is going on? Li Nan cursed internally. Zhang Li gasped, how could it be you? Li Xiaofan, Han Guang, and the others shared in the disbelief. To prepare for any potential threats, Zhang Li had arranged their submachine guns into an offensive formation before the doors opened. Should any danger present itself, they would swiftly counteract it. Yet, to their dismay, there was no immediate threat. Only the elderly man remained. Director Liu, is that you? Li Nan was the first to break the silence. The man, identified as Director Liu, appeared awkward and, after clearing his hoarse throat, began, well, this is a rather long story. This Director Liu was none other than Liu Heping, the outpatient department's deputy director, who had previously conversed with Zhang Li in the hospital lobby. Now, his unexpected presence in the underground level, coupled with his earlier frantic cries, demanded an explanation that Zhang Li and the others would not easily let go of. Liu Heping encountered 11 individuals within the elevator, his expression shifting with alarm as he exclaimed, Captain Zhang, you cannot ascend. Zhang Li stood bewildered. Why not? Liu Heping's face bore an unusual terror, his voice frantic. Everyone in the hospital has gone mad. You cannot go up. Li Nan, equally perplexed, asked, what on earth are you saying? Liu Heping, trembling, continued. Half an hour after you descend to the morgue, chaos erupted in the hospital. A female nurse, in a frenzy, began attacking and biting people. The hospital is in disarray, and the soldiers outside are doing nothing to help. That is why I came down here, merely to ensure my own safety. Upon hearing Liu Heping's words, Li Nan felt as though struck by lightning. Are you saying there are zombies in the hospital? Liu Heping nodded and shook his head. Could that terrifying entity truly be a zombie? Suddenly, the faces of all present clouded with dread, particularly Li Nan, who felt as if the world were collapsing. If zombies had indeed emerged in the hospital, what hope remained for his beloved Gao Shui? Before Li Nan could ponder further, Han Guang interjected. You claim the hospital is overrun with zombies and that you fled down here to survive. Yet why did you call for help just now? Liu Heping, momentarily speechless, replied. I was simply terrified. I hid on the second underground level for over 2 hours, fearing those monsters might descend as well. When I sensed movement nearby, my instinct was to hide, and to my surprise, it turned out to be you, Captain Zhang. Now, it seems we may be the last survivors in Jianbei Hospital, which is why I rushed out when I saw you intending to take the elevator. My cry for help was aimed at saving both you and myself. Han Guang sensed something amiss, but could not articulate it. Liu Heping's presence on the second underground level was evidently more complex than it appeared. With a serious demeanor, Han Guang contemplated Liu Heping's words, yet soon relaxed his expression, seemingly harboring no animosity towards him. He casually inquired, before we came down, there was a corpse in this elevator. Was it your doing? Liu Heping nodded. I was so frightened that I moved a body from the second morgue to block the elevator, ensuring those zombies could not ascend. Han Guang turned to Zhang Li, saying, it seems this Deputy Director Liu is quite resourceful. A simple mechanism nearly trapped us in the lower level, unable to ascend or descend. Such a talent would surely be invaluable in our team. Zhang Li sensed the underlying meaning in Han Guang's words and replied, Deputy Director Liu, while the surface is perilous, this underground morgue is not entirely safe either. There could be zombies here as well. Why not join us in going up? Even if there are zombies, we have strategies to deal with them. Lu Heping shook his head. I will not go up. It is best if you do not either. When I escaped, countless lives were lost in Jiangbei Hospital, and those who attempted to flee were gunned down by the soldiers outside. There is no way to survive up there. Zhang Li, skeptical of Lu Heping's claims, regarded him with suspicion. A man of 50 or 60 was often either a fool or a schemer, and Lu Heping did not appear trustworthy. Seeing Lu Heping's reluctance to ascend, Zhang Li hastily pressed the door close button, but Lu Heping wedged his hand in the closing gap. The elevator doors abruptly opened, and Lu Heping wore a bemused smile, gently stating, "If I am not mistaken, the young man on that person's back has sustained extensive burns. If not treated promptly, his life is in jeopardy." Zhang Li felt a jolt of alarm and quickly inquired, "Can you treat this?" Lu Heping affirmed, "I am the deputy director of the outpatient department, especially skilled in treating burns and scalds. My reputation is well known in Jiangbei City." Seeing hope, Zhang Li asked, "In such a rudimentary environment, can you save him?" Lu Heping replied, "There is a drug storage room on the second underground level, stocked with ample supplies for treating burns. I am confident I can manage." Lu Ziming had already fainted from pain on Li Xiaofan's back, oblivious to the events transpiring in the elevator. Li Nan, disheartened by Lu Heping's grim news, felt desolate and pessimistic, indifferent to whether they returned to the surface or remained underground. Zhang Li scanned the elevator, seemingly seeking the group's consensus. "Captain, we should stay here for now. Treating Lu Ziming's injuries is paramount," Li Xiaofan asserted. The others echoed, "Let us remain here to treat Lu Ziming." Zhang Li, gritting his teeth, declared, "Very well, Deputy Director Lu, I entrust my brother's life to you. Please do not let anything go awry." Lu Heping assured him, "I cannot guarantee success with other ailments, but burns and scalds will pose no problem." As they spoke, Zhang Li and his companions exited the elevator, with Lu Heping leading the way. "I will first retrieve some medication from the storage room, and then we will proceed to the second morgue. The temperature there is low, even without anesthetics. I can perform a minor debridement surgery." Li Xiaofan, carrying Lu Ziming, sternly asked, "Will a surgery be necessary? Are the conditions adequate? Do we have the necessary instruments?" Lu Heping replied confidently, "For self-defense, I carry a scalpel. And I believe that in an environment of -15 degrees, other sterilization supplies will not be needed. Performing a minor surgery will be entirely feasible." Lu Heping continued, "I noticed that the young man's burned skin remains largely intact, and the underlying tissues appear sound. This condition does not resemble fire-related injuries." Zhang Li responded, "How could there be a fire in this basement? It must have been caused by high-voltage electrocution." Lu Heping acknowledged this with an "oh," indicating his understanding. After taking a few steps, Lu Heping suggested, "We should split into 2 teams. The young man cannot hold on much longer. So I will head to the drug storage room for some essential medications. Captain Zhang, you take him to the second morgue, find a suitable spot, and lay him down flat. I will return to perform the surgery." Zhang Li agreed, asking, "Will you need a lot of medication?" Lu Heping responded, "Not much, just a few boxes of anti-inflammatory drugs, some neurological medications, and a few boxes of hydrogel ointment." Zhang Li turned to observe Han Guang, still wearing an inscrutable expression, and then inquired, "Could it be?" Chapter 036. The dark operation. The pause at the entrance of the second mortuary made Zhang Li slightly skeptical of Han Guang's words. Could it be that Han Guang had uncovered something? While Zhang Li was lost in thought, Li Nan was suddenly hit by a gust of cold air that made him shiver. Almost immediately, he let out a loud sneeze. Ever since hearing what Lu Heping had said, Li Nan had felt utterly dispirited, but this sudden sneeze jolted him back to reality. In an instant, he bent forward, his nostrils itching, and inadvertently sprayed saliva all over Han Guang's neck. Han Guang, slightly annoyed, thought this was a real-life version of the fable of the Southwood gentleman and the wolf. Li Nan forced a smile and retorted, "Who is the Southwood gentleman? And who is the wolf?" Abruptly, Li Nan sensed that there might be deeper meaning in Han Guang's words and pondered. While Deputy Director Lu was indeed skilled in treating burns, he was notoriously opportunistic. Why had he taken such an earnest interest in Lu Ziming's injuries? Although Li Nan harbored doubts about Lu Heping, he refrained from voicing them due to the latter's superior status. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Those who rise early without a gain must have ulterior motives. Li Nan racked his brain, unable to fathom Lu Heping's true intentions. Meanwhile, Han Guang had consistently exhibited hostility towards this individual. Was it merely coincidence? Or did Han Guang already know something? Noticing that Li Nan seemed somewhat recovered, Zhang Li asked, "Your understanding of Lu Heping undoubtedly exceeds ours. Is he trustworthy?" Li Nan was rendered speechless. This question was indeed difficult to answer. If Lu Heping's claims were accurate, and the Jiangbei hospital was indeed overrun with zombies, then the institution's integrity was rendered worthless. Reflecting on Lu Heping's likely absence from exerting pressure on him in the future, Li Nan casually remarked, "A seasoned schemer. One must both trust and remain wary." Although they still lacked clarity, one certainty remained. Lu Heping could indeed treat Lu Ziming's injuries, prioritizing caution over confidence. Zhang Li realized that if Lu Heping harbored ill intentions, Dispatching Heise alone to fetch medicine could lead to peril. Regretting his earlier carelessness, Zhongli hesitated at the entrance of the second mortuary when suddenly, Lu Heping approached from behind, asking, "Why are you still outside?" Turning around, Zhongli saw only Lu Heping, with no sign of Heise. Could something have happened? Zhongli instinctively gripped the triangular bayonet at his side and cautiously moved closer to Lu Heping. Noticing the odd atmosphere, Lu Heping remarked, "Captain Zhang, we cannot afford to waste time. Your brother's condition is urgent. We should find a spacious area for the operation." Zhongli forced a smile that failed to reach his eyes, and, employing subtle tactics, slowly drew his bayonet, whispering, "Where's Heise?" Lu Heping replied with a smile, "Heise, when I was in the medicine storage, I forgot that Comrade Xiaonan had a high fever and asked Heise to fetch a few more boxes of lion penguin from the corner." Zhongli did not believe Lu Heping's words. With a swift motion, he lunged toward Lu Heping, intent on ending his life. "Dr. Lu, is this the lion penguin in the blue bottle?" A voice called from behind Lu Heping. It was Heise. Upon hearing Heise's voice, Zhongli paused momentarily, then relaxed his stance, laughing. "I sensed something was amiss here, suspecting an impending zombie attack, which is why I approached to observe. But it seems all is well now." Zhongli's strike had been quick, but his withdrawal was even swifter, and the bayonet was sheathed before it was drawn. Heise rushed over, holding several boxes of lion penguin, which were indeed effective in reducing fever. Zhongli scolded Heise, "In the future, do not act alone. The situation here is uncertain. Caution is paramount." Heise was baffled as to why he was being reprimanded without cause, but thankfully, the immediate situation had somewhat improved. Lu Heping added, "In that case, we should not delay any longer. Let us proceed and perform the operation on this young man." With Lu Heping leading the way and Zhongli following, Zhongli inquired, "Did Deputy Director Lu open this door?" Lu Heping shrugged it off, saying, "With my physique, moving a corpse into the elevator would require considerable effort and time. I simply forgot to close the door." This explanation, while plausible, did little to quell Zhang El without uttering a word. Lu Heping hesitated momentarily before grasping Lu Ziming's left arm with his left hand. Swiftly following suit with his right, he incised the skin with a blade. The human dermis, approximately 1.3 millimeters thick, was precisely breached to that depth by Lu Heping's incision. With a deft twist of the blade, he peeled back an inch of skin from the arm, ensuring that only the epidermal layer was compromised, leaving the muscular tissue intact. This was essential for preservation. The human body necessitates numerous metabolic processes, such as perspiration for thermoregulation and protein catabolism for energy. Lu Ziming's perilous state stemmed from the extensive area of his burns, which disrupted vital physiological functions, including fluid circulation, blood flow, and cutaneous respiration. This quantitative shift threatened to claim his life. After assessing the extent of the burns on Lu Ziming's left arm, Lu Heping promptly excised the affected skin with his scalpel. As if peeling away an old layer of bark, blood flowed freely onto the operating table as Li Nan assisted. Once Lu Heping completed the procedure on the left arm, Li Nan applied a soothing hydrogel ointment to the denuded flesh and secured it with bandages. The surgery proceeded in this manner, with the damaged skin meticulously removed from the limbs and a large portion of the back. When he reached the anterior chest, however, Lu Heping paused, exhibiting a moment of hesitation. Li Nan's internship had largely consisted of such ancillary tasks, clearing debris and assisting with minor procedures. He aspired to one day advance from his supporting role to become the primary surgeon at the operating table. Li Nan's fingers were numb from the sub-zero temperatures. Performing such intricate and delicate work in an environment of -15 degrees Celsius was an ordeal. Lu Heping, too, was visibly strained, embodying the mental fortitude required of a surgeon. At that moment, Li Nan's perception of Lu Heping shifted, recognizing that medicine was a vocation worthy of respect. And perhaps Lu Heping excelled more as a physician than as a person. Lu Heping's scalpel wavered perceptibly, and Li Nan understood the reason. The chest area was fraught with danger, and an incision would not be made without absolute certainty. Had they been in a proper operating theater at Jiangbei Hospital, Lu Heping would not have hesitated, as such a procedure would have been routine. However, given the circumstances, Lu Heping was uncertain about the extent of Lu Ziming's injuries. If any thoracic organs had already begun to fail, the incision could prove fatal. Lu Heping inquired, "What are his vital signs?" Lacking appropriate medical equipment, Li Nan could only rely on superficial observations. His pulse is weakening, his respiratory rate is declining, and his pupils are dilated with no corneal reflex. Lu Heping pressed his hands against Lu Ziming's chest and performed a series of cardiac compressions. "Is there any improvement?" "None," Li Nan replied somberly. The sub-zero environment served as a makeshift anesthetic. In such low temperatures, the body's metabolism and vital signs would decrease. Under normal conditions, Lu Ziming's symptoms would have indicated imminent death, but now, Lu Heping had a chance to intervene. Low-temperature conditions presented a challenge for the surgeon, but offered a sliver of hope for the patient. Lu Ziming was unconscious, completely unaware of his surroundings, while Zhang Li and the others watched with trepidation. "Boss, are you sure this treatment by Lu Heping will work?" Li Xiaofan asked, unable to bear the sight of his brother's suffering. Zhongli whispered, "We have no choice. Li Nan is also a doctor, and he would detect any malicious intent on Lu Heping's part." Li Xiaofan fell silent, his gaze fixed on the operating table, where the congealing blood had begun to fill the cracks in the storage cabinet. The situation remained dire, and Lu Heping announced, "In that case, we must take a chance." Li Nan understood that Lu Heping intended to proceed with the risky surgery, relying entirely on fate. If Lu Ziming's will to live was strong, he might survive, otherwise, he would perish on the operating table. Aware of the risks, Li Nan could only allow Lu Heping to proceed. With his scalpel in hand, Lu Heping probed Lu Ziming's chest before making an incision, carefully avoiding the heart. The blade pierced the skin with a soft hiss, releasing a gush of blood. As the blood flowed, the blade traced a path, opening up a large section of skin. Silence descended upon the fourth ward, and beads of sweat began to form on Lu Heping's brow. Li Nan had no towel to offer, so he could only watch. Suddenly, a sense of unease washed over him. "Li Nan, the saline solution is empty. Replace it quickly." Li Nan, momentarily dazed, bent down to replace the bag. As he did so, several figures approached the fourth ward. Li Nan tore open the sterile packaging, removed the empty bag, and replaced it with a new one. As he straightened up, his vision was filled with shadows. What's happening? Li Nan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, blurring his vision. Zhongli attributed his disorientation to a momentary lack of oxygen caused by squatting and standing. He shook his head, attempting to alleviate the symptoms, but only felt more disoriented. Li Nan swayed, nearly falling, while Lu Heping, still hunched over the operating table, remained oblivious to Li Nan's distress. Zhang Li and the others, however, noticed Li Nan's condition. Assuming that his fever had not subsided and that he was unable to handle the pressure of the situation, Zhang Li called out, "Li Nan doesn't seem well. Someone go up there and help him down." Li Xiaofan rushed to the operating table, but Li Nan, in a confused state, cried out, "Beware, zombies. There are zombies behind you." Li Xiaofan chuckled. "He's not just feverish, he's hallucinating." Li Nan continued to shout, warning Li Xiaofan to flee, insisting that zombies were indeed behind them. Li Xiaofan, half in disbelief, turned around. His playful expression instantly vanished. "Boss, behind you, there are zombies." Zhang Li was stunned. He spun around to face a ravenous figure glaring at him. "How can this be?" he muttered. Looking around, he realized that there was more than one zombie approaching. Zhang Li drew his bayonet from his waist and, without hesitation, lunged forward, stabbing one of the zombies in the abdomen. The zombie showed no reaction, its hands reaching for Zhang Li without pause. Zhang Li instinctively recoiled, delivered a swift kick to the groin, and shouted, "Brothers, we're in trouble. Zombies have broken in." The Wolf Fong soldiers turned to see the approaching horde, their faces etched with surprise. A chaotic scene erupted as bullets flew and bayonets slashed, engulfing the fourth ward. Li Xiaofan, standing on the operating table, was too shocked to move. Li Nan collapsed to the floor, helpless. Lu Heping continued to operate on Lu Ziming, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Xiaofan regained his composure. He raised his submachine gun, ready to defend against the zombies. But he realized that Li Nan was unconscious and would be vulnerable if he left him. More importantly, the zombies had arrived at a critical moment in Lu Heping's surgery, and he could not be disturbed. Hesitating for a moment, Li Xiaofan stood firm, his submachine gun trained on the area around the operating table. Zhang Li engaged in a fierce struggle with the zombie, yet he perceived that the creature's movements were rather sluggish, akin to someone attempting to maneuver while clad in an oversized Teletubby costume. In a sudden thrust, Zhang Li plunged his weapon into the zombie's neck and twisted with force. With a sharp crack, its head rolled away. As he meticulously surveyed the vicinity of gate number 4, he discovered a dozen or so zombies that had stealthily infiltrated the area, a revelation that took him by surprise. With a sweeping motion of his military dagger, he maneuvered closer to Han Guang, cautioning, "Be careful, my friend." He then delivered a powerful kick, sending one zombie flying. Han Guang responded with a smile, "Thanks." Meanwhile, Haizi transformed his submachine gun into a makeshift hammer, opting to bash the zombie skulls instead of firing, hitting each one with precision. While Zhang Li and his companions fared reasonably well, the same could not be said for several members of the Wolf Fong Brigade. Caught off guard, 3 of them were bitten by the zombies when they abruptly turned, leading to a frenzied and fatal assault. Enraged, Zhang Li immediately retaliated against the horde. And due to their notably slow pace, within 2 minutes, the dozen zombies lay defeated. Breathing heavily, the group exchanged wide-eyed glances, each expressing their shock at the inexplicable presence of zombies on the second underground level and their silent approach. These 2 questions baffled Zhang Li, as did the situation on the operating table, where Li Nan lay collapsed, while Lu Heping continued his surgical work without pause. Chapter 038. The turnaround. A fine sheen of perspiration appeared on Lu Heping's brow, yet he remained steadfast with his scalpel, causing even Li Xiaofan nearby to marvel at his composure in the face of such peril. Li Nan, who had fallen, was assisted back to his feet by Li Xiaofan, but he appeared oblivious, as if he had lost consciousness. Under the operating table, Zhang Li and his companions were on high alert, scanning for any remaining zombies. Zhang Li let out a frustrated sigh, lamenting his carelessness that had cost them 3 brothers. Haizi collected the bodies of their fallen comrades and turned to Zhang Li, stating, "Boss, you should see them off personally." Zhang Li waved his hand, his voice hoarse. "I can no longer bear such scenes. You take care of it." With his eyes tightly shut, Haizi went to work, smashing the corpses that Zhang Li cursed inwardly, lamenting that had he known, he should have dispatched him with a single shot, thus preventing future calamities. Haizi and the others shared his indignation. Yet the current state of Lu Ziming was of paramount concern. In Chapter 39, the frantic deputy director, Li Nan, felt his mind in disarray, and the dark world before him gradually illuminated. What was happening? He mused internally, instinctively raising his hands to shield his eyes, disoriented by the sudden brightness. After a moment, he opened his eyes, and memories began to surface. He recalled administering N4 to Lu Ziming when he noticed several zombies stealthily entering behind Zhang Li and the others. After a few shouts, he lost consciousness. Instinctively, Li Nan surveyed his surroundings, crouched defensively, fearing a zombie attack. To his astonishment, there were no zombies or even living souls in sight, which struck him psychologically. Was this a dream? He slapped himself, the sharp sting confirming his reality. Yet the scene remained unchanged, leaving him bewildered. If this was indeed real, where had Zhang Li and the others gone? After calming himself, Li Nan scrutinized his surroundings and discovered he was in a room filled with cardboard boxes, all marked with the word medical. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This was a drug storage room. Before he could process this further, a middle-aged man emerged from behind a stack of boxes. "You finally woke up." Li Nan turned to see it was Lu Heping, the deputy director of the outpatient department. "What is going on? Did you bring me here? Where are Zhang Li and the others?" Li Nan could not conceal his rising fear and confusion. Lu Heping chuckled. "The effects of lidocaine last about an hour. Your friends are probably trapped in the second morgue by now." Li Nan's heart sank as realization set in. "Was it you?" Lu Heping nodded. "Apart from me, there's no one else in this underground morgue." Li Nan felt an overwhelming urge to strike this scoundrel, but as he stood, he discovered a chain binding him to the ground. Lu Heping laughed heartily. "You're strong and vigorous. I had to take precautions. What do you want from me?" Li Nan demanded, now comprehending Lu Heping's motivations. The surgery on Lu Ziming had merely been a distraction while he employed unknown methods to eliminate the group. But his plan had backfired, leading him to confine Zhang Li and the others in the second morgue instead. Lu Heping's having procured an assortment of vials and containers densely labeled in English, though unmistakably containing medical-grade, neuroactive pharmaceuticals. Lu Heping securely restrained Li Nan to the bed frame. He then drew approximately 1 milligram of a substance from a small blue vial into a syringe and meticulously injected it into Li Nan's main artery. The vial contained methamphetamine, synthesized by Lu Heping from a selection of controlled substances. Lu Heping had thoroughly assessed Li Nan's physical condition beforehand, confirming the absence of cardiovascular diseases, thus ensuring that the small dose of methamphetamine would not be immediately fatal, though he did reduce the dosage due to Li Nan's weakened state. Upon injection, the unconscious Li Nan's body tensed abruptly, his limbs trembling as if his immune system were rejecting the hallucinogenic, psychotropic drug. Lu Heping attentively monitored these initial reactions, deeming them within expected parameters. To fully manipulate Li Nan, Lu Heping planned to combine the methamphetamine with subliminal indoctrination, a discipline within the realm of psychological manipulation in which he was well-versed. Administering a total of 10 milligrams of methamphetamine in 10-minute intervals, Lu Heping then attempted to rouse Li Nan. Having already suffered a severe blow to the head, Li Nan, resigned to his fate, dismissed the absurdity of Lu Heping's scheme, perceiving it as a surreal dream. The dream, however, was strangely exhilarating, akin to a euphoric, weightless drift, like a cloud caressed by a gentle breeze, or the delicate touch of a lover, an experience akin to a neophyte's first intimate encounter. Lost in this pleasant reverie, Li Nan was abruptly seized by grotesque hands, dragging him from paradise into a hellish abyss. "Where am I?" Li Nan exclaimed, surrounded by a menagerie of grotesque figures. "This is the infernal abyss. Who are you?" The figures vanished, replaced by a single approaching silhouette. As the figure materialized, Li Nan recognized Lu Heping. "It's you," Li Nan roared. The figure, devoid of emotion, replied, "Do you know me?" Enraged, Li Nan lunged to strike the schemer, but the figure vanished into thin air as he swung. Perplexed, Li Nan scanned his surroundings, only to find the scenery blurring. "I am not who you think I am. I am the sovereign here, and all who dwell here must obey, including you." Terrified, Li Nan located the source of the voice above him, where a colossal face had appeared. He felt an immense pressure forcing him to kneel and bow his head in submission. Resisting with all his might, Li Nan retorted, "I refuse to kneel. You claim to be the king here? I proclaim myself the Jade Emperor. Damn you, Lu Heping." Li Nan felt as though his bones were laden with lead, an irresistible force compelling him to submit. With a thud, his knees hit the ground, yet he defiantly kept his head raised, determined to resist until his last breath. Instantly, the voice descended, and a forceful slap sent Li Nan reeling, as if plunging into a fog. His throat constricted, and his body burned as if engulfed in flames. He tried to cry out, but no one came to his aid. Moments later, a chilling gust swept over him, as if icy blades were slashing through the air. He was experiencing the torment of ice and fire. Am I dying? Li Nan thought, convinced he would not survive. Perhaps it is better to die at the hands of man than at the jaws of zombies. As Li Nan murmured, Lu Heping injected a syringe filled with black liquid into Li Nan's main artery. Wiping sweat from his brow, Lu Heping muttered, "This is it. Success or death." The large syringe, with its gaping needle, pierced Li Nan's vein, and the viscous black fluid flowed into his body, circulating through his bloodstream. Li Nan's blood, like a diesel engine fueled with gasoline, suffered immediate internal damage. Lu Heping, observing his subject, seemed satisfied. He had previously experimented on cadavers, but the results were unsatisfactory. He could not control the reanimated dead. Li Nan, however, presented a different case. Lu Heping sought to determine whether the will of the living persisted within the zombie brain. Li Nan lay motionless on the bed, like a corpse, but Lu Heping was unperturbed. The third corpse, hidden away after being bitten by a zombie, had taken approximately 3 hours to fully transform. Patience was essential in this experiment. Lu Heping estimated that his method, directly infecting the patient with zombie blood, would expedite the process to about half an hour. After half an hour, Li Nan remained motionless. Lu Heping was dismayed. The experiment was not proceeding as anticipated. Had something gone awry? Checking Li Nan's vitals, Lu Heping found his breathing faint but present. Impossible, he thought. Having injected zombie blood, Li Nan should either be fully assimilated or dead, yet he was still breathing. Checking Li Nan's heart, he found it still beating, albeit slowly, which baffled Lu Heping. He had never witnessed a live infection in the morgue. According to his understanding, zombism was a disease caused by an unknown virus that transformed humans into the undead. Each zombie was a carrier, transmitting the virus through bites. Therefore, the zombie blood should have contained a potent dose of the virus, leaving no reason for Li Nan to maintain vital signs. Could the zombie blood dosage have been too high, or was the methamphetamine having an adverse effect? Lu Heping suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Could it be that deoxymethamphetamine could ward off the infection of the zombie virus? This discovery was undeniably monumental. If there were to be another Nobel Prize, Lu Heping's finding would certainly earn him the Nobel Prize in Medicine. A smile of unprecedented delight spread across Lu Heping's face. With a cure for zombie infection in hand, could the wealth of the world not fall into my grasp? Having only just completed Hitler's dream of world domination, Lu Heping now began to envision his own version of Bill Gates' fortune. Such insatiable ambition seemed to be human nature. As Lu Heping reveled in his dreams, Li Nan, bound on the bed, began to twitch his fingers and slowly opened his eyes, his expression peculiar. The world remained unchanged. Lu Heping was still the deranged deputy director of the clinic, and Li Nan was still Li Nan. Chapter 041. To become a demon or not to live immersed in joy, Lu Heping acknowledged that although his experiment had failed, he had uncovered an even greater opportunity. His eyes scanned the entire medicine storage room until they landed on a large iron box in the corner, housing several zombies that gazed hungrily in his direction. Lu Heping chuckled softly. Relying on them was far less promising than relying on the living. Just as Lu Heping's thoughts soared, the bed behind him began to tremble. What was happening? Sensing an unusual noise, Lu Heping turned around, only to be astonished to see Li Nan rising from the bed. Lu Heping stood frozen. Li Nan, are you all right? He scrutinized the figure before him. There was color in Li Nan's face. His eyes, though vacant, were not hollow, and his lips curled in a smile that was neither exaggerated nor absurd. Thus, Lu Heping quickly deduced that Li Nan had indeed not transformed into a zombie. Could it be that by sheer accident, he had truly developed a cure for the zombie virus? Lu Heping felt a rush of secret joy. Li Nan's gaze was fixed intently on Lu Heping, his expression hard to decipher. Lu Heping felt a chill run down his spine under Li Nan's stare, especially upon noticing that the ropes that had once bound him had all been severed with a single sound, leaving him utterly surprised. Comrade Li Nan, you must understand. I am but a minor figure, yet I have inadvertently discovered the cure for the zombie virus, thanks in no small part to you. So, Li Nan remained silent, his eyes scanning the surroundings as if assessing the situation. A sense of foreboding gripped Lu Heping, prompting him to tighten his grip on the scalpel hidden behind him. You made me this way. You turned me into this, Li Nan repeated, clearly not in a stable state of mind. Lu Heping realized this, and, judging by the strength Li Nan had displayed in breaking free, he understood he stood no chance against him. I only did it for your own good. Look, I have discovered the cure for the zombie virus. This is a boon for all humanity. Lu Heping attempted to explain while seeking an opportunity to escape. Sensing Lu Heping's odd demeanor, Li Nan charged forward, sweeping his hands and toppling a stack of cardboard boxes to the ground. The sound echoed sharply. Lu Heping knew well what lay within those boxes, medical stretcher components. Heavy and cumbersome. Yet, with a mere push from Li Nan, they all tumbled down. Lu Heping was aghast. He had underestimated the might of this seemingly ordinary man. Understanding the wisdom of avoiding immediate danger, Lu Heping, armed with a scalpel, seized the moment to flee. Li Nan, fueled by rage, struggled against an unseen force. his eyes bloodshot and filled with unbridled fury as he recognized Liu Heping as the one who had sought to turn him into a zombie. He was determined to annihilate Liu Heping, to tear him apart. With a pile of cardboard boxes obstructing his path, Li Nan's anger intensified. He swung his arms like iron rods, unleashing sheer violence. Liu Heping seized an opportunity and bolted, racing past the large iron box in the corner of the storage room. In a flash of inspiration, he recalled the events in the second morgue. Time for another ploy, using others as a weapon. Frantically, Liu Heping fumbled for a key in his pocket and hastily unlocked the iron box, glancing back at Li Nan before sprinting away. The zombies within the box erupted forth like sharks, sensing blood. With Li Nan charging toward him and Liu Heping fleeing in terror, the mindless horde, albeit lacking in intellect, instinctively surged toward Li Nan after a brief hesitation. Liu Heping watched in trepidation, hoping for a scenario in which they would annihilate each other. Li Nan, clearing away the cardboard boxes, collided head-on with the ravenous horde of zombies. Without hesitation, he unleashed his fists upon them. The foremost zombie, with its gaping maw, attempted to bite down on his advancing punch, but fate intervened. Li Nan's blow shattered the zombie's yellowed teeth and penetrated its skull, causing its brain to erupt in a gruesome spectacle. Monsters, be gone! Li Nan roared. As a flurry of zombies surrounded him, he unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks, embodying the spirit of a relentless warrior. In the blink of an eye, several zombies lay defeated, their brains splattering the ground. A zombie lunged from behind, sinking its teeth into Li Nan's flesh. "Ah!" he cried out, shaking off the creature and smashing it against the wall, leaving a bloody crater in his wake. Liu Heping, hiding behind the door of the storage room, witnessed the scene unfold with astonishment. How did I end up with a green giant? Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond his control, Liu Heping abandoned all thoughts of conquest and wealth. Survival was now his only aim. He dashed toward the storage elevator, fearing that one moment's delay could transform him into a mere meat paste. Li Nan, gazing at the fallen corpses in the storage room, seemed momentarily lost in thought. Within moments, however, he clasped his head in agony, appearing to succumb to madness. He rampaged through the storage room, sending grotesque bodies and various pills and liquids flying in every direction. A heart-wrenching scream echoed as Li Nan collided with various medicine boxes, hastily shoving anything he could grab into his mouth, seemingly in search of a tranquilizer. Yet, in his disoriented state, he could no longer distinguish between a sedative and nitroglycerin. Half an hour later, he had consumed box after box of medications, his belly swelling into a small mound, rendering him utterly immobile until he finally collapsed to the ground. Chapter 042. A loud flatulence. It felt as though he had slipped into a profound dream, one that traversed the cycles of spring and autumn, leaving him bewildered. As Li Nan gradually awakened, he first experienced a moment of disorientation, followed by a state of astonishment. He could not recall what had transpired. It was as if, while performing surgery on Liu Ziming in the morgue, his mind suddenly went blank, and he collapsed. Then, fragments of memories resurfaced, reminiscent of the layered dreams depicted in Inception. Was the encounter with zombies in the underground morgue the first layer of the dream? Awakening to the frenzied Liu Heping constituted the second layer? And the current scenario was merely the third layer? Li Nan found this amusing. How could zombies exist in the real world? Everything was undeniably a dream within a dream. Summoning his strength, Li Nan struck his own face, leaving a trail of blood at the corner of his mouth. Everything felt intensely real, yet it bore the qualities of a dream. His mind was muddled, akin to paste, rendering coherent thought impossible. Upon opening his eyes and rising from the ground, he grappled with the unsettling reality before him, unwilling to accept that zombies had overrun the world, heralding the apocalypse. When faced with an unwillingness to accept this reality, one typically has two choices: to succumb to the world's corruption or to rebel against it. Li Nan was uncertain of his choice, but after a moment of emotional stabilization, he surprisingly found himself calm, akin to the tranquility found beneath the tumult of a typhoon. Surveying the disordered medicine storage room, he noted the chaos. Medical boxes lay strewn across the floor, and dozens of corpses littered the area, the scene saturated with blood. Attempting to stand, he observed that the lifeless bodies were all zombies. Who was responsible for this? Li Nan's mind raced with confusion, as his last memory indicated Liu Heping had conducted experiments to transform him into a zombie. Yet, clearly, he was not a zombie, but rather a living human. Dumbfounded, he suddenly felt a wave of discomfort in his belly. Looking down, he discovered his abdomen was round and distended, resembling that of someone who had overeaten. A glance around revealed that most of the medicine boxes were empty, with their contents mysteriously vanished. Connecting the dots to his swollen belly, realization dawned upon him. He had consumed them all. As this thought crossed his mind, Li Nan's brow furrowed in concern, feeling an uncomfortable pressure in his abdomen, accompanied by gurgling sounds. He was alarmed, uncertain of Liu Heping's whereabouts, fearing he might have perished at the hands of that madman, only to succumb to his own gluttony. Clutching his stomach, he felt immensely uncomfortable, his face contorting in distress. Suddenly, a powerful release erupted from him, akin to a clogged drain finally unblocking. and in that instant, all the tension in his body dissipated. A loud flatulence escaped, alleviating the pain in his abdomen. Li Nan felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, he instinctively pinched his nose, bewildered by the overwhelming stench. As he glanced at the scattered boxes, he felt slightly reassured. Logically, consuming such a haphazard assortment of medications should have been fatal, yet aside from some gastrointestinal discomfort, he exhibited no other adverse reactions. Ultimately, Li Nan did not dwell on the reckless actions he had taken earlier, nor did he seek to explain Liu Heping's disappearance or the current state of the storage room. He surmised that perhaps Liu Heping had encountered an accident while attempting to transform him into a zombie, resulting in the failure of his experiment, leading to the demise of all the zombies he had imprisoned. What had truly transpired remained a mystery to Li Nan. Given that his condition had improved for the time being, he chose to release his worries about zombies and the apocalypse, simply wishing to sit quietly and rest. At that moment, he began to comprehend that all he had experienced was not a dream, but the harsh reality of life. Perhaps 2014 was indeed the year of the apocalypse, but he had grown indifferent to it. The destruction of the world mattered little to him. He merely wished to survive. Even if as a tragic Robinson Crusoe, Li Nan thought of Gao Shui and Liu Heping's claims regarding an outbreak of zombies at the Jiangbei hospital, leaving no survivors. His heart sank at the thought. He had intended to go through thick and thin with Gao Shui. How could she possibly die? How could she fall victim to the jaws of a zombie? This thought ignited a surge of determination within him. He had to escape and rescue the woman he loved. Bursting from the medicine storage room and passing through the door of the second morgue, an abrupt realization struck him. Zhang Li and the others were still trapped here. How had he not thought of that sooner? With that thought in mind, he swiftly retrieved a key from his pocket and, using the combination lock, promptly unlocked the second door. When Li Nan and Zhang Li had descended to the underground, he had equipped himself with keys for both the first and second morgues, making it effortless for him to open the door. As the door creaked open, a chill rushed out, causing Li Nan to shudder. He did not hesitate, disregarding the cold mist as he charged inside, calling out, "Captain Zhang Li, Officer Han." His voice echoed as he raced toward the fourth door. Inside, Zhang Li and 6 other men huddled together, attempting to retain warmth amidst the encroaching cold. Upon seeing Zhang Li and the others, Li Nan noted they had lapsed into a state of shallow unconsciousness. Effortlessly, he transported the 7 men from the morgue to the medicine storage room. In this moment, saving these living souls felt more tangible than pursuing Gao Shui. After a few minutes, Zhang Li regained consciousness and, upon seeing Li Nan, remarked with a hint of irony, "Is it you who has died, or are we still alive?" Li Nan managed a wry smile, replying, "We are all still alive." Moments later, everyone had revived. Though Lu Ziming's condition appeared dire, having just undergone surgery and being exceptionally weak, whether he could endure was uncertain. Han Guang, trembling, remarked, "You truly are fortunate. After being taken by Liu Heping, you still managed to survive. You all are even luckier, having withstood this sub-zero environment for several hours and still being alive." Han Guang glanced at his watch, stating with precision, "It has been 3 hours and 20 minutes. Without a strong will, it would have been impossible to endure." Li Nan chuckled, "You can still keep track of time. It seems you all are in good shape." As he spoke, Li Nan turned to rummage through the pile of medical boxes, searching for useful medications. However, as he turned, Han Guang's expression shifted, and he swiftly drew his firearm, aiming it at Li Nan's head. Zhang Li sensed the tension and, rather than intervening, brandished his own military knife, displaying a degree of hostility toward Li Nan. Chapter 043. The hero's breath shortens. Li Nan was focused on searching for essential anti-inflammatory medications, yet after a few minutes of searching, he had yet to find anything suitable. The storage room was eerily quiet, and even Li Nan found the atmosphere somewhat peculiar. He chuckled and remarked, "Although you all seem unoccupied at the moment, frostbite has already set in deeply. It would be wise to tend to it and move your limbs to ensure proper blood circulation. Otherwise, it could lead to greater injuries." There was no sound behind Li Nan, which struck him as odd. Suddenly turning around, he was perplexed by the intentions of those present. "What do you intend to do?" Zhang Li and the other members of the Wolfang unit were armed, and Han Guang was no exception, seemingly harboring animosity towards Li Nan. Li Nan forced a smile, cautioning, "Be careful with those submachine guns. They can easily misfire. Please, don't jest about such matters." Zhang Li, wielding a triangular military dagger, slowly approached Li Nan. Li Xiaofan interjected, "Boss, it's dangerous to go near." Unfazed, Zhang Li shouted at Li Nan, "What transpired after Liu Heping took you away?" Li Nan was bewildered as to why his comrades would turn their weapons on him after being trapped in the second morgue for over 3 hours. Was there something sinister at play? He wanted to explain, but apart from a faint recollection, he could hardly remember what Liu Heping had done to him. Liu Heping, being somewhat deranged, sought to control the zombies here, and the third corpse in the first morgue was one he had stolen. However, his experiment failed, leading him to desire Li Nan as a living test subject. Zhang Li was taken aback. "Are you suggesting Liu Heping intended to turn you into a zombie?" Li Nan nodded, and Zhang Li pressed further. "Did Liu Heping succeed or fail?" Li Nan was at a loss for how to respond. "I have no idea. When I regained consciousness, The state of the storage room was already as it is now. Zhongli observed the storage room vigilantly. Dozens of zombies had met their demise, and judging by their wounds, it was clear they had been killed by a very strong and fierce man. This led Zhongli to doubt Li Nan's innocence. Do you suspect me? Li Nan queried. Zhongli did not deny it. When you turned around just now, I did have my suspicions. We all do. Li Nan was taken aback. Why? Zhongli explained. Because there are claw marks from a zombie on your back, penetrating your skin. Whatever Lu Heping did to you. We have reason to believe you have been infected. Li Nan felt no pain on his back, but seeing the grave demeanor of Zhongli and the others, he could not help but doubt himself. No, I wasn't attacked by a zombie. It's impossible for me to have claw marks. Zhongli cautiously approached Li Nan. I wish I could dismiss this, but you indeed bear zombie scratches. Therefore, you must understand. Impossible. I am still conscious, and all my vital signs are normal. I am not a zombie. You are mistaken. Li Nan protested. Zhongli raised his triangular dagger, stating, I am not a doctor. But perhaps you have just been infected and have not yet fully transformed into a zombie. However, for everyone's safety, we must ensure there are no hidden dangers. Li Nan shouted, what do you intend to do? Are you going to kill me? Zhongli shook his head. I have no choice. If I were in your position, having been infected, I would wish for you to end my life. Therefore, I must carry out this process. As Zhongli lifted the dagger to strike, Li Nan's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. Was it truly possible that he had been infected? He recalled consuming a plethora of bizarre medications earlier, and yet he felt fine, which seemed illogical. Perhaps he had indeed been infected. Standing resolute, he did not flinch from Zhongli's impending strike, as if welcoming his fate like Christ before crucifixion. Yet, was Li Nan's heart truly tranquil? Far from it. He silently cursed Lu Heping for placing him in such perilous circumstances. Just as Zhongli prepared to strike Li Nan's head, a gunshot rang out from behind him. In an instant, the dagger fell from Zhongli's grasp. Turning around, he saw Han Guang with a smoking gun. What are you doing? Zhongli demanded. Han Guang, downplaying the situation, replied, he is still alive, very much one of us. How could you bear to strike him down? Zhongli fell silent. What do you propose? Should we wait until he transforms into a zombie before acting? Han Guang smiled. At least let us clarify the situation before making a decision. At that moment, Li Xiaofan added, Boss, I believe Li Nan appears perfectly normal, and doesn't he seem to show signs of infection? Why not? Several members of the Wolf Fang unit spoke in Li Nan's defense, and Zhongli, glancing at the fallen dagger, relented. If you are all so insistent, I have no further objections. Irritated, Zhongli stepped back, while Han Guang approached, lowering his gun. Seeing Han Guang, Li Nan asked, do I truly have claw marks from a zombie on my back? Han Guang nodded and pulled out a stainless steel lighter, waving it behind Li Nan. You can take a look for yourself. Though small, the lighter's stainless surface reflected enough light for Li Nan to see. To his horror, he discovered 5 deep claw marks on the left side of his spine, bloodied and clearly made by a zombie. How could this happen? When did this occur? Li Nan's mind was a tangled mess. He could hardly believe the reality that he, a vibrant young man, was on the verge of becoming a creature more fearsome than a ghost. Han Guang scrutinized the wound closely. It was perilous. Had it been a mere inch to the right, Li Nan's spine might have been fractured, rendering him incapable of standing, even as a zombie. The wound was 3 to 4 centimeters deep, not fatal, but undeniably inflicted by a zombie, indicating a grim situation. Han Guang stated, Li Nan, the situation is not looking optimistic. Li Nan was on the brink of collapse, unable to recall the events that transpired in the storage room. Nor did he have any memory of his outburst. The scars on his back were undoubtedly from a zombie that had lunged at him from behind. Han Guang inquired, did you feel anything unusual? Any discomfort in your body? Li Nan shook his head. When I first regained consciousness, my stomach felt particularly uncomfortable, and I let out a foul-smelling fart. Other than that, nothing else seemed amiss. Upon hearing this, Han Guang realized why he had encountered such an overwhelming stench upon entering the storage room, initially attributing it to the corpses of zombies. Now, he suspected it was merely Li Nan's foul release. A mischievous expression crossed Han Guang's face as he pondered. Under normal circumstances, how could a fart be so pungent? Lingering for days? Meanwhile, Li Nan was checking his vital signs, heartbeat, pulse, breathing, everything was within normal ranges. Yet, he remained uneasy. He had seen the blood of zombies, which was a thick, black liquid. Picking up the dagger that Zhongli had dropped, he made a small cut on the back of his hand to investigate further. The sharp blade made a deep incision, and blood immediately welled up, a vivid red, not the black, viscous fluid he had expected. At that moment, Li Nan realized one thing. He had not yet succumbed to the transformation into a zombie, though it was certain he had been infected. Han Guang observed this and remarked, perhaps there is still hope. You need not be overly pessimistic. Knowing that Han Guang's words were merely comforting, Li Nan responded, death is inevitable. Since I'm indeed infected by a zombie, just kill me now to prevent me from becoming a zombie and harming others. Han Guang's expression turned solemn. I have a premonition that there might be a turnaround, but at least you're still a living human being, and I won't turn against my comrade. I believe they won't either. Li Nan chuckled softly. If you show me mercy now, I won't hold back when I turn into a zombie. Han Guang laughed heartily. Leave you to me. When you truly become a zombie, I'll personally end your life. Li Xiaofan chimed in. When you become a zombie, we won't show any mercy. Haizi and others echoed. We're not out of here yet. You can't die. In that moment, Li Nan felt a sudden urge to cry. In this dark underground mortuary, he had unexpectedly encountered such a group of genuine comrades who could entrust their lives to each other. Perhaps his life was truly worth it. Li Nan tilted his head upward and said with emotion, Your words are enough for me. But I, Li Nan, can't bring misfortune to my brothers. Now that the storage elevator is working properly, we can go straight out. Li Nan paused, then said to Han Guang, You're a good police officer. When you return to the surface, please find a nurse named Gao Shui and tell me any news about her. After saying that, Li Nan bravely straightened his body, then raised his head and charged towards the wall. Noticing Li Nan's strange behavior, Han Guang immediately reached out to stop him. But his hand was blocked by a surge of muscular force. Han Guang exclaimed in surprise, When did this kid become so strong? Before Han Guang could think further, Li Nan's rushing body suddenly slipped, and he fell forward onto the ground, landing face first in a dog-eat-dog fashion. Damn it, Li Nan cursed, seeing the target wall right in front of him, but his feet were slipping on something greasy, probably some spilled liquid medicine. Li Nan lamented. Why is it so difficult to be noble and righteous for once? Chapter 044, Exodus with a splat. Li Nan's face slammed against the ground, and blood trickled from his mouth. Han Guang had already gathered around, patting Li Nan's shoulder and laughing. It seems fate has decided it. You shouldn't struggle anymore. And I don't think you look like you're about to turn into a zombie. Maybe things will really take a turn for the better. Li Nan remained noncommittal, wiping the blood from his mouth and standing up. I don't want to die either, but the thought of turning into a walking corpse is too repulsive. I'd rather die sooner than later. At this moment, Zhongli also approached, picking up the triangular bayonet again and returning it behind him. I might have been a bit emotional earlier, but if I see any signs of you turning into a zombie, I'll still strike without hesitation. Zhongli said. Li Nan looked at everyone around him, all filled with hope for the outside world and harboring illusions about him. Li Nan clicked his tongue and said, Who doesn't want to live? But is there still a chance for me? Li Xiaofan echoed. 15 of us came down here, and now there are only 8 left. Don't die too soon. Feeling the camaraderie of the group, Li Nan chuckled softly. All right. The only way out is that elevator. I'll walk the last leg with you. The entire storage room was in disarray, and Li Nan couldn't find any useful medicine. However, for the time being, none of the soldiers showed any signs of frostbite. They had stayed in this underground mortuary for too long, and no one wanted to linger there for even a moment. So, after cleaning up, they prepared to leave. Besides the weapons they carried, there was nothing else to prepare, so they left without any hesitation. Zhongli led the way, followed by the Wolfang soldiers in a single line, with Li Xiaofan carrying the conscious Lu Ziming on his back. It had to be said that although Lu Heping was depraved, the surgery was indeed effective. At least for the time being, Lu Ziming's condition was not dangerous, only due to the imperfect medical environment and the scarcity of medical drugs. Li Nan walked at the end, with Han Guang in the second-to-last position. Li Nan had simply treated the wound on his back and left without looking back. Han Guang's pace was slightly slower, so that he was some distance away from the people in front. Li Nan joked, Are you tired or hungry? Your pace has slowed down a lot. Han Guang didn't take it to heart. Seeing that he had distanced himself from the group in front, he opened his mouth and asked, What exactly happened in the medicine storage room? You really don't remember anything? Li Nan was speechless. I really don't remember. Is there a problem? Han Guang turned his face and asked clearly, What do you think that big iron box in the storage room was for? That thing. Lu Heping wanted to use the experimental process to control zombies, so it's normal for him to raise a group of zombies. And that big iron box is for that purpose. Hearing this, Han Guang asked again, That big iron box has a lock. If it wasn't Lu Heping himself, probably no one could open that box, so why did he release all the zombies, and then disappear without a trace? Li Nan didn't understand what he meant. What are you trying to say? Han Guang said solemnly, Something strange must have happened in the storage room. For example, he created something more terrifying than zombies in the experimental process, so he opened the iron box locked with zombies in a hurry, not expecting that the dozens of zombies were not the opponent of that thing. So he fled in panic and disappeared without a trace. At this thought, Li Nan suddenly felt a cold sweat dripping down his head. According to Han Guang's statement, it can indeed explain the situation in the storage room. But if this is really the case, then who is that thing that is more terrifying than zombies? No need to think about it. It must be Li Nan. Li Nan was horrified. How is that possible? I was attacked by zombies, although I haven't zombified yet, but at least I'm still a living person. How could it be as you said? Han Guang turned around and said to Li Nan with firm eyes, Don't you really notice the strangeness in your body? As he spoke, Han Guang had already clenched his right fist and punched Li Nan's nose directly. Although Li Nan was surprised by Han Guang's actions, he still drew out his left hand to block the opponent's fist. With his palm spread, he caught the oncoming fist. With force, Han Guang could already feel Li Nan's strength. Are you still saying that your body hasn't changed? Han Guang's rhetorical question made Li Nan shudder. Indeed, Li Nan's body had changed, at least in terms of strength. It had been greatly enhanced. when he first went underground. Li Nan had always claimed to be a complete otaku, except that his brain was useful, the rest of his physical strength and perseverance were very weak. And it could be said that he had no strength to restrain a chicken. But now Li Nan was able to catch Han Guang's fist, and in terms of strength, he could slightly suppress the opponent. Li Nan felt incredible. How could this be? Han Guang laughed. You have too many questions. Although I don't know if this is what Liu Heping did to you, but this kind of power is not a bad thing for you. At this moment, Li Nan's mind was spinning rapidly, but he couldn't find any reason to explain what was happening in front of him. But one thing was certain, that the chaos in the storage room was definitely caused by Li Nan alone. Dozens of zombies, dozens of tons of drugs, mixed with Liu Heping's depraved ambition and dreams, were all shattered by Li Nan alone. Although Li Nan himself was confused, but at least the result was not bad, except that he himself was injured by zombies. Li Nan was relieved. It's useless. When I become a zombie, you must blow my head off at the first time. Han Guang tore away his fist from Li Nan's grasp, tucking it behind him, trembling with agitation. Damn, that really hurt. Li Nan, lost in his own thoughts, clenched his fist, relishing the surge of primal strength as the veins on his arm throbbed with intensity. At that moment, Haizi called out ahead, the elevator has started. Why are you two so slow? Li Nan responded in agreement. All right, we'll be there shortly. The two then sprinted forward, reaching the storage elevator in mere seconds. In the corridor, Li Nan led the way, with Han Guang trailing behind. Observing the young man racing ahead, Han Guang pondered silently. Uncertain of whether it was a blessing or a curse, let fate decide. Inside the storage room, Han Guang clearly saw the gruesome state of the dozen or so zombies. The raw power and ferocity displayed were beyond the realm of normalcy. Thus, he considered Li Nan a volatile, ticking time bomb. Carrying a figurative bomb that could detonate at any moment was undeniably reckless. As the saying goes, one must become a demon to survive. Perhaps that was the essence of Han Guang's character. Chapter 045. Strange occurrences emerge upon entering the storage elevator. Han Guang immediately inquired. Does this elevator stop at the second basement level? Zhongli replied. This elevator stops at ground level. Han Guang fell silent, realizing Liu Heping had already escaped. Nearby, Li Xiaofan and the others gritted their teeth, vowing, having suffered so terribly because of him, we must skin him alive when we next meet. Li Nan, however, paid little heed to their discussions. His mind was consumed with questions about the events that transpired in the storage room. What exactly had Liu Heping done to him? If he failed to capture Liu Heping, Li Nan feared he would remain in a state of confusion for a significant part of his life. With a chime, the storage elevator doors slid shut, and Zhang Li and the others awaited the beckoning of the surface world as the elevator ascended. Truth be told, the journey to the underground morgue had been perilously thrilling, compounded by the loss of 7 comrades, which left Zhang Li and the others in a somber mood. Li Nan wore a frown, now less concerned about his own fate. Rather, he felt a creeping dread about returning to the surface world. He pondered the veracity of Liu Heping's statement. If it held any truth, the surface and the underground would be indistinguishable. Among them, only Han Guang appeared at ease. Fixated on the elevator's indicator light, he remarked with a smile, second basement level, first basement level, we are finally emerging. Compared to the night's harrowing ordeal, the brief minutes of the elevator's ascent felt fleeting, leaving Li Nan unprepared to confront the world above when the elevator dinged. The doors opened abruptly, revealing a burst of light. At that moment, everyone held their breath, treading cautiously as if facing a formidable foe. Outside the elevator, there was nothing. No humans, no zombies, only a faintly lonely glow and the slow movement of air. Standing at the back of the elevator, Li Nan sensed the outside world was somewhat chilly. Yet it didn't necessarily imply a zombie threat. Perhaps Liu Heping's words were entirely false. How could there possibly be zombies in Jiangbei Hospital? Zhang Li and the others formed a V-shaped formation and cautiously stepped out of the storage elevator, with Li Nan and Han Guang lingering at the rear. The entrance to the underground elevator was situated behind the main hall of Jiangbei Hospital, intentionally concealed to avoid patients. No danger, Zhang Li declared, cautiously veering around the corner. Han Guang glanced at his watch. It was 5:40 a.m. The military outside was undoubtedly still on lockdown. If the hospital remained under normal circumstances, the trapped doctors and patients would be sound asleep, so it was entirely reasonable for the hall to be empty. Moreover, Zhang Li had commanded his deputy to relocate everyone to the second floor and above, so there should be no issues. Upon hearing Han Guang's explanation, Li Nan felt somewhat reassured. Perhaps Liu Heping's words were indeed fabrications. With only 6 Wolfang soldiers left and 1 being a patient, they effectively had 4 combat-ready individuals remaining. As for Li Nan and Han Guang, Zhang Li hardly regarded them as capable in a fight against zombies. They relied on those trained by the state for such conflicts. While Han Guang's reasoning held weight, Zhang Li and the others remained vigilant. After encountering so much underground, who would dare be reckless? Upon entering the first-floor hall, they found it devoid of any presence, not even zombies. Zhang Li scanned the area without spotting any traces of blood, which finally eased his anxiety. He turned to the group and said, "It's all right. It seems there are no zombies in Jiangbei Hospital. We can take a moment to rest. Even if there were no zombies in Jiangbei Hospital, the situation for Zhang Li and the others was still dire. After all, Zhang Li had defied military orders by leading his men into the hospital's morgue. Had it been wartime, such actions could warrant execution. Zhang Li sat cross-legged on the ground, awaiting the passage of time. For it was still not yet 6 in the morning, and in the autumn of northeast China, it remained dark. Without daylight, they could not assess the situation outside the hospital, and as a commander who had disobeyed orders, Zhang Li dared not make any further reckless moves. The first-floor hall of Jiangbei Hospital was designed as a public space. The main entrance was sizable, but had been sealed off by the military outside. If they intended to prevent anyone from leaving, then surely no one could escape. Currently, Zhang Li and his comrades were unlikely to exit easily. The military's orders were to secure Jiangbei Hospital and not allow anyone to leave. At this point, Zhang Li and the others were scarcely different from the doctors and patients trapped within. Their identities as soldiers paled in comparison to the larger situation. Surely, the military had long recognized the threat of zombies, and thus all potential sources of a zombie outbreak would be eradicated, with the most likely course of action being the destruction of Jiangbei Hospital along with all its occupants. Zhang Li had never doubted the decisions of the higher-ups. From the moment he first laid eyes upon the zombies in the underground morgue, he had resigned himself to the whims of FA in these current times. Li Nan is most concerned about two individuals, Gao Shui and Lu Heping. He feels an urgent need to locate them, one to seek clarification and the other to pose pressing questions. With this determination in mind, Li Nan hurriedly ascends the stairs. He is well aware of the hospital's layout, although the doctors and patients have been directed to the second floor and above. The actual available beds for rest are limited to the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Given the recent decline in patient numbers, it stands to reason that there should be ample space to accommodate several hundred individuals. Driven by impatience, Li Nan races to the 4th floor, searching room by room for Gao Shui, eager to see her at the earliest opportunity. Upon exiting the stairwell, he turns into the first ward, room 401. The door is ajar, and without hesitation, he pushes it open, only to find it empty. After checking a dozen rooms without encountering a single soul, Li Nan is taken aback. Logically, the hospital's ward specifications are quite meticulous. As one ascends the floors, the quality of the rooms improves. Could it be that all the trapped individuals have ascended to the VIP wards on the 10th floor? This seems unlikely, he ponders, as those rooms, while luxurious, are limited in number, and accommodating more than a few patients would be improbable. They must be on the 5th or 6th floors. Emerging from room 431, he notices that the corridor only has one remaining room, room 432. Without a moment's hesitation, he enters. However, as he approaches the door, he discovers it locked from within. What could be the reason? All the other wards were unlocked, so why this one? Doubt creeps in as he peers through the crack in the door, which appears dark inside. The hospital is rife with eerie occurrences. For instance, certain wards have a history of patient suicides or unexplained deaths, leading to strange happenings thereafter. In such circumstances, the hospital tends to seal off certain areas, which is not unusual. Li Nan's first instinct is that room 432 must be abandoned, though he is uncertain of the reasons behind it, and decides not to delve deeper. Frowning, he prepares to ascend to the 5th floor. But just as he steps away from room 432, he hears a faint rustling sound from within. Shaking his head, he leans closer to the door and softly asks, "Is anyone there?" Receiving no response, he knocks again, inquiring, "Is anyone inside?" Still, silence prevails, leading him to wonder if perhaps he had misheard. As he considers leaving, he notices that the doorknob is pristine, showing no signs of abandonment. Furthermore, his memory of the hospital wards reveals nothing unusual. Suddenly, his curiosity is piqued. Behind the door, it could be either a person or a ghost. Given his past encounters with the undead, would he truly fear either? With this thought, he gathers his courage and approaches room 432 once more, delivering a forceful kick that creates a gaping hole in the wooden door. With a few more kicks, the door nearly collapses. Inside the pitch-black room, Li Nan, undeterred, boldly ventures in, groping along the wall for the light switch. Inexplicably, he feels an unsettling aura about room 432, perhaps a result of psychological suggestion. He begins to explore the room's layout but suddenly halts, having stepped on something. Ordinarily, he would not concern himself with such trivialities, but given the circumstances, he suspects something supernatural lurks within. He feels beneath his foot what appears to be a shoe, a high-heeled one, no less. The presence of shoes in a hospital is not unusual, but high heels are indeed rare, as few women wear them to such places. Alarmed, he wonders what this could mean. Yet, his curiosity about room 432 only intensifies. He must uncover the truth. As he shifts his hand to locate the light switch, he hesitates, sensing faint footsteps behind him. Could there truly be a zombie? Doubt creeps into his mind, yet the situation seems to have spiraled beyond his control. The footsteps are light. If it is a zombie, it must be a female. However, the sound bears a dull heaviness, suggesting a robust presence. Could it be a woman transformed into a zombie? Just as Li Nan muses over this, he hears a swift rush of air behind him. Damn it! An ambush. He thinks, instinctively retreating and disregarding the light switch, narrowly avoiding a wooden chair that crashes against the wall where he stood moments before. His heart races. Zombies don't throw chairs. Could it be that his assailant is not a zombie after all? Realizing this, he shouts cautiously, "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" The voice from the shadows of room 432 hesitates, then softly replies, "You can speak. You're not a zombie?" The voice sounds somewhat familiar, piquing Li Nan's curiosity. He knows the hospital's staff well, yet this voice is clearly not from the medical personnel, nor does it belong to any patient he has interacted with. I'm going to turn on the light now. Please don't attack me again," he calls out, sensing the absence of movement within the room. Gathering courage, he locates the light switch and presses it gently. Suddenly, the dimly lit ward bursts into brightness, and the girl standing in the center squints against the sudden glare. As Li Nan gazes at her, his heart skips a beat. It is none other than Mo Xiaowei, the TV anchor who had come to find him at the Jianbei hospital that very evening. Slowly, she opens her eyes and, upon recognizing him, appears momentarily stunned before bursting into tears and collapsing into his embrace, leaving Li Nan utterly taken aback. In stark contrast to the vibrant woman he had previously encountered, Mo Xiaowei now bears the marks of distress, her once proud demeanor diminished and her beauty marred by weariness and sorrow. This scene is beyond Li Nan's comprehension, and he is left astonished and speechless. What happened? He wonders, recalling that his earlier conversation with her had stirred jealousy in Gao Shui. Thus, he hesitates to place his hands on Mo Xiaowei's back, leaving them suspended in the air. Mo Xiaowei buries her face in his chest, as though she has finally found a refuge, unwilling to part from him even for a moment. Li Nan surmises that something significant must have transpired. Yet he knows he must hear it from Mo Xiaowei herself to grasp the truth. Therefore, he focuses on calming her emotions, gently asking, "What exactly happened? Why are you hiding here?" Mo Xiaowei remains speechless, her tear-streaked face and disheveled hair a far cry from the glamorous television star she once was. Mo Xiaowei, trembling, gradually calmed her emotions and declared, "There are zombies in the hospital. Many, many zombies." Although Li Nan had anticipated this revelation, hearing it from Mo Xiaowei still sent a shiver down his spine. It seemed Lu Heping's words were fundamentally true. To Mo Xiaowei, seeing Li Nan was akin to a drowning person grasping a piece of driftwood, she was unwilling to let go. Only after confirming the reality of the person before her did she relax her trembling body. In Ward 432, there were 4 beds, each paired with a wooden chair, one of which Mo Xiaowei had evidently hurled earlier. After slightly adjusting her mood, she slumped into Li Nan's embrace. Observing this, Li Nan refrained from further intimacy and instead helped her to a hospital bed. "What on earth happened?" Li Nan urgently inquired. Mo Xiaowei wiped her tears and stammered, "The hospital is overrun with zombies. Just half an hour after you all went down, everyone went mad." Mad? Li Nan shook his head, realizing that a zombie outbreak had indeed occurred in the hospital. But where had those zombies gone? Would Zhongli and the others be in danger? With this thought, Li Nan felt it imperative to inform Zhongli about the hospital situation, and it needed to be done swiftly. If those hidden zombies suddenly emerged, it would undoubtedly result in significant casualties. Li Nan immediately rose, intending to head to the lobby on the first floor, but Mo Xiaowei, seated on the bed, clung tightly to the hem of his clothing, pleading, "Please don't leave me." Li Nan, frustrated, thought it impossible to abandon her, and said, "Come with me." Mo Xiaowei nodded eagerly, her tears beginning to dry. Noticing her bare feet, Li Nan realized her shoes must have long since disappeared. In the entire ward, only one high heel was found, and given the circumstances, it was impractical to search for it. So Li Nan simply lifted Mo Xiaowei onto his back and hurried downstairs. Reflecting back, the sound Li Nan had heard while knocking on the door was likely caused by Mo Xiaowei moving the chair. It was heart-wrenching to think of such a frail woman hiding alone in Ward 432 after encountering zombies. Her loneliness and fear comprehensible only to those who have experienced it firsthand. Chapter 047. Strategic arrangement. As Li Nan carried Mo Xiaowei down the stairs, urgency propelled his pace. Upon turning a corner, he heard footsteps below and instinctively slowed his movements, preparing to ambush. Just as he contemplated how to seize the initiative, a figure approached, Kong Guang. Serious and competent. Li Nan sighed in relief. "What brings you up here?" Kong Guang replied nonchalantly. "I noticed you rushing upstairs and felt uneasy, so I followed." His gaze then fell upon the woman on Li Nan's back, and with a knowing smile, he remarked, "It seems you found the person you were searching for." Li Nan refrained from arguing and instead asked, "Is everything all right in the lobby?" Kong Guang was taken aback. "Why do you ask that?" Li Nan replied earnestly. "There are zombies in Jianbei Hospital." Kong Guang gasped, "Really?" Li Nan nodded and raised an eyebrow, subtly indicating the woman on his back. Kong Guang quickly understood. "What do you plan to do now?" "First, we need to gather everyone. I'm worried that if the zombies surge forth, we won't be able to escape unscathed." Kong Guang agreed and promptly turned to head downstairs, with Li Nan following closely behind. The two men descended rapidly, and upon reaching the first floor, Zhang Li and the others were bewildered by the situation. "Who was that woman?" Zhang Li inquired. Li Nan did not respond, but gently placed Mo Xiaohui down, reassuring her as one would a frightened kitten. You are safe now. You need not fear the zombies any longer. Mo Xiaohui curled up on the ground and nodded. Please, don't abandon me. Li Nan tidied her disheveled hair and nodded solemnly. Zhang Li and the others recognized Mo Xiaohui's face. They had encountered her before their departure. Zhang Li, astonished, asked, how did this happen? What transpired? Kong Guang, with a grave expression, stated, Lu Heping was not lying. Jiangbei Hospital is indeed infested with zombies. Zhang Li, bewildered, remarked, but there are no signs of chaos on the first floor. How is that possible? Kong Guang sighed, I don't know. Perhaps everyone has been moved to the upper floors, explaining the lack of evidence here. However, that girl's testimony confirms the presence of zombies in Jiangbei Hospital. As Mo Xiaohui's emotions slowly stabilized, Li Nan turned to the group and said, the situation is dire. We must prepare for the worst. At that moment, Lu Ziming, lying on the ground, emitted a low groan, seemingly in great pain. Seeing this, Li Nan, feeling slightly helpless, stated, for now, although the zombies have not come down, we cannot afford to remain idle. Lu Ziming's condition is precarious. We must ascend to find some medicine, or he won't last an hour. To be frank, in the current circumstances, whether or not there had been an outbreak of zombies, their situation was perilous. Zhang Li had also come to terms with this reality. It was better to fight than to wait for death. Observing the group's reactions, Li Nan sensed they were inclined to support his earlier thoughts. Given the situation, we must take the initiative. Those outside will surely not let us leave, and with hundreds of zombies lurking in Jiangbei Hospital, we must band together for any hope of survival. Li Nan spoke passionately. Kong Guang chimed in, having experienced so much. I believe we understand the transmission of the zombies well. As long as we are not bitten or scratched, we are safe. Why should we remain here to be buried alongside these zombies? We have the potential to escape and prove our safety to the outside world. Looking at Lu Ziming, whose breathing was becoming increasingly erratic, and meeting Li Nan's resolute gaze, Zhang Li declared firmly, waiting his death, we must take action. The remaining Wolfang soldiers echoed. Let us exterminate those damn zombies. Kong Guang smiled and asked, Li Nan, what are your thoughts? We should split into two teams, one to find medicine and the other to confront the zombies. Zhang Li immediately objected, no, our numbers are already few, and we have only a few rounds of ammunition left. Splitting into two teams will only weaken our strength. How can we contend with so many zombies? Moreover, the situation with the zombies remains unclear. Any rash move could lead to significant losses that we cannot afford. Li Nan replied with a smile. I have considered what you said, Captain Zhang, but the reality is that we cannot delay any longer for Lu Ziming. The sun will rise soon. Once the temperature increases, dealing with those zombies will become even more challenging. Although Li Nan's reasoning was sound, Zhang Li remained skeptical, believing it unwise to split their already diminished fighting force. Li Nan continued to explain, the conditions on the second and third floors remain unclear, but I have observed the fourth floor and found no zombies there. They are likely concentrated on the fifth floor and above. Based on my assessment, most of the zombies should be around the 10th floor. How can you be so sure? Kong Guang asked curiously. Li Nan assumed a nonchalant demeanor and remarked, I am aware that there is a hot water room on the 10th floor, where the temperature is likely a couple of degrees above room temperature. Zombies are attracted to heat, so they will most certainly be there. Upon hearing Li Nan's assertion, Zhang Li felt a surge of energy. He inquired about the dimensions and layout of the hot water room. Li Nan explained to Zhang Li and the others that a hot water room would not be very large, probably around 20 to 30 square meters. Although it might not accommodate hundreds of zombies, it was reasonable to conclude that the majority of the missing zombies were in the vicinity, which slightly alleviated Zhang Li's concerns. We have no advantage in confronting a horde of zombies, interjected Li Xiaofan. Faced with the multitude of questions, Li Nan no longer wished to keep them in suspense. It was now evident that most of the zombies were indeed in the hot water room on the 10th floor, and the hospital contained numerous liquid nitrogen tanks, which are prone to explosion. If we could manage to throw them into the mass of zombies, victory would be ours. Li Xiaofan raised his thumb in approval, exclaiming, brilliant. I like this plan. Zhang Li pondered the suggestion, recognizing that, given the current scarcity of ammunition and weaponry, utilizing liquid nitrogen tanks to create explosive devices was indeed a clever idea. He could not help but admire Li Nan's ingenuity. Li Nan continued, I know where to find medication. I will take Lu Ziming and Mo Xiaohui with me to procure some, while you all deal with the zombies. This way, you can act without restraint. We will regroup in the hall once we succeed. Chapter 048, The Suit and Rubber Shoes. Zhang Li gazed at Li Nan's face, then thoughtfully patted his shoulder, saying, Brother, thank you for your efforts. Li Nan forced a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. He was in a dire situation himself, having been infected by the zombies and destined to become one. Therefore, he wished to accomplish as much as he could before succumbing to the transformation. He hoisted the semi-conscious Lu Ziming onto his back and turned to the seated Mo Xiaohui, saying, Miss Mo, let us proceed. Mo Xiaohui hesitated, staring at Li Nan, evidently shaken and in a daze. Where are we going? Li Nan mustered a semblance of a smile. To a safe place. Without a hint of doubt, Mo Xiaohui stood up, but as her bare feet touched the cold floor, she gasped in surprise. Observing her discomfort, Li Nan quickly removed Lu Ziming's shoes and tossed them in front of Mo Xiaowei. These are military rubber shoes. They may be a bit large, but tightening the straps should suffice. Mo Xiaowei regarded the oversized green rubber shoes without any sign of repulsion and promptly bent down to put them on. Earlier that evening, when she sought out Li Nan, she had been clad in high heels, black stockings, and a professional skirt suit, topped off with a strapless blouse. Li Nan intentionally lifted his gaze, for as Mo Xiaowei bent to fasten her shoes, her figure presented itself alluringly before him. Truth be told, had it not been for the uncertainty surrounding Gao Shui's fate, he might have entertained thoughts of seduction towards this enchanting woman. However, after enduring so much in the morgue, exhaustion weighed heavily on him, and more importantly, he had already been infected by the zombies. It was best not to cause trouble for others. As the group split into two, with Li Nan carrying Lu Ziming and leading Mo Xiaowei in search of medicine, Zhang Li and 6 others headed directly to the 10th floor to annihilate the zombies using the liquid nitrogen tanks. Just before ascending the stairs, Zhang Li earnestly instructed Li Nan, "Take good care of my brother. Here, take this military dagger for protection." Li Nan waved his hand. "No need. I have this." Zhang Li glanced at what Li Nan held, a 20-centimeter surgical knife. "Is that sufficient?" "A knife is still a knife. A doctor can slay monsters as well," Li Nan replied earnestly. During their time on the second underground level, Lu Heping had fled in panic, leaving his surgical knife behind, which Li Nan had subsequently retrieved. Zhang Li chuckled. "Fair enough, I want to insist." As they spoke, Li Nan ascended the eastern staircase, while Zhang Li and the others took the northern route. Their destinations differed, with Li Nan seeking medication to alleviate Lu Ziming's condition and to conduct a full-body examination in the radiology department on the 7th floor, while Zhang Li's group aimed for a grueling battle at the 10th floor hot water room. Thus, their paths diverged. Mo Xiaowei clutched Li Nan's right hand tightly, fearing he might vanish at any moment. Li Nan, feeling a pang of anxiety, wondered about Gao Shui's current state. With Lu Ziming on his back and Mo Xiaowei at his side, they hurried up the stairs. Li Nan surmised that although most zombies should congregate near the hot water room on the 10th floor due to their attraction to heat, there might still be a few lingering on the remaining floors. However, he deemed the risk manageable, which emboldened him to venture alone to the 7th floor. Uncertain of Lu Ziming's condition, Li Nan was cautious not to move too quickly to avoid jostling him, and Mo Xiaowei was not particularly swift either, resulting in their slow pace. Surprisingly, despite carrying a man weighing over 100 kilograms, Li Nan felt no strain. He ascended the stairs with remarkable agility. He found this peculiar, having endured so much without rest or sustenance. How could he still possess such vigor, even in his best condition? He would not have achieved half of this energy, let alone while carrying a living person. Climbing without panting was already a feat. Li Nan sensed a slight change within himself, attributing it to the impending transformation from the zombie infection. As he became aware of these changes, fear gripped him that time was running out, prompting him to quicken his pace. Suddenly, Mo Xiaowei stumbled and fell, her knees crashing against the steps. Li Nan frowned. "Miss Mo, are you all right?" Mo Xiaowei gritted her teeth against the pain. "I'm fine. I can keep going." Her left hand remained firmly grasped around Li Nan's right hand. Her world had crumbled, and the only person she could rely on was this man before her. Regardless of what transpired, she would not let go. Li Nan helped Mo Xiaowei to her feet and noticed her knees were scraped and bleeding. "Pardon me," he said, reaching toward her thigh. "What are you doing?" Mo Xiaowei asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Typically, a woman's inquiry would not be as swift as a man's actions. And while Mo Xiaowei was still processing Li Nan's sudden movement, he had already taken the initiative. His hand brushed against her thigh, feeling a delicate coolness. Although it was covered by a layer of black stockings, it did not diminish the sensation. Li Nan had no time to indulge in teasing this stunning woman. After feeling her skin, he forcefully tore away the black stockings, recognizing their elasticity made them ideal for bandaging her knee injury. In the hospital's eerie environment, wounds exposed to the air were at risk of infection from the zombies, thus necessitating his action. "Forgive me." Upon hearing Li Nan's explanation, Mo Xiaowei's heart jolted. She had initially thought the man before her intended something inappropriate, but then she realized that in such dire circumstances, who could afford to entertain such trivial thoughts? Li Nan was in a hurry, his movements as swift as flowing water, and within moments, Mo Xiaowei's knee injury was swiftly bandaged. Mo Xiaowei softly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." Li Nan, unreserved, immediately took Mo Xiaowei's left hand and hurried upstairs. A flutter of emotion stirred within Mo Xiaowei. Yet this was not the time for such distractions. Rather, she pondered how to avoid being a burden. Chapter 049. The bloodied rose. The dim lighting in the stairwell elongated their shadows, casting a distorted image as if they were in a funhouse mirror. As Li Nan attended to Lu Ziming and Mo Xiaowei, his pace slowed, and it took them 3 minutes to reach the 4th floor. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Mo Xiaowei instinctively leaned back, seeking refuge behind Li Nan, seemingly frightened. Observing her fear, Li Nan comforted her. "Do not be afraid. With me here, Everything will be all right. Mo Xiaowei remained silent, and Li Nan held her firmly behind him, preventing her trepidation from spreading. Li Nan was unaware of what Mo Xiaowei had endured, and judging by her condition, she likely could not articulate it clearly either. He suppressed his curiosity. The hospital was perilous. Earlier, when Li Nan rushed to the 4th floor in search of Gao Shui, he ascended via the main staircase, the same route taken by Zhang Li and his group. To reach the radiology department on the 7th floor more swiftly, Li Nan opted for a side staircase, a more secluded path with greater risks of encountering danger. Li Nan, unconcerned for himself since he had already been infected by the zombies, focused solely on safeguarding Lu Ziming and Mo Xiaowei. As he rounded the staircase, they came upon a corpse lying flat on the steps. Li Nan frowned, questioning whether it was a human or a zombie. His inquiry was moot. No living person would be sprawled there, so it could only be a zombie or a corpse infected by one. He gestured for Mo Xiaowei to stay behind him. Do not move. Hide behind me while I check the way. Mo Xiaowei shook her head, murmuring, danger, danger. Li Nan, with a reassuring smile, gently pushed her back, while she, unable to resist, crouched down, observing the unfolding situation. With a surgical knife in hand, Li Nan cautiously approached the corpse. The figure appeared to be a woman, presumably a medical staff member from the hospital, with medium stature and disheveled hair, obscuring her features, leaving Li Nan uncertain of her identity. As he drew closer, a sense of foreboding crept in. Could this be Gao Shui? Li Nan silently contemplated, his expression darkening. The corpse bore a resemblance to Gao Shui, yet he dared not believe it. After a moment of internal struggle, he resolved to uncover the truth. Determined that fate would decide life and death, Li Nan stood before the corpse, trembling as he reached out to brush the hair from the face of the deceased. The disarrayed hair resembled fallen leaves covering the ground, while Li Nan's hands acted as a broom, revealing the grim reality. As he cleared the locks, a delicate and fair face emerged, marked by a slight furrow in her brow, parted lips, and a gentle breath. She did not appear to be a corpse at all. Entranced by the revelation, Li Nan was suddenly jolted by a pair of slender, pale hands gripping his neck. You are not Gao Shui, he exclaimed. As he felt the strange sensation around his throat, his surgical knife instinctively slashed at the zombie's arm. The creature, impervious to pain. Li Nan emerged from the corridor with an air of ease, surveying his surroundings and discovering the hallway devoid of any objects. He promptly instructed Mo Xiaowei, who followed him closely, stay behind me and move to the right. The radiology department was located on the east side of the 7th floor, somewhat isolated due to its radioactive nature. Such matters were trivial for Li Nan, a doctor at Jiangbei Hospital. Although still an intern, he was well acquainted with the hospital's layout. Mo Xiaowei hurriedly trailed behind Li Nan as he slipped through a large iron door. Peering inside, he noted the absence of zombies and motioned for Mo Xiaowei to follow him in, locking the heavy door behind them. Inside, the space was partitioned into several rooms, which Li Nan meticulously inspected, ensuring no hazards were present. He turned to Mo Xiaowei and said, please help me lower Lu Ziming. There's a machine bed in that room. Just lay him down flat. I'll attend to the machine at the back. Mo Xiaowei, somewhat bewildered, assisted Lu Ziming to the machine bed. This apparatus was, in fact, a magnetic resonance imaging (MRI) machine, which utilized the principles of nuclear magnetic resonance to detect electromagnetic waves emitted by the body, thus creating images of its internal structures for disease examination. Li Nan entered the adjacent control room, faced with an array of buttons that left him feeling somewhat bewildered. While he was familiar with the radiology department's location, the operation of this equipment was beyond his expertise, leaving him feeling somewhat lost. The buttons, red, white, and green, were inscrutable, and although they bore inscriptions, the German-imported machine displayed its instructions in a language he could not comprehend. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaowei was adjusting Lu Ziming on the MRI bed, but her efforts seemed futile. Observing her struggle through the glass of the control room, Li Nan recalled something and called out, do you understand German? Mo Xiaowei, taken aback, replied, what? Li Nan continued, you study broadcasting, you must know several foreign languages. Can you speak German? Mo Xiaowei nodded, I know a little. Li Nan felt as if he had found a lifeline and immediately asked, what do the German labels beneath these buttons mean? After a moment's contemplation, Mo Xiaowei recalled her university German lessons, though her memory was somewhat faded from lack of use. Li Nan, undeterred, pointed out, the largest button must be the power switch. What do the others signify? With a boldness she didn't quite feel, Mo Xiaowei ventured to pronounce several terms she barely recognized. Suddenly, Li Nan slapped his forehead in realization. These were medical terminologies. With your help, we can operate this machine. Mo Xiaowei's excitement was palpable. Are you serious? Li Nan nodded. However, Lu Ziming's head needs to be adjusted. Please make sure it's aligned properly. When Mo Xiaowei re-emerged from the MRI room, she saw a chaotic array of images flickering on the control room screen. Completely perplexed, she struggled to decipher any information from the indistinct visuals. Yet, Li Nan exclaimed with relief, his brain seems unharmed, and his abdominal organs are intact. Lu Ziming is quite fortunate. After being electrocuted, he only sustained superficial injuries. However, What is it? Mo Shalwi inquired. His post-operative recovery is subpar. The lack of essential medications has led to a significant infection of his skin. Putting his life at considerable risk, Li Nan's expression grew somber. He succinctly recounted the events that had transpired underground, including Lu Ziming's injury and Lu Ping's frantic behavior, ensuring Mo Shalwi grasped the situation. There may still be hope. You're a doctor. Surely, there must be a solution. Li Nan hesitated. Let us give it a try. We'll head to the pharmacy. If we can control the infection, Lu Ziming may recover significantly. Mo Shalwi appeared steadier, no longer lost in a daze. Li Nan lifted Lu Ziming once more, ready to leave, aware that remaining in this radioactive zone without protection was unwise. As he cracked open the heavy iron door, his expression tightened. Mo Shalwi, trailing behind, asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Li Nan held his breath, whispering, "There are zombies outside." As the iron door opened a crack, it was swiftly slammed shut again. The zombies outside sensed the tantalizing scent of human flesh and began to thrash against the door with fervor. Li Nan braced himself against the heavy door while Mo Shalwi grabbed a chain, and without hesitation, he secured the door tightly. Mo Shalwi, her face a mask of fear, asked, "How many zombies are there?" "At least 6. Based on Li Nan's previous assessments, most zombies were likely congregated around the 10th floor, with only a few scattered elsewhere. Yet here on the 7th floor, 6 zombies had suddenly appeared. Had he miscalculated? The realization struck him hard. He had indeed underestimated the situation. Unlike the solitary zombie he had encountered on the 4th floor, this group posed a serious threat. How could they navigate safely to the pharmacy? As panic set in, Mo Shalwi suggested, "Let us remain here for the time being. They can't get in, and eventually they will disperse. Then we can make our exit." Though her suggestion was the most rudimentary of plans, it seemed the only feasible option for safety at that moment. The heavy door reverberated with the sound of relentless pounding. As the zombies outside, driven mad by the tantalizing aroma of flesh, battered against the radiology department's entrance. Chapter 051. Breaking in the outer door of the radiology department was clearly not made of iron, as it needed to mitigate radiation. Thus, it was likely constructed from a blend of lead and plastic materials, which, as Li Nan surmised, lacked the necessary strength and durability to withstand the assault. He felt certain that the door would not hold for long. As the door quaked under the pressure, sweat beaded on Li Nan's forehead. Faced with this dire situation, he pondered how best to respond. The harrowing experiences in the underground mortuary, though perilous, had been manageable with the support of others. He had thought he had grown stronger. But now, confined in this enclosed space, he realized he had made little progress. In contrast to Li Nan, Mo Shalwi appeared remarkably composed, which bewildered him. Perhaps she had found a measure of strength in the companionship they now shared. In her solitude, she had witnessed the demise of those around her, watching them transform into zombies, leading her world to crumble into despair. The haunting loneliness and desperation had pushed her to the brink of suicide. She had refused to become one of those grotesque creatures. Yet now, with Li Nan by her side, she felt a sense of security, believing he would protect her. Li Nan was at a loss for words. Though Mo Shalwi was of similar age, her experiences at Jiangbei Hospital had matured her, transforming her from a capable individual into a more innocent soul. In such a treacherous environment, perhaps it was best not to see things too clearly. A person who leaves no room for hope risks living in perpetual suffering. Li Nan suddenly revealed a smile and declared, "I will protect you. It was I who brought you and Lu Ziming out. This is not a path of death, but a road of hope." Unsure of where his bold words came from, he pondered that perhaps it was merely a man's instinctive reaction, as one often feels compelled to speak grandly in the presence of a beautiful woman. The iron door behind him trembled incessantly, and the chain locking it seemed to be unable to hold for long. A gap had already formed, through which several filthy hands reached out, like moths drawn to a flame, charging forward fearlessly. Once he ensured that Mo Shalwi was safe, or rather after she had calmed down, Li Nan began contemplating how to prolong the door's resistance. He recalled the MRI scanner he had just used to check Lu Ziming's condition. Its considerable size might just serve to barricade the door for a while. He beckoned Mo Shalwi to follow him into the examination room, but together they found themselves unable to move the heavy MRI machine. This predicament troubled Li Nan. And more importantly, such a simplistic defense was far too passive. Failing to seize the initiative meant they would remain trapped here indefinitely. Time was not on their side. Li Nan was fervently eager to break free and face the horde of zombies in a fierce battle. As the early hours of deep autumn approached, the outdoor temperature hovered around 10 degrees Celsius. Although the hospital was slightly warmer, the temperature only reached 17 or 18 degrees, which felt refreshing to humans but might not be ideal for the zombies. Zombies were drawn to heat, and while it was uncertain if they thrived in warmer conditions, they moved sluggishly in this cooler climate compared to the red-eyed creature in Baiyuan Square the previous night. Li Nan began to mentally weigh his options. In Baiyuan Square, he had confronted a zombie armed with a fire axe, but now he possessed only a 20-centimeter surgical knife, facing 6 or 7 zombies. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage in both vertical and horizontal comparisons. However, This was no time for Li Nan to hesitate. He bore the responsibility of protecting a patient and a woman, something he had never faced before. He resolved not to let Mo Xiaowei or Lu Ziming down, daring to forge a path of hope for the trio seeking medicine. As Li Nan rummaged through his pockets, he found them empty. Suddenly, he turned around and saw Mo Xiaowei crouched, ready for battle, clutching a surgical knife. He had completely forgotten that he had given her the knife. His memory was truly poor. Glancing around, he noticed 3 carbon dioxide fire extinguishers beside the door. Without a second thought, he picked one up, testing its weight. It seemed suitable as a weapon. The door to the radiology department trembled, threatening to succumb to the impending assault, prompting Li Nan to act decisively. He swiftly opened the extinguisher and sprayed it through the gap in the door. The high-pressure carbon dioxide shot out, and just then, a zombie had its head wedged in the opening. The chilling blast froze it in place, covering its body in a layer of frost, its clawing limbs coming to an abrupt halt. Elated, Li Nan continued to spray carbon dioxide, then wielded the extinguisher to strike at the outstretched hands and feet of the zombies. With a series of resounding thuds, several withered limbs were crushed into a bloody pulp. Believing he had found an opportunity, he intended to grab another. Li Nan silently lamented his misfortune, grasping the fire extinguisher in his hand. Without regard for precision, he hurled it forward, and it pierced through the abdomen of a zombie. However, the creature seemed undeterred, continuing its frenzied advance. With the zombie closing in, Li Nan suddenly dashed out, scooping up the half-seated Mo Xiaowei, and rushed into the examination room. He instructed her, "You must secure this small door against the outside. I will draw the zombies away." Mo Xiaowei was left speechless. "You intend to abandon me?" "No, the situation is dire, and there's no time for explanations. Lu Ziming requires your attention as well." After speaking, Li Nan pulled Lu Ziming inside, shutting the small door behind them, and resolutely stepped out. In truth, the examination room was ill-equipped to withstand a zombie assault. It only served to temporarily conceal them, and for Li Nan, that was sufficient. In this precarious circumstance, managing 2 burdens was overwhelming, and he needed to divert the zombies before he could strategize further. "Come at me, you bastards," he shouted, as he swiftly repositioned himself. Yet, the zombies remained unmoved, still drawn to the scent emanating from the examination room. One piece of fresh meat could hardly compete with the allure of 2. Li Nan, desperate, grabbed another fire extinguisher and hurled it at the horde. This time, he aimed carefully. One extinguisher sent the half-brained zombie crashing down, yet it was still alive, turning its remaining half of a head toward Li Nan in furious pursuit. As the zombies were drawn to him, Li Nan prepared to confront their wrath, only to find that only 2 zombies were in pursuit, one with half its brain missing, the other with a gaping wound in its abdomen. 3 more zombies lingered at the examination room's entrance, indifferent to his taunts. What to do? Faced with the 2 approaching zombies, Li Nan's instinct was to flee. However, he could not allow 3 zombies to threaten the lives of Mo Xiaowei and Lu Ziming. Escape was not an option. As the 2 zombies lunged, he steeled himself to confront them. Yet, in terms of sheer ferocity, he was evidently outmatched by the 2 mindless creatures, their drool dripping as they eagerly awaited their meal. Anger surged within him, and without much thought, he attempted to showcase his martial arts skills, reminiscent of his days at Beiyuan Square. Unfortunately, as he launched into a kick, his pants were torn, leaving him in agony. How could this happen? He thought, already falling to the ground as the 2 zombies closed in, one grasping his shoulder. Their ravenous jaws approached, and despite the pain in his groin, he attempted to spring back to his feet, but his confidence in cinematic portrayals of martial arts was misguided. He failed to execute the move properly, nearly injuring himself further. Just as he contemplated cursing his fate, the 2 zombies, one grabbing his leg and the other tugging at his shoulder, seemed intent on tearing him apart. Was this to be his end? A fierce will to survive ignited within him. "I cannot die. Mo Xiaowei and Lu Ziming's safety is uncertain. I cannot perish. Zhongli and Han Guang have placed their hopes in me. I cannot fail them. Gao Shui's fate remains unknown. I cannot leave without seeing her again. I must live." A tremendous desire to survive surged within him. He could not let down the hopes of those who depended on him. He had to overcome the zombie virus. With a primal scream, Li Nan felt a surge of strength coursing through him, invigorating him as if he had taken a stimulant. He swept his leg, knocking down the half-brain zombie, and with a deft motion, he spun the other zombie, performing a flawless 900-degree turn before landing perfectly. If there were a gymnastics judge present, it would surely score a 9-6. Enraged, he declared, "You little pests, watch me annihilate you." With a swift, powerful punch, he shattered the other half of the zombie's head. The creature staggered, unwilling to accept its demise, yearning for the taste of fresh flesh. But this was not a world where zombies could take center stage. The hollow-bellied zombie lunged at him, oblivious to its own critical condition, embodying the quintessential example of a zombie with unyielding spirit. Li Nan, seizing the initiative, swiftly decapitated the zombie, stuffing its head into his own mouth. Not every zombie could indulge in such self-sufficiency. After dispatching the 2 zombies, the remaining 3 posed no challenge. This time, he was not interested in drawing their attention. He intended to eliminate them directly. To deal with zombies, one must respond with overwhelming force. In a matter of moments, the last of the zombies lay defeated on the ground, truly lifeless. Li Nan felt a sense of relief wash over him, but after 30 seconds, he began to question the strangeness of the situation. How did I accomplish this? Chapter 053, Popeye the Sailor Man Eats Spinach. The zombies in the radiology department had been completely dealt with, yet doubt lingered in Li Nan's mind. He had never faced 5 zombies alone before. Even subduing 5 children would be a challenge. Was there something amiss? His thoughts were a tumult of confusion. Yet time did not permit him to delve into the depths of this mystery. He gently knocked on the small door to the examination room. Miss M.O. The danger has been eliminated. You can open the door now. M.O. Shall we, having heard the commotion outside, covered her ears, pretending not to hear. But she had to maintain her hold on the door, leaving her no hand to cover her ears. Symbolically, she closed her eyes, hoping for Li Nan's success. The sounds outside were chaotic, and adhering to Li Nan's last words to take care of herself and Lu Ziming, she could only passively hide in the examination room, wishing for good fortune. When she heard voices, joy surged within her, and she swiftly opened the door, only to be taken aback. Li Nan stood before her, his clothes stained with dark blood, a sight most unseemly. With a smile, he asked, "What's wrong? Can't you recognize me after just a few minutes?" M.O. Shall we? Astonished, gasped, "Did you really kill all 5 of those zombies?" Li Nan nodded, then hoisted Lu Ziming onto his back. "We need to hurry to the pharmacy for supplies. Time is of the essence." M.O. Shall we was at a loss, unaware of what had transpired outside the examination room, but thankfully, the immediate crisis had passed, allowing them to take the next step. She wiped the grime from Li Nan's face, her eyes filled with admiration. Yet, faced with her gaze, Li Nan felt a twinge of awkwardness. "All right, we must leave." Carrying Lu Ziming, he refrained from holding M.O. Shall we's hand. Back in the hospital, his close proximity to her had led to misunderstandings with Gao Shui, and he wondered if there would ever be a chance to clarify that miscommunication. Consequently, he instinctively hesitated to engage in any intimate gestures with M.O. Shall we, fearing a tragic repetition if Gao Shui were still alive and they were to meet again. Although Li Nan had prepared himself for the worst, a flicker of hope persisted in his heart. He fervently wished for Gao Shui's safety and for her return to his side, even though that hope seemed exceedingly slim. M.O. Shall we sensed that Li Nan was intentionally avoiding her, so to alleviate the awkwardness, she inquired, "How did you manage to eliminate those 5 zombies?" Li Nan kicked away several of the zombie corpses and cleared a path for M.O. Shall we, effectively leading her out of the radiology department. "I can't quite explain how I did it, but in that moment when I killed the zombies, I felt an extraordinary surge of strength. With just a few moves, I managed to take them down," he replied vaguely. M.O. Shall we chuckled, "You're pulling my leg. How could that even be possible?" Li Nan fell silent, unable to comprehend it himself, yet the reality stood before them. M.O. Shall we's laughter gradually faded. In such dire circumstances, Li Nan would not jest. Yet his claim seemed utterly absurd to her. Nevertheless, considering the presence of zombies, it was somewhat understandable that Li Nan might exhibit extraordinary capabilities. In truth, Li Nan also pondered M.O. Shall we's doubts, albeit with no clear answers. M.O. Shall we, clad in rubber shoes and a knee-length skirt that exposed her long legs, found it quite inconvenient to navigate through the pile of corpses. To ease her burden, Li Nan kicked aside the zombies obstructing their path, and to his astonishment, one body moved over a meter with little effort on his part. Li Nan felt incredulous and experimentally clenched his fist, striking the fallen door panel to reveal a fist-sized indentation. "What is happening? Has my strength truly increased to this extent?" he mused in confusion. M.O. Shall we noticed and exclaimed, "Could it be that you've eaten spinach?" "What spinach?" Li Nan was puzzled, while M.O. Shall we laughed, just like Popeye, who gains immense strength from spinach. "Your situation seems quite similar." Unable to contain himself, Li Nan burst into laughter, showering the area with saliva. M.O. Shall we wiped her face and assumed a serious demeanor. "So, what exactly is going on?" Li Nan replied with a wry smile. "It could be the result of something Lu Heping did to me, or perhaps symptoms of being infected by the zombies. I can't quite explain it, but at least I now possess greater strength to better protect you." Li Nan had already confided in M.O. Shall we about his infection, and she was unfazed. To her, he was still very much alive, a living being willing to care for and protect her. Even if he were to become a zombie, she would not find it frightening. In fact, Li Nan had once asked her about her decision to venture into the perilous situation at Jiangbei Hospital that night, merely for the sake of an interview. Would she have any regrets about choosing a path leading to death? M.O. Shall we's response was rather nonchalant. She had initially wished to delve into the story behind the news, only to find herself stepping into a living hell. "I have no regrets. Even if I uncover this story, I don't know if I'll have the chance to convey it to the public, or what the situation outside is like. Is it as dire as within Jiangbei Hospital? Or are things as usual?" To Li Nan, her words held a certain rationality, suitable for a last testament. He was unaware of the outside world, but the current circumstances within Jiangbei Hospital were fraught with danger. No matter what, Li Nan knew he could not escape unscathed. Yet, He was determined to see this through and ensure the safety of those two individuals. Now, Li Nan finally understood the source of his newfound combat prowess. It seemed that some unknown factor had dramatically amplified his strength. Although he had yet to reach the level of the Hulk, he estimated that his newfound punch could shatter 3 or 4 red bricks. He found this transformation quite astonishing, given that he had previously struggled to ascend a few flights of stairs without becoming breathless. Fate, it seemed, was indeed unpredictable. Unexpectedly, this surge in strength had proven advantageous against zombies. As they spoke, Li Nan and Mo Xiaohui quickened their pace, having exited the radiology department and entered the corridor. Drawing closer to the pharmacy, there were only a few zombies on the 7th floor, all of which Li Nan had already dispatched, so he anticipated no further danger. Though he hastened his steps, Li Nan remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any lurking zombies that might unexpectedly snatch Mo Xiaohui away. The threat of zombies left him no room for recklessness. Thankfully, the corridor offered a wide field of vision, and he detected no immediate danger. Chapter 054. The chief surgeon of the pharmacy was the very place where Li Nan had been interning recently, and he was well acquainted with it. Besides needing to find medication for Lu Ziming, he had another purpose: to ascertain whether Gao Shui was present. If she had survived, the pharmacy was the most likely refuge for her. Thus, for both professional and personal reasons, Li Nan felt compelled to venture there. The pharmacy was small, staffed by only 4 people: Team Leader Wang, a pharmacist, and himself, along with Gao Shui. On duty that night were Team Leader Wang, Li Nan, and Gao Shui, while he remained oblivious to the fates of the others. As he stepped into the pharmacy, Li Nan felt a tightening in his chest. Perhaps Gao Shui was hiding within. Though he was startled, he remained hopeful, longing to reunite with the woman he cherished. If such a surprise awaited him, even the gravest misunderstanding would be swiftly resolved. Li Nan's thoughts were in turmoil. On one hand, he yearned to find Gao Shui, yet he also feared that she might have succumbed to the zombie plague. After a strong dose of self-hypnosis, he quelled his wild imaginings. The issues at hand extended beyond Gao Shui's life and death. The safety of others was also at stake. Moreover, he was on the brink of becoming a zombie himself. Even if he could protect Gao Shui, what difference would it make? If she too had turned into a zombie, how would they differ? Worrying too much could lead to madness. Li Nan placed Lu Ziming in a spacious area and thoroughly checked the situation outside the door. After confirming that there were no remaining zombies on the 7th floor, he turned back with a slight sense of relief and said to Mo Xiaohui, "You have a bag. Empty out anything useless. We need to take some essential medications with us." Mo Xiaohui had also faced her share of peril, though her shoes had long since been lost. She clutched her bag tightly, unsure of what treasures it contained. A woman's bag is essentially a portable vanity. Without hesitation, Mo Xiaohui opened her bag and turned it upside down, causing a cascade of items to spill forth. Li Nan observed, but he could discern little of significance. While Mo Xiaohui recited foundation, mascara, eyebrow pencil, lip oil, moisturizer, wallet, and a phone, and so on. Li Nan interrupted her. "Can the phone still be used?" Mo Xiaohui shook her head. "I've thought about that for ages. The phone has no signal and can't make calls at all." Li Nan, lost in thought, responded, "Right. When we descended underground, all communication devices were confiscated. This must have been a military precaution. If Jiangbei Hospital were to be sealed off, they certainly wouldn't allow any information to leak out. It makes sense to block the signals. If only they could establish contact with the outside world, that would be ideal. Only by conveying the situation here could the military devise a better solution, rather than merely dropping a few bombs and obliterating everything in sight. Throw away all those cosmetics. Keep the phone and wallet. They might still prove useful." In the midst of this predicament, Mo Xiaohui showed no hesitation in discarding all items that could help a woman maintain her beauty, retaining only a mobile phone and a wallet. Li Nan also rose to his feet, instructing, "In the lower left corner, there are various anti-inflammatory medications. Pack as many as you can into your bag." Promptly, both parties set to work. Following Li Nan's directions, Mo Xiaohui approached, only to find that the labels on the medicine boxes bore scientific names such as mefenamic acid and acetaminophen, leaving her feeling dizzy. She called out, "Are these all anti-inflammatory drugs?" Li Nan replied, "The bottom layer consists entirely of anti-inflammatory medications. Take as many as you can." While Mo Xiaohui busied herself, Li Nan was equally occupied on the other side, searching for medical instruments to perform a secondary surgery on Lu Ziming. Lu Ziming's initial operation had been conducted by Lu Heping himself, who, despite his erratic behavior, had executed the surgery commendably. However, due to the inadequate conditions at the time, certain details had been overlooked, and these missed points could potentially jeopardize Lu Ziming's life. Furthermore, he was now exhibiting symptoms of skin infection that required immediate attention. Li Nan located a bottle of medical alcohol, a set of infusion tubes, a box of injectable alfentanil, an anesthetic, and several vials of glucose. "Do we have mefenamic acid?" he inquired of Mo Xiaohui. After a moment's hesitation, she rummaged through her bag and produced a few small glass vials, their labels indicating mefenamic acid. "Is this it?" she asked, handing the items to Li Nan. who accepted them without a glance, and said, "After all this running around, have some of this to replenish your strength." Mo Xiaohui took a drip bottle, questioning, "Can this be consumed?" Li Nan chuckled, "This is glucose. It's usually for injections, but it works well orally. You should give it a try." Surprised, Mo Xiaohui had never witnessed anyone drink glucose directly. Seeing her hesitation, Li Nan boldly seized the bottle, tipped it back, and gulped down a few mouthfuls before passing it back to her, assuring, "It won't harm you." At that moment, Mo Xiaohui's stomach audibly protested, leading her to feel somewhat embarrassed. She turned away and took a few sips from the glucose bottle. Surprisingly, it was not sweet at all, resembling plain water. In fact, as a source of energy for the human body, glucose provides little nutritional value when consumed directly, as it is broken down into water and simple sugars by gastric enzymes, which cannot be absorbed by the body. This is why glucose is typically administered via injection rather than orally. However, Li Nan had no time to administer it to himself. He merely treated it as water. After taking a sip, Mo Xiaohui gathered her courage and downed the remaining half bottle. Remarkably, though it wasn't filling, she felt a notable boost in her energy levels. "Assist me," Li Nan directed Mo Xiaohui, akin to a lead surgeon guiding a nurse at the operating table. Understood. A now well-nourished Mo Xiaohui, or rather, a hydrated one, was highly cooperative, embodying the spirit of a diligent nurse. Li Nan used a syringe to mix the mefenamic acid Mo Xiaohui had brought with saline solution and then injected it into the drip bottle, simultaneously replenishing Lu Ziming's fluids while administering the antiseptic medication. "Can you see the vein? Administer an injection to Lu Ziming." Li Nan stepped aside to prepare the medication, while Mo Xiaohui appeared bewildered, thinking, "How would I know how to do that?" Li Nan, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "All right, I'll handle it. You can observe and learn medical knowledge. It will surely come." Li Nan grasped the scalpel and made a cross-shaped incision on Mo Xiaohui's left ankle, akin to the cuts made on a fish during preparation. Mo Xiaohui, taken aback, quipped, "You don't intend to turn me into a dish, do you? Should I fetch you a frying pan?" Without responding, Li Nan continued to work beneath the skin of the wound, causing a trickle of dark yellow tissue fluid to flow out, followed by oozing congealed blood as the swelling in Mo Xiaohui's ankle gradually subsided. "You really are quite skilled," she remarked, feeling no pain throughout the procedure, while Li Nan chuckled, explaining, "That's because your pain receptors have been numbed. Once the swelling fully goes down, you will feel the discomfort." He tore off part of his sleeve to fashion a makeshift bandage around her ankle. "There, now you can at least move on your own." Mo Xiaohui, amazed, tentatively stood up and managed to take a few steps, although the site of the incision still ached faintly. "Bear with it. Just go to the pharmacy and get some anti-inflammatory ointment, and you'll heal swiftly." Though her ankle had reduced in swelling, Mo Xiaohui still felt discomfort and, relying solely on her right leg, hopped after Li Nan into the pharmacy. Li Nan found it amusing to watch her, with her long, fair legs and charming face, resembling a lively little rabbit. After regaining his composure, he stepped into the pharmacy. Meanwhile, Lu Ziming's condition was dire. Fragments of a bullet remained lodged in his abdomen, having shattered into 7 pieces, scattered throughout his abdominal cavity, with the most perilous fragment dangerously close to his heart. For soldiers, especially those from elite units like the Wolfang Brigade, sustaining injuries from gunfire or blades was commonplace, as each mission was a dance with death. Simply surviving was a triumph. The gunshot wound on Lu Ziming's lower abdomen appeared to be an old injury, likely sustained 2 to 3 years prior. The reasons for the retained fragment remained unknown, whether it was overlooked at the time or due to other circumstances. However, the presence of that fragment now threatened Lu Ziming's very life. Li Nan's medical expertise was questionable. He was merely a half-year intern. Could he possibly conduct a major surgical operation? He felt apprehensive, yet the circumstances left him no choice but to proceed. "The 4 bag is empty. Go fetch another one. I've already prepared the medication. Just replace it." Sweat beaded on with gritted teeth. Li Nan cast aside all reservations and, with a steady hand, horizontally incised the vessel nearing the heart, meticulously locating the 7th fragment. The immense pressure and challenge gradually steadied Li Nan's racing heart in rhythm with the scalpel. This pivotal moment in his internship could secure his formal employment. Perhaps, in the years ahead, he would stand at the operating table, wielding the scalpel and commanding the room. Methodically, the procedure progressed, and Li Nan discovered the 7th fragment nestled beneath a cluster of vessels. Triumphant, he felt a surge of elation, relieved by Lu Ziming's resilience and his own steady technique. As Li Nan prepared to complete the surgery within seconds, an unforeseen event transpired. His scalpel faltered, severing a capillary, instantly flooding Lu Ziming's abdominal cavity with blood. For a fleeting moment, Li Nan hesitated, incredulous at the unexpected turn. Mo Xiaohui, equally stunned, watched as Lu Ziming was submerged in blood. "Quick! Hemostatic forceps, medication, and gauze now," Li Nan urgently demanded, attempting to race against time. However, Mo Xiaohui, the trainee nurse, responded blankly, "We have none." Li Nan was aghast. "Nothing? How can we operate without anything?" Tears welled in Mo Xiaohui's eyes. "Is there no other way?" Li Nan cursed his incompetence, lamenting his error at the final moment. A cardiac vessel rupture could lead to exsanguination, and even if stemmed, could cause cardiac arrest. The situation was dire, lacking both equipment and basic countermeasures. A physician's expertise is limited to specific domains, hence the need for multiple surgeons and medical personnel in a formal operation. Li Nan had practiced the procedure and techniques countless times, but lacked the means to deal with a sudden hemorrhage. His inexperience was undeniable, and in medicine, no one could claim absolute authority. Li Nan now realized the gravity of his decision to operate on Lu Ziming alone. Had he been capable of handling such a complex internal surgery, he wouldn't still be an intern. The final tremor was his fault alone. Li Nan teetered on the brink of despair, realizing his impulsiveness had endangered Lu Ziming's life. With the hemorrhage continuing, Lu Ziming's survival hung precariously. At that moment, Mo Xiaowei hoarsely inquired, "I couldn't find the forceps. But are these the hemostatic drugs and gauze you mentioned?" Li Nan turned to see Mo Xiaowei holding a roll of gauze and a box of medication. "And Luoxu, where did you find that?" Mo Xiaowei calmly replied, "I saw it over there and brought it, knowing it was for hemostasis." Li Nan was overjoyed. Despite the grim situation, he wouldn't let his patient die on the table. He would fight with every ounce of strength. And Luoxu can be administered internally and externally. Inject half the dose into the 4-drip, and I'll apply the rest topically. With a plan, Li Nan resumed his role as lead surgeon, determined to save Lu Ziming. Mo Xiaowei swiftly completed the assigned tasks. Li Nan refocused, realizing his duty was to save life, not lament his mistakes. With all the bullet fragments removed, the primary concern was the hemorrhage near the heart. With no hemostatic forceps, Li Nan had to improvise with the limited resources. Fortunately, he remembered enough from his studies to temporarily stanch the bleeding. The Luoxu proved invaluable, quickly forming a thrombus at the severed vessel, halting the hemorrhage. The remaining tasks were less challenging. After managing the hemorrhage, Li Nan sutured the wound meticulously, avoiding further complications. The surgery was complete, but the blood loss, estimated between 6,000 cubic centimeters and 8,000 cubic centimeters, meant Lu Ziming was still in critical condition. Mo Xiaowei sighed. His fate is in the balance. You've done all you can. The rest is up to him. Li Nan refused to give up. It's not over. There may still be a way to save him. Mo Xiaowei was skeptical. What else can we do? Transfusion. We need to transfuse blood into Lu Ziming to replenish what he's lost. Li Nan's eyes gleamed with hope. Mo Xiaowei was encouraged. I'm type B. If it matches Lu Ziming's, I can donate. Li Nan had already determined Lu Ziming's blood type before the surgery using a medical test strip. I'm also type B, which won't work for Lu Ziming. He has the rare Rh-negative blood type, found in only 1 in 10 million people. Mo Xiaowei's spirit sank. Does that mean Lu Ziming is doomed? He still has a good chance of survival. I know the Zhongbei Hospital blood bank has Rh-negative blood stored. If we can find it, Lu Ziming can live. Mo Xiaowei eagerly asked, "Where's the blood bank?" 8th floor, northeast corner, Li Nan replied confidently. Mo Xiaowei smiled through her tears. There's still hope. Let's go get it together. Li Nan's expression tightened. Lu Ziming just had surgery and lost too much blood to be moved. Someone needs to stay and care for him, so we can't go together. Mo Xiaowei understood. You're not going to abandon us here, are you? Li Nan's tense face broke into a smile. I won't abandon you. I'll leave the scalpel with you. And the zombies on the 7th floor are all dead, so there's no more danger. Mo Xiaowei believed Li Nan wouldn't leave them. His concern for Lu Ziming showed him to be a responsible and reliable man. After giving a few instructions, Li Nan left the pharmacy, knowing that every second counted. On the 7th floor, there were indeed no zombies left. Had there been, the scent of Lu Ziming's blood would have drawn them near. Throughout the entire ordeal, no zombies appeared, allowing Li Nan to ascertain that leaving Mo Xiaowei and Lu Ziming in the pharmacy posed no significant danger. His greatest concern now rested with Lu Ziming, uncertain of how long this fellow could endure. Ultimately, it was all a matter of fate. How long one lived was dictated by the heavens. Although it is said that human efforts pave the way for success, Li Nan did not dare to slacken his resolve. He must exert himself to the fullest to remain at peace with his conscience. Exiting the pharmacy, Li Nan swiftly turned towards the side staircase and ascended briskly. In the northeast corner of the 8th floor lay the blood bank, which, due to stringent requirements for temperature and humidity in blood storage, was constructed with greater precision than a typical warehouse. Blood is highly susceptible to contamination, thus the management protocols for the blood bank were rather intricate. An entry was not permitted to just anyone, especially with a vault-like password-protected door that Li Nan was unaware of. The hospital had an abundance of systems, and it was impossible for Li Nan to be familiar with them all. Once he reached the 8th floor, he discovered that the situation was more complicated than he had imagined. Now, with the current predicament, Li Nan could not seek out the personnel responsible for accessing the blood bank to inquire about the door's password, rendering him back at an impasse. Just as Li Nan was consumed with frustration, he suddenly heard a series of guttural sounds approaching from behind, unmistakably the moans of zombies. Sensing the aroma of fresh flesh, the zombies in the nearby rooms became agitated and hurried towards the source of the scent. When Li Nan turned around, he was taken aback. There were more than a dozen zombies before him, far exceeding the 5 minions on the 7th floor. How could there be so many zombies? Li Nan began to doubt the situation on the 10th floor. If Zhang Li and the others could not annihilate the zombies in one fell swoop, that massive explosion could very well spell disaster for them. How many zombies lurked on the 10th floor? Were Li Nan's initial speculations correct or erroneous? These questions lingered in his mind, to the point that he failed to notice the horde of zombies lunging towards him. The sound of gunfire erupted above him, a cacophony of over a dozen shots echoing in rapid succession. At that moment, Li Nan was utterly bewildered. How could this happen? The gunfire originated from the 9th floor, not the 10th, which deepened his confusion. Had an unforeseen incident occurred? There was no time for contemplation, as the ravenous zombies had already identified Li Nan as their delectable target, barreling towards him with wild abandon. By the time Li Nan regained his wits, a zombie was merely half a meter away, closing in rapidly. Cursing under his breath, he swung a punch, connecting solidly with one of the zombies, sending it crashing to the ground. However, in an instant, 3 or 4 zombies seized his outstretched arm, their jaws agape, eager to devour him whole. Chapter 057. I am a professional baseball player. The 3 or 4 zombies had pounced, ensnaring Li Nan's arm, their ferocity palpable. Intent on a swift meal. Alarmed, Li Nan instinctively raised his right leg to kick, hoping to alleviate his precarious situation. While individual zombies lacked combat prowess in numbers, they were formidable foes. Li Nan lamented his predicament, having escaped the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's lair. His kick struck one zombie's thigh with considerable force, resulting in a satisfying crack as it toppled. Li Nan shouted in triumph, eager to showcase his kicking prowess once more. Unfortunately, 3 zombies had a firm grip on his right arm, causing him to lose balance and fall backward onto the ground. In this unexpected turn of events, Li Nan found himself fortuitously positioned. The 3 zombies that had been poised to bite him missed entirely, their teeth clashing together with harmless clicks. Regaining his composure, Li Nan noticed the claw marks on his right arm, the pain sharp, yet he was mentally prepared, resolute in his indifference to danger. Having previously sustained injuries from zombies in the morgue on the 2nd basement level, he felt little concern now. He swiftly retreated, creating a momentary buffer between himself and the advancing zombies. The 3 zombies lunged toward him, while the one he had kicked crawled closer, unable to resist the allure of fresh meat. With 4 zombies in front and a dozen more behind, the scene became increasingly chaotic, and Li Nan sensed the gravity of his predicament. What should he do? Could he fend off 10 with just 1? He pondered anxiously, realizing he had nowhere to retreat. Behind him loomed the metal door of the blood bank. Left with no choice, he steeled himself to confront the zombies head-on. Blood oozed from the numerous scratches on his right arm, pain radiating through him, and with no tools at hand, a direct confrontation seemed ill-advised. The 4 zombies advanced, encircling him with malicious intent. Li Nan furrowed his brow, muttering curses. If they were unwilling to let him escape easily, he would not grant them solace either. With his back against the metal door, he pressed against the wall, left fist clenched with fury. One zombie, its bloodied hands raised, charged at him. In a moment of inspiration, Li Nan tore off his jacket and hurled it at the approaching creature, landing squarely on its head. It became evident that zombies did not rely on vision to navigate the world, as the one obscured by Li Nan's jacket continued its relentless advance, unperturbed. This realization, while unexpected, proved of little utility, yet Li Nan had a cunning strategy in mind. As the 3 zombies behind him began to sway, their attention drawn to the one in front, Li Nan seized the opportunity. The zombie, now blinded by the jacket, moved sluggishly, its limbs seemingly entranced by the fabric that obscured its vision. A smirk crept across Li Nan's face. His bloodstained jacket would keep them occupied for a while. Earlier, while assisting Lu Ziming during surgery, Li Nan's jacket had become heavily stained with blood, and with Lu Ziming's massive blood loss, several thousand milliliters had likely smeared onto it. Thus, Li Nan's decision to toss the jacket was a calculated move to distract the zombies. To his surprise, they fell for it, each one drawn to it. Before the zombie could remove the jacket from its head, the other 3 zombies pounced, their jaws wide as they tore into their blinded companion. The commotion attracted the dozen or so zombies from behind, who eagerly joined in this gruesome feast. However, the taste seemed lacking, and while a few hesitated, Li Nan seized the moment, launching a powerful kick that shattered a skull. The intellect of these ravenous creatures was decidedly limited. As they knelt, gorging on their fallen kin, Li Nan saw his opportunity. A swift roundhouse kick sent several tumbling to the ground, their heads exploding upon impact. After dispatching 8 zombies, the remaining 6 staggered to their feet, intent on attacking Li Nan, who was now filled with a surge of adrenaline, unwilling to be interrupted. Fools, do you think you can have me for dinner? Li Nan shouted defiantly, before making a hasty retreat, his speed unmatched by the mindless horde. It was fortunate the zombies lacked strategy, otherwise, they would have surely been left in disbelief. 6 zombies discarded their severed limbs and rotting flesh, seemingly drawn to Li Nan as if they had caught sight of an exquisite feast. Although Li Nan was aware that his strength had surged significantly, it remained within the bounds of human capability. far from the exaggerated might of the Hulk. Thus, confronting 6 zombies simultaneously proved to be somewhat daunting. The previous maneuver of using one zombie against another had allowed him to eliminate a total of 9, which he deemed a considerable success. Consequently, for the remaining 6, he could only resort to more rudimentary tactics, dealing with them one by one. Li Nan swiftly retreated towards the corridor, where several other rooms awaited. He spotted one particular room that appeared advantageous and slipped inside. It was a modest break room for medical staff, featuring only 2 sofas. The confined space was precisely what Li Nan desired. He dashed in, leaving the door ajar, and with remarkable speed, he stacked the 2 sofas against the doorway. Each sofa weighed approximately 200 pounds, but Li Nan, despite feeling some strain, managed to maneuver them with relative ease. The makeshift barrier effectively obstructed the incoming zombies, who could only stick their heads through, anxiously gazing at Li Nan within the break room. Uncertain how long the sofas would hold, Li Nan knew he had to act swiftly. The room offered little in the way of useful items, but in his search, he stumbled upon a baseball bat. Fortune smiled upon him. Gripping the bat, he positioned himself before the barricade and declared with a gleam of determination, "Let me grant you a swift demise." In the first 20 years of his life, Li Nan had scarcely engaged in any sports, let alone baseball. Yet, with the bat in hand, he felt a flicker of exhilaration akin to that of a baseball player. He gripped the bat firmly and swung with all his might, executing a perfect motion reminiscent of a professional athlete, swiftly shattering 6 skulls in succession. Chapter 058. The second MO shall we. After dispatching the 6 zombies, Li Nan finally exhaled in relief. Initially, he had intended to use the cramped space of the break room to confront the zombies. But the situation unfolded more favorably than anticipated, leading him to discover the baseball bat. He pondered who might have left it there, but he dismissed such thoughts. Since fate had placed him in a hospital overrun by zombies, it seemed only right that it provided him with something to aid in his survival. Li Nan had come to terms with his circumstances, yet for the sake of the others, he knew he must persist. At that moment, he felt a dull ache in his arm, and upon inspection, he discovered that the wound on his forearm had exposed bone, an injury far from trivial. Thankfully, he had avoided significant blood vessels, though deep, it had not struck a vital area. Frowning, he mused that perhaps fate was testing his resilience against zombie infection by inflicting further wounds upon him. A bitter chuckle escaped him. He longed to rest in the break room and sleep peacefully, but he could not afford to pause. Lu Ziming awaited his blood plasma downstairs, and he had no time to lose. After hastily tending to his right arm, he pushed the sofas aside and cautiously stepped out. The zombies on the 8th floor had evidently been eradicated, so he anticipated no immediate danger. However, the password-protected door to the blood bank remained a significant obstacle. Bat in hand, Li Nan exited the break room and inspected the 6 fallen zombies at the doorway, finding nothing of use. It was clear that the blood bank door required a password for access, and with nearly everyone in the hospital having succumbed to the zombie plague, who would remember it? The complexity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. He pondered the gunfire he had heard moments ago and the current predicament of Zhang Li and the others. All of these uncertainties demanded resolution. Li Nan struggled internally, needing to ascertain whether the blood bank door could be opened. If there was no hope, he would have to seek out Zhang Li and the others or descend further. He hurried to the blood bank door, where several more zombies lay. He hoped to uncover a valuable clue, but his hopes were dashed upon realizing that these zombies were merely hospital patients, not personnel who had access to the blood bank. Initially, he had hoped that among them, there might be 1 or 2 staff members who had noted the password. But he knew the likelihood was slim, akin to winning the lottery. Disappointment weighed heavily on him as he sat at the foot of the blood bank door. Had all his efforts been in vain, ultimately failing to save Lu Ziming? A deep sigh escaped him, and despair enveloped his heart. Upon learning of his own infection, he had felt a profound hopelessness, as if the world had been shrouded in darkness. Yet, the acceptance from Zhang Li and Han Guang had granted him a chance to make a difference for others. Still, fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Lu Ziming was unlikely to survive this ordeal. Reflecting on the essence of despair, Li Nan recalled a poignant quote, "A tragedy is the annihilation of something valuable before our eyes." How true that was. He envisioned the grim fates awaiting his companions. Either they would perish at the hands of zombies or fall victim to the military's annihilation plans. Their escape seemed impossible. Li Nan's outlook grew increasingly bleak, as Lu Ziming's tragedy led him to contemplate the shared fate of all. In a fit of rage, he crushed the remains of the zombies beneath his feet, harboring a deep-seated loathing for these ghastly creatures. Had they not appeared, his life might have continued in tranquility at Jianbei Hospital, perhaps even blossoming into a relationship with Gao Shui. Such a fulfilling life had been cruelly shattered by these beasts. His fury was insatiable. Even reducing the zombies to pulp would not suffice. At that moment, he lacked the emotional capacity to contemplate the situation upstairs. All he desired was an end to his suffering. With his head bowed, a surge of anger ignited within him, yet the zombies lay in ruins beneath his feet, leaving no outlet for his rage. His gaze fell upon the baseball bat in his hand. In that instant, thoughts of Lu Ziming and Mo Xiaowei faded from his mind. Despair consumed him, and he contemplated using the bat to end his own life, believing it might relieve his torment. He slowly raised the bat, aiming it toward his head, ready to bring an end to everything, to obliterate this dark existence. A gust of wind swept through as the bat neared his ear, and just then, a voice echoed from behind him. Startled by the sudden sound, Li Nan wondered if another zombie had approached. As he pondered, a smile crept across his face. After all, if he were to die, what did it matter whether it was a zombie? He dismissed the voice behind him, yet the bat in his hand abruptly halted. Something felt amiss. The blood bank door stood directly behind him. How could there be a sound? He turned around, only to be astonished as the blood bank door began to open slowly, a soft hiss accompanying its movement, revealing a figure standing beyond the threshold. Li Nan was utterly astonished. The mere fact that the blood bank door had swung open was bizarre enough, but now, standing behind it was a silhouette of a person. How chilling. However, upon reflection, Li Nan deduced that the figure must have been the one who unlocked the coded door. The previously clouded expression on his face suddenly cleared, and hope flickered within him. Perhaps this was Lu Ziming's lifeline. Who are you? Li Nan inquired tentatively, remaining still before the door. He was now certain that the figure behind it was not a zombie and harbored no ill intentions. Perhaps this was merely someone who had taken refuge in the blood bank amidst the zombie outbreak, akin to a second MO, shall we? Chapter 059. Who are you? Li Nan questioned the figure beyond the door, but for a moment, it seemed that the individual was reluctant to respond. The disparity in lighting between the interior and exterior of the blood bank obscured Li Nan's view of the person's features, but judging by the outline, it appeared to be a man. Anyone capable of hiding in the blood bank was likely affiliated with the Jiangbei hospital system. Yet Li Nan was not well versed in the hospital's particulars, leaving him uncertain of the individual's identity. At this moment, Li Nan's perspective mirrored that of the figure behind the door as he concealed the baseball bat behind him, signaling that he meant no harm. He repeated his question. Who are you? A trembling voice echoed back. Who are you? Li Nan, wishing to avoid unnecessary complications, replied first. My name is Li Nan, an intern in the pharmacy department this year. There is a zombie crisis in the hospital, and a friend of mine has been injured and requires plasma, which is why I have come here. Upon hearing Li Nan's explanation, the individual frowned slightly. Did you come in from outside the hospital? Li Nan shook his head, but the figure expressed skepticism. Impossible. Everyone in the hospital has been attacked by those monsters. There couldn't possibly be any survivors. Li Nan was tempted to counter. Aren't you a survivor as well? However, given the urgency of the situation, he refrained from jesting. Earlier, a squad of soldiers descended to the underground morgue. We are part of that group, so during the zombie outbreak in the hospital, we did not encounter any danger. The figure sighed. Those monsters are terrifying, truly terrifying. Noticing the individual's agitation, Li Nan feared that he might close the blood bank door again, which would squander their chance. He cautiously moved closer. My friend is on the 7th floor and has lost over 5,000 cubic centimeters of blood. He urgently needs a transfusion. If you wouldn't mind, could you let me in? The person fell silent for a moment and then asked, You said you're part of a group. Can you all escape? Li Nan sought to reassure him. Perhaps there is a way to get out. The man's tense expression suddenly relaxed, as if he had just won a substantial prize, and he joyfully exclaimed, We can finally leave. I won't have to worry about those monsters anymore. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nan continued, We have a preliminary strategy in place. Counting you. There are 10 of us, and it might be possible to escape Jiangbei Hospital. Yet, the man's demeanor shifted back to anxiety. We can't get out. Absolutely not. The guard troops outside won't allow us to leave. It seemed the man had been profoundly traumatized, causing him to become somewhat delirious. Li Nan approached slowly and suddenly embraced him. Please, don't be agitated. Trust me and my friends. We will ensure your safe escape. As he drew nearer, Li Nan recognized the man's face and, after a moment of recollection, joyfully exclaimed, Old Tian, it's me. Li Nan. The man, referred to as Old Tian, appeared momentarily stunned, his emotions surging. He clearly did not grasp what Li Nan had just said. Li Nan, realizing he needed to regain his attention, delivered a swift slap. Are you awake now? The force of the slap was considerable, nearly knocking out Old Tian's molars. Li Nan wasn't adept at gauging his strength. He merely intended to rouse him without inflicting pain. Old Tian shook his head, his dazed eyes gradually focusing. And upon realizing he was in the company of a living person, he was overcome with tears, exclaiming, How is it you? You're not dead? Somehow I survived. It's not so easy to kill me. Li Nan replied, elated to see Old Tian regain his senses. Old Tian, whose full name was Tian Xiaoguang, had been Li Nan's senior. By the time Li Nan graduated, Old Tian had already been working at Jiangbei Hospital for 2 years. Their bond had endured over the years as they worked in the same place. And now, the reunion of old friends nearly brought tears to their eyes. Li Nan, perplexed, asked, It seems you weren't on duty tonight. How did you end up at the hospital? Old Tian, cradling his jaw, appeared disheartened. It's a stroke of bad luck. I was supposed to be off tonight. However, a colleague encountered some trouble, and I was asked to cover for him. Little did I know, I stepped right into the jaws of death. With lingering trepidation, Old Tian continued. Do you know what has transpired in the hospital? Li Nan shook his head. He was not well informed about the events at Jiangbei Hospital, as Mo Xiaohui had been unable to provide much useful information. Old Tian grasped Li Nan's arm forcefully, attempting to pull him into the blood bank. Upon noticing the scattered corpses of zombies at the entrance, he exclaimed, "Did you do all this? If I hadn't killed them, I would have become their meal." There was no. Old Tian tilted his head back, convulsed a few times, and then chuckled, saying, "My girlfriend works in the blood bank. If it weren't for her, I probably wouldn't have survived." Inside the blood bank, there were no other souls present, leading Li Nan to deduce that Old Tian's girlfriend had also perished. In such an environment, human life was as cheap as paper, and no one could guarantee anything. Li Nan cleared his throat and inquired, "You mean that around 1 o'clock in the morning, the zombies began to appear in the hospital? So, which came first, the zombies or the martial law troops?" Old Tian shook his head, pondering for a moment before replying, "I can't quite remember, but the martial law troops must have entered first." Li Nan frowned. "And what happened afterward? Did the number of infected people increase? Do you know where most of them ended up?" Old Tian continued to shake his head. "I don't know. At that time, I was on the 8th floor. My girlfriend told me the password to the blood bank door, but she ran too slowly, so..." Li Nan sensed that something was amiss. The infected individuals had already fully succumbed to their afflictions. Thus, he had found no traces on his way up, though he acknowledged that his assumptions could be skewed. Old Tian seemed perplexed. What assumptions? What skewed perspective? Li Nan laid out his plan without reservation, but Old Tian's expression was far from optimistic. It would not be easy to eliminate all the zombies in the hospital. Li Nan sighed. For now, the situation is uncontrollable. The most crucial point is that if the military acted at 1 o'clock without a zombie outbreak, it indicates their demands are clear and urgent. Yet, why has there been no subsequent action even after 5 or 6 hours? Old Tian's mouth dropped open. Could it be that the situation outside is equally dire? Li Nan nodded ambiguously. If there are zombies outside as well, then it truly is the end of the world. Old Tian contemplated for a moment and then stated seriously, "If the martial law troops are already overwhelmed, then it shouldn't be too difficult for us to escape." Li Nan agreed, but noted that the immediate concern was that Zhang Li and the others might already be in danger, and Lu Ziming's condition was also precarious. Thus, it was not yet time to flee in panic. Old Tian's expression tightened. "I have been in this blood bank for several hours. Just a moment ago, I heard fighting outside and thought someone had come to rescue me, which is why I took the risk to open this door. If there is a chance to escape, I will not hesitate." Li Nan reassured him. "The situation is unclear. It is best not to act rashly. The most important thing now is to rescue my friends downstairs and ascertain the conditions upstairs." Old Tian's eyes glimmered with determination, but he quickly regained his composure. "I was joking. Now that I have finally encountered you, of course, I will stand with you. Besides, you have a group of military friends. I believe that with their help, escaping will become much easier." Li Nan did not dwell on it. He simply asked, "Can you find O-negative blood?" "Time is of the essence." Old Tian, noticing the baseball bat Li Nan held, said ambiguously, "This baseball bat is..." Li Nan smiled. "I found it in the lounge over there. Take it for self-defense." As he spoke, Li Nan handed the baseball bat over. Although Old Tian hesitated, he eventually accepted it. He weighed it in his hands, finding it quite suitable. "I am not familiar with the layout here. Let's search." Old Tian said absent-mindedly. To locate the O-negative blood in a timely manner, Li Nan and Old Tian split up. Due to the strict temperature requirements for blood preservation, the blood bank maintained a temperature of around 8 degrees Celsius, which was indeed uncomfortable. Li Nan had very little clothing left. Most of it was torn or used to bandage wounds, leaving him in a rather scanty state, not much different from being in the underground morgue. He couldn't help but sneeze, realizing that Old Tian had endured this low temperature for 4 or 5 hours. Inside the blood bank, various blood type bags were displayed. Li Nan took a quick glance and, upon noticing the absence of O-negative blood in that area, decided to venture out to find Old Tian. Old Tian had moved to the east side of the blood bank and was mumbling in a corner, seemingly unsure of what he was doing. Li Nan called out to him, "Stop dawdling and focus on the task at hand." Upon hearing Li Nan behind him, Old Tian uncomfortably shifted his waist. As if trying to relieve himself, Li Nan was taken aback and continued searching. In the west section, Li Nan scoured every nook but still found no O-negative blood, and Old Tian remained silent. Growing suspicious, Li Nan shouted, "Hey, Old Tian, there haven't been any O-negative blood patients coming into the hospital recently, right?" No response came from Old Tian, and when Li Nan turned back, he discovered Old Tian still at the same spot, seemingly preoccupied. This struck Li Nan as odd. What was he up to? Li Nan approached Old Tian slowly and heard a series of kicking sounds. The footsteps grew louder, causing Old Tian to startle and turn around, only to find Li Nan standing 5 or 6 meters away. Sweat poured down his face as Old Tian wiped his forehead with his left hand, awkwardly chuckling. "I haven't found anything over here either." Li Nan noticed something was off with Old Tian and walked over cautiously. Old Tian continued to back away, insisting, "I really checked this area. There is nothing." Li Nan raised his right hand, scrutinizing old Tian. Are you alright? I'm fine. Old Tian's gaze dropped, almost as if he feared Li Nan. At that moment, the rag tied around Li Nan's right arm loosened due to his movements. Li Nan paid it no mind, more concerned about old Tian's state and the whereabouts of the O-negative blood. Old Tian's eyes darted around, suddenly landing on Li Nan's right arm, and he gasped, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Li Nan found this hard to believe. What is wrong with you? Old Tian retorted, shouldn't I be asking you what is wrong? At this point, Li Nan was thoroughly confused, but he noticed the baseball bat behind old Tian, which he was secretly preparing to use. Old Tian seemed to have found an unexpected justification and puffed out his chest, demanding, "Your arm has been scratched by a zombie. You have been infected. Are you planning to harm me?" Chapter 061. The black hand behind the back. Old Tian shouted loudly, his emotions running high, seemingly harboring hostility towards Li Nan. This turn of events caught Li Nan completely off guard. He had been attacked by zombies on 2 occasions, first in the underground morgue on the 2nd floor, and then just before the blood bank door. Li Nan had come to terms with it, yet he never anticipated old Tian would react so vehemently. Li Nan attempted to calm old Tian again. "I have indeed been infected by a zombie, but for now, it poses no immediate danger. You need not worry too much. I will not implicate you." Old Tian retorted angrily, "Implicate? Humph. Just because you say you won't implicate me, does that mean you won't?" At that moment, Li Nan caught a glimpse of someone lying behind old Tian, and it appeared to be a woman. Li Nan exclaimed, "Could there be someone else in this blood bank?" Old Tian vehemently denied it. "No, absolutely not." Taking a bold step forward, Li Nan approached cautiously, while old Tian raised the baseball bat, ready to strike. Indeed, there was someone behind old Tian, but more accurately, it was a corpse. Driven by desperation, Lao Tian nudged the corpse behind him, attempting to conceal it. Yet he couldn't elude Li Nan's gaze. Li Nan, having witnessed the act, was taken aback, recognizing the deceased as Wang Rui. "Didn't you mention Wang Rui was lagging? I presumed she had fallen prey to the zombies outside. How did her remains end up here?" Lao Tian's eyes, bloodshot and frenzied, mirrored a man possessed. Ignoring Li Nan's inquiry, he brandished the baseball bat, swinging it violently. Li Nan was aghast, never imagining his erstwhile comrade would turn on him. "You're a zombie. I must eliminate you," Lao Tian roared, lunging with all his might. Li Nan was bewildered by the unfolding events, yet he was certain that Lao Tian was concealing something. As Li Nan grappled with the situation, Lao Tian's bat descended, striking him squarely on the forehead with a resounding thud. Despite his attempt to evade, Li Nan was too slow, meeting the blow head-on. A crimson rivulet trickled from the wound, staining the ground with a morbid cadence. Li Nan, unflinching, stared intently at his assailant, who remained unmoved. Lao Tian, emboldened by his initial success, prepared for another strike. However, Li Nan, now wary, evaded the blow. Lao Tian, undeterred, pressed on, wielding the bat with the fervor of a seasoned athlete. Li Nan maintained his distance, cautiously observing the man before him, lest he be caught off guard again. "Did you murder Wang Rui?" Li Nan demanded, his suspicion now unavoidable. "I didn't kill Wang Rui," Lao Tian retorted defensively. Sensing an opening, Li Nan pressed further. "The corpse behind you is Wang Rui. If you didn't kill her, who did? You murdered your girlfriend." Lao Tian, visibly shaken, faltered, his movements slowing. "Wang Rui wasn't my victim. When we entered the blood bank, she had already been bitten. She was on the cusp of transformation. I had no choice. If I hadn't acted, I would have perished with her. I don't want to die?" Lao Tian lamented, collapsing to his knees in tears. "And you intend to kill me for the same reason, don't you?" "I simply desire to survive, to avoid infection." "Is that a crime?" Li Nan was at a loss, unable to respond. "You've changed," he murmured. "You're no longer the Lao Tian I knew." Lao Tian erupted in a manic laugh. "It's not me who has changed. But everyone is inherently selfish, especially when facing death. Would you willingly harbor a ticking time bomb by your side? I am merely acting in my own self-interest." Li Nan realized Lao Tian was beyond redemption. "It seems I never truly understood you." Lao Tian, still kneeling, raised his head. "When I saw you at the door, I was briefly relieved, thinking we could escape together. But when I heard you were searching for HR-negative blood, I knew associating with you would lead to ruin. Yet, out of friendship, I couldn't refuse you. However, I didn't expect you to be infected as well." Li Nan sighed. "It's come to this. I won't say more. I'll find the HR-negative blood and leave immediately. I won't be a threat to you." Lao Tian, his voice hoarse, retorted, "Now that you've discovered my intentions, I won't mince words. We're on different paths. Seek your HR-negative blood, but don't drag me down with you." Li Nan lamented the betrayal, never doubting Lao Tian's integrity, only to have his trust shattered. Seeing Lao Tian's composure restored, Li Nan said, "Very well. I won't make things difficult for you. Let's pretend none of this ever happened. That we never met." "Agreed." Lao Tian snapped, rising to his feet and abandoning any pretense of concealing the corpse. Li Nan, casting a scornful glance at Lao Tian, surveyed the blood bags, hoping Lu Ziming could endure. The female corpse lay mangled, her head reduced to a bloody pulp, evidence of Lao Tian's ruthlessness. Unfortunate circumstances. Yet if Lao Tian hadn't acted, would he have succumbed to infection? The human condition is unfathomable. Self-preservation is understandable, but Li Nan found Lao Tian's actions inhumane. He didn't dwell on it, focusing on finding the HR-negative blood to save Lu Ziming. As he scrutinized the blood bags, a sudden, brutal blow struck the back of his head, the impact of a solid wooden bat. Turning, Li Nan saw Lao Tian, bat in hand, his eyes filled with grim determination. Why are you doing this? I said I wouldn't pursue the matter. Li Nan rasped, his strength fading. Lao Tian smirked. With you gone, my escape becomes easier. Chapter 62. Wrathful retaliation. Lao Tian, gripping the bat, revealed his treachery. Since you're infected, you might as well serve my purpose. I'll carry your corpse out, using it as bait to distract the zombies, buying me time to escape. Your sacrifice will ensure my survival. A metallic taste filled Li Nan's mouth, indicating a severe head injury. Yet, he remained conscious. You're willing to kill me just to escape? Lao Tian sneered. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't. But the situation is dire. I've endured hours of terror and despair in this blood bank. I'll seize any chance to survive. If the roles were reversed, you'd do the same. So, with deep regret, I have no other choice. Li Nan cursed his misjudgment. I never intended to harm you. Lao Tian scoffed. I've been trapped in this blood bank for hours, enduring unimaginable fear and despair. I'll resort to any means to survive. With that, Lao Tian raised the bat, ready to deliver the final blow. Li Nan, lying on the ground, closed his eyes, awaiting death. The scene was eerily familiar, reminiscent of the attack in North Garden Square, but this time, the assailant was not a zombie, but a former friend. It is easier to draw a dragon than its bones, and to know a face than a heart. This realization echoed in Li Nan's mind, the second profound lesson of his life. In this moment of life and death, there would be no benevolent rescuer. Self-reliance was the first lesson he had learned. Just as Lao Tian's bat descended, Li Nan's eyes snapped open, filled with fury. Lao Tian was momentarily taken aback, but his swing continued. Since you've chosen to kill me, don't blame me for retaliating. Though prone, Li Nan was agile. He thrust his feet against the descending bat, twisting his body and throwing Lao Tian off balance. Old Tian staggered, retreating on one leg, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, the baseball bat he had thrust into the ground steadied him. With a look of astonishment, he exclaimed, "Impossible. I struck you. How can you still possess the strength to resist?" Li Nan fixed his gaze on Old Tian and gradually rose to his feet. I know you're a neurologist, well aware of the vulnerabilities of the human brain and where it sustains the most damage. However, you have misjudged one thing. I am no longer the same Li Nan. The man who once struggled to carry a water bucket at Jiangbei Hospital has ceased to exist. Old Tian was taken aback, yet he refused to concede defeat. Steadying himself, he summoned his courage and strength. There was no turning back for him now. Gripping the baseball bat with both hands, he swung wildly, catching Li Nan off guard. With a sharp crack, the bat struck Li Nan's palm, but with a slight exertion, Li Nan rendered Old Tian immobile. Old Tian was bewildered. You are not Li Nan. How can you possess such strength? Li Nan yanked the bat from Old Tian's grasp, leaving him disarmed and stunned. He had never anticipated that his junior would become so formidable. It was all thanks to the zombie infection. Thus, killing me will not be so simple. Li Nan clenched his fists and unleashed a flurry of punches, leaving Old Tian with two black eyes. These blows did not satiate Li Nan's wrath. In an instant, he was at Old Tian's side, one hand gripping his neck, the other delivering punishing blows to his chest. You wanted to kill me. You wanted to kill me. In that moment, Li Nan was truly furious. He had never expected to be betrayed by a friend, especially with such malice and madness. If he had a gun at that moment, he would have undoubtedly blown Old Tian's head off, just as one would deal with a zombie. Each punch landed with the force of a tank crushing stones, clean and decisive. After dozens of strikes, Old Tian's body went limp in Li Nan's grasp. And in a moment of despair, Li Nan cried out, "Are you dead? Don't lie to me." Half a minute later, Old Tian's chest no longer rose and fell, and Li Nan released his grip, discovering Old Tian lay there like a dead worm, grotesque and lifeless. Looking at his blood-soaked right hand, Li Nan wept uncontrollably. I killed someone. I killed someone. In his rage, Li Nan was impulsive and reckless, but had he truly erred in ending Old Tian's life? Gazing at the two corpses on the ground, his feelings were profoundly. Li Nan reinserted the needle into Lu Ziming's vein, then raised the blood plasma bag high, stating, "You thought that shadow was Gao Shui, which is why you lifted that frame. However, you were mistaken. The person trapped beneath is clearly a zombie." Which explains the earlier scene. Mo Xiaowei nodded repeatedly. "How do you know everything?" Li Nan smiled. "Don't be so naive. Life and death are predestined, and one cannot force what is beyond their control. Fortunately, this zombie's legs were crushed by the iron frame. Otherwise, both you and Lu Ziming would have met your demise." Mo Xiaowei suddenly whimpered. "It's my fault for being useless, unable to handle even a limping zombie." Li Nan turned away. "Who says you're useless? Just hold this blood plasma bag while I take a moment to rest." Hearing this, Mo Xiaowei felt a surge of joy, quickly rising to leap over the zombie's body and take the blood plasma bag from him. Li Nan felt a wave of dizziness. It seemed the injuries inflicted by old Tian were indeed severe. However, he concealed his discomfort, for he was the pillar of support for both of them. If he were to falter, their chances of survival would diminish significantly. Feigning exhaustion, he sat on the ground, watching Mo Xiaohui's earnest expression, which almost made him chuckle. He patted his head, trying to stay alert. Just then his gaze fell upon the neck of the zombie before him, which bore a jade necklace. He recognized it. This zombie was none other than old Wang, the head of the pharmaceutical department, his once harsh superior. A wave of sentiment washed over him. He never expected this old scoundrel to meet such a fate, leaving him uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow. Mo Xiaohui, supporting the blood plasma bag, inquired, "What happened on the 8th floor? Why did you take so long?" Li Nan chuckled lightly. "I encountered a bit of trouble at the blood bank entrance, which delayed me. Thankfully, I returned in time to ensure neither you nor Lu Ziming were harmed." Mo Xiaohui, still shaken, replied, "It was my own folly that brought this trouble, forcing you to rescue me. I wonder if we can still escape. If we do, I will surely thank you properly." Unbeknownst to her, Li Nan was far from optimistic about their situation. "What do you plan to thank me for? Surely, you don't mean to gift me that blue Lamborghini outside the hospital. Why not, if you like it?" Mo Xiaohui replied without hesitation, leaving Li Nan astonished. "How generous." Mo Xiaohui laughed. "Isn't my life worth at least a Lamborghini?" Li Nan was momentarily taken aback, questioning her identity. Yet in light of their current predicament, he had no time to dwell on such thoughts, as their escape remained uncertain. The 2,000 cubic centimeters of blood was quickly administered, and as Li Nan passed the second plasma bag to Mo Xiaohui, he instructed, "Let's switch this out." Mo Xiaohui complied, remarking, "Being a doctor is the most practical profession. My studies in journalism have no application in this environment." Li Nan gritted his teeth against the pain in his head, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Why not learn medicine from me? You could be my little assistant. Sure, you can be the lead surgeon, and I will be your assistant. How wonderful it would be to heal and save lives." Mo Xiaohui continued, turning her back to Li Nan. "Lu Ziming's condition has improved. What shall we do next?" Li Nan covered his head with his hands. "For now, we will descend to the first floor hall according to our original plan to ensure your safety and Lu Ziming's. But I fear I will need to make another trip to the 9th floor." Mo Xiaohui gasped. "Has something happened to Captain Zhang and the others?" Li Nan, wishing to spare her anxiety, deflected, "No, I just want to confirm something." With an understanding expression, Mo Xiaohui interjected, "You intend to find Gao Shui, don't you?" Li Nan nodded helplessly, acknowledging her insight. Chapter 064, What has transpired? As 4,000 cubic centimeters of plasma was administered, Lu Ziming's pallor began to return, allowing Li Nan to breathe a sigh of relief, having pulled Lu Ziming back from the brink of death. Mo Xiaohui, carrying a feminine bag filled with anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medications, realized they must gather supplies from the pharmaceutical department. Li Nan was also preparing to escort Lu Ziming and Mo Xiaohui downstairs. The situation on the 9th floor remained uncertain, and with Zhang Li and the others' fates unknown, their group could not afford any further losses. According to their plan, Zhang Li had likely secured the liquid nitrogen tank and was en route to the 10th floor hot water room. However, the gunfight on the 9th floor was suspicious. Perhaps the zombies had not congregated solely on the 10th floor, meaning Zhang Li and his team might have encountered a zombie attack. If that were the case, it would spell significant trouble for Li Nan and the others. Determined to prevent fear from spreading, Li Nan refrained from sharing all the details with Mo Xiaohui. He led the way, carrying Lu Ziming, while Mo Xiaohui followed closely, holding a surgical knife. Thankfully, they retraced their steps without incident. "How did you know Anluo blood is a hemostatic agent? I don't recall mentioning it." Li Nan attempted to lighten the mood. Mo Xiaohui, blushing, replied, "That's a woman's secret. I won't tell you." Li Nan chuckled to himself, realizing he had been overly inquisitive. It was not unusual for a woman to know a few hemostatic medications. They descended rapidly, reaching the first floor hall within 7 or 8 minutes. The sky outside brightened as the sun rose, bringing warmth. Mo Xiaohui gazed at the outside world, lost in thought, while Li Nan hesitated momentarily as he laid Lu Ziming down. It appeared his earlier suspicions had been confirmed. The military had already taken action outside. Unbeknownst to the hospital staff, Li Nan stared at the welded shut doors and windows, astonished to realize that the military had abandoned them, sealing Jiangbei Hospital completely, leaving them to fend for themselves. "Seems someone has given up on us. Escaping will be nearly impossible," Li Nan exclaimed. Mo Xiaohui, witnessing the scene, felt a wave of despair. "Are we truly trapped here?" Li Nan gave a bitter laugh. "Being trapped is the least of our worries. The greatest fear is that we might end up as zombies ourselves, mere walking corpses." Tears welled in Mo Xiaohui's eyes, but did not fall. After 10 seconds, she resolutely stated, "As long as you are by my side, I am not afraid. As long as you do not abandon me, I will face this together with you." Li Nan, seeking to comfort Mo Xiaohui, felt a sense of helplessness. "I too have been infected by a zombie, perhaps in a few hours. I will become one of those monsters. But fear not, I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety. I don't want you to become a zombie. No." Mo Xiaohui, trembling, suddenly threw herself into Li Nan's embrace. He instinctively recoiled. Don't do this. I have been infected, and it's best we limit our contact. Li Nan's heart ached as he rejected her. He did not wish to relinquish hope for survival. Yet, given his current condition, did escaping still hold meaning? Was pursuing Mo shall we worth it? The answers to both questions were negative, prompting him to avoid entanglements with her. One Gao Shui had already caused him enough heartache. Why provoke further complications? Resolute in his decision, Li Nan stated firmly, Miss Mo, please remain calm. We have not yet reached a dead end. There is still hope. Do not give up. Mo shall we wept, don't leave me. Li Nan gazed at the sunlight gradually filtering in and smiled. It's safe here. You and Lu Ziming stay put. I need to check upstairs. Mo shall we grasped the hem of Li Nan's shirt, reluctant to let go, while Li Nan felt helpless. He had to go assist Zhang Li and the others. If they encountered peril, he needed a strategy. Fear gripped Mo shall we as memories of solitude in room 432 and the zombies in the pharmacy flooded her mind. She could scarcely imagine what might transpire in the lobby below. Reluctantly, Li Nan turned back, placing the scalpel firmly in her palm. Trust me, I will lead you out of here. Tears welled in Mo shall we's eyes. Yet she ultimately believed in this man before her, not for any other reason than his earnestness for Lu Ziming, whom he had known for less than 12 hours. How could she not trust him? A chuckle escaped her as she shook off her sorrow. I believe you won't abandon me. Li Nan nodded affirmatively, then. Wielding a baseball bat, he ascended the stairs with resolve. To be honest, he felt uncertain about their chances of escape. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable. The hospital had been completely sealed off from the outside. He wondered if there were soldiers stationed within. If so, even if they were exceptionally skilled, they could not evade the bullets of the military, and that was assuming they could breach the barricaded doors. Li Nan sighed inwardly and hastened upstairs. The circumstances at Jiangbei Hospital had become clearer. There should be no zombie activity below the 8th floor. Thus, the trouble must lie above the 9th. Li Nan pondered why the military had sealed off Jiangbei Hospital instead of simply obliterating it with missiles, which would have eradicated the zombie threat entirely. Perhaps deploying high-caliber weapons would incite public panic, leading the military to opt for a more conservative approach, relegating Jiangbei Hospital to a dead building. If that were the case, there would undoubtedly be heavy troops stationed outside, rendering escape impossible. One step at a time, Li Nan reassured himself, facing the military's strategic maneuvers, which likely did not regard the lives of him and his companions as significant. Yet, rather than perish at the hands of zombies, he would prefer their demise to be at the hands of their own kind. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Li Nan hesitated as he looked upward. He recalled the location of the gunfire to ascertain the likely direction of Zhang Li and his companions. It had been about half an hour since he had heard the shots, and during that time, he had not detected any commotion from above. This suggested two possibilities. They had either escaped or met with misfortune. Zhang Li and his team, comprising 6 formidable individuals, would only resort to gunfire in dire circumstances, indicating the severity of their situation. Li Nan now realized that his previous assumption, that most zombies congregated on the 10th floor, was erroneous, and this mistake might cost Zhang Li and Han Guang their lives. Chapter 065. A fortuitous mistake. Now the sun had risen, and the outdoor temperature had risen accordingly. The zombies within Jiangbei Hospital were moving with unusual swiftness, compelling Li Nan to consider all factors. If Zhang Li and his team were indeed in danger, he must devise a rescue plan to prevent the situation from worsening. Li Nan's position was just before the blood bank's door, and in relation to the 9th floor. There should be a corridor where zombies were unlikely to gather. Suddenly, an idea struck him regarding the blood bank. He stripped off his clothing, fashioned it into a large pouch, and slipped into the blood bank. As he removed his clothes, he noticed that the rag wrapped around his right arm had come undone. Li Nan was taken aback. It was all Mo shall we's doing. With the wound exposed to the air, infection was a real threat, so he intended to rewrap it. However, to his astonishment, he found that the wound on his right arm was healing unusually well, leaving only a faint scar. What was going on? When he pressed his left hand against the original wound, he felt no pain, sending a wave of anxiety through him. According to normal physiological processes, such rapid healing was impossible. Li Nan rubbed his eyes and shook his head, questioning whether he was experiencing a hallucination from the blows to his head. As he confirmed the reality of the situation, he felt an incredulous sense of wonder. This was all too bizarre. He recalled the 2 blows to his head and thought that, under normal circumstances, he should have lost consciousness by now. Why was he still standing? He remembered the initial bite on his back and quickly removed the rag wrapped around it, only to discover it too had healed when reflected in the smooth wall. Li Nan was truly at a loss. Could this be a cruel joke from fate? Reflecting on fragmented memories of the second mortuary, he sighed deeply. Could all of this be orchestrated by Lu Heping? He nodded and shook his head in confusion. In this situation, he was uncertain whether to feel joy or despair. After being bitten twice by zombies, his wounds had miraculously healed. Did this mean he was not infected? If so, did it imply that there was something within him capable of counteracting the zombie virus? The irony of this phenomenon potentially being the result of Lu Heping's actions was not lost on him. It could now be reasonably inferred that Li Nan had not been infected, yet the cause of this extraordinary phenomenon remained elusive. With renewed vigor, Li Nan mused aloud, so. It seems I possess antibodies against the zombies. If my blood can be refined, perhaps a drug could be developed to counteract the virus. In that case, the people in Jiangbei Hospital might be saved. Though Li Nan's ideas were promising, the current situation was grim, as he had no opportunity to share his newfound immunity with others. He lamented the good fortune of his discovery, uncertain whether he would have the chance to benefit others. This revelation was significant, and Li Nan dared not linger. He still needed to rescue Zhongli and the others. He laid his coat on the ground, fashioned it into a small bundle, and filled it with several blood plasma bags before securing the sleeves and slinging it across his back. Let us go, Li Nan thought as he ascended the stairs to the 9th floor. The 9th floor housed a laboratory focused on the medical applications of liquid nitrogen, overseen by a professor and 2 master students, thus containing numerous storage tanks of liquid nitrogen. The low temperatures of liquid nitrogen are crucial for organ preservation during surgery and the study of human nerves. As a medical unit directly under the provincial health department, Jiangbei Hospital qualified for such independent research projects. When Li Nan had initially proposed annihilating the zombies, he had informed Zhongli and the others about the abundant liquid nitrogen storage tanks on the 9th floor, akin to oxygen tanks used during diving. Though small in size, these tanks contained immense pressure, and even slight external damage could transform them into highly dangerous explosives. Li Nan surmised that Zhang Li and his companions must have encountered an accident while retrieving the liquid nitrogen tanks. Thus, he needed to investigate urgently. Upon reaching the 9th floor, Li Nan cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of zombies within his line of sight. However, he remained vigilant, clutching a baseball bat in his right hand while his backpack hung at his back, as he stealthily made his way towards the laboratory. The corridor was eerily silent, save for the sound of his own footsteps, causing a bead of sweat to form on his brow. It was as though the specter of death loomed nearby. After taking a couple of steps, Li Nan stumbled upon a zombie corpse at the corridor's corner, a bullet wound to its forehead, spilling a cascade of white matter. Having mentally prepared himself for such a sight, he tightened his grip on the bat and pressed onward. Ahead lay a gruesome scene. Dozens of zombie bodies lay strewn about the corridor, resembling a chaotic graveyard. With the bat, he gingerly prodded the fallen figures, confirming they were all lifeless before allowing himself a moment of relief. The medical staff and patients trapped in Jiangbei Hospital numbered over 130, indicating that there were still more than 90 zombies remaining, even after accounting for those he had encountered and those now lying dead. While this figure might seem insignificant, it posed a grave challenge for Zhang Li and his companions, who would have to face 10 foes for every one of them, all while being nearly out of ammunition. Approaching the laboratory, Li Nan peered through the glass door, only to find it devoid of life, no zombies, nor any sign of Zhang Li and his team. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Given the corridor's state, he surmised that Zhang Li and his group must have encountered a zombie ambush, forcing them to fire in self-defense. Yet, the presence of over 30 zombies on the 9th floor was perplexing. The storage temperature of the liquid nitrogen tanks was typically below zero, an environment where zombies should not thrive. Pondering the unfolding scenario, Li Nan speculated that when Zhang Li's group reached the laboratory, they might have perceived the surroundings as safe, leading to their momentary lapse in caution. It was only upon their retreat from the lab that they discovered the horde awaiting them outside, explaining the previous gunfire. He thought, zombies are drawn to warmth and naturally avoid the cold. Their appearance outside the lab suggests some external factor at play. Could someone be orchestrating this? A shiver ran down his spine as he recalled the mastermind behind the recent clandestine surgeries, the ominous Liu Heping. Chapter 66. A new development. The laboratory was eerily quiet. After a brief inspection, Li Nan discovered that all the liquid nitrogen storage tanks were missing, indicating that Zhang Li and his team had succeeded in their mission. Among the pile of corpses in the corridor, he found no sign of the Wolfang soldiers or Han Guang, suggesting that Zhang Li's group had suffered no casualties thus far. This thought offered a slight reprieve, while danger still lurked. It appeared that the events on the 9th floor had been a mere false alarm. If Zhang Li and his companions had indeed secured the liquid nitrogen tanks, they would likely ascend to the 10th floor to execute their prior plan. Yet, an unsettling premonition nagged at Li Nan. Would Liu Heping resort to further treachery? Were the zombies on the upper floors all congregating in the hot water room? Even if they managed to eliminate the zombies, escape was not guaranteed. A cascade of questions flooded Li Nan's mind, leaving him feeling disoriented and vulnerable. With no other option, he pressed forward, gripping his bat as he exited the laboratory and ascended the staircase toward the 10th floor. The hallway was starkly empty and silent, and Li Nan moved with utmost caution, wary of any hidden zombies above. Logically, he should not have felt this way, for Zhang Li and his team must have already cleared a path. The Jiangbei Hospital building consisted of 12 floors. The lower 10 served as medical facilities, while the upper 2 were primarily administrative offices, inaccessible to the public. Thus, it was unlikely for any zombies to infiltrate the upper floors, especially since there were no high-ranking hospital officials present that night. Li Nan speculated that the remaining 90 zombies were likely concentrated on the 10th floor, though whether they were all in the hot water room remained uncertain. He carefully crept up to the 10th floor, bat at the ready, and upon exiting the stairwell, he instinctively glanced around, relieved to find no zombies in sight. Continuing his cautious advance, he veered left, eager to approach the hot water room and investigate further. The 10th floor housed VIP patient rooms, maintaining an exceptionally pristine environment. Yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at Li Nan. Apart from the VIP area, the remaining space was dominated by surgery rooms, sprawling across thousands of square meters. Outfitted with state-of-the-art medical equipment, the epitome of Jiangbei City's healthcare excellence. As he walked down the dimly lit corridor, flanked by stark walls, a sense of suffocating pressure enveloped him. The 10th floor had long been Li Nan's dream, as it represented the surgical domain he aspired to conquer. The pinnacle of his ambitions. Reflecting on the walls, he muttered to himself, I once longed to step beyond these walls. Now, all I desire is to escape this hellish nightmare. Life's circumstances shape our thoughts profoundly. Who could have foreseen that in the year 2014, a real-life scenario reminiscent of a zombie apocalypse would unfold? As he passed by the surgery room entrance, Li Nan hesitated briefly, but ultimately steeled himself. Wielding his bat as he brushed past the threshold, having relinquished his earlier aspirations. Accessing the surgery rooms required official notifications and corresponding access cards. So he doubted any zombies could breach that barrier. Upon crossing into the VIP area, a nagging intuition suggested that zombies might lurk within. However, Li Nan's purpose was not to hunt zombies. He sought to find Zhang Li and his team, making their safety his utmost priority. Disregarding the VIP rooms, he hurried past them, racing toward the hot water room at the end of the corridor. Although he sensed no zombies trailing him, he dared not slow his pace. Just as he caught sight of the hot water room's entrance, his heart dropped. A bloody handprint marred the door, signaling that something had indeed gone awry. Startled by this revelation, Li Nan was taken aback as a gun barrel emerged from behind the door, aimed directly at his forehead. He pressed forward, reaching the threshold of the hot water room, only to find himself staring down the ominous barrel. Don't shoot. I'm not a zombie, he shouted, fearing that the person behind the door might accidentally pull the trigger. The door trembled slightly as a head poked out upon recognizing Li Nan. The individual's expression shifted to one of relief. You made it up. Li Nan's heart raced, realizing it was Heisey. Heisey called to those inside. It's Li Nan. Then he turned back, reassuringly saying, Don't worry, the gun is out of bullets. Confirming that no zombies were lurking behind him, Li Nan stepped into the hot water room, where he found Zhang Li and the others seated on the floor, their expressions grim. Although they had been separated for merely an hour, it felt as though an eternity had passed. In truth, they had known each OT. Li Nan counted the number of people and found that no one was missing, and it appeared that no one was injured either. Lu Ziming's condition had improved and was momentarily stable. However, earlier, I had heard gunshots from the 9th floor and assumed that something had gone awry, which is why I came up to search for you. But given the current situation, it seems I was overly concerned. At that moment, a hand clapped on Li Nan's shoulder, and turning around, he recognized it was Han Guang. Han Guang's expression was grave. Our situation was not optimistic. So your speculation was correct. Li Nan was taken aback. How could this be? Everyone was safe and sound, without any casualties. And the liquid nitrogen storage tank had also been secured by you. Upon hearing about Lu Ziming's condition, Zhang Li slightly relaxed his brow. Seeing Li Nan's confusion, Zhang Li remarked, Indeed, as you can see, we managed to retrieve the liquid nitrogen storage tank from the laboratory on the 9th floor. Although it required some effort, there were no losses. However, the situation on the 10th floor was quite different from what we had anticipated. As they ascended, Li Nan felt an oddity. Yet he did not notice anything unusual, so he struggled to comprehend Zhang Li's statement. Zhang Li continued, Based on our initial assumptions, the zombies should have congregated around this hot water room, but the reality is entirely different. Not only are there no zombies here, but there are also none on the entire 10th floor. Chapter 067, The Laboratory Counterattack. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Li Nan was momentarily stunned. How could this be? When we reached the 10th floor, we could hardly believe it, yet it was the truth that compelled our disbelief. Zhang Li lowered his head, articulating each word carefully. Li Nan had entertained countless speculations about the situation. Perhaps the 10th floor was overrun with zombies, or Zhang Li and his group had suffered significant losses, anything that would negate their previous assessments. However, upon encountering everyone in the hot water room, Li Nan was utterly astonished, as he had never anticipated such a scenario. Throughout his journey to the 10th floor, nothing had occurred. There were no signs of struggle, no zombies in sight. And without any unexpected turns, he found Zhang Li and company in the hot water room. The events had unfolded too smoothly, yet when Li Nan grasped the situation, a cloud of worry crossed his face. Where had the remaining 90-odd zombies gone? It was now certain that there were no zombies below the 10th floor, or that any scattered zombies had been eliminated. Thus, the dilemma Zhang Li and his group faced was the mysterious disappearance of their enemies. An unprecedented sense of oppression washed over Li Nan as he stood in the doorway, noticing the bloody handprint. Who had left this mark? When I saw it from outside, I thought. Li Nan confirmed that none among Zhang Li's group had been injured, yet the bloodstain was peculiar. Zhang Li shook his head. We have no idea about this handprint. It was already there when we entered. Li Nan leaned closer to the door, gently brushing his fingers over the bloodstain. Discovering it had dried. The dark red stain suggested it had been exposed to the air for at least 2 or 3 hours, and based on the timing, it could not have been made by Zhang Li's group. Moreover, judging by the bloodstain, it could not have been from a zombie either. Observing Li Nan's skepticism, Han Guang interjected. This handprint was likely left by someone who, after being attacked by zombies, took refuge in the hot water room. Li Nan nodded, surmising that the person who left this mark had probably been infected by zombies. However, this detail could elucidate certain matters. Han Guang inquired, what could this handprint signify? Li Nan, staring at the door, spoke slowly. The zombies once attacked the 10th floor, and there were indeed zombies present here, but why have they all vanished now? What could have drawn away the more than 90 zombies? Where might they be hiding now? Li Nan did not provide explanations, but instead posed 3 questions. Zhang Li and the others were perplexed, lacking the inclination to listen to Li Nan's riddles, yet Han Guang remarked, are you suggesting that someone is orchestrating this? Li Nan nodded in tacit agreement. At this moment, Zhang Li frowned, questioning, who would be scheming? Are there other survivors in Jianbei Hospital? Li Nan noncommittally replied, there must still be survivors. However, they are likely hiding to evade the zombies, making them difficult to locate. Among these individuals, one is an old acquaintance of ours. Zhang Li gazed at the floor, suddenly enlightened. You mean Lu Heping, whom we encountered in the underground morgue? Han Guang's expression showed acknowledgement, as if he had already suspected this. Li Nan chose not to elaborate further, and instead asked Zhang Li about the situation on the 9th floor. Zhang Li paused to clear his throat before recounting. There were 6 of us, and when we reached the 9th floor, we found no trace of zombies. After searching around, we detected no immediate danger, leading us to believe that the 9th floor was safe. However, upon reaching the laboratory, the heavy liquid nitrogen storage tank required manpower to move. So I did not post a sentry at the door. Just as we prepared to leave after everything was in order, we discovered that the area outside the laboratory had already been overrun by more than 30 zombies, rendering escape impossible. How did you manage to escape unscathed? Li Nan seemed intrigued by this matter. Zhang Li simply replied, we used liquid nitrogen. In fact, at the time in the laboratory on the 9th floor, Zhang Li and his 6 companions sensed something was amiss outside and began devising a plan. Unfortunately, their ammunition was critically low, making direct confrontation nearly impossible. Zhang Li weighed the military dagger in his hand and said to Li Xiaofan and the others, the zombies have surrounded us outside. If we don't charge out now, we might miss our chance. Li Xiaofan and the others were at a loss. Charging out in this situation would undoubtedly be a death sentence. However, they seemed to have no other choice, as the zombies outside were already pounding on the door. Within a minute, the laboratory's entrance would be breached. It was a matter of seizing the initiative to confront them or passively waiting for a defensive demise. One option was starkly clear. Just as Zhang Li was about to rush out recklessly, Han Guang grasped his shoulder, suggesting, Captain Zhang, if we rush out like this, we will surely be overwhelmed by the zombies. Whether we can escape remains uncertain, but losses are guaranteed. We must consider our options more carefully. Zhang Li was taken aback. Do you have a plan? Han Guang remained silent, merely directing his gaze toward the liquid nitrogen storage tank behind them. In that instant, Zhang Li seemed to grasp Han Guang's intent. The principle of liquid nitrogen is straightforward. The air comprises 80% nitrogen, which is abundant and versatile. By using high-pressure equipment to process it, nitrogen can be liquefied for storage and transport. The process of nitrogen liquefaction releases heat, while the vaporization of liquid nitrogen absorbs heat. When liquid nitrogen is released from a pressurized environment, it vaporizes into nitrogen gas, and the heat absorbed during this physical process is astonishing. This means that releasing liquid nitrogen will produce a remarkable cooling effect. Zhang Li and Han Guang each carried a liquid nitrogen storage tank, moving in tandem. As the laboratory door swung wide open, Zhang Li swiftly twisted the tank's valve, unleashing a plume of white mist. Zhang Li felt his hands, gripping the tank, become numb from the cold, while the zombies caught in the white vapor were rendered nearly immobile. It appeared that low temperatures could indeed hinder the movement of zombies, just as had been observed previously in the second morgue, where the zombies that stealthily attacked Zhang Li and his companions had failed to inflict any catastrophic damage due to their cumbersome movements. Subsequently, Zhang Li and others, relying on the liquid nitrogen storage tanks, effectively dispatched the small zombies. However, due to the considerable weight of the nitrogen tanks, their maneuverability was compromised, allowing a few zombies to take advantage of the situation and attack. Consequently, Li Xiaofan and his companions could only retaliate with submachine guns, which is why Li Nan heard several gunshots from the 8th floor. Chapter 068. A serious situation. Upon hearing Zhang Li's method, Li Nan was secretly impressed. Trapped in such a perilous situation, they truly spared no effort. Otherwise, they would not have managed to escape from the underground morgue. Dealing with the 30 or so zombies outside the laboratory had only required a single liquid nitrogen tank, which was quite economical. Li Nan had been attentive to the details in Zhang Li's narrative, and upon discovering a particular issue, he inquired, "Are you certain there were no zombies in the vicinity before entering the laboratory?" Zhang Li nodded, having thoroughly checked the surroundings and assured that there were indeed no zombies. This caused Li Nan to hesitate. Logically, the crisis on the 9th floor could only be attributed to some foul play. However, how had the perpetrator managed to lure the zombies to the 9th floor? If there had indeed been zombies on the 10th floor previously, where had they vanished to? Could it be that the zombies currently on the 9th floor were the same ones from the 10th? Voicing his suspicions, Li Nan noted that Zhang Li and the others were equally perplexed. The current scenario was utterly incomprehensible. Han Guang approached the door, dipped his finger in saliva, and smeared it on the bloody handprint, then brought it to his nose to sniff. Li Nan, incredulous, asked, "Did you find anything?" Han Guang shook his head, lacking any clear lead, but noted, "Based on my years of experience in criminal investigation, this bloodstain seems suspicious." "What is the issue?" Li Nan asked impatiently. "I cannot specify." Han Guang replied slowly, "But this handprint on the door is exceptionally eerie. By all accounts, if an injured person were to frantically enter a building, leaving a trace of blood would not be surprising. However, this handprint is too precise, as if an entire palm were pressed against it. In a state of panic, a person would merely seek a point of support, and under such circumstances, one would not leave such a complete print, perhaps only half of one. Moreover, besides this handprint, there are no other bloodstains, which defies logic, hence my suspicion." Han Guang's explanation was methodical and compelling, and Li Nan too sensed the peculiar nature of the situation. With the laboratory on the 9th floor under attack and the 10th floor devoid of any presence, if indeed someone was orchestrating this, what would their next move be? Reflecting on the sequence of events, a chill ran down Li Nan's spine. If Lu Heping was the instigator, then his ultimate target was likely Li Nan himself. Lu Heping had conducted numerous experiments in the underground morgue, seeking to control the zombies, yet always failing, as the very premise was fundamentally flawed. Zombies are the infected remnants of humanity. They are neither human nor part of any biological entity in nature, thus they cannot be controlled. Nevertheless, Lu Heping remained undeterred, ultimately attempting to use Li Nan for live experiments, only to fail once more. Lu Heping's failures were, in fact, Li Nan's victories. It was precisely due to Lu Heping's actions that Li Nan found himself in his current predicament. Noticing Li Nan's unusual demeanor, Han Guang realized the young man had come to an important realization. Just as he was about to inquire, he noticed something odd about Li Nan's body. Observing Li Nan's back, which had been wrapped in a makeshift bundle, Han Guang saw that the wound on Li Nan's back had inexplicably vanished. Han Guang took off his coat and draped it over Li Nan's shoulders. Li Nan, perplexed by Han Guang's intentions, almost rejected the offer, but suddenly felt the weight of the coat firmly placed upon him, making it difficult to refuse. Han Guang maintained a stoic expression and remarked, "Something is amiss. We must proceed with caution." This statement seemed directed at everyone, yet Li Nan felt it was a personal warning. Zhang Li's brow furrowed, indicating that the situation was spiraling beyond control. If it were not for Li Nan's conspiracy theories, the mysterious disappearance of the zombies on the 10th floor, while strange, could be seen as a stroke of good fortune. Without zombies, perhaps they could find some peace of mind. But could they truly feel secure against hidden enemies and the potential resurgence of a zombie horde? The thought sent shivers down Zhang Li and the others' spines. "Do you have any thoughts?" Han Guang asked Li Nan, who hesitated momentarily before responding. "There is something strange about the hot water room. We should not linger here any longer. It is best to leave." Since Han Guang had already pointed out the oddity of the blood handprint, Zhang Li and the others had no reason to remain unprepared, making it unwise to stay any longer. Li Xiaofan asked Zhang Li, "Should we take the liquid nitrogen tank with us?" "Absolutely. This could save our lives. We must take it." Zhang Li had developed a fondness for the liquid nitrogen after witnessing its power outside the laboratory. Li Nan held a makeshift bundle made from a coat, which appeared to be quite full. Meanwhile, Haizi inquired, "What is in there?" Li Nan smiled, "Something equally life-saving, not unlike the liquid nitrogen tanks on your shoulders." Haizi, puzzled, shook his head and muttered to himself, "What could possibly be more useful than liquid nitrogen? Could it be a nuclear warhead?" The 7 men rose to leave the hot water room when suddenly, the hot water faucet behind them began to leak uncontrollably, first as a trickle and then gushing forth. Steaming hot water. The hot water room was designed like an old-fashioned electric water heater, a bulky apparatus connected to insulated plastic hoses, usually operated with a valve. However, it seemed to have malfunctioned, spewing water on its own. Zhang Li glanced back, noting the significant flow of water, yet the minor leak did not capture his attention, prompting him to shout, "Forget it. We need to find another place to hide." Li Nan turned to see the rushing hot water, steam rising like clouds from a celestial realm. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He called out, "Wait. That water is suspicious. Turn it off immediately." Haizi hurried to the water heater, where several buttons were present, but none would respond. Familiar with the water heater, Li Nan shouted. "There's a plastic hose behind it with a valve. If you turn that off, the water will stop." Haizi maneuvered around the flowing water and felt behind the heater, locating the valve Li Nan mentioned. However, despite his efforts, he could not budge it. The heater seemed beyond control. It won't budge. Haizi shouted to Li Nan, who suddenly felt a sense of dread. "Zhang Li, noticing Li Nan's unusual reaction, felt his own alarm bells ringing. He quickly approached the doorway of the hot water room, peering outside to assess the surroundings. Chapter 069. A message: something was indeed amiss. As Li Nan and the others prepared to exit the hot water room, the water heater continued to leak uncontrollably. Given their current environment, Li Nan had reason to believe this was no mere coincidence. Zhang Li, leading the charge, peered outside the hot water room, but found no immediate danger. However, the blood handprint on the doorframe appeared exceedingly peculiar. The vivid crimson of the handprint stood out starkly against the backdrop of rising steam, gradually becoming obscured as the colors seemed to meld into the air, dissipating slowly. Zhang Li rubbed his eyes, seeing nothing amiss, yet his heart felt heavy. Reminiscent of the sensation one experiences while chopping onions, the hot water machine continued to spew water, yet Li Nan paid it no heed. He immediately shouted to the others, "We must leave quickly. This place is not safe." As Li Nan reached Zhang Li's position, he was taken aback, noticing the eerie blood handprint on the door panel. Turning to observe the scalding water that had nearly flooded the ground, he suddenly comprehended the significance of the blood handprint and hurriedly covered his mouth and nose. Realizing the air was toxic, Hai-Zi, closely following Li Nan, although unsure of his words, tore a piece of his clothing to shield his mouth and nose. What on earth is happening? Hai-Zi inquired of Li Nan ahead of him. Li Nan swiftly approached Zhang Li, who appeared dazed. He spat on his hand and wiped it across Zhang Li's face. After a brief moment of confusion, Zhang Li's gaze cleared, suggesting he was likely not gravely harmed. Feeling his own disorientation, Zhang Li asked, "What is going on?" Li Nan addressed both Hai-Zi and Zhang Li. "That handprint is indeed peculiar. Its very existence defies logic. It seems to be infused with a substance akin to lysergic acid diethylamide, which can vaporize under high temperatures to induce hallucinations. Logically, such a substance should be illegal. How could it possibly be found in the Jiangbei hospital?" Zhang Li firmly asserted, "This must be Lu Heping's doing. He is the deputy director of your hospital's outpatient department. It has to be him." Initially, Li Nan had surmised that the leaking hot water was intended to create a high-temperature environment to lure zombies, posing a threat to them. However, he had anticipated that the adversary sought only to exploit the lysergic acid diethylamide concealed within the blood handprint. 7 grown men, resembling frightened maidens, covered their mouths and noses with their clothing. Despite their disheveled appearance, this method proved effective as no further incidents occurred. Upon stepping outside, Li Nan voiced his suspicions. Mixing in lysergic acid diethylamide is far more troublesome than simply applying rat poison. What does Lu Heping aim to achieve? At that moment, Han Guang gently patted Li Nan's back, perhaps having discerned something. Living individuals were more valuable to him than the dead. Li Nan furrowed his brow, recalling the unusual sensations he had experienced, as he could dismiss the threat of zombie infection, a fact that was unsettling, coupled with a sudden surge in strength. It felt as though he had stepped into a scene from the X-Men. Li Nan wished to voice his thoughts, but Han Guang interrupted. "Now is not the time for discussion. We must leave this place swiftly, or chaos will ensue." Gritting his teeth, Li Nan pressed forward, and Zhang Li, agreeing, followed suit. Could the crisis truly be resolved so easily? Li Nan remained skeptical, convinced that Lu Heping's intricate plotting would not allow for such a simple resolution. There must be further schemes at play. Leading the way, Li Nan now regarded himself as a conspiracy theorist. They were not merely facing mindless, soulless corpses, but a living adversary, filled with cunning and treachery, for the human heart is ever the most unpredictable entity. Exiting the hot water room, they encountered neither living souls nor zombies, yet Li Nan remained cautious, recognizing the necessity of vigilance. Determined, Li Nan and his companions planned to descend to the first floor to regroup with Lu Ziming and Mo Xiaoyi before formulating their next steps. However, after taking only a few steps, Li Nan noticed something unusual at the corridor's corner. Zhang Li, being the most perceptive, whispered to the others, "There are footsteps ahead. Something is amiss." Li Xiaofan, following closely behind Zhang Li, readied his submachine gun, though not for shooting. He intended to use it as a bludgeoning weapon instead. Zhang Li drew his military dagger, cautiously advancing ahead of Li Nan, signaling for him to take charge of the situation. In front of Zhang Li and the others, Li Nan appeared somewhat inexperienced, thus he remained at the back. Judging by the footfalls beyond the corridor's corner, it seemed the entity approaching was not a living person, as the clumsy steps were not those of a normal human. Moreover, Zhang Li and the others could not fathom that, under these circumstances, any survivors would be approaching. Zhang Li's greatest concern was that all remaining zombies in the hospital might converge upon them. Although they had liquid nitrogen canisters for defense, the odds were still heavily stacked against them. Success lies in human effort, Zhang Li thought to himself, listening intently as the footsteps drew nearer. By the sound of it, there appeared to be only one zombie. Seizing the initiative, Zhang Li was resolute, and as he made his decision, a nimble figure darted out, dagger poised for an attack. As Zhang Li had surmised, only a staggering zombie emerged from behind the corner. Without hesitation, Zhang Li lunged forward and swiftly severed the zombie's head. Observing that he had no role in this encounter, Li Xiaofan let out a sigh. Is that all there is to it? Zhang Li too harbored doubts. If all of this was indeed orchestrated by Lu Heping, what did the presence of this single zombie signify? Was it mockery directed at them? Li Nan and Han Guang quickly joined them, puzzled at the sight of the decapitated zombie, while Hai Zi, with keen eyes, exclaimed, "Hey, it looks like there is something on this zombie's clothing." Upon hearing Hai Zi's remark, Li Nan glanced down at the corpse. On the blood-soaked clothing of the zombie, there appeared to be something peculiar, as if it bore an inscription. Chapter 070. A single blade for a meeting. The zombie's body lay on the ground, having been turned over by Zhang Li. The gushing black blood from the severed neck was quite gruesome, yet the men present had seen enough to remain largely unfazed. Although Li Nan was the youngest among them, his experiences in the underground mortuary had steeled him, coupled with his medical background. He was not disconcerted by such a horrific sight. The zombie wore a nylon jacket, now yellowed, likely stained by too much blood. And emblazoned on the back of the jacket were several large characters. Li Xiaofan was the first to stoop to inspect it, murmuring, "The woman is on the 11th floor. Use Li Nan to exchange her." Zhang Li kicked the severed head of the zombie away and bent down to examine the jacket, muttering, "Could this be Lu Heping's doing?" Upon reading the inscription on the jacket's back, Li Nan felt a chill wash over him. If Lu Heping had indeed abducted Mo Xiaowei, then Lu Ziming's situation would be equally dire, implying that all their actions were under Lu Heping's surveillance since emerging from the underground. This notion was undeniably chilling. Li Nan recalled that the main control panel was located on the 11th floor, where all the hospital's public surveillance footage converged, meaning that everything Li Nan and Zhang Li did was effectively under Lu Heping's watchful eye. Li Nan grew agitated. If Lu Heping was truly plotting against them, then his ambitions were exceedingly audacious. Han Guang, noticing Li Nan's distress, advised him, "For the time being, we must remain calm. We cannot allow Lu Heping to find another opportunity to exploit us, or we will be beyond redemption." Li Nan lifted his head, smiling wryly at a security camera in the corridor. If Lu Heping is indeed on the 11th floor, then the remaining zombies must also be there. This will not be easy to handle, especially with Mo Xiaowei in his grasp. We stand little chance. Han Guang followed Li Nan's gaze upward, and upon noticing a subtle surveillance camera, he understood the gravity of Li Nan's words. Reclaiming the upper hand seemed exceedingly difficult. Zhang Li inquired silently with his mouth, "Can this object produce sound?" Although he did not utter a word, Li Nan, despite lacking formal training in spoken language, could surmise the question posed by Han Guang. He nodded, indicating that the monitoring system utilized by Jiangbei Hospital was capable not only of surveillance but also of eavesdropping. Han Guang's expression betrayed discomfort, clearly indicating that the current predicament was far more complicated than he had anticipated. Who could have foreseen a scenario reminiscent of a spy thriller unfolding within a medical institution? At this juncture, Li Xiaofan posed a question, "What should we do now?" Zhang Li remained silent, while Han Guang forced a smile and replied, "The situation is somewhat intricate. We must retreat to the hot water room and carefully devise a strategy." Li Xiaofan was taken aback, exclaiming, "We just came from there. Must we return? Wasn't it said that there was danger inside?" Li Nan furrowed his brow, explaining that the effects of diethylamide of lysergic acid were particularly volatile at high temperatures, based on the dosage intermingled with the bloodstains. It was estimated that it would dissipate in approximately 2 minutes. Therefore, returning to the hot water room would pose no immediate threat. Zhang Li harbored doubts. Yet given their current predicament, it was evident that their adversary was acutely aware of their every move. In this scenario, they had lost the initiative, especially since Lu Heping had suggested a change of personnel, necessitating a thorough discussion. Since both Li Nan and Han Guang were adamant about returning to the hot water room and no better alternative presented itself, Zhang Li acquiesced to their decision. "Very well. Let us first retreat to the hot water room." Zhang Li kicked a zombie's lifeless body lying on the ground, casually removing the jacket from it. A minute later, they had returned to the hot water room, and Zhang Li stared at the jacket in a daze. "Li Nan, do you recognize Lu Heping's handwriting? Is that certain?" Li Nan confidently replied, "I may not know Lu Heping well, but I have seen his handwriting, and I can confirm that the writing on this jacket indeed belongs to him." Zhang Li was intent on confirming one crucial matter. Did Lu Heping have accomplices in his numerous undertakings within Jiangbei Hospital? Whether he acted independently or conspired in collusion was of paramount importance. Zhang Li remained puzzled, questioning Lu Heping's motives behind such elaborate schemes. Li Nan had intended to sidestep this inquiry, but in light of the current circumstances, failing to clarify could lead to unnecessary disputes. Just as Li Nan was about to speak, Han Guang interjected, "What about Lu Ziming and Mo Xiaowei? They are both in Lu Heping's grasp. What should we do?" Zhang Li frowned, never having imagined that someone within the medical system could employ such underhanded tactics. However, with one of his comrades in peril, the initiative was no longer in their hands. Li Xiaofan expressed skepticism, suggesting that perhaps Lu Heping was deceiving them. As Li Nan had posited, Lu Ziming and Mo Xiaowei might be safely secured in the lobby on the first floor, and it was unlikely that any harm would befall them. Thus, this situation could potentially devolve into a mere charade, with them being duped by Lu Heping. Li Nan shook his head, asserting that surveillance cameras were omnipresent. covering the entire floor, and the main control room for monitoring was situated on the 11th floor. It was highly likely that their movements were being observed under Liu Heping's watchful eye, making it effortless for him to abduct Mo Xiaowei and Liu Ziming. This realization prompted Li Nan to exclaim, "Perhaps Liu Ziming is not even in Liu Heping's custody." Zhang Li was taken aback, questioning the implication. Li Nan's expression soured. Perhaps Liu Ziming has already encountered danger. Considering the time elapsed since I left the lobby, Liu Heping had just enough time to abduct Mo Xiaowei, while Liu Ziming, despite his improving condition, remains in a coma. Liu Heping would lack the means to take him as well, so it is highly probable that Liu Ziming has. His voice trailed off, suggesting a grim fate. Zhang Li's face darkened, his anger bubbling to the surface. Given Liu Heping's ruthless nature, it was beyond doubt that he would eliminate Liu Ziming if he deemed him useless. If I do not personally eliminate this scoundrel, I am unworthy to be Liu Ziming's captain. Zhang Li seethed, clearly ready to rush out for vengeance against Liu Heping. Li Nan interjected, "Captain Zhang, we must not act recklessly. We need to devise a long-term strategy." Li Xiaofan added, "There are cameras outside. It would be unwise to attempt to kill Liu Heping so easily." Zhang Li, still fuming, demanded, "What, then, shall we do to avenge Liu Ziming?" Li Nan replied resolutely, "To avenge our brother and to rescue Mo Xiaowei, I believe we have but one course of action, a lone confrontation." Zhang Li was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Li Nan elaborated, "Like Guan Yu, who faced Lu Su alone, I too wish to play the hero." Chapter 071. Strategize before action. The layout of the upper floors of Jianbei Hospital was delineated according to administrative zones, with the main control room for surveillance situated on the 11th floor. Last night, when the workday concluded, all administrative personnel had departed, leaving the 11th and 12th floors largely vacant. Given that access to these areas was restricted by a card swipe entry, zombies were utterly unable to penetrate. This barrier proved both a boon and a bane. While rampaging zombies were kept at bay, panicked survivors were also barred from entry, resulting in numerous tragedies. Presently, that region had fallen under Liu Heping's control, posing a significant threat to Li Nan and his companions. Under such circumstances, Li Nan and Zhang Li could easily disregard caution. For according to the intelligence Li Nan had gathered earlier, their group had no viable escape route. Thus, any confrontation with Liu Heping seemed futile. They were all destined to perish here, with the best outcome being a swift demise. However, this pessimistic outlook was one Li Nan refused to embrace. Moreover, with Liu Heping having struck first, Li Nan had no justification for inaction. Meanwhile, the military outside had fortified Jianbei Hospital with iron barriers, ensuring that no further actions would be taken in the immediate future. It seemed they merely intended to seal off this natural zone, allowing its inhabitants to fend for themselves. As long as the zombie virus did not spread, everything remained manageable, which presented an opportunity for Li Nan and his companions, as they need not worry about the military's destructive policies any longer. From the moment they entered Jianbei Hospital, Zhang Li and his comrades had abandoned all thoughts of life and death. For soldiers, the mission supersedes all else. They were unafraid to spill blood in the pursuit of fulfilling their obligations. Yet, the bizarre occurrences they encountered within Jianbei Hospital were beyond comprehension. Zombies roamed freely, creating an atmosphere akin to a biohazard scenario. Regrettably, they were acutely aware that this was no game, but a brutal war. Any lapse in vigilance could lead to irrevocable consequences. It was a matter of life or death. Although Zhang Li understood their precarious predicament, he could not come to terms with Liu Heping's actions. While the undead were fearsome, the treachery of the human heart was even more perilous. After clarifying his thoughts, Zhang Li realized the folly of his impulsive behavior and turned to Li Nan. "Liu Heping intends to use you as a bargaining chip for Mo Xiaowei, which is undoubtedly dangerous. Are you truly willing to proceed?" Li Nan nodded. "There are surveillance cameras outside, but there are none in the hot water room, which allows me to speak more freely. Liu Heping is an ambitious man. During my time in the underground morgue, he conducted an experiment on me. Although it did not yield his desired results, it inadvertently produced some unexpected side effects." Li Nan extended his arms, revealing the changes in his physique. "Thanks to Liu Heping, I have undergone some inexplicable transformations. I believe this is why he seeks me out." Zhang Li was alarmed. "If Liu Heping's goal is you, then you should avoid taking such risks." Li Nan smiled. "Liu Heping may have meticulously planned his strategy, but the outcome may not unfold as he expects." Due to Han Guang's persistent concealment of Li Nan's immunity to zombie virus infection, the involved party remained somewhat bewildered. However, he trusted that Han Guang had his reasons for such actions and chose to remain silent on the matter. Han Guang stood behind Li Nan and remarked, "Regardless of the current situation outside, it is imperative to eliminate Liu Heping, this root of calamity. Otherwise, we will certainly find no peace here, and any thoughts of escape will be futile." Zhang Li nodded, suggesting that they must devise a foolproof plan. At this moment, in the monitoring room on the 11th floor, a man in his 50s sat upright before the computer screen, sporting a pair of reading glasses. To an outsider, his visage might seem harmless, yet his past deeds were indeed reprehensible. He feigned trustworthiness to Zhang Li and others, only to orchestrate a dark operation aimed at exterminating everyone through the hands of the undead. After his plans failed, he abducted Li Nan for experimental modifications, only to encounter yet another failure. Nonetheless, this failure inadvertently led to a certain success for Li Nan. Lu Heping observed the surveillance feed from the 10th floor corridor, where the display was frozen at the door of the hot water room, but neither Zhang Li nor the others were visible, nor could their conversations be heard. Clearly, Lu Heping was running out of patience. He turned his head to a woman seated nearby and said, "It appears Li Nan does not care for you." With a mocking laugh, Lu Heping casually removed a rag-like cloth from the woman's mouth, exclaiming, "Now you can speak." The woman, taken captive by Lu Heping, was Imo Xiaowei. She spat, her anger boiling over. "Hypocritical scoundrel. I can't believe you would stoop to such vile acts. I don't care if Brother Li Nan comes to rescue me. He is a good person, 1,000 times better than you." Lu Heping roared with laughter. "Am I vile? Would you like me to demonstrate something even more despicable?" Rising from his chair, he approached Imo Xiaowei with a feigned smile, his expression dripping with malice. Truth be told, Lu Heping found it difficult to restrain himself in the presence of such beauty, but age had rendered him physically limited. Contemplating his own inadequacies, his smile turned into a scowl of frustration. Imo Xiaowei, alarmed, questioned, "What do you intend to do? If you come any closer, I will bite my tongue and die." Perhaps influenced by too many martial arts novels, she resorted to this dramatic threat. However, Lu Heping remained unfazed, dismissing her threat as naive. "Can you truly end your life by biting your tongue? It's merely a part of the body, not involved in any vital functions. Your innocence astounds me." Despair washed over Imo Xiaowei. She had not anticipated that this man was a doctor, knowledgeable about human physiology, making her threats futile. How could she survive this predicament? The thought of Lu Heping's impending violence sent her heart into turmoil. Suddenly, an image of Li Nan surged into her mind. Would he come to save her? A single tear cascaded down her cheek, delicate and silent, hitting the ground. In that moment, her heart became resolute. If he dared to come for her, she would fight for her life. As Lu Heping approached her, extending his hand to her face, he swiftly transformed his gesture into a slap that echoed in the room. "Women can be so bothersome. Just shut up," he snapped, stuffing the rag back into her mouth. Bound to a swivel chair, Imo Xiaowei found herself unable to escape. Fortunately, Lu Heping had only slapped her. Had he truly intended to take advantage of her, a girl in such restraints would be utterly defenseless. With her eyes tightly shut, Imo Xiaowei waited until she was certain Lu Heping would not make further moves before slowly opening her eyes. In her heart, she silently pleaded, "Li Nan, please do not come to save me. I am nothing to you, not worth risking your life." Lu Heping, despite his desires, found himself thwarted by age and circumstance. Contemplating the impending arrival of Li Nan, he feared that this girl might deliberately lead him into a trap, allowing Li Nan and others to exploit the situation, rendering his efforts futile. Avoiding the view, Lu Heping turned back to the surveillance screen, just as Li Nan and the others emerged from the hot water room. Suddenly, Li Nan caught sight of Lu Heping, offering a smile. In a fit of rage, Lu Heping slammed his fist on the table, muttering, "One day, you will perish at my hands." Chapter 072. The exchange. Li Nan led the way, followed closely by Zhang Li and Han Guang, with the remaining four maintaining a protective formation around them. The group of 7 moved slowly down the corridor. Upon exiting, they turned left up the stairs towards the 11th floor. A security door barred their entry, requiring a card swipe. However, at that moment, the door stood wide open, seemingly welcoming them. Zhang Li raised his hand, signaling the others to proceed cautiously. Li Nan, wary, waited until Zhang Li confirmed it was safe before stepping inside. Li Nan had some understanding of Lu Heping's capabilities. After all, his prior role was merely that of a physician, lacking formidable strategic prowess. Yet, there was always the fear of hidden traps, as past experiences had taught them to be vigilant. As they entered, the door abruptly shut behind them, as if they had unwittingly walked into a snare. Suddenly, a grating voice emanated from a speaker on the wall. "Please relinquish your weapons, or the woman's life will be in jeopardy. Do not approach. It is dangerous." Following that, a sharp sound of a slap resonated through the air. Li Nan, fists clenched, seethed with hatred towards Lu Heping. There were surveillance cameras on either side of the walls. Undoubtedly, Lu Heping was monitoring their every move. Li Nan relaxed his fists and turned to Zhang Li, saying, "Captain Zhang, for now, we must comply with Lu Heping's demands. Imo Xiaowei is still in his grasp." Zhang Li understood Li Nan's intentions and was the first to toss his military knife to the ground, prompting the others to follow suit. Li Xiaofan and Haizi each struggled with a heavy liquid nitrogen tank, their movements slightly sluggish. Zhang Li and Han Guang rushed to assist them, finally managing to set the tanks down. Zhang Li swiftly made a subtle adjustment to the nitrogen tanks, but no matter how keen Lu Heping's gaze was, he could not discern any changes on the surveillance screen. "Good. Let us move forward. I will be waiting for you in the academic report hall." Lu Heping dragged Imo Xiaowei from the swivel chair and led her toward the report hall. Once on the 11th floor, Li Nan pondered how Lu Heping controlled the zombies. The mysteries of the ninth floor and the vanishing undead left him curious about the methods Liu Heping employed to harness these mindless creatures. Meanwhile, Zhongli was more focused on the environment, muttering to himself about the ostentatiousness of a mere office space within Jiangbei Hospital. Indeed, the 11th floor's decor was a stark contrast to the lower levels, exuding a European style with murals of half-draped women, exquisite decals, and opulent glass chandeliers adorning the corridors. Zhongli contemplated how this highly flammable environment could serve his purposes. After a brief 2-minute walk, a spacious tiered hall came into view at the end of the corridor, marked by a sign that read Multipurpose Academic Lecture Hall. Li Nan halted and addressed those behind him. This is the place. At that moment, there was no turning back for anyone. Regardless of whether they were stepping into a dragon's den or a tiger's lair, they all had to confront their fate and avenge their fallen comrades. All debts incurred from the undead must be settled with Liu Heping. Li Nan took a deep breath, stepped forward, and pushed open the door to the lecture hall. Inside, the bright lights illuminated a space designed for 1,000, yet only about 100 individuals were scattered across the chairs. The tiered seating arrangement, with its southern elevation and northern decline, facilitated both the speaker's voice projection and the audience's sightlines. However, to Li Nan, this setup appeared more like a provocation. Liu Heping stood rigidly at the podium, the overhead lights casting down upon him as if proclaiming, "You can never escape my grasp." Li Nan found this amusing. While the atmosphere indeed suggested intimidation, the actual outcome was far from certain. Zhang Li and Han Guang entered shortly after, and in stark contrast to Li Nan's calm demeanor. They appeared utterly shocked by the terrifying sight of nearly 100 zombies occupying the seats. The ragged undead, sensing fresh flesh nearby, turned their heads eagerly, eager for a glimpse. Just then, Liu Heping, standing at the podium, pressed a small remote control in his hand, causing a rope to descend from the ceiling, which was attached to the panicked figure of Mo Xiaowei. Upon witnessing this, Li Nan shouted, "No." Liu Heping's smile widened as he thought, with this bait, these zombies would be at my command. As expected, the zombies, having caught the scent of a living body before them, abandoned their previous intentions and reached out with outstretched arms to grasp Mo Xiaowei. Unfortunately, she dangled just half a foot above them, tantalizingly out of reach, driving the ravenous creatures mad with hunger. Li Nan noticed a rudimentary winch on the ceiling, through which Liu Heping manipulated Mo Xiaowei's descent. With her eyes tightly shut, Mo Xiaowei seemed unwilling to witness the horror surrounding her, yet she sensed the approach of Li Nan and his companions. Though she questioned if there was any hope for salvation, tears streamed down her face as she cried, "Brother Li Nan, you must leave quickly. This man is insane and will not keep his promises." Liu Heping, amused, replied, "I stated that I would exchange Li Nan for this woman. So, have you thought it through?" With a press of the remote, Mo Xiaowei slid down further. She could now feel the sickening breath of the zombies surrounding her, as well as the rush of air from their flailing limbs. Li Nan shouted, "I will exchange myself for Mo Xiaowei, as long as her safety is guaranteed. I fear nothing." Liu Heping smirked. "Ah, youth is filled with love, hatred, and responsibility. I never realized you possessed such heroism, Li Nan." Grinding his teeth, Li Nan implored, "Please stop. Do not harm Mo Xiaowei any further." Liu Heping loosened his grip, causing Mo Xiaowei to halt her descent abruptly, mere centimeters from the nearest zombie. The distance drove the horde into a frenzy, as they clustered beneath her, some even climbing atop each other to reach her living form. Mo Xiaowei was terrified. Feeling the proximity, it wasn't a ruse. I merely refrained from killing the woman. Her fate among the zombies was contingent upon her own resilience. With that, Liu Heping manipulated his finger, activating the button that controlled the rope. "You treacherous scoundrel," Li Nan exclaimed, driven by intense emotion. He surged forward, aiming to seize the remote. However, Liu Heping remained composed, as this was precisely the reaction he sought. Anger begets irrationality. Liu Heping had discreetly retrieved a syringe pre-filled with anesthetic from behind. Anticipating Li Nan's impetuous advance, Mo Xiaowei, suspended upside down, abruptly felt a loss of support, as if plummeting freely. In that instant, she braced herself for death. Liu Heping's prepared anesthetic was poised to subdue Li Nan, while Mo Xiaowei, in her descent, was about to become a feast for the zombies. Just as the critical moment arrived, an explosion reverberated from outside, causing the entire multifunctional hall to shudder violently, and several chandeliers crashed down. Liu Heping was aghast, questioning the nature of the situation, wondering if it was a setup. As Liu Heping hesitated, Li Nan pounced, knocking him to the ground. The remote slipped from Liu Heping's grasp, and the anesthetic needle, failing to pierce Li Nan, scattered elsewhere. Li Nan, struggling to regain his footing, lunged for the remote. Pressing a button, Mo Xiaowei's descent abruptly halted. The intricate knot Zhongli had tied, seemingly secure, was merely a ruse. A specific application of force at a precise point would unravel it, imperceptible to onlookers, especially Liu Heping. Mo Xiaowei was oblivious to the unfolding events. Her head, already congested from the inverted position, was further disoriented by the repeated jolts. Liu Heping swiftly rose, seizing the anesthetic needle and attempting to inject it into Li Nan. The explosion did not deter the zombies, which continued to claw at the suspended Mo Xiaowei. As Li Nan grasped the remote, he pressed a button randomly, inadvertently causing Mo Xiaowei to descend further. No! Li Nan cried out desperately, having invested so much effort. His paramount desire was to save the hapless Mo Xiaowei. Mo Xiaowei lamented her fate, her mind in disarray, yet she could discern the direction. Descending instead of ascending meant certain doom, lamenting the imminent demise of her beauty, lamenting that she would perish before finding her Prince Charming. In her final moments, Mo Xiaowei remained fixated on her appearance. Fortunately, fate was kind, and Li Nan proved to be a reliable man. Upon realizing the rope's misdirection, he promptly switched to another button, successfully reversing the course. A zombie leaped, seizing a tuft of Mo Xiaowei's hair, but as she ascended, only the hair was torn away. Mo Xiaowei, barely registering the pain, saw a figure approaching Li Nan, wielding something in hand. Careful, Li Nan, that old fox Liu Heping. The series of ascents and descents had taken its toll on Mo Xiaowei. Before she could complete her warning, she stiffened and lost consciousness. Hearing Mo Xiaowei's warning, Li Nan reacted swiftly, turning to see Liu Heping lunging with a syringe. Instinctively, Li Nan raised his right arm to deflect the attack, and the syringe plunged into his arm. Liu Heping, with practiced speed, pressed the plunger, injecting the full dose of anesthetic into Li Nan's body. Li Nan felt a chill in his right arm, but disregarded it, converting his palm into a fist and striking at Liu Heping. As he threw the punch, Li Nan felt dizzy and weak. What did you inject me with? Liu Heping, observing Li Nan's slowed movements, chuckled. Anesthetic, of course. But to deal with you, I added a little something extra. This anesthetic will quickly paralyze your nerves and muscles. I know you've become incredibly strong, but so what? You'll still fall into my hands. Liu Heping grabbed a prepositioned iron wrench from the podium and swung it at Li Nan's head. The wrench connected with 3 thuds, drawing blood from Li Nan's mouth. Liu Heping spat, muttering, I know this won't kill you, but it'll vent some frustration. Li Nan groaned, blood trickling from his nostrils and ears, before collapsing. Liu Heping, satisfied that Li Nan was incapacitated, dropped the wrench and dragged the limp body toward the front door. At that moment, Zhang Li and Han Guang arrived. Liu Heping, seeing them approach, said impatiently, a bunch of dead soldiers and cops, you're persistent. Liu Heping retrieved the remote from Li Nan's hand, pressing a button on its back. A gurgling sound came from the hall's ventilation ducts, followed by a spray of blood. Liu Heping smirked. I stole this blood from the blood bank. You use it to save people, but I use it to kill. The hundreds of bags of blood hidden in the ventilation system were Liu Heping's final trump card. His brazen challenge to Zhang Li and his team was predicated on this contingency. The blood bags, triggered by a small mechanism, would burst forth with the force of the ventilation, covering the audience. If Zhang Li's team was splattered with blood, they would become live targets for the zombies, who would be drawn to the scent, and no matter how fierce they were, they would be overwhelmed. As expected, Zhang Li and his team were drenched in blood, finding themselves in dire straits. The zombies, already fixated on Mo Xiaowei, were now drawn to the blood, swarming them with outstretched claws. Zhang Li, at the front, was horrified, and without weapons, engaging the zombies in melee combat would be suicidal. Run! Zhang Li yelled, catch that bastard. Liu Heping had already fled, but Li Nan's weight slowed him down. Reluctantly, Liu Heping hoisted Li Nan onto his back, quickening his pace. The explosion outside was likely a bad omen, so Liu Heping knew he had to leave immediately. During the incident in the underground morgue, Liu Heping had been terrified by Li Nan's strength. After escaping, Liu Heping realized his experiment was nearing completion. Even if he couldn't control the zombies, he could create a zombie-slaying machine. More importantly, Li Nan's infection with the zombie virus without transformation was a point of interest, which was why he had schemed to capture Li Nan. With his plan halfway to fruition, he couldn't afford to fail, so Liu Heping was determined to take Li Nan with him, dead or alive. However, Liu Heping's physical condition was failing him. He was winded after only a few steps. Li Nan suddenly felt a jolt and vaguely sensed that he was on someone's back. Recalling the events, he didn't hesitate to bite down on the person's shoulder. He bit through skin and muscle, tearing away a chunk. Still not satisfied, Li Nan wanted to devour the person. Liu Heping cried out in pain and threw Li Nan off his back. You dare bite me? I'll kill you. Wrathful, Liu Heping clutched his bleeding shoulder and lashed out at Li Nan with a kick. Li Nan's head instantly became a bloody mess. However, Liu Heping was not faring much better. His left foot was firmly ensnared by Li Nan, resisting all attempts to dislodge it. Apparently, the dosage of the drug was insufficient, as there was still a reaction. With a near-desperate cry, Li Nan gripped Liu Heping's calf with both hands and overturned him. Liu Heping spat out a mouthful of blood, harboring murderous intent, but the situation seemed to have slipped beyond his control. A horde of zombies was besieging Zhang Li and the others, and an anomaly pervaded the entire multifunctional hall. Lying on the ground, Liu Heping detected a whiff of smoke, but his mind was too slow to process it. Just then, 2 zombies, having caught the scent of Liu Heping and Li Nan's blood, lunged toward them. In truth, Liu Heping had no real ability to control the zombies. He had merely exploited their craving for fresh blood and flesh to manipulate them indirectly. Now, he lacked confidence. Seeing the two zombies charging, Liu Heping abandoned Li Nan without hesitation and scurried out the front door. In his dazed state, Li Nan saw two figures approaching and, mistaking them for Zhang Li and Han Guang, shouted with all his might, "Quick! Save Imo, shall we?" As Li Nan's voice faded, the entire multifunctional hall was engulfed in smoke, and flames began to flicker. The zombie that had been circling Li Nan suddenly felt an intense heat and, like a man possessed, disregarded the fallen Li Nan and turned back. Chapter 74. The blaze erupts in the corridor outside the multifunctional hall. Where Zhang Li and the others had left the two liquid nitrogen storage tanks, a blaze erupted. Zhang Li had installed a small-scale timed explosive device on the two tanks, causing them to detonate when the time came. Due to the immense pressure inside the tanks, the explosion was considerable, and the resulting localized overheating ignited flammable materials in the corridor, causing the fire to spread and engulf the multifunctional hall. Trapped between the audience tables and chairs, Zhang Li and his companions faced the onrushing zombies and the encroaching smoke, leaving them with no way out. From the outset, Zhang Li and the others had not planned to escape unscathed, hence the arrangement of this final gambit, aiming for a mutually assured destruction. Zhang Li roared, "Brothers, charge! These walking corpses are nothing but aberrations, monkeys acting like kings in the absence of tigers. Let them witness the prowess of the Langya soldiers." Embracing sacrifice for the sake of their nation, they faced death as if returning home. Though Zhang Li and his comrades were not solely driven by national or personal vendettas, their fervent rage would undoubtedly put the world's most valiant special forces to shame. Zhang Li removed his jacket, disregarding the blood splattered on his face and neck, and swung it around before launching a series of punches. The first zombie to approach crashed to the ground. Dozens of zombies swarmed forward, seeing the living as a delectable feast, abandoning all restraint and attacking like ravenous beasts. Han Guang picked up a chair and hurled it with all his might. Rather be burned to death than be bitten by zombies. Zhang Li laughed heartily. "If I had a choice, I'd rather die on a battlefield amidst a hail of bullets than in this wretched hospital." Han Guang threw another chair, knocking over two zombies. The remaining Langya soldiers also did their best, employing their signature skills. Li Xiaofan and Haizi lifted a long table and charged into the zombie horde, with Zhang Li close behind. His arms, like iron rods, swept out, seizing a zombie's head and crushing it with a powerful squeeze. The long table impeded the zombie's advance, and Li Xiaofan and the others struggled to maintain a defensive line. Seeing an opportunity, Han Guang kicked out repeatedly, targeting the zombie shins and causing them to lose their balance. Zhang Li, not idle, used his iron arms to target the zombies' heads. The two worked seamlessly together, and the first dozen zombies were halted. Han Guang shook his head. "This won't work. Li Nan has been attacked, and Imo Xiaowei is still in danger. We need a plan. Despite the perilous situation, there might be a turning point." And Zhang Li and his comrades were searching for a way to reverse their fortunes. The rear door of the hall was filling with smoke, and the searing flames were about to leap inside. Zhang Li felt the intense heat. The zombies that had been surrounding Imo Xiaowei were gradually approaching, and in a matter of seconds, Li Xiaofan and the others would be unable to hold them back. Zhang Li frowned. Human strength was limited. Even if they could each take on 10 enemies, they could not possibly kill all the zombies here. For now, it was best to avoid a direct confrontation. Zhang Li wiped the blood from his body, knowing that as long as they had blood on them, they would never be able to shake off the ghoulish creatures. However, there was no time to clean themselves, so Zhang Li's side was temporarily at a disadvantage. Several zombies had fallen and were now crawling forward on their hands and feet from under the long table. By the time Han Guang noticed, it was too late to stop them. 7 or 8 zombies had crawled through, heading straight for Zhang Li and the others. "Damn!" Zhang Li cursed under his breath and was about to kick them when he suddenly noticed something strange about the crawling zombies. They seemed uninterested in Zhang Li and his companions. Their eyes were gleaming, as if the billowing smoke was more enticing. Han Guang exclaimed in horror, "The fire has started. The smoke is hot, and the zombies must crave heat more than blood. They're like moths drawn to a flame, driven by an instinctive urge for warmth." Zhang Li nodded. "If that's the case, then these zombies won't attack us." With that realization, Zhang Li said to Li Xiaofan and Haizi, "Put down the long table. We should be safe." Li Xiaofan and Haizi were astonished. "If we put it down, we'll lose our only advantage. Trust me." Zhang Li took a deep breath. He had to take a gamble. Whether it was their fate to die or a stroke of good luck, it all hinged on this moment. Although they were perplexed, Li Xiaofan and Haizi put down the long table. The zombies behind them charged forward like madmen, but they ignored Zhang Li and the others. Li Xiaofan was aghast. "What's going on?" Han Guang patted him on the shoulder and said, "Man proposes, God disposes. It seems we're out of danger." Imo Xiaowei was still suspended in the center of the hall, and Zhang Li, noticing her, was startled. "How's Li Nan?" Han Guang had already rushed to the podium. 2 zombies were circling nearby, seemingly uninterested in Li Nan, and turned back toward the rear door. Zhang Li ran toward Imo Xiaowei, with Li Xiaofan and Haizi close behind. Faced with Mo Xiaowei hanging from the ceiling, Zhang Li was at a loss. She was too high up, and even a vertical jump wouldn't reach her. Haizi said from the side, "Smash the machine on the ceiling with a chair. That should bring Miss Mo down." Nearly 100 zombies were rushing toward the smoke. Paying no attention to the living, Zhang Li looked around and found a chair. With a surge of power, he hurled it upward. There was a crash, and Mo Xiaowei plummeted to the ground. Zhang Li extended his arm and abruptly caught the descending Mo Xiaowei. However, as she maintained a head-down position, her head still collided with the floor despite being caught. Zhang Li, noticing that he was holding two pale white thighs and that his gaze fell upon a pair of undergarments, felt a rush of confusion. He wanted to let go, but Mo Xiaowei let out a soft grunt, her eyes fluttering open. "What is happening?" she murmured, covering her head with her hands. Upon seeing Zhang Li and the others around her, who were brimming with excitement, she realized that her head still throbbed painfully. Feeling quite embarrassed, Zhang Li instinctively loosened his grip, causing Mo Xiaowei to tumble to the ground with a thud. "Ouch!" she gasped, regaining her composure and immediately inquiring, "Where's Li Nan?" "Where is he?" At the podium, Han Guang had already lifted the unconscious Li Nan, checking for signs of life. Fortunately, it appeared he was not in a state of false death. Upon noticing the syringe on Li Nan's arm, Han Guang understood that it was the handiwork of Lu Heping. He hoisted Li Nan onto his back and exited through the front door, followed closely by Zhang Li and the others. By this time, the lecture hall was engulfed in smoke, making it impossible for them to maintain their footing. Coughing violently, as they rushed outside, Mo Xiaowei was already in tears. Throwing herself onto Li Nan. "Oh, Li Nan, why are you so foolish? Willing to risk your life for me?" she cried. Han Guang chuckled lightly, "Miss Mo. Li Nan is not dead yet. There's no need for such mourning." Wiping her tears, Mo Xiaowei asked in disbelief, "Is that true?" Han Guang nodded, and though she was still skeptical, she placed her fingers near Li Nan's nostrils and confirmed that he was indeed breathing. A smile broke through her tears, but the swift change in her expression left her blushing. Despite the pain in her head and backside, the news of Li Nan's survival brought her immense joy. Mo Xiaowei couldn't comprehend why she felt this way. Was it merely because this man had risked his life to save her? The complexities of affection were often inexplicable, and she found herself confused yet grateful, seeing him as her guardian angel, always turning peril into safety. In contrast to Mo Xiaowei's emotional turmoil, Zhang Li and Han Guang were more preoccupied with the pressing situation. Lu Heping had escaped, and the fire behind them raged fiercely, threatening to engulf the entire hospital in mere minutes. They all feared being left with nothing but ashes. To defeat 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of our own, though Zhang Li understood the risks of explosions and fire, dealing with Lu Heping required such desperate measures. Yet, despite saving Mo Xiaowei, they still faced imminent danger. The lecture hall was ablaze, and the thick smoke had crept up to their heads. The flames were too intense. They had to retreat to the upper floors. Even if they were to perish in the flames, they had to first deal with Lu Heping. Mo Xiaowei, hearing Zhang Li's words, suddenly felt an ominous premonition. The inferno behind them, the grasping zombies, and the deranged Lu Heping. One scene after another flooded her mind. Noticing her unease, Han Guang asked, "Miss Mo, are you all right? We must leave this place quickly." Yes, I'm fine," Mo Xiaowei replied hastily, as Zhang Li and the others ascended from the 11th to the 12th floor. An unknown pressure vessel in the multifunctional lecture hall exploded, sending debris and charred remnants flying. Mo Xiaowei was filled with dread and instinctively hid behind Li Nan, hoping her foreboding feelings were merely figments of her imagination. Chapter 075. Fury of the Zombies. Han Guang carried Li Nan, leading the way, while Zhang Li and Mo Xiaowei followed closely from the multifunctional lecture hall on the 11th floor directly to the rooftop. As they reached the stairwell, thick smoke began to envelop them, and Zhang Li muttered, "Why is the fire spreading so quickly?" In firefighting terminology, there is a phenomenon known as the chimney effect, which aptly described the situation in Jiangbei Hospital. The fire originated close to the rooftop, easily influenced by external winds, much like a farmer's chimney. The difference in internal and external pressure created a powerful draw, causing the flames to spread rapidly. Zhang Li scratched his head, realizing that the fire was beyond control. They had no choice but to head to the rooftop. Haizi interjected, "Shouldn't we go after Lu Heping? That old fool has nearly cost us our lives several times." With a swift motion, Zhang Li punched Haizi on the head. "Are you foolish? We can't even save ourselves. Let him fend for himself." This exchange elicited a chuckle from Li Xiaofan, yet Mo Xiaowei wore a clouded expression, devoid of laughter. Sensing something was off, Li Xiaofan contemplated that they were in a life-or-death situation, and no one would be in high spirits, so he let Mo Xiaowei's demeanor slide, instead focusing on the flames behind them. The 12th floor was untenable. Despite their haste, the scorching waves of heat relentlessly pursued them, prompting Mo Xiaowei to stumble and fall on the stairs, her knees and ankles bruised. Zhang Li, witnessing this, cursed under his breath but quickly returned to help her up. "Hurry, or we'll end up roasted like chickens." Mo Xiaowei wiped her face and limped along behind him. Zhang Li shook his head, thinking, what a troublesome lady. Without further ado, he scooped her up and sped ahead to catch up with the others. Han Guang, sensing something had gone awry, called out, "Is everything all right?" Zhongli shouted back, "Women are truly a handful, but she's fine now." As they reached the dark door leading to the rooftop, Han Guang kicked it. But it did not budge. Li Xiaofan, inspecting the door, noticed it was secured with a rusted iron chain the thickness of a thumb. "This can't be kicked open?" Han Guang assessed, and Li Xiaofan agreed. "It seems we might be trapped here." Zhongli arrived last, setting Mo Xiaohui down. "You really need to lose some weight. You're quite heavy." Mo Xiaohui's cheeks flushed. Normally, she would have retorted, but now, as they approached the rooftop, an unprecedented sense of danger loomed over her. She stammered, wanting to express her concern, but the words escaped her. Zhang Li, however, chuckled. "You and my brother Li Nan seem quite suited for each other." Zhang Li turned to examine the dark door, which appeared to have been used for years. The iron door covered in rust and secured with a chain that had likely not been removed since its installation. Li Xiaofan weighed the chain in his hands. Although it was heavily rusted, it was not yet weak enough to break without tools. Zhang Li frowned. "Given our situation, where can we find tools?" Li Xiaofan scratched his head. "I could go back and find something. A wrench or a hammer would suffice." Zhang Li glanced back at the corridor, now filled with smoke. Returning would be tantamount to suicide. "No, we can't take that risk." Li Xiaofan countered. "If we don't open this door, we'll suffocate in here. It's better for me to take the chance." After much deliberation, Zhang Li concluded that if they could reach the rooftop, there might be a slim chance of survival. Remaining trapped here would surely lead to their demise. Zhang Li, unable to resist the tension any longer, instructed Li Xiaofan to turn back and retrieve some tools. "Remember, the flames shouldn't have reached the 12th floor yet. You can only go there to search, preferably for a fire extinguisher to smash that chain. But be extra cautious, as the smoke below is dense." Li Xiaofan nodded, bending low as he retraced his steps down the corridor. At that moment, Han Guang sat down on the ground with a wry smile, saying, "If we can't escape, we might just die here." Zhang Li also managed a bitter grin. "Since death is imminent, could you answer me one question?" "Of course, ask away." Han Guang replied. "I can't shake the feeling that you aren't really a police officer. What is your true identity?" Zhang Li asked casually, but Han Guang chuckled, saying, "Is that your question? It seems rather insignificant." Suddenly, Zhang Li's expression turned serious. "We're on the brink of death. Can't you just be honest?" Han Guang raised his gaze, first glancing at the exhausted Mo Xiaohui, then turning his attention to the unconscious Li Nan. "Everyone carries secrets to their graves, so..." Han Guang's face broke into a jesting smile. "In truth, I'm a police officer, the captain of the Jiangbei branch. Having toiled for over a decade to reach this position, I had hoped to become the branch chief in my lifetime, but now that seems unlikely." After saying this, Han Guang burst into laughter, reflecting on how he had inadvertently stumbled into Jiangbei Hospital, only to find himself standing at death's door, now entirely out of control. Listening to Han Guang, Zhang Li began to harbor doubts. Could it be that he had misjudged him, and he was merely a police officer? Faced with Han Guang's seemingly sincere explanation and self-deprecation, Zhang Li found himself believing his words to some extent. However, in an instant, he too began to chuckle. After all, they were on the verge of death. What did it matter? Watching the two men laugh heartily, Mo Xiaohui beside them remained unfazed, as her thoughts were consumed with soothing her anxious emotions. She limped over to Li Nan, cradling his head in her arms and gently caressing his face. Meanwhile, Li Xiaofan had already covered his mouth and nose with a piece of clothing, for the smoke was overwhelmingly thick and suffocating. The entire corridor on the 12th floor was filled with smoke, and since Li Xiaofan was unfamiliar with the layout, it took him a couple of minutes to discern his surroundings. The temperature in the corridor was rising, and he could feel his skin burning. Yet he couldn't afford to relax. He had to find a suitable tool to break down that concealed door, or they would all become roasted pigs. In the corner of the eastern wall of the corridor, Li Xiaofan spotted a fire hydrant and made his way over, thinking there must be a fire extinguisher nearby. However, as he approached, he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, the leaders have taken everything. Not even a fire extinguisher is provided." Just as he was feeling disheartened, he caught sight of an office nearby. Curious, he approached and found the door was ajar. This was fortuitous, and he stepped inside without hesitation. The office was modest in size, perhaps 30 square meters, but it was well equipped, even featuring a miniature golf course model. Li Xiaofan was overjoyed to discover a set of golf clubs along the wall. Without a second thought, he selected a few clubs and hurriedly exited. As the smoke was thickening and time was of the essence, just as he was leaving, a rustling sound emanated from beneath the desk. Startled, Li Xiaofan shouted, "Who is there?" No one replied, and he dared not be careless. Gripping the golf club tightly, he cautiously approached the desk. At that moment, outside the corridor, there was a crackling sound of burning. Realizing the fire was spreading, Li Xiaofan wasted no time and dashed back into the hallway. He could hear the roar of flames behind him, assuming it was the fire advancing. Without looking back, he ran forward. After about a minute of frantic running, he finally reached the corridor and quickly spotted Zhang Li ahead. "I found a tool. Hurry, break down the door," he shouted. At that moment, Mo Xiaohui, cradling Li Nan, suddenly looked up, her mouth agape in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Zhang Li's face turned a shade of green. Behind you, behind you. Li Xiaofan was perplexed by the odd expressions of everyone around him. What could have happened? Upon hearing Zhang Li's warning, he turned around, and in that instant, his face froze in shock. How could this be? Standing behind him was a figure engulfed in flames, resembling a mythical fire deity from ancient times, yet upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a zombie. Li Xiaofan's jaw dropped. Did he truly believe that the spreading flames were merely a result of the approaching zombie? Just as he was grappling with disbelief, the flaming zombie reached out, seizing Li Xiaofan by the neck. In an instant, a sizzling sound filled the air as Li Xiaofan hung limply, feigning death. Hold on. You must hold on. I'm coming to save you. Zhang Li shouted. Li Xiaofan, now nearly roasted, summoned the last of his strength to hurl the golf club he held, croaking, "Quick, open the door. We must escape this place." In that instant, Li Xiaofan was engulfed in flames, transforming into a charred corpse. Chapter 76. The final truth. Zhang Li witnessed his comrade turn into a charred corpse. And at that moment, his rage boiled over. Damn it. He disregarded the flaming zombie or any other threats. Anyone who harmed his brother would pay with their life. Catching the 3 golf clubs Li Xiaofan had thrown in his last moments, Zhang Li swiftly hurled 2 of them aside and shouted to Haizi behind him. Get that door open. With the golf club in hand, Zhang Li leaped forward, wielding it like a weapon against the flaming zombie. The zombie, horrifying in appearance, was engulfed in flames, its clothing reduced to ashes, leaving only a skeletal outline that crackled ominously, with oil oozing from its skin, creating a terrifying spectacle. Zhang Li gripped the club tightly, swinging it with the intent to strike the zombie's head. With a resounding clang, the blow landed, yet the zombie appeared unfazed, immediately swinging its fiery arms to grasp Zhang Li. What the hell? Zhang Li thought, astonished by the zombie's incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Without a moment to spare, Zhang Li threw himself backward, collapsing to the ground as the zombie lunged at him, making guttural sounds. Zhang Li fell beside the charred remains of Li Xiaofan, grasping his comrade's hand tightly, and with fierce determination, he shouted, "Those who harm my brother shall die." In the face of extreme danger, the potential for human strength is unfathomable. For Zhang Li, it was as if he had tapped into an infinite reservoir of power. He was determined to annihilate this flaming zombie, to tear it limb from limb. Suddenly, with a powerful surge, Zhang Li sprang to his feet, wielding the club and bringing it down fiercely upon the zombie's head. Even a deified stone monkey would likely falter under such a blow. In a flash, Zhang Li struck down fiercely, and as expected, the zombie's skull caved in halfway with a resounding crack. Just when Zhang Li thought he had triumphed, the zombie suddenly reared its head, seizing his cue with lightning speed and flinging him against the wall. With a thud, Zhang Li's mouth bled as he lay motionless on the ground. The 4 Wolf Fong soldiers watching from behind were filled with rage, eager to rush in and confront the zombie. But Han Guang shouted, Li Xiaofan sacrificed himself for such a meager tool to break through this door. We cannot let his efforts be in vain. Hai Tao gritted his teeth, consumed by fury. Is there any way out for us now? Even if we manage to open the secret door, what comes next? Are we to jump from the rooftop? Han Guang, exasperated, replied, What do you think? With flames at our backs and danger ahead, and now this fiery zombie emerging, do you truly believe we are doomed to perish without a trace? Li Xiaofan and Captain Zhang fought hard for that glimmer of hope for all of us. Do you wish to abandon it now? Hai Tao's eyes brimmed with tears. I don't want their sacrifices to be meaningless. You, Li Nan, and that woman were all dragged into this. Even if we soldiers perish here, we must ensure your escape. Han Guang's eyes glistened with emotion. We are all innocent. Those infected by zombies are as well. Misfortune cannot be blamed on society. We chose our own paths. With a heavy heart, Hai Tao declared, If you make it out, please remember my name, Gao Shahai, from Jiangbei City, residing in the old town's renovation area, with an elderly mother. If you encounter her, tell her Gao Shanghai was a fighting hero. As he spoke, Hai Tao wielded a cue and struck the iron chain. The chain snapped with a clang. Hurry out, he shouted to Han Guang, and Mo shall we? I'll buy you time. Han Guang turned to Hai Tao, noticing the youthful determination etched on his face. Without hesitation, he hoisted Li Nan onto his back and grasped Mo shall we, whispering, Thank you, brother. Hai Tao raised his cue and called to the other 3 Wolf Fong soldiers. We are soldiers. The more perilous the moment, the more we must charge forward. For Captain Zhang's vengeance, for Li Xiaofan's vengeance. The 4 shouted in unison as they rushed forward. Zhang Li, staggering from the impact against the wall, clutched the fiery zombie's leg, vowing, I will not let go. A zombie will always be a zombie. You can never eradicate humanity. It was precisely Zhang Li's resistance that granted Han Guang and the others precious moments to breach the door. However, as sunlight flooded through the opening, Zhang Li could hold on no longer, spitting blood as he fell to the ground. Hai Tao, leading the 3 Wolf Fong soldiers, saw the 2 lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor and was consumed with rage. Utilizing their remaining cues, they mounted a fierce resistance. Hai Tao had hoped to endure longer. But as he collapsed, he realized how foolish his thoughts had been. Before a zombie, humanity was truly fragile. What lay beyond? A world of peace or one overrun by zombies? In his final moments, he longed to see his mother once more. After 5 years of service, he had transformed from an 18-year-old boy into a steadfast man. Yet he had never had the chance to see his mother again. Now, having finally returned to his hometown on a mission, he faced an irreversible fate. Alas, Haitao slowly closed his eyes, resting alongside his captain and brothers in the Jiangbei hospital. Han Guang, carrying Li Nan, moved swiftly, but with Mo Xiaowei to consider. He was compelled to divide his attention. In the corridor, Mo Xiaowei had injured her ankle and knee, hindering her movement. Han Guang could only carry Li Nan on his back while cradling Mo Xiaowei in his arms, causing him great distress. The monster is coming, Mo Xiaowei cried in panic. It seemed that Haitao and the others had perished. Han Guang felt a surge of sorrow, prompting him to say to Mo Xiaowei, "Can I entrust you with a task?" Terrified, Mo Xiaowei barely registered his words. Han Guang realized that, in this situation, none of them could escape. "I will set you and Li Nan down to divert the zombies' attention. You two hide behind the pipe." Without waiting for Mo Xiaowei's response, he gently placed them down. As he turned, he was startled to find the fiery zombie looming behind him. In this dire moment, Han Guang lamented, their fire, while a desperate gamble, had birthed this formidable foe. The creature must have charged through the flames, emerging not as ash, but as a moving inferno, its speed and strength drastically enhanced. Han Guang, alarmed, threw his jacket at the zombie, then provocatively dashed in another direction. The moment the fabric touched the zombie, it ignited instantly, reducing to ashes in mere moments. His provocation succeeded. The fiery zombie shifted its pursuit from Mo Xiaowei and Li Nan to Han Guang instead. Mo Xiaowei, panic-stricken, breathed heavily, still reeling from the nightmare, while Li Nan lay unconscious like a dead weight. Recalling Han Guang's last instructions, she managed to steady her nerves. What should she do? She spotted a row of thick pipes nearby and, without hesitation, crawled toward them. Halfway there, she remembered Li Nan. With no other option, she retraced her steps, tugging at his clothes, laboriously making her way to the pipe. Meanwhile, Han Guang sprinted toward the secret door, knowing it was futile to confront the zombie now. He needed to lure it into a hazardous area, using its own momentum against it. At that moment, the open secret door belched smoke like a chimney, indicating the flames had surged. The pursuing zombie, its body swaying, was engulfed in flames that danced in the wind, resembling a flickering candle. Han Guang glanced back, realizing he was at a disadvantage. The zombie was now mere inches from him. If he didn't lure it to the door in the next second, he would surely be consumed. This plan was unworkable. Han Guang's mind raced until he spotted a row of railings. Desperate, he leaped over them, hurtling down from a 30-meter balcony. Sacrificing himself for Li Nan, Han Guang was resolved. As he jumped, the zombie halted, its expressionless gaze fixed on him as he plummeted. It seemed the high temperature had not only amplified the zombie's speed and strength, but also its intelligence, as it discerned Han Guang's scheme. In that moment, Han Guang adjusted his body, letting out a bitter smile as he plummeted. On the other side, Mo Xiaowei's face froze in shock at the sight of Han Guang's leap. Rather than face the zombie, perhaps suicide was a preferable choice. Just as Mo Xiaowei was lost in her thoughts, the fiery zombie had turned back, lunging toward the row of pipes. Mo Xiaowei stared intently at the zombie, clutching Li Nan tightly in her embrace. However, the opportunity to leap from the building had vanished. For her mobility was severely hindered. Now, she could only await her fate. The zombie, too, halted its advance, gazing at the woman and the man she held. At that moment, Mo Xiaowei realized that this zombie was, in fact, a woman, and the charred features seemed hauntingly familiar. The creature's skin had been entirely consumed by flames, leaving only exposed charred flesh, akin to burnt ebony. Though her mind flickered with clarity and confusion, Mo Xiaowei exclaimed in astonishment, "I recognize you. You are Gao Shui, Li Nan's girlfriend." During her time in the hospital, Mo Xiaowei had never encountered Gao Shui in person. However, after reuniting with Li Nan, she had seen a photograph of this woman in his hands, and he had expressed profound sorrow, lamenting how different things might have been had none of this transpired. If there had been no misunderstandings, no zombies. Mo Xiaowei vividly remembered the expression on Li Nan's face, a blend of concealed resentment and deep sorrow for the loss of his beloved. At that time, she had envied Gao Shui immensely, but now, upon witnessing her in this state, she felt a sense of release. Love does not always lead to a favorable outcome. Glancing at Li Nan in her arms, she sorrowfully addressed the zombie. "Do you recognize him? If you do, please let him go." The flames had seemingly consumed the flesh and blood of the zombie. Yet it stood firm, unable to make a choice. Mo Xiaowei, sensing a glimmer of hope, quickly interjected, "There is nothing between us. If you don't believe me, you can take my life, but please spare his." In that fleeting moment, Mo Xiaowei believed the zombie retained memories of its former life, still aware of the man she had once loved. However, in an instant, she realized her mistake. The zombie hesitated for a moment, but then extended its burning arms toward Mo Xiaowei and Li Nan. She closed her eyes, seemingly resigned to her fate. Yet a second later, the anticipated arrival of death did not come. When she opened her eyes in astonishment, she saw the outstretched arms halt in midair. gradually disintegrating into ashes that scattered upon the ground. Suddenly, a great fire erupted on the rooftop, emanating from a pipe presumably carrying natural gas, followed by a series of explosions that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. The zombie, transformed from Gao Shui, disintegrated into fragments as if an aircraft were breaking apart mid-flight, while Mo Xiaowei and Li Nan found themselves in peril as a powerful gust propelled them away. In midair, Mo Xiaowei held Li Nan tightly, murmuring, "This ending isn't so bad. At least we can die together." 3 seconds later, they landed atop a blue Lamborghini, beside which lay a charred head, its hollow eye sockets fixed upon Mo Xiaowei and Li Nan. The car's alarm blared incessantly. As Mo Xiaowei gradually regained consciousness amidst the dizzying haze, she pondered, "Am I still alive?" She felt a peculiar discomfort in her chest, and, upon realizing she had been lying atop Li Nan, found herself pressing against his shoulder blade. The memory of the harrowing events flooded back, and she glanced around to see they had crashed onto her Lamborghini. Turning to look at the Jiangbei hospital, she noted its charred remains, as if it had been engulfed in flames, and wondered how long she had been unconscious. At that moment, it struck her. How had she fallen from such a height and emerged unscathed? Looking down at Li Nan, she breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was his body that had cushioned her fall. But what about him? Quickly, she checked for his breath, relieved to find he was still alive. After shaking her head to clear her thoughts and confirming her own condition was stable, she resolved to find her phone to call for help. She remembered leaving her phone behind in the hospital as per Li Nan's instructions, but in her frantic search of her bag, she found nothing. Had it been lost during the fall? With no phone in sight, Mo Xiaowei considered seeking assistance from passers-by, yet the parking lot was desolate, devoid of life. Carefully, she climbed down from the car, glancing at the still unconscious Li Nan, feeling troubled. She knew she could not abandon him, especially after all they had endured together in the hospital. Determined, she resolved to carry him to safety, despite the difficulty. Once on the ground, Mo Xiaowei realized that her own strength was insufficient. She lacked the energy even to lower Li Nan from the car roof. Her knees and ankles, previously injured, made walking a challenge, let alone transporting a grown man. Feeling overwhelmed, she scratched her head and realized her state was disheveled. Her dress was half burned, her shoes mismatched, and her hair was in disarray. This was hardly the image of Jiangbei Radio's leading lady. With a wry smile, she acknowledged that there was no room for vanity after narrowly escaping death. Survival was the priority. Li Nan, too, appeared in a state of disrepair, his face marred with soot, his clothes tattered, his only coverage being a pair of undergarments. Mo Xiaowei was aware of the attack Li Nan had suffered in the morgue. Yet his back now appeared smooth and unblemished, raising questions about the rapid healing. Impossible, she mused, astonished. She began to gently rub his back. As she did, Li Nan's throat stirred, and though she remained oblivious, she marveled at the mystery of this man who seemed impervious to the zombie virus and had survived a fall from over 30 meters. Coughing, Li Nan instinctively propped himself up and rasped, "Where am I? What happened?" The Lamborghini continued its wailing, prompting him to reflexively cover his ears. Mo Xiaowei quickly cupped his ears with her hands, her bosom inadvertently pressing against his face, an inadvertent display of her femininity. Swallowing hard, Li Nan gazed at her, asking, "Did we escape?" Mo Xiaowei nodded and recounted the events leading to their current predicament, deliberately omitting the fact that the formidable zombie had been Gao Shui. Li Nan, filled with disbelief, exclaimed, "So everyone else is dead, except for us?" Mo Xiaowei spoke with a hint of sorrow. "Indeed, just look at the Jiangbei hospital building behind us. It bears the unmistakable scars of a devastating fire, and everyone inside has perished." Li Nan, still grappling with disbelief, replied, "But we fell from the rooftop and emerged unscathed. Is it possible that Han Guang also survived?" Mo Xiaowei found herself at a loss for words, as she and Li Nan were incredibly fortunate to have landed on the soft top of a Lamborghini, which significantly cushioned their fall. Moreover, Li Nan was quite the remarkable man, and it was this serendipity that allowed them to survive. As for Han Guang, who had also jumped from the same height, his fate was uncertain. In an attempt to soothe Li Nan's anxious thoughts, Mo Xiaowei suggested, "Perhaps Officer Han shares our good fortune." Li Nan rubbed his head, still dazed from his prolonged unconsciousness. His mind had not fully regained clarity, and his muscles felt tense and unfamiliar. Shaking himself awake, he realized he bore no injuries. Yet when he glanced at the charred remains of Jiangbei Hospital, a shiver of fear ran through him. What extraordinary luck, he mused, testing his strength as he descended from the vehicle. What time could it be? He massaged his legs, wishing for a swift return to normalcy. Mo Xiaowei looked towards the sun, which was nearing the horizon, estimating it to be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Calculating the time, Li Nan concluded that it had been approximately 10 hours since their fall. Was it possible that no one had come to their aid during this time? Just as self-doubt began to gnaw at him, a more pressing concern emerged in his mind. Based on their earlier observations, the military had completely sealed off the hospital before the outbreak of zombies within its walls, indicating that they had deemed everyone inside as expendable. Typically, such expendable individuals meet a grim fate, either annihilation or concealment. Yet, Jiangbei Hospital's situation was peculiar. It had not been subjected to a humane destruction, merely a total lockdown. What could this imply? Perhaps the military was still wary of something, public reaction, or some other unknown factor, given the presence of numerous military vehicles outside the hospital. Yet no soldiers in sight. Li Nan's mind raced with questions. What had transpired outside? Why had the military taken such drastic measures prior to the outbreak? As these thoughts consumed him, a wave of dread washed over Li Nan. If this were true, the implications were terrifying. Mo Xiaowei, sensing his internal turmoil, inquired. What are you thinking about? Li Nan shook his head. I've come to a horrifying realization. The world outside may very well be overrun by zombies. Mo Xiaowei scoffed. How could that be? The air out here feels remarkably fresh. The victims from Beiyuan Square were taken to Jiangbei Hospital. How could there be any pathogens outside? You're just overthinking it. Li Nan countered. How can you be so sure that the person from Beiyuan Square wasn't the initial carrier of the infection? Mo Xiaowei fell silent, pondering his words, before finally chuckling foolishly. Don't be so pessimistic. Even if a zombie virus did spread worldwide, there's no need to worry. There are still superheroes like Superman and Ultraman to save us. Her playful comment elicited laughter from Li Nan, momentarily easing the tension. After escaping such peril, why burden themselves with needless worries? You've got it wrong, he retorted. Superman is American and Ultraman is Japanese. They have specific areas of influence. If trouble arises, who will come to our rescue? Mo Xiaowei smiled brightly. I don't know who will save others, but I am certain you will come to my aid. You are my hero. Li Nan chuckled. If I'm barely managing to save myself, how could I save you? Reflecting on the selfless sacrifices made by Zhang Li and his companions, who risked their lives for people they had known for less than 12 hours. Li Nan felt a pang of emotion. Mo Xiaowei, aware of his thoughts, reassured him. They are heroes, and we must respect their choices. Li Nan raised his head, acknowledging. Indeed, they are heroes. May their spirits find peace. Peace, Mo Xiaowei echoed. In the midst of their conversation, Li Nan's limbs had returned to normal. He turned to Mo Xiaowei and said, we should leave this place. It feels eerily deserted. Mo Xiaowei nodded. My car is no longer operational. We need to find a way out. Do you have any money? We could hail a cab. Li Nan examined his attire. Apart from a somewhat intact pair of underwear, his clothing was in tatters. He had no money. Mo Xiaowei couldn't help but laugh at his appearance, while Li Nan, feeling embarrassed, covered himself awkwardly. It seems you aren't much better off, he observed. Mo Xiaowei dismissed the concern. Surviving is what matters. Worrying about appearances is trivial. Thus, the two unlikely companions, Li Nan and Mo Xiaowei, supported each other as they exited the parking lot. Although Li Nan understood that their current situation was likely worse than it seemed, he was willing to indulge in a moment of lightheartedness with her. After enduring so much, he longed to ease the tension. As he stepped forward, Li Nan inadvertently crushed a charred skull beneath his foot. Mo Xiaowei inquired, what happened? Li Nan smiled, nothing. Just stepped on a piece of debris. Mo Xiaowei grimaced. No wonder it smells so foul. Li Nan kicked the crushed skull aside but couldn't shake the eerie familiarity of the teeth that had been exposed. Surely, I'm just imagining things, he thought to himself. Chapter 078. The True Apocalypse. 1. After walking a few paces, Mo Xiaowei sensed something was amiss in their surroundings. Why is it so deserted? There shouldn't be anyone around at this hour. Li Nan offered an explanation. Perhaps it's getting late, or recent events have made people wary. In any case, there are no groups dancing in the square, no crowds gathering, and no one on the streets. It's remarkably quiet. They must all be spending time with their families. Such a flimsy excuse was convincing only to Mo Xiaowei. As they spoke, her stomach grumbled. A reminder that both had gone without food or water since the previous night. Feeling embarrassed, she suggested, shall we find something to eat? Li Nan, sensing a growing sense of foreboding in the air, hesitated. We have nothing. Are we going to eat for free? My home is nearby, if you don't mind. You can come with me. Mo Xiaowei, now considering Li Nan a friend, readily agreed. That sounds perfect. Outside the parking lot, several green military trucks stood empty, and Li Nan felt an aversion to their desolate interiors. Having been trapped in Jiangbei Hospital for too long, his nerves were frayed. He grasped Mo Xiaowei's arm as she continued forward, surprised by his sudden action. What's wrong? She asked. I wish to seek out Han Guang. According to the location you mentioned, it should be not far away. I wish to ascertain his fate. Mo Xiaowei understood. Han Guang had done so much for us. It is only fitting we pay him a visit. The entire vicinity of Jiangbei Hospital was devoid of any human presence, and the sun above was perilously low, creating an increasingly disadvantageous environment for Li Nan and his companion. Although Li Nan was uncertain about the state of the outside world, he was certain it could not be better than the conditions within Jiangbei Hospital. It could be said that Han Guang was Li Nan's savior. Taking a risk to confirm his whereabouts was worthwhile. Li Nan took Mo Xiaowei by the left arm and walked towards the small garden behind the parking lot. Believing that Han Guang had likely ended up in that area, Mo Xiaowei felt a strange sensation as Li Nan held her wrist. She found herself instinctively following the footsteps of the man before her, their shadows merging into one. With a warm sentiment, Mo Xiaowei playfully remarked, why are we rushing? Can't we go a little slower? Li Nan frowned inwardly, realizing that this young lady had no idea of the peril they were in. However, he was not naive. Moments ago, a shadow had clearly darted behind them, swaying unsteadily. It was undoubtedly a zombie. If he wished to have a meal soon, they needed to hurry. Remembering Mo Xiaohui's injured ankle, he swiftly turned back, scooping her into his arms, declaring, "This way, you can keep up with me." Mo Xiaohui buried her head, silent, yet relished the intimacy of Li Nan's gesture. Not pondering further, Li Nan turned to see the zombie pursuing them, only to find it had vanished. Alarmed, he wondered if he had merely misjudged the situation or if, after taking several steps, Li Nan had exited the parking lot and soon spotted a small patch of nursery, where a few vibrant blooms had been planted, now wilted, leaving behind a vast expanse of half-green grass. He hastened to the edge of the garden, noticing distinct signs of disturbance on one patch of grass, accompanied by numerous bloodstains. Leaning closer to inspect, he estimated the blood had congealed for at least 10 hours, likely left by Han Guang. There was no body here, which meant Han Guang was probably still alive. Mo Xiaohui, having been set down, crouched to examine her surroundings and suggested, "Perhaps Han Guang has been rescued." Though selfless heroes are rare nowadays, there are still kind-hearted individuals out there. Li Nan chuckled bitterly, certain he had not been rescued. The bloodstains were intermittent, with only one set of footprints. Mo Xiaohui shook her head, questioning if Officer Han had left on his own. How could that be? He jumped from such a height and was severely injured. Li Nan dismissed her concern, stating that survival often depended on one's will to live. Some might perish from such a fall, while others could survive. It seemed Han Guang belonged to the latter group. Mo Xiaohui appeared to concur, "We are the same." Li Nan chose not to engage further with her, instead following the trail of blood across the grass, determined to uncover the truth of Han Guang's fate. After running a few meters, he noticed the bloodstains growing fainter, vanishing entirely behind a green sycamore tree. Furrowing his brow, he rushed forward, only to be startled by the sight of a zombie standing behind the tree, its mouth agape, black blood oozing grotesquely. Li Nan gasped, instinctively preparing to defend himself. But the zombie remained motionless, seemingly lifeless. He found this incredible. Stepping closer, he observed a gaping hole in the creature's forehead, its brain matter dried and hardened. A few steps away lay a bloodied wooden stick. Who had slain this zombie? Deep in thought, Li Nan realized that the blood trail had ended at this tree, indicating that this zombie might have been dispatched by Han Guang. Judging by the volume of blood, the injury was likely not fatal, and despite being wounded, Han Guang had managed to kill a zombie, demonstrating that his skills remained intact. He had likely escaped. The situation outside Jiangbei Hospital was becoming increasingly clear. The zombie virus had spread widely. It appeared that when the military had quarantined the hospital, the outside was already overrun with zombies. The mere presence of hundreds infected within Jiangbei Hospital was terrifying. If the entire city of Jiangbei was similarly afflicted, the scene would be horrifying. Li Nan shuddered at the thought. He was reluctant to accept such a dreadful reality, yet the evidence suggested that the zombie virus had spread like an epidemic, leaving the number of survivors uncertain. Gazing upon the ghastly corpse of the zombie, Li Nan kicked it to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Looking around, he found no trace of Han Guang, and he resigned himself to the fact that escape was paramount, hoping for another chance to reunite. When Li Nan turned back to the zombie's shattered head, he felt a wave of nausea, just as the zombie's mouth began to move. How resilient. It still clung to life, Li Nan thought, preparing to stomp it down. Suddenly, from beneath the zombie's head emerged a large cockroach. This creature was notably oversized, far larger than the typical small insect. Li Nan shook his head. A zombie was already revolting enough, and now this abnormal cockroach appeared, reinforcing the notion that the world had indeed changed. Li Nan halted his foot mid-air, the cockroach taking flight and disappearing from sight. Enough. I won't dirty my shoes. Just as he intended to retract his foot and search for Mo Xiaohui, a piercing scream erupted from behind the sycamore tree. Alarmed, Li Nan realized something must have gone awry with Mo Xiaohui, and he dashed back. The shrill sound originated from the nursery area, prompting Li Nan to sprint back without delay. Upon finding Mo Xiaohui, he couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. There was nothing around, no zombies, nor even a lewd rogue in sight. With a resigned expression, Li Nan inquired, "What's wrong? Why the commotion?" Mo Xiaohui pointed to a spot in the grass, where a large insect had startled her by jumping out, almost landing on her. It was terrifying. Li Nan's face darkened in response to her dramatic reaction to a mere insect. It was just a bug. Was such an exaggerated response necessary? He shook his head. I followed the blood trail to the sycamore tree, and that's where Han Guang's traces ended. I suspect he has moved on and is likely safe now. Mo Xiaohui, still visibly shaken, instinctively sought to leap into Li Nan's embrace, but he sidestepped, leaving her to stumble. Staring blankly at him, she seemed perplexed. Why did you dodge? Li Nan wore an expression of indifference, and when he realized that Jiangbei City had likely succumbed to the fate of a zombie-infested wasteland, his emotions had already plummeted to their nadir. Upon witnessing Mo Xiaoyi's theatrics, he dismissed them as mere affectation typical of a fragile woman, and he found himself devoid of the inclination to engage with her further. If this truly was an apocalyptic scenario, then Li Nan would no longer be an intern doctor. Nor would Mo Xiaoyi remain a charming starlet of the television world. Their identities would be redefined amidst the chaos that would ensue. The question loomed, could such a delicate woman survive in this new reality? And what of his own survival? Mo Xiaoyi, sensing Li Nan's emotional distance, instinctively retreated a few steps. Li Nan, however, suddenly lunged towards her, urging her to be cautious and not to retreat any further. Mo Xiaoyi gasped in horror, unsure of Li Nan's intentions, only to turn and confront a grotesque visage looming behind her. With a cry. She was taken aback by the realization that even outside the hospital, zombies still roamed, ready to attack. In that fleeting moment, the world around Mo Xiaoyi darkened. After enduring so much within the confines of Jiangbei Hospital, she had finally escaped, only to find herself face to face with the very horrors she sought to evade. The earlier scene of Li Nan evading her presence had instilled within her a sense of despair that felt suffocating. With her mouth agape, she struggled to voice her terror and pessimism, and in that instant, Li Nan acted without a moment's hesitation, tackling Mo Xiaoyi to the ground. Fortunately, he was swifter than the approaching zombie, and as the creature lunged, Li Nan's embrace sent them crashing onto the lawn. Had they landed on hard tiles instead, Li Nan feared he might have broken a rib. Mo Xiaoyi fell atop Li Nan, her weight compounded by his own. And though he remained oblivious to the peculiar circumstances that allowed him to leap from the 12th floor unscathed, he dared not rely on luck any longer. Seeing Mo Xiaoyi unharmed, he swiftly sprang to his feet, but the zombie, undeterred by the fallen creature, charged directly at him. Li Nan recognized it as the same zombie he had seen in the parking lot. To his astonishment, it had reappeared after a brief absence, leading him to ponder if it had deliberately concealed itself, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when Mo Xiaoyi was alone. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If zombies possess such cunning, the distinction between them and humans would blur, rendering humanity devoid of advantage. Li Nan, unarmed and unyielding, feigned a punch. But if the zombie was indeed intelligent, it would possess the faculties to evade harm. The creature, however, appeared eerily calm, seemingly oblivious to Mo Xiaoyi. With her chest held high, addressed Li Nan, I understand why you were avoiding me earlier. It's my own cowardice that made me fear even a mere insect. In this apocalyptic environment, a timid woman like me stands little chance of survival. Therefore you. Li Nan cleared his throat, deliberately interrupting her. Let us not dwell on that. Our situation is far from favorable, night is approaching quickly, and we must find a safe place to hide. We have no idea how many zombies lurk around this hospital. Mo Xiaoyi nodded. You mentioned your home is nearby, so let us head there. Li Nan turned his head towards his home's direction and replied, we must move swiftly. Given Mo Xiaoyi's leg injury, Li Nan, acting gallantly, bent down, offering, allow me to carry you. Mo Xiaoyi shook her head resolutely. I need to walk this stretch myself. I must change. With a smile, Li Nan began to straighten up, when suddenly, a large white insect, about the size of half a palm, leaped out from the grass beneath their feet, resembling a slimy toad. Li Nan was taken aback, exclaiming, what on earth is that? It's terrifying. Mo Xiaoyi laughed lightly. That's the very creature that startled me earlier, but I'm not afraid now. It's just an insect. Watch me crush it. Li Nan interjected. Let us not be cruel to something that isn't a zombie. Hearing his words, Mo Xiaoyi paused and teased. It seems you have quite the compassionate side? Li Nan's face flushed red. Let us hurry up. As they turned to flee, their faces drained of color. Behind them, a horde of zombies had emerged from the parking lot, all clad in green camouflage uniforms with dark green helmets, unmistakably resembling soldiers. Li Nan was horrified. It became clear that the troops stationed outside Jiangbei Hospital had all succumbed to the infection. Most alarmingly, their helmets made it nearly impossible to destroy their heads. Mo Xiaoyi, forcing herself to remain composed, turned to Li Nan, asking, what should we do now? Should we confront them? Noticing that Li Nan's legs were trembling uncontrollably, her own resolve began to waver, and she too started to shake. Li Nan grasped her hand, exclaiming, what are you thinking? In this situation, we can't afford to fight. We must run. Mo Xiaoyi gasped, where do we run to? They're coming after us. Li Nan felt a bitter pang. Must it be this dramatic? Just moments ago, he had vanquished a single zombie, and now he faced an army. It was a slap in the face. Fortunately, Mo Xiaoyi was oblivious to his inner turmoil. Otherwise, she might question the wisdom of trusting him. Li Nan did not respond to her inquiry. He was intimately familiar with the Jiangbei Hospital area, well aware of the shortcuts and alleyways. Since they could not confront the zombies, they had to evade them with intellect. As they sprinted, the sun had nearly set, and the temperature was mild, allowing them to outpace the zombie horde, which was sluggish in their pursuit. Faced with such overwhelming odds, Li Nan felt powerless. Keeping his head down to escape, Mo Xiaoyi's earlier bravado about fighting made him chuckle. It seemed courage was not something that could be instilled at whim. Mo Xiaoyi. Despite her ankle pain, bit her lip in silence, determined not to show her weakness in front of Li Nan. Running ahead, Li Nan sensed the increasing weight of her burden and turned to see her struggling. He shook his head, realizing, I forgot about your ankle. Let me carry you. Mo Xiaowei firmly refused. If the zombies catch up, don't worry about me. I don't want to be a liability again, or we both might not escape. Glancing back, Li Nan saw they had created some distance from the horde. Without further thought, he hoisted Mo Xiaowei onto his shoulder, smiling wryly. If we are the last two survivors in this apocalypse, do you really think I would let you die? Resting her head against his shoulder, Mo Xiaowei gazed into the world ahead, feeling a moment of clarity. In this desolation, she realized she was fortunate to have a man willing to fight for her. Tears streamed down her face, not from despair, but from a sudden surge of gratitude. She resolved then and there that Li Nan was a man she could depend on. Unaware of her emotional shift, Li Nan continued to run, estimating they had been fleeing for about 7 or 8 minutes. They crossed a sidewalk and navigated through 2 alleys, finally exiting the Zhongbei hospital vicinity. Thanks to their speed, they easily evaded the zombie army, but Li Nan remained cautious. Once hidden in an alley, he looked around to ensure the zombies had not followed. Mo Xiaowei sat quietly on his shoulder like a small cat. Only when Li Nan felt the danger had passed did he pat her gently, saying, all clear now. You can relax, but please, refrain from crying out in the future. I suspect those zombies were drawn to your cries. Mo Xiaowei remained silent, absorbing his words. Li Nan sensed something was off. She had fainted from the rough ride. Had she? Well, a quiet woman is often the most charming. When she awakens, she'll likely chatter endlessly, so he relished this moment of peace. As he rounded the corner from the alley onto the street, he found himself facing Beiyuan Square, the scene of last night's chaos. Cautiously, he stepped out, relieved to find no zombies in sight. With a sigh of relief, he continued. After another 5 or 6 minutes, he would reach his apartment. Li Nan had fully embraced the grim reality of the apocalypse. Any lingering hope had evaporated. If even the armed and armored military could succumb to the infection, then the ordinary citizens of Jianbei City stood little chance of survival. As visibility dwindled, Li Nan quickened his pace, hoping for no further mishaps before reaching home. Just as he began to feel a sense of triumph over the absence of zombies, a dozen zombie antis suddenly burst forth from the side of Beiyuan Square, each clad in vibrant attire, likely caught mid-dance when they were attacked. Li Nan frowned, exasperated. Not these folks again. They were a nuisance in life. And now they're causing trouble as zombies. Though he was wary of the horde, he felt confident against these dozen anti-zombies. Holding Mo Xiaowei tightly, he thought it best to avoid direct confrontation for now. Moreover, he had not eaten or drunk anything since last night, and felt his strength waning. Never mind. He would show compassion and not engage them. With a swift movement, he stepped forward and retrieved several blood bags from his pack, tossing them before the zombie antis. A multitude of elder female zombies, seemingly unencumbered by any physical limitations, surged forward with the ferocity of wolves, vying to devour their prey. During his time at Zhongbei Hospital, Li Nan had prepared several bags of plasma in anticipation of confronting Lu Heping, hoping to gain a slight advantage. However, he was taken aback when Lu Heping proved to be even more ruthless, flinging the plasma from the ventilation duct and catching them off guard. At that moment, Li Nan had fashioned a makeshift bundle from Han Guang's coat, securing it tightly to his body, which remained intact as he plummeted from Zhongbei Hospital. Glancing at his bundle, he casually tossed out 5 or 6 bags of plasma, temporarily staving off the horde of zombies before changing direction. The night had descended, and he feared that any further encounters with zombies would be beyond his capacity to manage. The sound of his footsteps echoed as Li Nan hastened towards his residential complex. After navigating several pathways, he found himself before a building and, upon scanning his surroundings, discovered a small convenience store below. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. Addressing his hunger took precedence. Assuming that the community had been abandoned, he decided to procure supplies himself. Initially cautious of nearby zombies, he stumbled upon an unexpected discovery and, at that moment, chose not to feign virtue. Li Nan cautiously entered the convenience store, finding it devoid of both customers and zombies, allowing him to relax somewhat. In a corner, he spotted a cardboard box, which he approached with eagerness. With one hand, he began gathering sustenance, filling the box with instant noodles, dried noodles, and pickled vegetables. He felt as though he had unearthed treasures from a hidden trove, rapidly accumulating provisions to satiate his ravenous hunger. The shelves were cluttered with puffed snacks and various artificially colored treats, none of which piqued his interest, so he swept them aside carelessly. He hastily stuffed several vacuum-sealed pig trotters into his treasure trove. Just as he prepared to leave, his eye caught sight of a coveted item on the counter, Lao Ganma, his absolute favorite, with a box full of goods cradled in his arms. He intended to make a swift exit, yet the bottle of Lao Ganma captivated him. With no moral constraints holding him back, he reached for it. But he sensed movement beneath the counter. Startled, Li Nan quickly withdrew his arm, focusing intently on the space behind the counter, wary of the potential emergence of a zombie. After 3 tense seconds without further sound, he cautiously leaned forward. If it wasn't a zombie, it could very well be a living person. While he could be merciless towards zombies, he was inclined to extend a helping hand to his own kind. Beneath the counter lay a woman, trembling incessantly. Li Nan recognized her. She wore a red sweater, clearly the warm-hearted shopkeeper, Sister Wang, who often engaged him in friendly conversation upon his return from work. Sister Wang, are you all right? He called out tentatively, but received no response. Noticing no visible injuries, he reasoned that she might be suffering from shock, akin to a seizure. After placing the cardboard box down, he approached to assist her, realizing that if left unchecked, such symptoms could be fatal. Just as he prepared to help, Sister Wang's convulsions abruptly ceased, her body stiffening, as if slipping into a state of apparent death. Alarmed, Li Nan instinctively moved to perform CPR, hoping to revive her. As he touched her skin, a chill coursed through him. Her temperature suggested that she had been lifeless for some time. A jolt of dread surged within him as Sister Wang suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fixed unblinkingly upon him. The shock of that moment nearly caused him to stumble. Her face was grotesquely marred, with exposed bones and patches of decayed flesh, resembling a ghastly specter risen from the depths of hell. His earlier assumption had been misguided. A silent figure could not possibly be unharmed. Terrified, Li Nan watched as Sister Wang opened her mouth wide and lunged towards him. However, her movements were sluggish. Taking several seconds to rise, during which Li Nan seized a glass ashtray from the counter and hurled it at her. The small ashtray struck her head with precision, and without a shred of compassion, he resolved to end the threat. With that single blow, he crushed Sister Wang's. The comments made by Mo Shall We about Li Nan's home were rather blunt. It's a bit too small, a bit too messy, and a bit too dirty. Yet, upon recalling the Lamborghini he had seen parked outside Zhongbei Hospital, Li Nan surmised that this woman must have previously enjoyed a life of considerable affluence. Alas, he thought, he is but a small fry. Making a living is no easy task. He too dreams of residing in a grand abode, but that ambition must wait until he ascends to the role of lead surgeon. Li Nan paused for a moment, then approached a cardboard box, rummaging through its contents. Here, take this pig's trotter. You can nibble on it while I prepare some instant noodles. Mo Shall We accepted the pig's trotter thrown her way and, without hesitation, began to devour it ravenously. Finally, she had something to eat, as her hunger had become unbearable. Between bites of the trotter, she mumbled, I didn't mean to look down on you. A small house doesn't imply a lack of capability. Li Nan shook his head in confusion. What are you talking about? Mo Shall We swallowed hard and remained silent, instead inquiring. What are you thinking? I was reflecting on the peculiar behavior of that Aunt Wang from the convenience store downstairs, Li Nan replied. Mo Shall We noted. Your movements were remarkably swift. I didn't see much of the process, but it must have been simple. Aunt Wang was likely in the midst of her transformation into a zombie when you encountered her, which led to your erroneous judgment. Li Nan found her reasoning intriguing. How do you know she was in the midst of transforming? With a smile, Mo Shall We replied, is there any other explanation? Li Nan mused that this woman possessed a sharp intellect. Her logic was sound. Indeed, Aunt Wang's failure to attack had contributed to his misjudgment. In such dire times, he must exercise greater caution, for survival is fraught with peril, and a single misstep could lead to death. He chastised himself for his oversight and resolved to be more vigilant in the future. As the water in the electric pot began to boil, Li Nan tore open several seasoning packets and added them, stirring briefly before announcing to Mo Shall We, it's ready. Searching the room, he could only find a single pair of chopsticks and one bowl, which presented a dilemma given that there were two of them. After rummaging through the garbage bin, he managed to find a pair of disposable chopsticks, washed them in the bathroom, and declared, I'll use these. You can take the clean chopsticks. Mo Shall We hesitated, asking, are those chopsticks suitable? Li Nan, undeterred, scooped up noodles with the reused chopsticks, savoring his meal. Observing his enjoyment, Mo Shall We became a bit more reserved, taking small bites of noodles for herself. Out of the 7 or 8 packets of instant noodles, she consumed only one, while Li Nan devoured the rest, including the broth. Since Mo Shall We had already filled her stomach with the pig's trotter, Li Nan was untroubled by her apparent lack of fullness. After finishing his meal, he reclined on the ground, appearing quite content. Mo Shall We, however, nervously remarked, there's only one bed. How are we going to sleep tonight? Hearing her barely audible voice, Li Nan chuckled, you can sleep on the bed, I'll make do on the floor. Mo Shall We fidgeted with the hem of her clothes, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In such a small room, with only one bed and a floor mat, privacy was virtually non-existent. At the bedside, Li Nan rummaged through a small cabinet and pulled out a few articles of clothing, laying them on the floor before declaring, let's sleep now. I won't take advantage of the situation. Mo Shall We's heart skipped a beat. It was difficult to decipher whether she felt relief or concern. The complexity of a woman's heart is often inscrutable. If Li Nan truly intended to take advantage of her, she suspected she would not resist. Yet, deep down, Mo Shall We hoped for a peaceful night, as emotions require a gradual progression. While she pondered, Li Nan had already settled on the ground, snoring softly. Chapter 083. The scavenging plan. Beautiful women invariably attract attention, especially from men, and Li Nan was no exception. He glanced at Mo Shall We before turning to her. Why don't you freshen up first? Then we can venture out to find water and food. Mo Xiaohui replied, somewhat surprised, but isn't there food? We scavenged quite a bit from that convenience store last night. Li Nan pointed to the cardboard box filled with their haul. This isn't enough for the both of us for an entire day. We need to devise a better plan. Mo Xiaohui recalled that Li Nan had consumed 7 or 8 packets of instant noodles by himself, realizing that his appetite necessitated a larger food supply. Moreover, they were out of drinking water and needed to replenish it. Although the city's water supply system had not collapsed, she wondered if it would be safe to drink. With a dismissive tone, Mo Xiaohui suggested, in that case, you might as well collect rainwater. It's certainly cleaner than tap water. Li Nan concurred that drinking tap water was rather dubious and promptly dismissed that idea. For Mo Xiaohui, freshening up merely entailed washing her face. After doing so, she picked up a rough towel to dry her face. This towel is so coarse, she exclaimed, prompting Li Nan to snatch it away. If it's rough, then you might as well not use it. With a playful smile, Mo Xiaohui replied, if I don't wipe my face, I'll just look like a little raccoon. If you don't mind, then so be it. As a host, her verbal wit was something Li Nan found difficult to counter, leaving him with no choice but to concede. Let's eat some instant noodles first, then we must go out to search for drinking water and food. Is this breakfast or lunch? Mo Xiaohui asked with a grin, while Li Nan shook his head. The dozen or so packets of instant noodles they had scavenged were now gone, leaving only 2 vacuum-packed pig's trotters, 3 bundles of noodles, and a bottle of chili sauce that Li Nan had snatched back. With their supplies dwindling, Mo Xiaohui expressed her distaste for the oily chili sauce, questioning, can we really eat something that greasy? Li Nan shrugged, if you don't want to eat it, then don't. Curious, Mo Xiaohui tentatively picked up a small amount with her chopsticks and cautiously tasted it. It's a bit numbing and spicy, she remarked, smacking her lips. She then added a bit to her bowl of noodles, explaining, these instant noodles lack flavor. I need something to stimulate my taste buds. Li Nan chuckled inwardly, charmed by her cleverness. The thought of her sharp tongue in less savory contexts made him smirk. Mo Xiaohui, noticing the mischievous expression on his face, asked, what are you thinking? Nothing. I was just contemplating how, in this apocalypse, if we haven't been bitten by zombies, we might end up starving instead. At that moment, Mo Xiaohui's expression turned pensive. If she considered it that way, perhaps the instant noodles weren't so bad after all. She shifted her gaze to the window and asked, it's raining outside. Should we still go out to find food and water? Li Nan shook his head. The rain was torrential, making it impossible to venture outside. Thus, the two decided to scour the building for supplies. Mo Xiaohui nodded, expressing her willingness to follow his lead without question. Li Nan, wearing a cheerful expression, playfully questioned her sincerity. Suddenly, Mo Xiaohui recalled how he had peeped at her the previous night and instinctively crossed her arms over her chest. Li Nan, sensing her discomfort, quickly defended himself, asserting he was a decent person, not a lecher. Mo Xiaohui laughed, teasingly suggesting he might not be as innocent as he claimed. By the time they finished gathering their belongings, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Li Nan changed into a hoodie and tossed his tattered clothes out the window, prompting Mo Xiaohui to scold him for his lack of civic responsibility. She expressed concern that the discarded items could harm people or plants below. Surprised by her chattiness, Li Nan mentally prepared himself and chose to ignore her. Mo Xiaohui, feeling a bit silly, threw out her own ragged clothes, leaving only her washed undergarments in the bathroom to dry. Without her undergarments, she felt rather awkward, especially since she was wearing Li Nan's oversized floral shirt, which failed to adequately cover her figure. To remedy the situation, she decided to wrap the shirt around her chest, sacrificing exposure of her midriff and shoulders to shield herself from Li Nan's wandering gaze. As Mo Xiaohui adjusted her makeshift garment, she displayed a bold demeanor. Though aside from her sharp tongue, she seemed to possess little else in terms of talent. Clearing her throat, she caught Li Nan's attention, who pretended to be a gentleman as he announced it was time to set off. Li Nan led the way, with Mo Xiaohui following closely behind. After descending from the 5th floor, they climbed to the top of the building, which, being an older structure from the 1990s, had only 8 stories. Li Nan's plan was straightforward. They would search the building from top to bottom for any consumable supplies. The prospect of this scavenging mission excited Mo Xiaohui, particularly as she hoped to find feminine necessities to alleviate her current discomfort. Reaching the 8th floor, they encountered 2 locked doors. Li Nan tested them, but both were secured. He pondered whether anyone might still be alive inside. Considering the outbreak at Baiyuan Square had occurred just 3 days prior, he wondered how many survivors remained in Jiangbei City. The virus was transmitted through bites or scratches, indicating that contact was necessary for infection. Thus, if someone managed to hide before the outbreak, they might still be alive. Contemplating this, Li Nan rang the doorbells on both sides and called out in a soft yet penetrating voice, "Is anyone there? We are not the undead." After a minute of silence, he assumed there was no response, and he cautiously attempted to pry open the door. Armed with a screwdriver, he fumbled with the lock. Realizing that breaking in was not his forte, Mo Xiaohui watched intently, wishing the door would miraculously open, allowing them to act like bold thieves. Just then, a timid voice from within asked, "Who are you?" Li Nan was taken aback, as the voice came a minute after his initial call. Was the person inside really so hesitant? Mo Xiaohui suggested they might be wary, as not everyone who knocks is friendly. Li Nan introduced himself again, stating he lived in apartment 501 and was not a threat. Mo Xiaohui chuckled, noting that a true villain Wu Ti announced their identity. Li Nan admitted he knew little about the building's residents, having only seen some retirees passing through. When he repeated his introduction, the voice inside asked again, "Who are you?" Mo Xiaohui found it amusing, wondering if the occupant was forgetful. Li Nan felt a mix of confusion and irritation, questioning whether the person was intentionally toying with him. Frustrated, he pressed the screwdriver into the lock, twisting it forcefully, and heard the mechanical sound of breaking components. Mo Xiaohui expressed surprise at his unexpected skill, asking why he hadn't used it earlier. Li Nan replied that he was an intern doctor, not a locksmith. Mo Xiaohui teased him, suggesting he was indeed acting like a thief. Fueled by irritation, he managed to pry open the door, and as he entered, he lowered his voice, saying, "Excuse me, ma'am. We mean no harm. We just wish to." Mo Xiaohui followed closely behind, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation about their audacious entry. She whispered to Li Nan, questioning whether they might get arrested. He reassured her that there were no police left, given the chaos outside, and they hadn't committed any crimes yet. Amused by his innocence, Mo Xiaohui followed him into the room, feeling like a mischievous cat as they ventured into the living space. The room is considerably larger than Li Nan's downstairs quarters, boasting an area of at least 120 square meters. It is equipped with a kitchen, a bathroom, a storage room, and 3 bedrooms, suggesting that this family enjoys a comfortable life, particularly with 2 children in the mix. A large sofa occupies the living room, while a slightly antiquated LCD television stands against the left wall, accompanied by several small cabinets flanking either side. Li Nan, stepping forward, gestured and called out, "We mean no harm. We merely wish to ascertain your situation." Mo Xiaohui nudged Li Nan with her elbow from behind, cautioning him. "Don't you think that barging in like this, even without ill intent, could be perceived as hostile? Who would remain calm in such a scenario? We must avoid any potential conflict." Li Nan, too, recognized his impulsiveness. Such a rash intrusion was undoubtedly misguided. Yet, having already entered, was retreat an option? More importantly, he sensed something suspicious about the inhabitants of this abode. When he had stood outside, the faint sounds emanating from within had not captured his attention. But the recurring phrase that followed raised his suspicions. In this apocalyptic world, who would indulge in such frivolity? Suddenly, Li Nan collided with a vase, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Mo Xiaohui reacted swiftly, catching the falling vase deftly in her hands. If you were to break someone else's belongings, even if justified, your rationale would vanish. At that moment, a voice echoed from the living room. "Who are you?" Li Nan looked around in confusion, but saw no one. He could only respond politely. "I have stated it several times already. I am your neighbor from the 5th floor, Li Nan." His voice reverberated, yet his gaze darted around, hoping to catch a glimpse of the speaker. The voice sounded somewhat hoarse, likely belonging to an elderly woman. Nevertheless, Li Nan was wary. The old lady's combat prowess should not be underestimated. Until the situation clarified, he needed to proceed with caution. "Auntie, where are you? We mean you no harm." Li Nan inquired, while Mo Xiaohui pointed toward the back of the living room sofa, indicating that the voice had originated from that direction. Furrowing his brow, Li Nan noticed that there appeared to be no space behind the sofa. It was impossible for anyone to hide there. Leaning closer, he called out again, "Auntie, we truly are not bad people. You needn't be on guard with us." Just then, a voice indeed emerged from behind the sofa. "Who are you?" Li Nan began to suspect that a tape recorder lay behind the sofa, playing the phrase on a continuous loop. He pondered who would engage in such trivial antics within their own home. Mo Xiaohui, cowering behind him, seemed to view his concerns as eerie occurrences. Trembling, she timidly asked, "Do you think there could be ghosts in this world?" Li Nan concealed his left hand behind him, signaling Mo Xiaohui to remain silent as he attempted to investigate what lay behind the sofa. Mo Xiaohui brandished a screwdriver in front of her chest and leaped over to the back of the sofa. At that moment, a shadow suddenly darted up, creating a gust of air that struck Li Nan's face. Shocked, he exclaimed, "What on earth was that?" So swift. Having missed his target, Li Nan scanned the surroundings, only to find the space behind the sofa empty. Meanwhile, Mo Xiaohui shouted, "That thing is on your head." Startled, Li Nan leaped, flailing his arms above his head. Yet he encountered nothing. Could it truly be a ghost? Mo Xiaohui erupted into laughter from in front of the sofa as sounds echoed from above. "Who are you? Who are you?" This bizarre scenario left Li Nan baffled. Suddenly, he glanced upward and spotted a large bird circling the chandelier in the living room. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably a parrot. Instantly, Li Nan couldn't help but chuckle. He had been outwitted by a mere bird. Mo Xiaohui, fixated on the vibrant parrot, exclaimed, "What a magnificent bird! So colorful, so beautiful." Li Nan sank back onto the sofa, exhaling deeply. His earlier suspicions had been unfounded. It was merely a bird causing chaos. No longer inclined to engage with the parrot, he was now convinced that the house harbored no other inhabitants. If there were any survivors, they would have revealed themselves during the commotion. Li Nan rose from the sofa and proceeded to inspect each room to confirm the absence of any survivors. Apart from the parrot, the entire house was devoid of life. The lack of occupants suited Li Nan just fine, as long as there were no owners. He felt justified in acting as a burglar. The family seemed to have lived well, and there was even a son and daughter, as evidenced by a family portrait he discovered in the master bedroom. The picture depicted two middle-aged adults flanked by their 20-something children, all wearing expressions of happiness. Mo Xiaowei gazed at the family portrait on the wall, while Li Nan felt indifferent, as there was nothing of value in the master bedroom to pique his interest. Instead, he hurried into the kitchen, searching for food. It appeared that the son and daughter did not reside there full-time, as the dining table was set with only 2 sets of utensils and a few oil sticks, all of which had already molded. Li Nan speculated that the family had likely been caught by zombies while out for a morning stroll the day after the outbreak, explaining why breakfast remained untouched. Uninterested in the spoiled meal, he rummaged through the kitchen and discovered a 50-kilogram sack of rice, a piece of pork tenderloin in the refrigerator, and an assortment of vegetables, surprisingly still fresh due to the power being intact. In total, he estimated that he had gathered over 100 pounds of supplies. Li Nan hoisted the rice sack onto his shoulder and tucked the now full food box under his arm, preparing to make his exit. However, Mo Xiaowei lingered in one of the bedrooms. "It's time. We've had a fruitful haul, and we must leave." Li Nan called out. I'm coming. Mo Xiaowei replied slowly from behind. Li Nan thought her hesitation was typical of women, but this was not a leisurely outing. Why linger so? 2 minutes later, Mo Xiaowei emerged with a travel bag, struggling to carry it. Li Nan, unimpressed, asked, "What did you find?" With a smile, Mo Xiaowei replied, "I found this bag. And inside, I discovered several articles of clothing. The family's children are about our size. They could be useful." Li Nan snorted, hoisting a half-full bottle of purified water onto his shoulder, leaving both sides heavily burdened. Noticing Mo Xiaowei's reluctance to move, he inquired, "What is it you want?" Mo Xiaowei's gaze was fixed on the chandelier in the living room. Li Nan followed her line of sight, muttering to himself, "It can't be." Chapter 085. Mo Xiaowei, with no choice but to acquiesce to Mo Xiaowei's earnest pleas, Li Nan reluctantly agreed to attempt to capture the parrot, as it proved exceedingly difficult to dislodge. Observing the nearly devoured flowers in the vases around the living room, he realized why the parrot had managed to survive for 3 days. The parrot had a defiant spirit. No matter how Li Nan tempted it with food, it refused to descend. Ultimately, out of options, he said to Mo Xiaowei, "Our survival is already in jeopardy. Why should we take on the burden of this bird? Isn't that inviting trouble?" Mo Xiaowei shook her head. "Talking to you is utterly dull. Having a parrot would be entertaining." Upon the thought that this parrot could mimic speech, he felt a surge of energy. If he could procure this parrot, it was likely that Mo Xiaowei would no longer pester him as she currently did. With a clear motivation, Li Nan approached the task with vigor. He was uncertain whether the parrot preferred a carnivorous or herbivorous diet, but he surmised that after 3 days of hardship, food would surely entice it. Resolving this, Li Nan instructed Mo Xiaowei to guard the entrance while he prepared to engage in a battle of wits with the parrot. After a tense 15 minutes of cunning and strategy, Li Nan finally captured the large parrot. Mo Xiaowei, astonished, exclaimed, "Why did you take off your clothes?" Li Nan chuckled. "Without shedding my clothes, I truly could not manage it." Once in his grasp, the parrot ceased its struggle, suggesting it possessed a fair degree of intelligence, having been caught. It seemed to submit in defeat. However, Li Nan remained skeptical of the parrot's loyalty, fearing that a moment's relaxation in his grip would result in its escape. With Mo Xiaowei carrying a bag, Li Nan bore the burden of rice in one hand, a bucket in the other, and awkwardly tucked a parrot and a cardboard box under his arms, making for a laborious endeavor. Together, they descended the stairs. Both satisfied with the outcome of their scavenging expedition, Li Nan contemplated ceasing their efforts for the day, as he had grown fond of the spacious 8th-floor apartment. Clearly, it was somewhat uncomfortable for both him and Mo Xiaowei to be cramped in a space of less than 30 square meters. Thus, he contemplated seeking another room. However, the door to the 8th-floor apartment had been compromised and could no longer guarantee safety, leading Li Nan to return to his modest abode. After discarding 100 pounds of supplies into the room, little space remained. Li Nan reclined comfortably on the floor, content that their modest haul would sustain them for at least another week. He gripped the parrot's wings tightly, cautious not to loosen his hold. For despite being a mere bird, it was nearly the size of an adult cat, equipped with a sharp, curved beak that he wished to avoid provoking. Mo Xiaowei's large eyes were transfixed on the parrot, captivated by its vibrant plumage. Li Nan, lacking in romantic sentiment, remarked, "If you admire its feathers so much, I could pluck them all for you to adorn your head." Mo Xiaowei feigned anger. "How could you lack such public spirit? Is that something you would actually do?" Li Nan was taken aback. "You find its feathers beautiful, yet you wish to confine it in a cage. By indulging your preferences, you restrict its freedom. Does that not seem cruel to you?" Mo Xiaowei, mistaking his seriousness, retorted, "Then what do you propose? Should we release it?" Li Nan was already burdened by the presence of multiple women. The addition of a bird seemed excessive. Although the parrot could divert Mo Xiaowei's attention, Keeping a pet required food, which was a luxury in their dire circumstances. Thus, Linan firmly stated, we cannot care for it. It would soon perish. Gently stroking the parrot's neck feathers, Xiaowei expressed her reluctance. So, you mean we should let it go? Linan shook his head. What I suggest is that we eat it. After all, it is still a bird, and I imagine it would taste similar to chicken, likely quite delicious. Upon hearing this, the parrot seemed to comprehend, immediately struggling free and pecking fiercely at Linan's hand. Ah, he winced in pain, releasing his grip on the parrot, which then soared above Xiaowei's head. Noting the parrot's unusual behavior, Linan mused, could it be that this creature understands human speech? Xiaowei exclaimed. We cannot eat it. Let us set it free. Linan, nursing his injured hand, feigned bitterness, then let it go. Xiaowei opened the window, reluctantly urging the parrot. Hurry and leave. That nasty man intends to eat you. Flee for your life. Outside, the rain poured incessantly, creating a curtain of droplets that entwined the world in a watery embrace. The parrot circled within the room a few times before alighting at the window. Yet it did not fly away. Instead, it perched on Xiaowei's shoulder, nuzzling its head against her cheek. Xiaowei giggled with delight, while Linan thought to himself, what a flirtatious bird. Turning to Linan, Xiaowei declared, it likes me. It does not want to leave. Linan doused her enthusiasm. It is raining outside. It surely won't fly away. Wait until the weather clears, and then we shall see if it departs. The parrot seemed to understand Linan's words, promptly taking flight and landing on his face, pecking him again. What are you, a woodpecker? If you cannot mimic speech, must you resort to pecking? After its successful peck, the parrot returned to Xiaowei's shoulder, who laughed heartily. It seems someone has finally found a way to deal with you. The parrot, unwilling to be outdone, opened its beak and exclaimed, who are you? Xiaowei pouted. I am Xiaowei, and from now on, I shall be your master. The parrot echoed her name. I am Xiaowei. I am Xiaowei. Xiaowei was astounded. What a clever parrot. Linan, equally surprised, remarked, goodness, is this creature from Mars? I thought it could only say one phrase. With a playful smile, Xiaowei continued, I am Xiaowei. If you too are Xiaowei, that would be confusing. How about I call you Hui Xiaoma from now on? It perfectly reverses my name. Linan chuckled, realizing that within 10 minutes, she had truly adopted the parrot as her pet. Xiaowei, unfazed by Linan's teasing, enjoyed her time with the parrot, while he observed her fondness, thinking to himself, what a silly girl. After their playful banter, Linan recalled the pressing matter at hand. The supplies scavenged from the 8th floor needed to be organized. While rice was of little concern, the pork tenderloin and various vegetables were prone to spoilage, requiring immediate attention. Linan inquired, can you prepare cured meat? Xiaowei shook her head, and Linan quickly realized he had asked the wrong person. After all, how could a television hostess possess such skills? Thus, he resolved to find a way himself. The tenderloin weighed over 10 pounds, and it was clear that he and Xiaowei could not consume it all in one day, necessitating preservation methods. He rummaged through the cardboard box and discovered a large canister of salt, another treasure from the 8th floor. Contemplating the idea of curing the pork with salt, he proceeded based on intuition alone, uncertain of the correct method. Linan fetched a stainless steel basin, cut the tenderloin into several smaller pieces, and inverted them into the basin. After sprinkling half a canister of salt, he mixed it all together, deeming the task complete. Although uncertain if this would yield cured meat, he was confident it would at least result in salted pork. Xiaowei, having found a women's t-shirt in her bag, donned it with a perfect fit. Though without a bra, the outline of her chest was quite pronounced. Linan organized the rice and selected some vegetables, planning to prepare a simple vegetable noodle dish for dinner. When Xiaowei heard they would be eating noodles that night, she was the first to protest. But we have meat now. Why not eat that? Linan chuckled ruefully. I forgot to set some aside while making the salted meat. But we can still eat it if you don't mind the excessive salt. Xiaowei glanced at the stainless steel basin behind him, filled with half meat and half salt, and merely the sight of it made her throat feel parched. All right then, I concede to you. Xiaowei turned to Hui Xiaoma and exclaimed, this is the person who has tormented us both. He is truly a villain. A villain. A villain. Hui Xiaoma quickly learned the sentiment and joined in the condemnation of the man who had initially seized her. Linan, however, was not inclined to engage with the spirited woman but instead directed his gaze out the window, where the rain showed no signs of abating. At that moment, Linan found himself in a quandary. Heavy autumn rains were already a rarity. Yet this relentless downpour had persisted for an entire day and night, something he had never witnessed before. Was it possible that the weather itself had turned unusual? Just then, Xiaowei discovered a small notebook by the bedside and found a water-based pen, proceeding to write, Day 3 of the apocalypse, the heavy rain continues. Linan and I are trapped in his home, with dwindling supplies. Fortunately, our scavenging efforts have yielded some results, ensuring our temporary safety. And we have even found a particularly intelligent parrot. Linan observed Xiaowei writing and inquired, you aren't keeping a diary, are you? I never imagined that a television star like you would have such a penchant. Xiaowei replied, I have a habit of journaling, at least after we're gone. Someone might read about our experiences and stories. Li Nan was taken aback. I have an elder brother who used to keep a diary, but he eventually turned to writing novels. I wonder how your writing compares? Mo Xiaowei laughed. My skill is certainly on par with Mo Yin. Li Nan chuckled. As for literary style, I must confess, I prefer Jia Pinghua. Mo Xiaowei, uninterested in debating who among Chinese writers was the best, suddenly exclaimed, You have an older brother? Li Nan glanced outside, silently nodding. Chapter 86. The unexpected knock on the door. Mo Xiaowei seemed quite intrigued by Li Nan's background, so when she learned about his older brother, she bombarded him with questions. Li Nan smiled wryly. He and I are not of the same ilk. And there's really not much to say. Mo Xiaowei was undeterred. What is your brother's name? Sincerely, Nan, I presume he isn't named Li Dong? Reluctantly. Li Nan nodded. You guessed correctly. His name is indeed Li Dong. At this, Mo Xiaowei burst into laughter. Your family's naming conventions are quite amusing. East, South, West, and North. If you had a younger brother, perhaps he could be named Li Hongzhong, and then you'd have a complete set for Mahjong. Li Nan's expression turned serious, indicating he did not appreciate Mo Xiaowei's jest. Sensing her joke might have crossed a line, she quickly redirected the conversation. Since you are reluctant to share about yourself, I shall tell you about my life. Li Nan responded with an intrigued "oh" as he prepared to listen. Mo Xiaowei adjusted the parrot on her shoulder and began. I have worked at the television station for a year. A month ago, I debuted in a program tailored for me, and I was soon hailed as the station's star. Did you think all of this required immense effort to achieve? Li Nan nodded. To excel in any field, one must exert effort. Thus, you are fortunate. Mo Xiaowei countered. You are mistaken. My good fortune does not stem from personal talent, but rather from my father. He imposed certain so-called advantages upon me. Li Nan was puzzled, and Mo Xiaowei continued. If I were to reveal my father's name, you would undoubtedly be astonished. Li Nan's mind raced with various notorious names from Jiangbei City, but none bore the surname Mo. Could it be that Mo Xiaowei had a compelling backstory? Mo Xiaowei's expression darkened significantly. Forget it. That man left my mother and me when I was very young. He returned after 10 years, successful and renowned, but it matters little now. My mother succumbed to lung cancer 2 years ago, so regardless of his achievements, I will never forgive him. As she spoke, her emotions intensified, prompting Li Nan to interject. Dinner is ready. Let us eat first. Mo Xiaowei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and the parrot, sensing the mood, fluttered to the window ledge. As Li Nan had mentioned, their meal consisted of vegetable noodles, while the parrot feasted on a solitary apple and a kumquat, the only fruits salvaged from the 8th floor. A token of goodwill to the creature, hoping it would refrain from pecking at them in the future. Li Nan served Mo Xiaowei a bowl of noodles, saying, Everyone has their share of hardships, past or present. We can temporarily overlook the bitter experiences. Surviving is our utmost priority. Mo Xiaowei's mood shifted rapidly. Just moments ago, she had been on the verge of tears, and now she was smiling as she remarked, That's a small matter. My circumstances were quite similar to yours. But then I encountered my advantageous father. Although I despise him, one cannot refuse benefits. The Lamborghini you saw was a gift from him, but alas, you wrecked it. Li Nan was taken aback. This woman truly possessed an innate talent for performance, her emotions shifting effortlessly. He remarked, We should rest well. Tomorrow we must venture out to gather supplies, as it will undoubtedly require considerable energy. Mo Xiaowei questioned, These provisions are sufficient for a week. Why risk going out? Li Nan shook his head. It is better to prepare in advance than to scramble for solutions in times of crisis. Some matters should be addressed sooner rather than later to avoid being caught unprepared. After finishing her noodles, Mo Xiaowei lay back on the bed, deep in thought, while Li Nan paid no mind, gathering the household refuse and tossing it out the window. As he leaned out, he spotted a dozen or so zombies milling about below. Though their features were grotesque, their clothing suggested they were once his neighbors. Li Nan slammed the window shut and advised Mo Xiaowei, It's time to sleep. It's getting late. Mo Xiaowei glanced at the alarm clock on the bedside table. It was only 7 in the evening. How many young people would retire at this hour? Leaning back against the bed, Mo Xiaowei stared into space before her gaze landed on the computer desk. She got up to power on the computer, hopeful that the building still had water and electricity, but was soon disappointed to discover that the laptop could not connect to the internet and could only serve as a solitary gaming device. However, she did find an old Nokia phone on the desk, which powered on but lacked a SIM card. At this moment, Li Nan and Mo Xiaowei resembled two castaways stranded on a deserted island, completely deprived of any means of information. Their phones had been lost in the hospital, and after escaping, they had not encountered any other survivors, prompting Mo Xiaowei to suggest, should we search for a phone and attempt to call for help? Perhaps we might find a saving grace. Li Nan, now lying on the floor, sighed. The network is down, and telecommunications are certainly non-functional, so your optimism is misplaced. I suspect that within 10 days, this city's power and water systems will also fail. Thus, relying on others is futile. We must devise our own solutions. Mo Xiaowei pressed her hands to her chest and continued, What solutions do you propose? Li Nan shook his head. I do not know. The food in this building will eventually run out, and our supplies will dwindle. We cannot linger here indefinitely. We must eventually venture out. Mo shall we replied. When do we leave? We'll wait for the rain to cease, or until we are equipped to brave the outside world. The parrot alighted quietly on the computer desk. Its eyes closed, drifting into slumber. Mo shall we imitated the bird, slowly shutting her eyes, yet sleep eluded her. She wondered how dire the situation outside had become. Whether there were even a handful of survivors left, or if stepping outside would spell imminent danger for the two of them. All these uncertainties weighed heavily on her, and her confidence for the morrow was dwindling. Perhaps if she succumbed to sleep tonight, she might not witness the sun rise again. This existence felt unbearably crude, akin to reverting to the Neolithic era, where humanity shrank back into insignificance, and the world morphed into a realm of cruelty. Li Nan, too, closed his eyes. Though he had escaped the Jiangbei hospital without encountering immediate peril, he had witnessed the desolation and brutality of the apocalypse, and the burden of survival grew ever heavier. Listening to the rain patter outside, he found a semblance of relief. Apocalyptic downpours and the zombie virus, viewed through this lens, resembled a calamity wrought by nature and mankind alike. As the rain intensified, so did Li Nan's drowsiness. Just as he began to relax completely, the parrot inside the room began to squawk incessantly. Upon opening his eyes, Li Nan saw the parrot flitting about as if startled by something unseen. He could not fathom what had provoked the bird, but its disturbance of his peaceful slumber was utterly intolerable, especially coming from a winged creature. Mo shall we was also roused from her drowsiness, attempting to soothe the parrot. Hui Xiaoma, settle down, be quiet, stop squawking. Previously, she had deemed the parrot clever and perceptive, yet now it was as agitated as a raging bull, rasping. Someone Li Nan was utterly perplexed by the parrot's insistence, and a surge of irritation coursed through him. This creature was unbearably bothersome. Just as he was about to retrieve a screwdriver from his belongings, a sudden noise erupted from the door behind him. Alarmed, Li Nan wondered, what could possibly cause a knocking at such a late hour? Mo shall we, having heard the sound, froze in place, while the parrot continued its frantic cries. Someone, the parrot's mimicry was urgent, seemingly indicating the presence of someone behind the door. Li Nan was filled with doubt. Could it be that the parrot had sensed something? He sidestepped, disregarding the bird, and focused intently on the doorknob. A series of knocks echoed, suggesting that there was more than one person outside, and their urgency was palpable. Li Nan raised the screwdriver, his gaze narrowing as he peered through the peephole. Through the refracted glass, he discerned multiple shadowy figures, perhaps a dozen, all appearing drenched, likely from the rain. As he scrutinized further, an eye suddenly pressed against the peephole, locking onto his gaze. Instinctively, Li Nan recoiled, a cold sweat breaking out on his back, for the sight was utterly horrifying. The eye glimmered within a pallid, darkened socket, half-rotten and oozing a viscous, blackish substance, reminiscent of boiling water. Li Nan jolted, gripping the screwdriver tightly, and Mo shall we urgently inquired, who is it behind the door? Li Nan shook his head. Their identity was of little consequence. What mattered was that they were not to be encountered. Mo shall we grasped his meaning. Recalling the events of the 8th floor during the day, the roles had reversed, and they found themselves in a precarious position, now the ones at risk of a forced entry. A thought struck Li Nan, and he called out to Mo shall we, go to the window and look down. Are there any zombies below? Mo shall we hurried to the window, peering down, but the dim light rendered her unable to discern anything. I can't see anything outside, she exclaimed. Li Nan pressed against the door, feeling the intensity of the pounding grow more frantic, a chill creeping into his heart. If Li Nan's instincts were correct, the zombies outside were those he had seen earlier below. It struck him as astonishing that they had tracked him here. His rented apartment was modest, barely 30 square meters, and the landlord had certainly cut costs. There was no security door, only a flimsy, cheap wooden door that a child could easily breach. He realized with dread that the door would offer little resistance against the horde. The prospect of facing a dozen zombies without a weapon filled him with trepidation. A mere minute of confrontation would suffice for them to tear him and Mo shall we apart. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and Mo shall we was in a state of panic, believing that sticking close to Li Nan would ensure her safety, unaware that they were now actively targeted. The parrot, Hui Xiaoma, was even more frantic, flapping its wings and colliding about like a moth, incessantly squawking. Someone, Mo shall we instinctively covered her ears, frantically searching for something useful. But the room contained nothing but the food they had recently gathered. She felt utterly helpless, and seeing Li Nan's distressed expression only added to her disarray. Li Nan braced himself against the door and shouted to her, move the computer desk, the water dispenser, anything you can bring over, quickly. Upon hearing the command, Mo shall we sprang into action, and though she usually lacked physical strength, she suddenly seemed empowered, akin to Popeye after consuming spinach. Ignoring the sweat beading on her brow, she swiftly maneuvered the computer desk, water dispenser, and bedside cabinet to barricade the door. Li Nan shifted slightly to allow for leverage behind them. Mo shall we almost pulled Li Nan's bed over to barricade the door. However, Li Nan believed that it was better to leave space than to block it entirely. as merely barricading the door would not deter the zombies, and that dilapidated door was hardly a formidable barrier. Suddenly, Li Nan remembered that there were several bags of blood plasma in his backpack, which would prove useful at this moment. Mo, shall we find the outfit I was originally wearing? There are bags of blood plasma inside. Hand me a few. At that moment, Mo, shall we acted like a loyal soldier, completely obeying Li Nan's command without hesitation. After rummaging under the bed and finding Li Nan's belongings, she retrieved a few bags of blood plasma and tossed them directly towards him. Good, Li Nan thought to himself, readily extending his hands to catch them. However, as he did so, he inadvertently moved away from the door, causing his defense to falter. And the zombies behind it lunged forward, threatening to shatter the flimsy door. Ignoring the door's precarious state, Li Nan swiftly bit into a bag of blood plasma. His mouth stained with blood. He could not afford to dwell on the situation as the door splintered and the 3 zombies advanced towards him. With a quick sidestep, Li Nan darted in front of the zombies, and, just as they bared their teeth to attack, he plunged a screwdriver into one of their skulls. A splatter of blood and brain matter erupted forth. The screwdriver remained lodged in the zombie's head, refusing to budge. Meanwhile, the other 2 zombies opened their grotesque mouths and lunged for Li Nan's shoulder. Cursing under his breath, Li Nan summoned strength from his arms and yanked the head off one of the zombies, flinging the decayed, pig-like head aside. After successfully dispatching one, he struck again, toppling 2 more zombies. Yet, a horde of zombies surged towards him, overwhelming his valiant efforts. Seeing a dozen zombies rushing in, Li Nan threw a bag of blood plasma outside, and blood splattered across the air, filling the room with a nauseating stench. While the scent of blood plasma was bearable for Li Nan, Mo, shall we struggled to endure it. The gruesome aftermath of the 3 zombies he had dispatched left the small room rife with unpleasant odors, causing her to double over and vomit. The first bag of blood plasma proved insufficient, so Li Nan swiftly tossed out a second and third until his hands were empty. The blood plasma smeared across the ground, and the zombies seemed more interested in it than in Li Nan and Mo, shall we, pausing momentarily before turning towards the back door. Seizing the opportunity, Li Nan, screwdriver in hand, followed closely behind them and efficiently stabbed one from behind. The zombies paid him no mind, allowing him to slay them effortlessly, and soon 10 lay lifeless at his feet. The last zombie knelt in the corridor, licking the blood on the ground, intent on tearing at it. As its teeth grazed the floor, a series of sharp cracks echoed. Li Nan halted, feigning admiration. The zombie, with its legs bent and body hunched, resembled a devout supplicant. But Li Nan knew it was a monster, not a believer. Its shattered teeth could not quell its thirst for blood, and as it pressed its face to the ground, writhing like a worm, Li Nan could no longer bear the sight. The screwdriver plunged in and out, creating yet another bloody cavity. Standing tall, with hands stained in gore, Li Nan let the screwdriver drop with a clatter, startling Mo, shall we, who rushed out in a panic, asking, "What happened?" Li Nan slowly turned to face her, remaining silent for 10 seconds before she suddenly leaped into his arms. He raised his arms, unsure whether to comfort her, when another fallen zombie began to stir. The ordeal was not over. Upon hearing Li Nan's words, Mo, shall we, abruptly released her embrace, while Li Nan bent down to retrieve the screwdriver and handed it to her. "I cannot protect you forever. There are some things you must learn to face yourself." Trembling, Mo, shall we, accepted the screwdriver, turning to see a zombie with half its head punctured still determinately crawling towards her. It was as if she were taking her first steps, with her mother watching closely. Yet ultimately the path was hers to traverse. Gritting her teeth and swallowing hard, she summoned her courage and approached the crawling zombie. Her legs quaked. She had never taken a life, not even that of a chicken. Though she recognized the creature before her as an abomination, fear gripped her, and the frailty of a woman surged within her. "I cannot do this. I cannot." The zombie reached her ankle, while Li Nan stood back, hesitating to intervene. The unpredictability of the night pierced Li Nan deeply. Even in the safest of havens, danger lurked. In this apocalyptic world, survival was a daunting challenge, fraught with omnipresent threats. If a man struggled, the plight of a woman was clear. Thus, a perpetually weak woman could not endure. Mo, shall we, had to learn to adapt. "Kill that zombie. If you hesitate, it will be you who perishes." Li Nan could not always be by her side, and there were battles she must face alone. Mo, shall we's heart raced as she felt the filthy hands clasping her ankle, terror reaching its peak. Yet, in the throes of fear, something shifted within her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide with fury, and the screwdriver fell like a weight, plunging into the zombie's brain. Instantly, it ceased moving, standing still at her feet. As Mo, shall we, withdrew the screwdriver, a white liquid arced through the air, splattering across her face. She wiped it away, her expression devoid of emotion. At that moment, Li Nan approached and took the screwdriver from her hand. Chapter 088, Repairs and Rebuilds After the Carnage. Dozens of zombie corpses littered the doorframe and hallway. A scene of utter devastation. Mo, shall we, stood before Li Nan, gazing at the zombies she had just defeated, her expression resolute as she asked, "What do we do now? Should we clear them out?" Having stained her hands with blood, Mo, shall we, appeared remarkably composed, as if her decisive strike stemmed from experience rather than inexperience. Li Nan replied. We must dispose of these creatures, but we can no longer remain here. This place is unsafe. Turning to see the shattered door panel, Mo Xiaohui realized that this house could no longer serve as their refuge. At that moment, the previously agitated parrot landed on her shoulder, squawking, safe, safe. Li Nan had underestimated the parrot. It not only mimicked speech but also served as a warning system against zombies. Thus, Mo Xiaohui's insistence held merit. Though intrigued by the parrot, Li Nan focused on the task at hand, bending down to shift the fallen zombie corpses towards the window. Mo Xiaohui discerned Li Nanji's intentions and promptly mirrored his actions, albeit with some difficulty due to her lesser strength. They managed to dispose of a total of 15 zombie corpses, hurling them out of the window into the relentless downpour outside. After completing this arduous task, Li Nan glanced at the clock, noting it was already 1 a.m. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he turned to Mo Xiaohui and said, We cannot stay here tonight. Let us head to the 8th floor. The place we scavenged yesterday is far safer now. Mo Xiaohui nodded in agreement. Realizing that there was no need to bring their supplies upstairs just yet, it sufficed for the two of them to stay there for the night. Mo Xiaohui washed the grime from her face and followed Li Nan upstairs. The corridor was equipped with motion sensor lights, illuminating patches of darkness as Li Nan moved forward. They ascended the stairs and soon reached the 8th floor. With a screwdriver in hand, Li Nan first turned on the ceiling light in the living room, flooding the space with brilliant illumination. Familiar with the layout of the apartment, he conducted a thorough inspection, breathing a sigh of relief when he confirmed that no zombies had infiltrated. He then called out to Mo Xiaohui waiting outside. You can come in now. Understanding Li Nan's caution, Mo Xiaohui felt a newfound resilience after the night's ordeal. Surviving in this apocalyptic world demanded an extraordinary level of vigilance. Since the front door had been compromised during the day, they had no secure means of protection. After inviting Mo Xiaohui in, Li Nan moved the living room sofa to block the entrance. The apartment was spacious with multiple rooms, and Mo Xiaohui chose to occupy the daughter's bedroom. Upon entering, she was greeted by a wave of warmth that momentarily intoxicated her. Having been abruptly awakened by a zombie attack in the midst of a peaceful slumber, she realized that without the alert from the parrot, they might have been caught unawares, potentially sealing their fate. After the harrowing encounter, a sense of calm settled in. Yet Mo Xiaohui felt utterly exhausted. The late hour weighed heavily upon her, and soon drowsiness overcame her, leading her to collapse onto the soft, inviting bed. In her slumber, she experienced a nightmare where a horde of ravenous zombies invaded their home, resulting in a massacre that claimed both her and Li Nan, leaving them as mere corpses among the countless dead. Startled awake by a cold sweat, she found the rain still pattering against the window. She placed a hand over her heart, murmuring, Thank goodness it was just a dream. As her eyes adjusted to the surroundings, Mo Xiaohui noticed the unfamiliarity of her environment. A large bed, an ornate vanity, and cozy decorations that starkly contrasted with Li Nan's modest abode. She felt momentarily disoriented until clarity returned a few moments later, prompting her to rush out. At the door, she found a figure reclining against the sofa, upright and alert. Gazing out at the entrance, dim light filtered in from outside, accompanied by the gentle sound of rain, creating an ambience of a languorous morning. If not for the presence of zombies and the apocalypse, such a scene might have been delightfully serene. However, Li Nan displayed no hint of joy. Noticing Mo Xiaohui was awake, he spoke, You're up. Let us tidy up and head back to the 5th floor to retrieve some supplies. Mo Xiaohui replied dully, All right. She was uncertain whether Li Nan had spent the night on the sofa, but the dark circles under his eyes hinted at his restless vigilance against the undead. At 7 a.m, they descended from the 8th floor, making multiple trips over the course of an hour to gather all the usable supplies from the 5th floor. Finally, Li Nan exhaled in relief, suggesting, Let us eat first. In the kitchen of their new apartment, Mo Xiaohui discovered a rice cooker and attempted to prepare some rice. She then used the gas stove to fry the marinated meat Li Nan had prepared, though the overly salty flavor made it hard to swallow. Nevertheless, the warmth of a hot meal filled Li Nan with gratitude, despite the unpalatable saltiness. Noticing Li Nan's weariness at the dining table, Mo Xiaohui said, After we finish eating, you should take a nap. I can handle the door. I assure you, no zombies will get in. Li Nan shook his head, responding seriously. I know those zombies well. They were my neighbors. Last night, I was on guard. I simply couldn't sleep. Tormented by the thought of killing those I once knew. It's a burden I can't seem to bear. Mo Xiaohui set down her chopsticks, reminding him, You taught me to face challenges courageously. How is it that now you're the one showing cowardice? They are no longer human. They are zombies, predators of this apocalypse. If we do not eliminate them, we will end up as mere corpses ourselves. You need not carry that psychological weight. To survive, we must engage in violence. They are merely zombies. Li Nan looked taken aback, asking, When did you become a psychologist? Mo Xiaohui chuckled softly. You are a man, meant to bear the weight of the world, while I am a woman, here to support you. There is little else I can do. Li Nan replied with a playful smile. With you by my side, I shall not lose my sanity. For now, this place is our home. We must tidy it up properly. Mo Xiaohui beamed and promptly began to clean, washing dishes and tidying up. Li Nan watched her agile form with a smile. Grateful to have survived the previous night, he resolved to be more cautious in this harsh world, not only for himself, but also for the woman he needed to protect and the parrot that accompanied them. Stretching his arms and confirming his mental state, he turned to reinforce their new home. The lock on the door had been damaged, rendering it unable to secure properly, thus compromising their safety. Li Nan realized he needed to repair the door to ensure their new sanctuary remained secure. However, he had no expertise in repairs and lacked the key to the door. As frustration mounted, Mo Xiaoyi's suggestion sparked an idea. Rather than attempting to force the door to lock, he could modify it to prevent zombies from pushing it open. Recalling how clumsy the zombies had been, he deduced that they could only push the door open from behind, not pull it inward. Therefore, if he could ensure the door could not be pushed from the inside, they would be relatively safe. With this thought in mind, he returned to his fifth-floor apartment, dismantled a wooden bed, and retrieved a long plank, measuring over 2 meters and 10 centimeters wide. He then searched for 5 or 6 nails of varying lengths and a hammer, affixing the plank to the inside of the doorframe on the 8th floor. This modification ensured that the door could only be pushed outward, and after testing its sturdiness, he felt confident in its reliability. As Li Nan diligently attended to the door, a pressing thought crossed his mind. How had the zombies from last night managed to find their way here? While the question of their arrival could be temporarily set aside, the manner of their entry warranted immediate contemplation. Perceiving Li Nan's relentless activity, Mo Xiaoyi called out from behind, "Aren't we supposed to carry out the floor-clearing plan today?" Li Nan dismissed her inquiry, asserting, "There are matters of greater urgency." Mo Xiaoyi felt a twinge of skepticism, pondering why his thoughts seemed perpetually out of sync. As I wrote, I realized I had made a logical error. All doors can only rotate 180 degrees and cannot turn a full 360. Thus, the protagonist's considerations regarding that door were fundamentally flawed. Apologies for this oversight. By the time I recognized the mistake, this chapter was already complete. If I were to rewrite it, the update would be delayed indefinitely, so I must accept this error. I hope for your understanding. Chapter 089. You are my eyes in comparison to the search for food. A more pressing issue demanded resolution. Utilizing the dim light from outside, Li Nan thoroughly inspected the entire corridor before descending to the ground floor. He intended to secure the entrance door below, had it not been wide open. The horde of zombies would not have been able to invade last night. Mo Xiaoyi, with nothing better to do, followed closely behind him. As they passed the 5th floor, Li Nan remarked to Mo Xiaoyi, "The traces here are far too gruesome. We need to clean this up. You handle it while I head down." Mo Xiaoyi expressed her discontent with his arrangement. Fine. What else can I do since you are a man and I am a woman?" Li Nan chuckled. "We are in this together, equally so. It's merely a matter of division of labor." Suddenly, Mo Xiaoyi recalled the oppressive feudal society where women were treated merely as tools for reproduction, devoid of status. Shaking her head quickly, she thought, Li Nan can't possibly be that patriarchal. Seemingly sensing her thoughts, Li Nan turned back and said, "You clean, I fortify. Isn't that splendid? Do you wish to switch roles?" Mo Xiaoyi shook her head. "No, I quite enjoy cleaning." After searching for a moment in the 5th floor apartment, she found a broom and mop, then filled a large basin with water, diligently scrubbing the floor and corridor like a devoted homemaker. "You really treat me like your maid. I'd rather be outside slaying zombies," she muttered, though her face remained cheerful. Seeing Mo Xiaoyi's positive demeanor, Li Nan proceeded downstairs. He could not recall if he had shut the entrance door upon his arrival, but now it gaped wide open. Upon descending, he frowned further. Torrential rain had begun to flood the entrance, the water already seeping in. By the time he reached the 1st floor, his ankles were submerged. What is happening? Li Nan thought, bewildered by the deluge. He had merely assumed the rain would hinder their movements, not that it would lead to such calamity. He approached the entrance door, pushing it with all his might, intending to shut it securely. As he exerted force, he suddenly felt resistance, as if something obstructed the door's movement. Pausing, he scrutinized the door and found no visible hindrance, yet it remained immovable. Lowering his gaze, he spotted water rising to his ankles and quickly realized that the obstruction lay beneath the murky surface. Bending down, Li Nan plunged his hands into the filthy water, feeling around until he encountered a sizable object beneath the door. It felt somewhat round, perhaps a watermelon. With determination, he clasped his hands together and exerted force, attempting to dislodge the obstruction. However, as he rose, he realized he had underestimated the weight of the object, which did not budge. It was far heavier than a mere watermelon. It must weigh over 100 pounds. Resolving to use all his strength, he thought, even a bull could be lifted. As Li Nan struggled, the water parted, creating ripples around him. Suddenly, a long object emerged from the depths. Leaning back, he gasped as he realized he was gripping a human head, tightly clutching the chin. In an instant of recognition, he released his hold, and the figure plunged back into the water, splashing wildly. What he had pulled out was indeed a corpse, grotesquely bloated, with a face resembling that of a pig. Devoid of features, like a large as expected, Mo Xiaoyi discovered the 1st floor corridor was inundated with water, prompting an immediate sense of panic within her. The absence of Li Nan's figure only deepened her sense of dread. Meanwhile, Li Nan, submerged in the water, had sensed Mo Xiaowei descending the stairs. He rose to his feet, shaking off the droplets, and called out to her, "It's fine. Everything is under control." Unaware of the situation unfolding below, Mo Xiaowei's heart settled upon seeing Li Nan standing before her, and scathed. "You scared me. I thought something terrible had happened," she exclaimed, soothing her racing heart as she approached him. However, as Li Nan took a step forward, he stumbled and fell into the water, splashing Mo Xiaowei in the process. Startled, she instinctively reached out to help him, only to notice streams of black blood oozing from his eyes. "Your eyes?" Mo Xiaowei gasped, her mouth agape at the sight of a half-broken skull nearby. Li Nan smiled, albeit with difficulty. "It's just a minor issue. Nothing to worry about." Mo Xiaowei, still bewildered, replied, "You're a doctor. You surely know how to handle this better than I do. If we act quickly, we can." Li Nan winced as he opened his eyes, revealing his irises stained with the ominous liquid. The viscous substance proved stubbornly resistant to water. Mo Xiaowei assisted Li Nan in standing, kicking the skull aside as she led him forward, tears welling in her eyes. "There must be a way. I believe you want to become blind." Taking hold of her hand, Li Nan cautiously followed, asking, "If I were to go blind, would you leave me?" Mo Xiaowei shook her head, realization dawning that Li Nan could no longer see. "No. If you truly became blind, I would be your eyes." As they ascended the staircase, she warned him, "Be careful, there are 10 steps ahead." Mo Xiaowei guided Li Nan to their room on the 8th floor. Once inside, she rummaged through the kitchen, calling out, "If water can't wash it away, then what about alcohol or vinegar?" Ordinarily, stubborn grease stains could be removed with a touch of gasoline due to the solubility of fats in it, but the sensitive nature of the eyes made such remedies unsuitable. Li Nan held his eyelids open, attempting to position his eyeballs downward to let the black liquid drain, yet he underestimated the tenacity of the zombie's blood, which was akin to thick oil. "Find me some alcohol. Vinegar is corrosive, and I fear it could truly blind me," he urged, striving to maintain clarity of mind to prevent Mo Xiaowei from panicking. Chapter 90. Without shame or modesty, Mo Xiaowei searched frantically in the kitchen, failing to locate the alcohol Li Nan needed, though she did find several bottles of vinegar. The more anxious she became, the more chaotic her search grew. Sweat trickled down her face, yet she found nothing useful. Although Li Nan could not see, he could hear clearly. "Stay calm. It's not yet time to panic. It's perfectly fine to take it slow." Wiping the sweat from her brow, Mo Xiaowei glanced at the kitchen cabinet and spotted a bottle of yellow wine. "This should contain alcohol," she declared, presenting the unopened bottle to Li Nan. He weighed the bottle in his hands, satisfied that it was indeed alcohol. "Now, please find me a basin or something similar. Fill it with water, add some soap, and bring it here." Like a soldier receiving orders, Mo Xiaowei dashed to the bathroom, overturning several boxes before returning with a basin half filled with soapy water. Li Nan tested the weight of the basin and the soap's consistency, deeming it adequate. He then forcefully twisted open the yellow wine bottle, pouring the entire contents into the basin. With a grin, he remarked, "The volume of your soapy water is just right. The wine bottle holds 1,000 milliliters, otherwise we wouldn't have enough to mix." Mo Xiaowei hesitated, asking, "Will this really work?" Li Nan shook his head. "It's the best solvent we can find for now. If this doesn't do the trick, we're truly out of options." Mo Xiaowei stirred the mixture in the basin, noting its resemblance to body wash, though uncertain of its efficacy. Fats are primarily aromatic hydrocarbons, which can be oxidized into carbohydrates in weak or strong alkaline environments, allowing them to dissolve in water. Shampoo and soap are typically weakly alkaline, explaining their effectiveness in removing oil. Alcohol serves as an excellent solvent, capable of mixing with any liquid. Thus, combining these two should help cleanse the black blood from Li Nan's eyes. Li Nan propped his eyelids open as Mo Xiaowei scooped the specially made soapy water and gently splashed it onto his eyes. He winced, the alcohol's irritation evident, but he gritted his teeth to endure. Mo Xiaowei carefully patted the mixture onto his face, but the black blood showed no signs of yielding. After numerous attempts, Li Nan's condition remained unchanged, leaving Mo Xiaowei disheartened. "Perhaps we should explore other options?" Li Nan smiled, suggesting, "Maybe these eyes are beyond saving. But it's not the end of the world. I'm still alive." In that moment, Mo Xiaowei could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face. "I don't want you to go blind. If I could, I would rather suffer myself." Li Nan gently embraced her, resting her face against his chest. "Don't speak such despondent words. Life and death are fated. Fortune and misfortune lie in the heavens." In the story, Sun Wukong lost his sight in the furnace, only to gain the ability of the fiery eyes. So it's hard to say whether this is a blessing or a curse. Hearing Mo Xiaowei's sobs, Li Nan summoned his strength. Though his eyes burned painfully, he could not stop the tears from welling. Mo Xiaowei pushed away from him, using her sleeve to wipe away the black blood trickling from his eyes, along with a clear liquid threatening to spill. The black blood from the zombies was not particularly difficult to remove from skin or clothing, yet it clung tenaciously to the eyes like a stubborn taffy. Mo Xiaowei felt confused, unable to comprehend the reason behind its resilience. Understanding her thoughts, Li Nan explained, it's likely not just an issue with the eyes or skin, but rather with the black blood itself. How could all the zombie blood be the same? Mo Xiaowei questioned, perplexed. Li Nan gently touched the area around his eyes, attempting to ease the burning sensation. The zombie I encountered had been submerged in water for a full day, causing its skin and muscle tissues to become waterlogged and swollen. Thus, the substance that splashed into my eyes isn't merely black blood. It's a complex mixture of the zombie's blood and various bodily fluids. Additionally, it's infused with the fats within the zombie, which explains its extraordinary stickiness. After hearing Li Nan's explanation, Mo Xiaowei felt even more bewildered. Is there truly no other way? Li Nan adopted a resigned demeanor, acknowledging, for now, under these circumstances, this is all we can do. We must leave it to fate. Mo Xiaowei wore a sorrowful expression. I must go out to find the necessary items. I am determined to heal your eyes. Li Nan shook his head vehemently. No, you cannot take such risks. Despite his protests, Mo Xiaowei was resolute and turned to leave. Li Nan grasped her arm firmly, insisting, there is nothing here that can aid in your recovery. This endeavor is futile. Do you not realize that you are courting danger? Mo Xiaowei shouted back. I do not care. I only know that if you fall, I cannot survive a single day in this apocalyptic world alone. You cannot afford to have any problems. If your sight is lost, what will become of me? Li Nan instinctively pulled Mo Xiaowei into his embrace. Everything will be all right. In this apocalypse, if you still have faith in me, even if you lose your sight, there remains hope. Gradually, Mo Xiaowei calmed down, and Li Nan released her. I have barricaded the building's entrance. For now, it is safe from zombies. With so many residents here, we have enough food reserves to last at least a month. Who knows what will happen after that? For now, everything is under control. Mo Xiaowei nodded and leaned closer to Li Nan, gazing into his eyes with tender affection. Li Nan smiled. Though he could not fully comprehend the situation, he believed everything would turn out fine. Suddenly, Mo Xiaowei remembered something. Regardless of what that black blood is composed of, it is undoubtedly something from the zombies. Could you be infected? Back at Zhongbei Hospital, I was scratched on the back by a zombie. Logically, I should have already turned into one. Hearing this, Mo Xiaowei recalled their escape from Zhongbei Hospital 2 days prior. Li Nan had not changed, leading her to question if something was amiss. Noticing the shift in Mo Xiaowei's expression, Li Nan lifted his shirt to reveal his back. Look, the wound is right here. Mo Xiaowei turned to inspect his smooth back, devoid of any scars. How could this be? There is nothing there. Li Nan then exposed his left arm. In the blood storage room at the hospital, a zombie bit my left arm, yet there are no bite marks now. Mo Xiaowei's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you saying you can resist the zombie virus? And that you can heal rapidly? Li Nan nodded. Yes. I don't know when I acquired this ability, but it must be due to Lu Heping's meddling. Mo Xiaowei's mouth fell agape. She clearly found it hard to believe. This was all too absurd. After witnessing the zombies in this world, she had developed deep skepticism, which only solidified after seeing many of her peers meet their demise at the hands of the undead. Now, Li Nan claimed he could resist the virus. Was this truly the apocalypse? Did it mean she need not fear the zombies? Yet, her answer was a resounding yes. Li Nan's immunity to the virus did not mean she could escape the threat of being devoured by zombies, nor did it assure her survival in this bleak world. Even with Li Nan possessing abilities beyond the ordinary, what difference did it make? He remained Li Nan, and she remained the petite woman she had always been. The world was as it was, and no one could change that. Li Nan reached out to cradle Mo Xiaowei's face. But his hands met only air as she took a step back. Whether I care for you, or you care for me, that will never change for any reason, correct? Li Nan agreed, and Mo Xiaowei continued. In this apocalypse, you will never turn into a zombie. But what about me? One day, I might become that kind of monster. Will you kill me? I will not let you be harmed by zombies, so you will never become that kind of creature. Mo Xiaowei began to weep. I'm speaking hypothetically. If one day I am infected, you must end my life. I refuse to become that monster, absolutely. The atmosphere in the room grew tense. And in the end, Li Nan and Mo Xiaowei embraced tightly until a ray of sunlight streamed through the window. Li Nan felt a strong light on his skin and asked Mo Xiaowei, has the sun come out? Has the rain stopped outside? Mo Xiaowei nodded and shook her head. The sun has emerged, but the rain has not ceased. It's a sun shower. Li Nan murmured, the sun is out. Life doesn't seem too bad. Mo Xiaowei echoed, I cannot say whether it's good or bad outside, but inside this building, things are not too shabby. Li Nan chuckled. A blind man and a woman. This life must be more entertaining than the tales of strange stories from a Chinese studio. Mo Xiaowei laughed heartily. Who would want to live such scandalous days with you? In chapter 091, the living room of the new house, Li Nan stood by the window, seemingly lost in thought. Outside, the autumn rain fell heavily, bringing a chill that Li Nan appeared oblivious to, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. As noon approached, the entrance door on the first floor was securely fortified, and the house's doors and windows posed no issues. For the time being, zombies could not breach the building. Regarding the dangers inside, Li Nan was contemplating how to eliminate all threats before Mo Xiaowei was capable of handling their survival alone. At that moment, Mo Xiaowei busied herself like a diligent housewife, tidying up the room. The supplies they had brought were safely hidden in the kitchen, better safe than sorry. Hearing the sounds behind him, Li Nan smiled and remarked, "We won't be here long, so there's no need to clean so thoroughly." Mo Xiaowei dismissed his comment, insisting, "A home should look like a home. Even if we don't know how many days we'll stay here, we should still take care of it." Li Nan recalled his previous shabby living conditions and chose not to mention it, recognizing the stark contrast between men and women. He turned to head back to the room for a rest, but Mo Xiaowei hurried to support him, leading the way by holding his arm. Li Nan's left hand clasped Mo Xiaowei's, while his right hand extended before him, feeling his way through the air. After 2 minutes of careful navigation, he finally reached his room from the living room. The room had been arranged by Mo Xiaowei, who occupied one of the 2 guest rooms. As the house's owner had a son and a daughter, Mo Xiaowei and Li Nan were situated in adjacent rooms, their doors facing each other. Mo Xiaowei helped Li Nan onto the bed and softly said, "You should rest for a while. I will prepare lunch shortly." After ensuring Li Nan was comfortable, she gently closed the door halfway. As Li Nan heard her footsteps fade away, he sat up on the bed. His vision remained blurred, and the black blood in his eyes had not been completely washed away. The blood vessels covering his eyeballs were slowly seeping into his pupils, spreading deep into his optic nerves. Li Nan feigned ease in front of Mo Xiaowei, not wanting to burden her with unnecessary stress. Some challenges were meant to be faced alone by a man. Li Nan felt that the sensation in his eyes had transcended mere fiery pain. It had transformed into a sharp, piercing agony, akin to needles slowly penetrating his flesh, as if an alien presence had invaded his very being. In that moment, his facial muscles were effectively paralyzed, rendering him incapable of expressing any semblance of suffering. He could only feel a wave of spasms course through his body, and his eyes seemed to be besieged by a swarm of ants. Instinctively, Li Nan covered his head, burying it beneath the covers, his breath coming in rapid gasps, and his face appearing purple and swollen as if he were on the brink of death. As a medical student, he was acutely aware of what it looked like when a person was nearing their end, under normal circumstances. Individuals about to die would receive some form of feedback from their bodily functions, a premonition that their time was drawing near. Conversely, an abnormal death could manifest in myriad bizarre ways, each with its own peculiar state. At that moment, Li Nan felt as though something needle-like had invaded his body through his eyes, and he was genuinely prepared to bid farewell to this world. This world was so wretched, devoid of anything worth clinging to, and in his final moments, he wondered, is this how I am to die? Amidst the haze, a beam of dawn light crept into the room, radiating warmth. Half sunlight, half rain, Li Nan felt as though his body was being drenched in icy rain. While that bright, sun-like entity merely flickered before him before vanishing without a trace. "Don't go," Li Nan cried out, yearning to chase after that radiant, warm presence. Yet in his pursuit, he discovered he was merely treading water, growing ever more distant from what he sought. Why am I all alone here? Li Nan questioned himself, finding no answers. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. "Who said you are alone? I am still here." Turning around, Li Nan found nothing but emptiness. A desolate void devoid of any presence. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Do you not recognize me?" The voice replied. Upon hearing it, Li Nan suddenly realized that perhaps this world was not as dreadful as he had imagined. He still bore responsibilities, including caring for the woman named Mo Xiaowei. He could not afford to stop. He must persist. "You finally remembered my name." At that moment, a figure gradually emerged before Li Nan, a woman clad in light-colored attire. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, her eyes glistening with tears. Li Nan felt as though he were being melted by her presence. And a surge of resilient willpower erupted from within him, flooding his mind with clarity. Lying in bed, Li Nan abruptly opened his eyes. Yet his vision remained shrouded in darkness. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead, then placed it on the bed, only to feel a shock as he realized the sheets were drenched, so much so that they could be wrung out. Bang bang. Mo Xiaowei knocked on the door, her voice soft as she announced, "Lunch is ready. Would you like to come out and eat a little?" Li Nan cleared his throat, noting the tightness in his throat, and managed to croak out a response, "Okay." Hearing his somewhat hoarse voice, Mo Xiaowei felt a pang of concern and immediately entered, pressing against him, asking with genuine care, "Are you all right?" Li Nan nodded. "I'm fine. Really, I'm fine." Mo Xiaowei's gaze fell upon the bed, noticing the thoroughly soaked sheets, and internally mused, "It's only been half an hour. How could you have soaked the bed?" Li Nan shook his head. "It's not what you think." Mo Xiaowei folded the sheets and was surprised to find them sticky with sweat. She turned to Li Nan, exclaiming, "Are you really okay? You don't seem well." Li Nan pointed to his eyes, self-deprecatingly stating, "Is this what you mean? I think I'm starting to adapt to this state." Mo Xiaowei waved her hands in front of him, but when he still showed no reaction, she felt disheartened. "No matter what, we must first address our hunger. Come on. Let us eat." Mo Xiaowei rolled up the bed covers and fetched a clean set of bedding from another bedroom, assisting Li Nan as they prepared to eat. After much effort, Mo Xiaohui had tea prepared a grand meal. She had initially intended to make fried rice, but found herself without eggs, so she had to abandon that idea. Beyond boiling instant noodles and making fried rice, she truly lacked culinary skills, and so she persevered, cooking the remaining packets of dried noodles, which was essentially akin to preparing instant noodles. At the dining table, Mo Xiaohui served Li Nan a bowl of noodles, placing a bottle of Lao Gan Ma beside him and handing him chopsticks, declaring, "You can eat now." Li Nan held the bowl with his left hand and the chopsticks with his right, contentedly shoveling food into his mouth. Observing this, Mo Xiaohui used her own chopsticks to add some Lao Gan Ma for him. As their chopsticks touched in Li Nan's bowl, she suddenly withdrew her hand, softly saying, "I can only prepare something this simple. I hope you don't mind." Li Nan devoured the noodles with remarkable speed, finishing the bowl in half a minute. This was a significant improvement. Compared to the wandering zombies outside, this meal could be deemed a sumptuous feast. Mo Xiaohui laughed, saying, "If we can enjoy days like this, it's quite good, peaceful and leisurely." She served Li Nan another bowl of noodles, and upon receiving it, he instinctively reached for the Lao Gan Ma with his chopsticks. However, as he did so, his chopsticks struck the table with a crisp sound, prompting Mo Xiaohui to suddenly shed tears. She picked up the Lao Gan Ma from beside Li Nan and placed it under his chopsticks, saying, "Here, if you wish to eat, I can help you." Li Nan smiled, assuring her, "It's nothing. I can manage." When Mo Xiaohui escaped from Jiangbei Hospital, she felt incredibly fortunate to have bravely ventured out from such a fortified confinement. Such luck was indeed rare. As she and Li Nan faced the world outside together, she felt even more fortunate to have encountered a man who could protect her. After experiencing so much together, she had come to see Li Nan as her guardian angel. As long as she was with him, they could navigate through peril. Yet this time, tears streamed down her face, both for herself and for Li Nan. For the outcome was undeniably cruel for a man of his stature. Mo Xiaohui would gladly bear the injuries herself if it meant sparing him the pain. As Li Nan continued to eat, Mo Xiaohui refrained from crying out loud, yet her gaze fell upon something unexpected. "Li Nan," she fixed her eyes on him. "Your eyes can be opened. The dark blood within them has vanished." Li Nan was unaware of the state of his eyes, and responded, "Are you saying the stubborn dark blood in my eyes has disappeared?" Mo Xiaohui nodded emphatically, adding, "Yes. But it seems a thin film has formed over your pupils. I'm not sure what it is." Li Nan did not fully grasp Mo Xiaohui's meaning, merely waving his hand in front of his eyes, still unable to see anything. Not even a shadow. Chapter 092. The Great Sweep. Li Nan found himself bewildered by the events he had experienced, merely attributing it to a common eye injury, unaware that his vision was gradually undergoing transformation. Beneath the sun, Mo Xiaohui gently lifted Li Nan's eyelid, scrutinizing his eyes with meticulous care. She discovered an unusual change. The previous dark blood had completely vanished, replaced by a thin, dark gray membrane that now cloaked Li Nan's eyeball. What could this mean? It felt reminiscent of cataracts. Mo Xiaohui voiced her concern, while Li Nan, reaching to touch the area around his eyes, remarked, "It's not cataracts. Even if I were to reach an old age, such a condition wouldn't arise without reason." Mo Xiaohui, unfamiliar with medical matters, could only listen to Li Nan's words. If it wasn't cataracts, then what could it be? Li Nan shook his head, "I don't know. The dark blood splattered into my eyes, leading to this current state. I had been feeling quite unwell beforehand, and I suspect that the dark blood hasn't truly disappeared, but has instead been absorbed within the eye socket." Mo Xiaohui was taken aback. How could that be? If something enters the eye, it would be absorbed. Then wouldn't a speck of dust lead to eye stones? Li Nan's expression turned serious, believe it or not. Eye stones are indeed a medical condition. Would you like me to elaborate on the details? Mo Xiaohui's imagination conjured a disturbing image of stones protruding beneath the eyelid. Such a sight would be unsettling, as many suffer from trypophobia. For instance, a pattern made of 1,000 lines could induce dizziness, and a swarm of bees could send chills down one's spine. Mo Xiaohui shivered. "No need for your explanations. I'm only concerned about your condition." Li Nan rotated his eyes, but Mo Xiaohui couldn't perceive any movement beyond the thin membrane. "I can't see you moving your eyes." Hearing her denial, Li Nan murmured, "Perhaps it resembles a keratinous membrane, a protective layer that appears on living beings. For instance, some amphibians, like turtles, have a flexible membrane covering their eyes to shield them when submerged, retracting naturally when above water. It seems similar to that." Mo Xiaohui skeptically asked, "Can you control that keratin layer?" Li Nan shook his head, "You're overthinking it. I'm not a turtle, and besides, this membrane isn't innate. I still can't see anything." Mo Xiaohui attempted to gently blow at the corner of Li Nan's eye, but the membrane remained unmoved. At that moment, she boldly suggested, "Should I perform surgery to remove that membrane? Perhaps then you would be able to see clearly." Li Nan gasped, "You really dare to think that way? If I were to entrust my eyes to you, they'd likely become 2 bloody sockets in less than half a minute." With a serious expression, Mo Xiaohui questioned, "Is there truly no other option?" "Let fate decide," Li Nan replied. "At least for now, I feel like my eyes won't worsen, and my vision is somewhat brighter than before. Though I still see nothing, it seems to be improving." Mo Xiaowei was unconvinced. How could it improve without any intervention? Li Nan smiled. Have you forgotten who I am? My constitution is extraordinary. Not only can I resist the zombie virus, but I also heal rapidly. And my strength is thrice that of an average person. With my Hulk mode, how could I possibly be easily defeated? So there's no need for concern. Mo Xiaowei slowly lowered Li Nan's eyes and sighed. It seems we can only proceed like this. There's nothing more we can do. Li Nan stumbled from the dining table into the living room, eventually settling onto the sofa. Mo Xiaowei began tidying the dining area and then said, for the time being, let me handle the building sweep. You stay home and rest. Absolutely not. The other residents may have zombies. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. Mo Xiaowei countered. Even if a family of 3 is turned into zombies, they are not much of a threat. Their speed is too slow. As long as I remain vigilant, I can certainly manage 2 or 3 zombies on my own. Li Nan rebutted. I fear your vigilance may not hold when the time comes. Have you ever played CS, CF, or any competitive games? Mo Xiaowei shook her head. I've played Angry Birds. Li Nan chuckled softly. So your reflexes are simply not up to par. You cannot act alone. Mo Xiaowei struggled to understand Li Nan's logic. Are you suggesting I should take you along? Wouldn't that just complicate things? Not necessarily, Li Nan replied firmly. But Mo Xiaowei turned back to scrutinize the man seated on the sofa and slowly said, since you aren't afraid of zombies, why not serve as my frontline tank to clear the path? Li Nan silently mused. The most venomous of hearts indeed belongs to women. After clearing the dining table, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. If they intended to accomplish anything, they needed to hasten their pace, for once night fell, visibility would diminish, and dangers would multiply. Mo Xiaowei walked from the kitchen towards her bedroom, shedding her clothes along the way, as she needed to change into more fitted attire for the demanding task ahead. Fortunately, the daughter of the house had a well-stocked wardrobe, with a variety of styles and sizes that suited Mo Xiaowei. Now unbothered by Li Nan's presence, and knowing he couldn't see her, Mo Xiaowei boldly undressed in the living room. After rummaging through the wardrobe, she found a nude-colored bra, which, though a bit snug, managed to secure her assets, thus eliminating the need for her to go in unadorned. Mo Xiaowei then pulled out a black, form-fitting workout outfit that fit perfectly. Li Nan, growing impatient in the living room, called out, what on earth are you doing? Are you planning to give birth? Mo Xiaowei chuckled. What's the harm in a woman taking her time to change? Besides, I'm just getting dressed. Approximately 10 minutes later, Mo Xiaowei emerged from her bedroom. While Li Nan grumbled incessantly, women are truly troublesome. What is there to dress up for in this situation? Besides, I can't even see. At that moment, Mo Xiaowei's face twitched. I'm dressing up for you. While you may not see, my heart holds you dear, and I won't neglect myself. Li Nan felt a warmth surge within him as he wrapped his arm around Mo Xiaowei. All right, let us not dwell on that. We must make haste. Descending from the 8th floor to the 7th, Mo Xiaowei supported Li Nan, and they navigated the stairs slowly, taking nearly 8 to 10 minutes. Li Nan's strategy was to scour from the top down, starting at the 7th floor before moving sequentially downward. Upon reaching the door of a 7th floor apartment, Mo Xiaowei discovered both doors were tightly locked and utterly unyielding. Without Li Nan's assistance, she would have certainly returned empty-handed. Guiding Li Nan to the door, he retrieved a screwdriver from his back and expertly maneuvered it into the lock. With a powerful thrust and a decisive twist, the internal mechanism of the lock was rendered in disarray, transforming the once secure door into a mere barrier that could swing open and shut, lacking any real security. Li Nan pushed the outer door open, only to be met with a strong, musty odor that nearly caused him to stumble. Thankfully, Mo Xiaowei was there to steady him, preventing a fall. What is going on? Mo Xiaowei pondered silently, while Li Nan, equally bewildered, speculated that perhaps the apples in the house had fermented into apple cider. Lacking the mood to jest with Li Nan, Mo Xiaowei decided to venture inside to investigate. However, Li Nan abruptly halted her, advising her to wait and allow the odor to dissipate. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed by the stench within moments. In this scenario, Li Nan assumed the role of a general, while Mo Xiaowei was akin to a junior officer, obediently heeding his instructions. After waiting outside for approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Li Nan cautiously leaned against the wall and entered. Mo Xiaowei followed closely behind, surveying her surroundings as she informed Li Nan of the layout. There was a storage cabinet to the right, a living room straight ahead, a kitchen to the left, and what appeared to be a study beyond that. As Li Nan listened to Mo Xiaowei's descriptions, he called out, "Is anyone there?" Mo Xiaowei, puzzled, replied, "With such a strong odor, how could anyone be here? If there were, they would likely be dead." Ignoring her comment, Li Nan continued to call out, then turned toward the kitchen. In modern homes, the majority of supplies are typically stored in the kitchen, so he headed directly for it. Mo Xiaowei pinched her nose, trailing behind him, when she caught sight of a refrigerator beside the wall cabinet, an unexpected find. She quickly approached, opened the refrigerator door, and was greeted by a plethora of food, fresh milk, eggs, sausage, and a bag of cooked dishes, all of which delighted her. Why is there so much food in this refrigerator? Are they planning to hibernate for the winter? She mused. eagerly rummaging through the items and swiftly emptying the fridge into her bag. Having successfully gathered her bounty, Shall we turned to locate Li Nan, who was now feeling along the wall toward the gas stove. There was nothing there. It was time to return. She called out to him, but as Li Nan kicked his leg, he sensed something beneath his feet. Who says there's nothing here? Come and see what's at my feet, he urged Shall we. At that moment, the object beneath him began to writhe. Chapter 093. A modest harvest. The eyes serve not merely to observe the external world, but also to assess circumstances. After Li Nan lost his sight, he proceeded with caution, yet still left blind spots. He felt his leg brush against something substantial, and instead of moving forward, he called out for Shall we to take a look. She was busy scavenging food from the refrigerator when she heard his call and turned to investigate. Meanwhile, the mass at Li Nan's feet extended a hand, reaching for his calf. Suddenly, he felt pressure on his leg, unmistakably a zombie's attack. Shall we quickly rushed to his side and whispered urgently, "Run. There's a zombie at your feet." Shall we felt her teeth chattering, pondering how her own pair of beautiful breasts could possibly compare to a mere stone, which truly vexed her. Yet, upon reflection, she found herself chuckling. Setting aside that matter, let us focus on Shall we, who was diligently rummaging through the room, hoping to uncover some tools or weapons. To her delight, she stumbled upon a small cabinet, from which she extracted a set of mountaineering gear, climbing attire, a backpack, and an ice axe. Surprisingly, the owner of this abode was not only a collector, but also a fervent mountaineering enthusiast. Such a remarkable combination. It would indeed be a pity if this individual had met an untimely demise. Shall we retrieved the backpack and the ice axe, leaving the other items untouched. Together with Li Nan, they filled the entire backpack with provisions and then departed swiftly. Li Nan toyed with the ice axe in his hands, silently noting that it was far more useful than a screwdriver. Shall we snatched the ice axe from him, asserting that she was the one who discovered it, and thus it rightfully belonged to her. Weighing the ice axe in her hands, she found it quite suitable for her use, with one end sharp and the other blunt and heavy, making it both a tool for smashing and cutting. Very convenient indeed. Li Nan chuckled, remarking that it would serve well for her self-defense, thus alleviating some of his burdens. With the backpack slung over Li Nan's shoulders, Shall we led the way as they ascended the stairs slowly. After their scavenging spree, they returned to their hideout. Li Nan's mind was racing with possibilities, and Shall we had already proven herself capable of handling matters independently. Having worked diligently for quite some time, they were surprised to find that it was still early. Nevertheless, Li Nan insisted that their tasks for the day should conclude here. Rome was not built in a day, and there was no need to rush their building plans. They could take it step by step. As they unloaded the backpack, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Li Nan settled onto the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Shall we organized and classified the items they had just gathered, while Li Nan enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as the stone from Li Nan's pocket tumbled to the ground. Shall we, too preoccupied to contemplate the stone, watched as Li Nan bent down to retrieve it. Suddenly, he appeared to perceive a fleeting glimmer before him, startlingly clear. "Did you see something?" Li Nan inquired of Shall we, who shook her head vigorously, insisting that she saw nothing, and urged him to relax. Rubbing his eyes, Li Nan noticed that light was gradually returning to his vision, as if the darkness of night were giving way to dawn. He could hardly believe his senses. Could it be? Shall we, hearing Li Nan mumble to himself on the sofa, was perplexed. "Are you sure you're all right?" Turning to look, she noticed something unusual about Li Nan. What was that sensation? Shall we felt a twinge of anxiety in her heart. She turned to see Li Nan's eyes open, shimmering beneath a faint film, gradually radiating light, like a moth emerging from its cocoon. No cage could contain a heart yearning for freedom. Shall we stammered, "Your eyes." Li Nan, sensing the oddity of his own vision, promptly replied, "I think I can see you. Is it true?" Shall we could hardly fathom the miracle of Li Nan regaining his sight after an inexplicable loss. The joy she felt was greater than the relief of escaping from Jiangbei Hospital. Ignoring the clutter on the floor, she rushed toward Li Nan, tears streaming down her face, exclaiming, "Can you really see me?" Li Nan beamed at her, gently wiping away her tears with his fingers beneath her eyes. "Indeed, I can see you, and the entire world." Shall we extended her right hand, forming a gesture. "How many is this?" Li Nan chuckled, "That's 2. You truly are a certified simpleton." Shall we retracted her hand, instinctively leaning in to brush her lips against the corner of Li Nan's mouth. In that moment, their gazes intertwined, as if a kiss was the only fitting tribute to their readers. As Shall we leaned in for a French kiss, she suddenly felt a sharp pain at the corner of her mouth. "Ah, that hurts." Li Nan was taken aback and awkwardly remarked, "Perhaps I should shave first." Chapter 94. The mysterious light. Li Nan and Shall we had intended to let their romantic symphony unfold naturally. Yet an unexpected twist brought their burgeoning affection to an abrupt halt. Shall we, feeling somewhat embarrassed, commented, "A bit of stubble can add character." Li Nan chuckled. "What on the 7th floor did you see that could make a woman who relishes flavor feel nauseated?" Mo Xiaowei feigned pinching her nose and replied, "It's utterly disgusting. Let's not discuss it." Li Nan's demeanor appeared revitalized, almost as if he had undergone a transformation. Mo Xiaowei teasingly continued, "In the bathroom, a cat had been gnawed upon. Its body riddled with maggots, and combined with the unique odor of the restroom, the experience is truly hard to believe." Li Nan remained unfazed, declaring, "It's just a dead cat and some maggots. It seems your nerves aren't quite as strong." Mo Xiaowei retorted, "You can go down and see for yourself. Let us see if you can hold back your vomit." Li Nan wished to steer the conversation elsewhere, stating, "It's wonderful to see you again." Mo Xiaowei, tears welling in her eyes, inquired, "What happened that allowed you to regain your sight?" Li Nan shook his head, "I don't know. While on the sofa, I merely wanted to pick up the stone that had fallen, and then a brilliant light flashed before my eyes, allowing me to gradually see clearly." Mo Xiaowei found it hard to believe. "What you're saying sounds like something from a bizarre tale. Don't tell me you're indulging in supernatural nonsense." Li Nan earnestly replied, "Why would I deceive you about such a thing?" Mo Xiaowei recalled the stone they had scavenged from the 7th floor, promptly searching beneath the sofa. Sure enough, it lay beside her ankle. She picked up the stone and examined it closely, yet found no significance in it. At that moment, Li Nan noticed the stone as well. It was extraordinarily ordinary, even less remarkable than a common pebble. It was about the size of half a fist. Its surface a dull, earthy gray. At first glance, it appeared to be just another stone. Li Nan took the stone from Mo Xiaowei's hand, and upon touching it, he felt as if he were caressing the supple curves of a woman's bosom. The sensation was unlike anything an ordinary woman could offer. Li Nan was bewildered by the peculiarity of the stone. When Mo Xiaowei first laid eyes on it on the 7th floor, she too had dismissed it as unremarkable. And now Li Nan shared that sentiment. He could not fathom the stone's significance. Could it merely serve as an object of male desire? That seemed a gross underutilization of its potential. Li Nan knew little about precious stones, and thus could offer no insights, while his eyes bore an unmistakable supernatural quality. Finding a mirror in the room, he inspected his eyes. The film that had previously shrouded his pupils was now gone, leaving his eyes clear and bright, as if nothing had ever happened. Lacking sophisticated medical instruments, he could only conduct a basic analysis based on external bodily responses. Yet he found no issues with his eyes. They had returned to normal, and his vision appeared even sharper than before. Li Nan once again took out the stone from his pocket, still without any clue as to its significance. His eyesight had returned. Yet this inexplicable phenomenon only added to the mysteries of the world around him. However, in this apocalyptic reality, Li Nan had learned to refrain from pondering over convoluted questions, such as why a perfect world had succumbed to a zombie virus. Was it a natural disaster or a man-made catastrophe? He believed such inquiries could not be resolved in mere moments, and thus he chose not to dwell on them. At present, his sole desire was to survive in this desolate world alongside Mo Xiaowei. As Li Nan gazed at the clear yet devastated world, a sense of gratitude washed over him. Though his days of blindness had been brief, they had granted him insights into certain truths. Life is unpredictable. One must not wait until loss occurs to grasp at straws for survival. In this world, the weak had no chance of enduring, and avoidance would not resolve any issues. Just like the zombie lurking on the 7th floor, locking oneself away could not halt the relentless tide of time. To survive, one must confront the harsh realities of this grim world. Mo Xiaowei watched Li Nan lost in thought before the mirror, unaware of the inner turmoil that clouded his expression. Given the circumstances, she had no room for complaints. On the contrary, she felt fortunate that this world had once again offered her a glimmer of hope. The rain continued to pour outside, and the rare sunlight had vanished, seemingly returning the world to a state of chilly desolation. Mo Xiaowei approached the window, firmly closing it, and peered outside into the misty rain, unable to see anything clearly. Concern creased her brow as she observed the relentless downpour, which had persisted for several days without any sign of abatement. Autumn in Zhongbei City was not typically marked by such continuous rain. Li Nan joined her at the window, shaking his head, wondering when this deluge would cease. The reflection in the glass showed Mo Xiaowei and Li Nan merging into one, prompting a fleeting smile from her. He placed a hand on her shoulder, gazing outside. "Do you think this wretched weather is a repeat of 2012? Mo Xiaowei asked. "What if it leads to tsunamis, earthquakes, and floods, compounded by the unrelenting zombies? It feels as though this world is utterly collapsing. Do you think humanity might face extinction like the dinosaurs 65 million years ago?" Li Nan shook his head. "No, while the situation is dire, it does not necessarily spell doom for humanity. The distinction between us and the dinosaurs lies in our brainpower rather than sheer size. Our fate is not to become mere fossils." Mo Xiaowei felt a flicker of reassurance. "With you here, I believe there is still hope for this world." As the rain obscured the outside world, the room Li Nan occupied allowed a glimpse of a building across the way, both structures resembling one another as products of the same era. Mo Xiaowei gazed intently at the 8th floor of the opposite building and inquired, "Do you think there might be survivors there, just like us?" Li Nan remained noncommittal, wanting to urge Mo Xiaowei to rest, but at that moment, a sudden light flickered from the 8th floor. Impossible, Li Nan thought. Could there truly be survivors in that building? Chapter 095. The cannibalistic fiend. As doubts swirled in his mind, Mo Xiaowei also sensed something unusual and quickly turned to Li Nan. Is there someone in the opposite building? Li Nan furrowed his brow, clearly unprepared for the revelation. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, amidst the relentless rain, the possibility of survivors in the building across was indeed a surprising turn of events. Just as Mo Xiaowei was about to rejoice, Li Nan tempered her excitement. Survivors may not necessarily be a good thing. We must think this through carefully. Mo Xiaowei dismissed his concerns. There are still people alive. We have to help them. Li Nan switched off the lights in their room and advised, the situation is uncertain. It is wiser to proceed with caution. Outside the window, a faint beam of flashlight flickered from the 8th floor apartment, seemingly signaling a message. Mo Xiaowei exclaimed, it's SOS. They're calling for help. Li Nan recognized the signal, but hesitated. After his encounter with old Tian in the blood bank at Jiangbei Hospital, he had grown wary of his fellow humans. If he couldn't trust even those he knew well, what reason did he have to trust strangers? Unaware of Li Nan's inner conflict, Mo Xiaowei insisted, I have to go save them. They must be in danger. We have to do something. Li Nan exclaimed, you trust this unknown person so easily? I doubt the situation is straightforward. Mo Xiaowei remained resolute. We are not zombies. We must help our kind. Unable to argue against her, Li Nan finally relented. Perhaps you are right. We should not abandon our kind. But if we are to rescue them, it should be me who goes, not you. Mo Xiaowei smiled. If you're going, I'm sure you'll be safe. Li Nan retrieved a screwdriver from his belt, gripping it tightly. I will check the opposite building. Stay here, and until I return, do not turn on the lights or make a sound. Mo Xiaowei nodded. I understand your concerns. I will take care of myself, but your eyes have just healed. Li Nan wished to avoid a tearful farewell, merely cautioning her. Be careful of strangers. Mo Xiaowei nodded earnestly, and Li Nan stepped out. Donning a raincoat scavenged from their surroundings and clutching the screwdriver tightly as he hurried down the stairs. Outside, the rain poured heavily, nearly transforming the world into a waterlogged cityscape. As his feet splashed into the puddles, a chill coursed through him, exacerbated by the relentless raindrops that pelted his coat painfully. Upon reaching the ground floor, Li Nan instinctively glanced back at Mo Xiaowei's room. Without the guiding light, coupled with the dimness of night, locating her would be a challenge. This was a precaution he had taken. He was reluctant to place blind trust in strangers. The building he was in was Block B of the Happiness Community, while the opposite was Block A, less than 20 meters apart. Under normal circumstances, visibility between the two buildings was excellent, but now, with the torrential rain, discerning the other side was difficult. Li Nan sensed that the survivors were likely on the 8th floor, but he was unsure which unit to enter. Just then, the peculiar flashlight flickered again, illuminating the night sky without any further movement. Li Nan took aim at the direction and rushed upstairs. Once inside the stairwell, Li Nan realized that the building's electricity must have failed, as no matter how heavily he tread, the motion sensor lights remained dark. This explained why the person on the other side had not been discovered earlier. He pulled the hood of his raincoat down, carefully ascending the staircase amidst the sound of cascading water. Uncertain of how many people were on the other side or the nature of their predicament, Li Nan felt a shiver run down his spine, sensing an unusual atmosphere within the building. Perhaps it was the rain, but he felt as if something sinister had transpired here, compelling him to tread cautiously. He needed to be exceedingly careful, otherwise he might not fall prey to the zombies, but rather become ensnared by the living. As Li Nan ascended from the 1st to the 7th floor, an unusual feeling enveloped him, yet nothing transpired. Not a single zombie was in sight. To conserve electricity, he had previously relied on the stair railing for support, but upon reaching the 7th floor, it became imperative for him to maintain a clear line of sight. Li Nan extracted the last remaining Wolf-Eye flashlight from his sleeve, illuminating the corridor floor, only to find it devoid of any watermarks. At that moment, curiosity piqued within him. It appeared that the occupants had not encountered any zombies breaching their refuge from the outside. What peril could they possibly face? Could a mere handful of wandering zombies instill such terror in a living person? Li Nan chose not to dwell on these conjectures, for the scant evidence at hand hardly constituted a clue worthy of deduction. Proceeding with caution, he gripped the Wolf-Eye flashlight in his left hand and a screwdriver in his right, carefully advancing along the corridor while keeping his back pressed against the wall. Room A801 stood ajar, and without uttering a word, Li Nan stepped inside. He cast his flashlight around, yet saw nothing of note. Venturing further into the room, he discovered a solitary flashlight lying on a chair, its beam directed towards the room where Mo Xiaowei was presumably located. Though the flashlight emitted light, its owner was conspicuously absent. Could it possibly turn on and off by itself, signaling an SOS? Such an idea was unfathomable to Li Nan. There was certainly something amiss. He picked up the flashlight and turned to examine the room, which appeared to be the study of the house's owner, adorned with a distinctly traditional aesthetic. However, his attention was drawn to the southern wall, where a painting of galloping horses hung. A flicker of movement caught his eye, and he noticed a peculiar dark red stain at the left corner of the artwork. Blood. Li Nan approached cautiously, shining the flashlight on the wall, and with a determined tug, he tore the painting down. The wall behind was splattered with a multitude of crimson stains, resembling someone had smeared it with red paint. Yet, Linan understood that this dark red was no mere paint. It was human blood, fresh, living blood. A chill ran down his spine as he realized the implication. Where there was blood, there must be a life extinguished. He swung the flashlight around, and finally, beneath a desk, discovered a gruesome sight. A mutilated corpse of a woman sprawled on the floor, her clothing stripped away, her head severed cleanly from the back, and her thighs brutally hacked off. Only a blood-soaked torso remained, the blood long dried. Linan stifled a gag, repulsed by the horror of the scene. Who could have perpetrated such an atrocity? Just as he grappled with his nausea, the remains of the woman suddenly lifted her head, her blood-matted hair swaying as her mouth moved, seemingly attempting to communicate. This woman had not transformed into a zombie. The vivid blood flowing from her body made that clear. Yet, why would someone do this to her? With her eyes tightly shut, she struggled to vocalize, but no sound emerged. Linan's gaze fell upon a bowl on the desk, filled with congealed blood, within which lay 2 round eyeballs and a crimson tongue. A wave of horror washed over him as he silently vowed, "Whoever did this to you shall not go unpunished." A living woman, not yet deceased, stood before Linan. And in that moment, all he felt was rage. Even amidst the apocalypse, such cruelty could not be tolerated. It was a violation of humanity, a descent into madness. Gripped by turmoil, his screwdriver hovered indecisively. He contemplated ending the woman as suffering, yet hesitated, knowing nothing of her story. Could he allow her to perish at the hands of a stranger? Resolutely, he plunged the screwdriver down, releasing a spurt of pale brain matter. As he turned her over, he noticed countless handprints and bite marks on her withered breasts and bloodstains at her thighs. The perpetrator was no mere beast. They were something far worse. Linan closed his eyes and draped his raincoat over the corpse, a final act of compassion from a stranger. After dealing with the woman, he connected the dots and felt a surge of alarm. He dashed out of the room. As he fled, he glimpsed human legs resting on the kitchen cutting board, while a hand extended from a pot on the stove, its color resembling that of sauce. Terror gripped him as he clutched the screwdriver, his palms bloodied from his own nails digging in. When he burst into the rain, he saw the lights in his own house illuminated, a harbinger of impending doom. "Emo, shall we? Please wait for me," he chanted silently, beads of sweat mingling with the rain on his forehead. Now, he was certain that the individual responsible for the horror in A801 had set their sights on him, and Emo, shall we? And the strange flashlight signal and the inexplicable SOS were merely a ruse to draw him away. Chapter 096, Confrontation. Linan had been gone for 20 minutes, and Emo, shall we, remained at the window, eager to witness his heroic endeavor. When the flashlight on the 8th floor flickered back to life, she was taken aback. Could the situation have changed? The beam remained unwaveringly directed at the sky, and as she peered from behind the window, she clearly saw it until it was withdrawn by human hands. Realizing that Linan must have ascended, she felt a wave of relief. But her solace was short-lived as she suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. The heavy, rhythmic tread echoed in the stairwell, accompanied by the sound of dripping water, causing her heart to race. Could Linan have returned already? Emo, shall we, hesitated. The flashlight in the neighboring room had just been extinguished. If it were Linan, how could he have returned so swiftly? Gripping her climbing axe tightly, she thought to herself, hoping that nothing unfortunate would occur. The footsteps grew increasingly distinct, and suddenly, a series of loud knocks reverberated through the door. Emo, shall we, curled beneath the window, her legs trembling, and that knock confirmed her fears. The visitor was not Linan. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Her mind raced. The door to their room could not be locked, and Linan would never knock. A realization struck her. Having been in this complex for several days, she had never encountered another soul. Was it possible that the survivor Linan sought had come looking for them? With that thought, Emo, shall we, felt a measure of calm. Not everyone could be malevolent, and she preferred to believe that those seeking help bore no ill intent. Overcoming her fear, she slowly rose and approached the door. Moving quietly, she drew near, her steps so light that the person outside remained oblivious. This lightness was not a deliberate act. Her mind was in disarray, driven by instinct alone. The person outside knocked gently twice without realizing anyone was nearing. Suddenly, they swung their arm, wielding a fire axe, and brought it crashing down. The clang of metal against wood sent Emo, shall we's heart racing. It was clear now that this visitor bore no goodwill, at least none that was evident. As the fire axe fell against the security door, Emo, shall we, instinctively recoiled. She realized that she could no longer cope with the situation at hand. If her brief time alongside Linan had granted her any improvement, it was only in dealing with zombies. Now, with the scant tools at her disposal, she could fend off a couple of zombies, but when it came to confronting a living person, her only recourse was her eloquence. Yet in this world, could words rival a fist? Emo, shall we, shivered, retreating into her room, firmly shutting the door behind her, and concealing herself beneath the bed. Grasping the climbing pick she had acquired earlier that day, she squeezed her eyes shut, praying that the intruder would be a benevolent soul. A slight, cloaked figure wielding a crimson fire axe approached the door, fiercely striking it. In less than a minute, a large hole had been smashed through, allowing entry. The cloaked man appeared cautious, first probing behind the door with his axe to ensure no ambush awaited him before he bent down and slipped inside. Once inside, he began searching the walls before flicking on the light switch, illuminating the room. Instead of rummaging through the house like an ordinary thief, he gravitated towards the window in the living room to gaze at the 8th floor across the way. Noticing the beam of a flashlight had vanished, he revealed a sinister smile. The cloaked man seemed indifferent to the situation outside. After a cursory glance, he turned his attention inward and called out in a whisper, "Little one, do not be afraid. I am a good person. As long as you come out, I will not harm you." Hidden beneath her bed, Imo felt a chill run down her spine at the sound of his voice. Despite her inherent kindness, she was not naive enough to believe that an intruder would possess good intentions. The thought was unfathomable. She would never dare to emerge. The man's malicious voice echoed through the room, and after overturning several doors, he finally entered Imo's room. "Little one, do not play hide and seek. If you do, the consequences will be dire." Imo lay still under the bed, one hand clutching the climbing pick, the other covering her mouth, fearful that her breath might betray her presence. A pair of large feet now stood at the foot of her bed, dripping with moisture, and she could see them clearly, her eyes wide with terror. At the feet of the man, the sharp edge of the fire axe gleamed ominously, reflecting a cold light that sent shivers down her spine. The man searched the room, muttering, "That man will not return to save you, so stop hiding. I have already seen you." His words were clearly a ruse, and Imo could tell from the man's footsteps that he had yet to discover her hiding place. Suddenly, the large feet lifted off the ground, and Imo felt a weight pressing down on her back. Had the man climbed onto the bed? Doubt plagued her. Was he a pervert or a criminal? Perhaps he was both. Clearly, she underestimated the depths of human depravity, yet this did not deter her instinct to escape. One thing was certain, this man was no good. Now regretting her decision to let Li Nan leave, Imo grappled with the reality that the very person she had hoped to save had turned out to be a bandit. This was a notion she could not accept. The thought of a large man lying on her bed filled her with dread, and for the moment, she dared not reveal herself, choosing instead to stifle her breath, hoping that this scourge would leave quickly after taking whatever he desired. At that moment, the man on the bed burst into laughter. "The moment you entered this complex, I noticed you. For 3 consecutive days, I have observed your movements from the building across the way. Initially, I hesitated. A strong man and a capable woman are indeed formidable. But then, I saw my opportunity. That man's eyesight seemed impaired. If I did not act now, it would be a disservice to the gifts fate has bestowed upon me." He continued, "Yet, I did not anticipate that the man's sight was not as impaired as I thought, and he could still move freely. I had initially intended to lure you to the opposite building, but now it matters not, for I have come to find you, little beauty." Imo, listening to the man's soliloquy from beneath the bed, felt a sense of unease. Suddenly, a head cloaked in darkness peered beneath the bed, locking eyes with her in a moment of sheer panic. In that instant, Imo felt utterly devastated, believing she could evade this fate, only to behold a face obscured in shadow, reminiscent of death itself, akin to the grim reaper of Western folklore brandishing a scythe, ready to claim souls. In disbelief, Imo cried out, yet the figure grinned. "I warned you, playing hide and seek with me will lead to your ruin." Overwhelmed, Imo remembered she still had the climbing pick as a means of defense. She swung it toward the ominous face, but it merely shifted back, leaping away while laughing. "Do you wish to climb out gracefully or be unceremoniously dragged out?" Gritting her teeth, Imo resolved that it was better to perish than to suffer humiliation at his hands. With determination, she shouted, "If I climb out myself, will you guarantee my safety?" The man responded with a lewd chuckle, "I have no intention of harming women. I am merely a man in search of food and supplies. As long as you do not object to my taking them, there is no conflict between us." Imo scoffed internally. If he truly only sought supplies, why insist that she come out? Understanding his ploy, she feigned weakness, saying, "I only wish to survive. I hardly knew that man. I met him outside, and he said this place was safe, so I followed him. Please do not harm me." "Very well. I am neither a murderer nor a liar. If you come out, I assure you, I will not harm you." Imo sensed that her movements were no longer within his line of sight. She quickly reached behind her waist, where Li Nan had gifted her a small surgical knife, a potential lifesaver in this critical moment. The man outside seemed cautious. "Please toss out the climbing pick first." Imo complied, tossing the pick out onto the floor. The man appeared satisfied, as if everything was proceeding according to his plan. Slowly, she crawled out from beneath the bed, repeating, "Please do not harm me. I beg you, do not harm me." The cloaked man seemed pleased, for he found the woman beneath the bed even more enchanting than he had imagined from afar. A smile crept across his face as his calloused hands reached for Imo delicate features. She feigned innocence, asking dreamily, "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing much. I merely wish to touch your face, for it is irresistibly captivating." Seeing that he still held the fire axe in his left hand, Imo timidly grasped his hand. gazing into his eyes. As long as you do not kill me, I will become yours. The cloaked man laughed incessantly, gradually loosening his grip on the fire axe he held. At that moment, Imo Xiaohui swiftly drew him close, bringing her lips near his, while her other hand moved behind her, and a sudden flash of light erupted. Just as Imo Xiaohui was about to act, a sound of footsteps surged from outside the door. The cloaked man sneered. It seemed the ordeal was far from over. He immediately turned, gripping the fire axe tightly, and rushed toward the door. Imo Xiaohui stared at the man's retreating figure, a sudden wave of helplessness washing over her, causing her right hand, which had been hidden behind her, to slowly come to a halt. Li Nan hurriedly ascended the staircase, and upon seeing a large hole in the door of the 8th floor room, cold sweat broke out on his brow. Clutching a screwdriver tightly, he hesitated not even for a moment, pulling the door open from the outside. Just as he poked his head in, a chilling glimmer suddenly descended. In a split second, Li Nan instinctively recoiled, narrowly avoiding the axe blade that severed several strands of his hair. The severed hairs fell silently to the ground. Yet Li Nan felt a rush of coldness. Before he could react further, the axe blade transformed its trajectory, descending directly toward his face. Li Nan was terrified, but he could now confirm that he was indeed facing a cannibalistic monster, one who had been prepared for this encounter. His reckless intrusion had been fueled solely by his desire to save Imo Xiaohui, thus leaving him vulnerable to the man's attack. However, he could now clearly discern the assailant's intentions. Despite the man's skill, he was merely a brutish murderer, lacking any true finesse. Leaning back, Li Nan extended an empty hand to catch the descending fire axe, halting the man's advance completely. The cloaked man was taken aback, and in desperation, he relinquished the fire axe, drawing a dagger from behind to stab at Li Nan. He assumed that although the man before him possessed great strength, he must also be fatigued, and thus, a sudden strike would surely succeed. The dagger sliced through the air, aimed directly at Li Nan's neck as he crouched low. In that instant, Li Nan sensed the man's intent and attempted to counterattack with the fire axe he held in one hand. However, despite his strength, he lacked the necessary speed, granting the cloaked man the upper hand. Li Nan cursed his misfortune, attempting to dodge the dagger, but it was too late. The blade had Aurea. The cloaked man once again wielded the fire axe with a horizontal swing. However, unlike before, Li Nan's shoulder was now injured, limiting his movements, making him unable to evade the deadly blow. Was his fate truly sealed? As the axe blade descended towards his head, Li Nan, positioned at the doorway, suddenly pivoted, causing the axe to clang against the ground instead. Chapter 098. Breaking free. The cloaked man was taken aback. He could not comprehend how this injured man could move with such swiftness. Yet, there was no time for reflection. He desired Li Nan's life and was resolute in his intent. With a grunt, he turned his attention from Li Nan, who had evaded the strike, and aimed directly at Imo Xiaohui, who was half kneeling on the ground. In a swift motion, he aimed to strike her down. Imo Xiaohui's eyes widened in terror, resembling lanterns in their size. Just as the cloaked man reveled in his triumph, Li Nan shouted, "Stop!" The cloaked man's hand did not pause, but he caught sight of Li Nan standing behind him. At this point, he dismissed Li Nan entirely, intent on using a feigned vulnerability to lure his prey. "I will not kill her. Shall I kill you instead?" he thought to himself. Li Nan cried out, "I would rather surrender. Please do not harm her." This was precisely the response the cloaked man sought. He turned and asked, "Are you willing to take my axe blow for her?" Li Nan nodded, and the cloaked man burst into laughter, incredulous at the foolishness of such a man. "Do you not know the fate that awaits that woman in the opposite building? Even if you save her now, what becomes of her after your demise? She may be worse off than that woman." Standing behind the door, Li Nan, clutching his shoulder, implored, "I am not so noble. I merely feel that neither of us can escape. If that is the case, I might as well offer my neck for the blade, to avoid witnessing your gruesome methods that leave me so unsettled." The cloaked man, his laughter fading, expressed admiration. "I have never encountered someone like you. You are quite to my taste. Perhaps I might indeed let you go." Li Nan remained unflinching, replying, "What pleases you is not my character, but rather the flesh upon my bones." The cloaked man chuckled again, but in the midst of his mirth, he suddenly spun around, swinging his axe with a gust of force towards Li Nan. "Am I merely toying with you? You actually believe me," he shouted, confident in his assured kill. "Envisioning a delightful future with fortune may not always favor us, thus I must endeavor to safeguard myself, no longer allowing you to worry for my sake. If only that day would arrive, perhaps it would not signify an apocalyptic state, but rather the dawn of a new world." Imo Xiaohui's face brightened with hope at the thought of a new world. Just imagining it fills one with longing. One day, undoubtedly, a new order, a new society, a new nation shall emerge, ultimately bringing an end to this desolation. That era will belong to us. Imo Xiaohui looked up at the man before her, who bore the visage of a great hero, and declared, "Yes, let us strive for the new world." Li Nan responded with a smile, "Indeed. But let us set aside thoughts of the new world for now. A good rest is paramount to regain our strength." Imo Xiaohui retreated to her room while Li Nan busied himself in the living room. He first divided the bag of rice he had scavenged into several smaller packets, placing them into a hiking backpack, and then stuffed in some miscellaneous supplies, preparing for what lay ahead. Li Nan moved the sofa and television to the entrance, as the door had been destroyed, necessitating precautions against any unforeseen occurrences. A pile of items effectively barricaded the entrance, and Li Nan felt a slight sense of relief. He then filled a large basin with water from the bathroom and poured it onto the floor to cleanse away the blood and remnants of the previous chaos. Although they were to depart the next day, he wished to leave the space untainted for their final night together. After a flurry of activity, Li Nan, drenched in sweat, sought a shower, only to discover that the water heater had long since malfunctioned. In resignation, he poured a basin of water over his head. The cool water cascaded down from his crown to his feet as he stood bare in the bathroom, using a towel to dry himself off. The past few days in the apartment had been quite comfortable, and Li Nan had gradually started to accept this world. Living in temporary shelter had its merits. Yet, the sudden encounter with that crazed cannibal had jolted him into the realization that in such tumultuous times, one could not remain complacent in one corner. It was imperative to venture forth actively. Surviving in chaos necessitated facing the outside world, seeking more resources, and exploring greater horizons. The issue of survival was pressing, and preparations must be made before true calamity struck to combat this age rife with zombies. Chapter 099. Shall we engage? While Li Nan was taking a cold shower in the bathroom, a sudden rustling of footsteps echoed from outside. Sensing something amiss, he quickly wrapped a towel around himself and dashed out of the bathroom, only to find the noise abruptly ceased and an excited voice exclaimed, "I didn't expect your physique to be quite commendable." Upon realizing it was Mo shall we, Li Nan sighed with relief. "Why aren't you sleeping? Why are you wandering about? Making me rush out like this?" Mo shall we smiled. "I couldn't sleep, so I came to see. You can return and continue your wash." Having nearly finished his shower, Li Nan replied, "I'm done now, and I'm heading to bed. We need to rest well. Tomorrow will likely be arduous." Mo shall we donned a loose-fitting pajama, seemingly unearthed from somewhere. "I see. But let me ask you one last question. Your decision to venture out, was it a spontaneous thought?" Li Nan shook his head, responding earnestly, "It was a well-considered decision." Mo shall we inquired, "That's good to hear. Now, when we leave this community, where shall we go?" This question left Li Nan momentarily perplexed. To be honest, the idea of leaving had indeed come to him rather impulsively, and he had not contemplated the specific route. Observing his blank expression, Mo shall we playfully chided, "You can't be serious. Tomorrow morning, we'll be like headless flies, aimlessly flailing about. That would be courting disaster." "What brilliant idea do you propose?" Li Nan retorted, to which she answered, "I don't know where we should head. However, we should at least avoid areas densely populated with zombies to mitigate danger." Considering her words, Li Nan began to ponder. Though Zhongbei City is a third-tier city, it boasts a substantial population, at least 200,000 to 300,000 souls. Where, then, would be the locale with the fewest zombies? This quandary occupied his thoughts. Mo shall we teased. "The city center is definitely a no-go. It's likely teeming with zombies, and one misstep could lead to our demise. Instead, we should head for the outskirts. Or even better, leave Zhongbei City altogether." Mo shall we's suggestion held merit, yet retreating to the suburbs or outside the city, while it might allow them to evade most zombies, would leave them woefully short on supplies. In this apocalyptic world, survival without resources was impossible, truly a dilemma. Noticing Li Nan's disquiet, Mo shall we asked, "Is there something amiss?" Li Nan voiced his concerns, and Mo shall we burst into laughter. "Haven't you heard of Mao Dada's theory of rural encirclement of cities? Why fret over supplies? As long as we can survive, bread will always be there." Li Nan chuckled, "You clever little thing. You certainly have a good grasp of things." He attempted to playfully pinch Mo shall we's cheek, but as his hands left the towel at his waist, he realized the folly of his actions. Mo shall we stared unabashedly at him, laughter dancing in her eyes. Embarrassed, Li Nan hurriedly picked up the towel from the floor, covering himself. "It's time for bed. Why aren't you sleeping, you mischievous girl?" Seeing Li Nan's mortified expression only made Mo shall we's smile grow wider. "I'm not a child. I'm already 23. She emphasized her point, clearly teasing Li Nan, who deflected, "It's late. You should hurry to bed." Mo shall we responded with an "oh," and with the exuberance of a young girl, skipped back to her room. Li Nan wiped his face in exasperation, thinking, how utterly humiliating. Perhaps he should have simply pinned Mo shall we down earlier. At that moment, Mo shall we turned back and asked, "What are you mumbling about?" Li Nan forced a smile, "Nothing. Just go to sleep." Mo shall we quickly slipped into her room. Li Nan shook his head, truly a relentless little sprite. Once he confirmed Mo shall we was inside, he cast aside the towel and stretched his arms wide, seemingly relishing this final peaceful night. Without Mo shall we's antics, Li Nan felt remarkably at ease. Gazing out at the relentless rain, the entire sky cloaked in darkness, he mused, "Who knows whether venturing out is right or wrong? Let us take a gamble. Regardless of the outcome, I must give it a try." Downstairs, the corpse had been completely devoured, leaving only a pool of blood, which rippled beneath the relentless rain. Surrounding it were 5 or 6 zombies, their tattered clothes soaked, and their various wounds oozing dark, decaying flesh, appearing as specters of the night. Li Nan assessed the zombies with indifference, but then caught sight of a shadow approaching from behind him. The figure moved stealthily, yet Li Nan sensed the presence. As a woman's face slowly drew near in the reflection of the glass before him. Taking a deep breath, he thought, "You're not sleeping. Are you planning to be a night owl?" The woman behind him intended to cover Li Nan's eyes with her arms, prompting him to guess her identity, but suddenly realized she was too short to reach without standing on tiptoe. Emo Shalwi erupted in laughter. "How did you discover me?" Li Nan pointed at the scene in the glass before him, remarking that your technique was so clumsy that he could see it at a glance without even trying. Emo Shalwi laughed heartily, then wrapped her arms around Li Nan's chest from behind. "I can't sleep. My mind is in disarray. So I came to you for a breath of fresh air." At that moment, Li Nan was completely bare, yet he showed no signs of modesty in front of Emo Shalwi. In this post-apocalyptic world, the duo had indeed endured a great deal together. While they were not yet at the stage of being completely unrestrained, allowing her a glimpse of his backside was certainly permissible. Emo Shalwi embraced the firm contours of Li Nan's chest tightly and murmured, "I like you." To speak frankly, under the current circumstances, there was little to criticize between the two of them. Regardless of their initial feelings, they had traversed this journey together, and it was only natural for sparks to fly. Moreover, they genuinely felt a connection. Li Nan had rescued this woman more than once, and she was not only beautiful but also gracious and nurturing. Li Nan grasped Emo Shalwi's delicate hand, reciprocating, "I like you too." The two fragile hands slowly glided down from Li Nan's chest, brushing over his taut abdomen, heading downward. Li Nan swiftly caught her hands, preventing them from crossing into forbidden territory, and gently lifted them back up. Emo Shalwi pressed